Haitian City, the foremost affluent international metropolis of the Dragon Kingdom, stands as a testament to economic liberalization and its gradual integration into the global community. Here, the air resonates with melodies and laughter, and the vibrant neon lights dance in the night. Fashionably attired men and women traverse the streets, exuding youthfulness and vitality. Many among the white-collar middle class don international luxury brands, while others sport top-tier domestic labels. The more affluent flaunt names like Armani, Gucci, Ermenegildo Zegna, and Burberry. Yet, with prosperity comes its shadows. The urban landscape reveals a stark dichotomy. While some individuals capitalize on opportunities and audacity to amass wealth, others find themselves abandoned by fate, struggling to sustain even the most basic of livelihoods. On this particular evening, Yi Wuyo, as usual, wheeled his stall of grilled lamb skewers to the Upper East District, the city's most opulent core where fortunes are made nightly. Street vendors naturally engage in a subtle dance with urban management, bestowing tributes to ensure their safety. Despite his unkempt appearance, with grease-stained clothing that suggests a humble profession, Yi Wuyo possesses an extraordinary aura and a physique reminiscent of a mighty dragon, which belies his true occupation as a mere street vendor. As he set up near the Prince Bar, the pinnacle of nightlife in the Upper East District, he knew that the revelers within could easily clear his grill in a matter of hours, should they be inclined. With practiced ease, he stoked the charcoal, skewering lamb, offal, and gluten, igniting the grill to produce a tantalizing sizzle. At that moment, a man of middle age emerged nearby, with thick brows and a square face, dressed impeccably and exuding an effortless authority. He offered Yi Wuyo a cigarette, which he accepted with ease, lighting it to envelop themselves in a haze of smoke. "Uncle Gua, your huazi truly has a robust flavor," Yi Wuyo remarked. Gua Huaibin smiled faintly in response. "You rascal. I earn a decent living selling hangover soup. I have no other hobbies but to indulge in fine cigarettes. By the way, my daughter Junjun has been incessantly mentioning her brother Yi. When will you come over for a visit? Time is fleeting, and she's not getting any younger." Yi Wuyo scratched his head, sighing. "Junjun has just been accepted into the Drama Academy. They'll take her out for a celebratory meal soon. Uncle, I've always regarded her as a sister. I'm already 26, she's still quite young. Perhaps you should encourage her to focus on her studies. Opportunities abound in the future, but I'm merely a vendor of lamb skewers. If she were to follow me, what good would it bring? A life of hardship awaits." Upon hearing this, Guo Weibin's expression darkened slightly, yet his gaze remained profound. "Ah, little Yi, you think far ahead for Junjun, but a young lady must not linger too long. A father can only do so much. You may sell lamb skewers, but you can provide for her needs. You are a fine young man, handsome and charming, and your character is commendable. I see potential in you as my son-in-law. At 26, you are in your prime, a fitting match for my Junjun." Seeing that Uncle Gua was resolute, Yi Wuyo decided against further persuasion, aware that prolonging the conversation might strain their rapport. In due time, he would gently encourage this father-daughter duo to reconsider. Having lived a life fraught with peril, once adorned with glory, he now yearned for a tranquil and ordinary existence, wishing to keep them from the dangers of his past. These memories, laden with accolades and achievements, he chose not to divulge. Who would believe that the Dragon Kingdom's elite Special Forces commander and the creator of the Assassin Syndicate now peddled grilled lamb skewers in Haitian City? Such a notion would be as absurd as the world's richest man riding a tricycle to work. As they shared laughter, the skewers and hangover soup rapidly vanished. Yi Wuyo intended to close his stall and retire for the night when Guo Huaibin suggested, "Little Yi, it's still early. Let me treat you to a drink." Yi Wuyo glanced at his watch. It was only 9 o'clock. Nodding, he replied, "Thank you, Uncle Gua." They entrusted their stall to a nearby vendor and strolled into the Prince Bar. The interior was lavishly decorated, resplendent with gold and crystal, akin to a royal palace. Modeled after the finest establishments in Manhattan, its origins remained shrouded in mystery, rumored to be backed by influential figures. No one dared to extort protection money here. The last thug who tried had long since been incarcerated. As they approached, the doorman, noticing Yi Wuyo's oil-stained attire and the aroma of grilled lamb wafting from him, initially displayed disdain. However, upon recognizing Guo Huaibin, He stepped back, saluting Mr. Guo. I didn't realize it was you. I'll arrange for your access to the presidential VIP area immediately. Yi Wuyo was taken aback. The Prince Bar, being the most affluent venue in the region, required substantial assets to gain entry into the presidential VIP section. He pondered how Uncle Guo had transformed into Mr. Guo, perhaps having struck it rich. After all, he had been a fellow vendor, sharing the burdens of their modest livelihoods. Guo Huaibin, noticing the confusion in Yi Wuyo's eyes, chuckled softly. This is a family business of mine, but I severed ties with my father years ago. I ran into my cousin who manages this place during a recent gathering, which is why the security recognizes me. Yi Wuyo was astonished. How could someone with such a formidable background end up in their current predicament? Yet, he chose not to pry into Guo Huaibin's secrets. With a teasing grin, he said, I didn't realize Uncle Guo had such a distinguished background. Let's go tonight. Mr. Guo is treating us. I'd like to indulge in some imported XO, the one from that exquisite brand Louis XIII. The security guard quickly complied, shedding his earlier condescension. In the presence of wealth, attitudes shift dramatically. Guided by security, they entered the heart of the Prince Bar, where opulence reigned supreme, reminiscent of an evening at the Palace of Versailles. Every glass fixture was crafted from crystal, imported from Europe, and the bar's materials were tailored to the highest specifications. The seating was akin to first-class airline cushions, offering unparalleled comfort. The security personnel introduced them to the beautiful manager, who nearly dropped the bottle she was holding upon learning that Mr. Guo's esteemed brother had arrived. With a face as radiant as white jade, she rushed over to greet them. Mr. Guo, and this young gentleman, I am Li Chunhua, the manager of the VIP area. I assure you both of exceptional service today, that we have an array of rare vintage Scotch whiskey and brandy from the Cognac region in our cellar. Should you desire, I can fetch them immediately. Guo Huaibin maintained his composure, replying to Li Chunhua, Today, we are here to cater to my young friend. Whatever he wishes to drink is fine by me. Li Chunhua, her eyes sparkling like a fox, turned her gaze towards Yi Wuyo. Just now, my attention was solely on Mr. Guo, and I had overlooked this unassuming young man. Upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The young man before me possessed a robust physique, exuding an extraordinary aura imbued with an ineffable sense of mystery. He was distinctly different from many scions of prominent families I had encountered before, emanating an unspoken pressure. Yi Wuyo mischievously remarked, Miss Li, just a bottle of any vintage of Louis XIII will suffice. I'm simply seeking intoxication, not a concern for the vintage. Li Chunhua promptly replied, Please wait a moment, young master. There's Louis XIII readily available on the wine rack. I shan't need to venture to the cellar. I'll fetch it for you right away. Internally, she found amusement in this young man's intriguing perspective on inebriation. For her, Louis XIII was merely a means to escape, and her monthly salary could scarcely afford a single indulgence. Before long, Li Chunhua personally wheeled a cart to their table. Why a cart? Because it was laden with crystal glassware and an ice bucket. She had not allowed any other waitstaff to attend to them. She took it upon herself to serve. After all, this was the elder brother of the CEO. If she didn't provide impeccable service, would she still have a job? With practiced finesse, Li Chunhua opened the bottle and arranged the exquisite glassware for the two. The neckline of her black dress shifted alluringly as she bent to pour the wine, causing Yi Wuyo to avert his gaze, feeling a rush of heat. Once the wine was poured, she stepped aside and sweetly said, Please enjoy, gentlemen. Add ice as you wish. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to call for me. Uncle Guo nodded appreciatively, while Yi Wuyo, with a playful tone, remarked, Vixen, Miss Li, what if I were to request you? Li Chunhua's cheeks flushed as she replied, You jest, young master. The wine does not intoxicate, rather, it is the person who drinks. With that, she swiftly made her exit. Uncle Guo chided, You little rascal, teasing a beauty in front of your future father-in-law may not be the most prudent course of action. Yi Wuyo retorted, Come now, Uncle Guo, let us drink and not discuss trivial matters. The two engaged in a lively exchange, their cups clinking joyfully. The Louis XIII was fragrant and rich, akin to a floral bouquet. Soon enough, Guo Huaibin, feeling the effects of a drink, expressed his intent to depart, allowing Yi Wuyo to indulge while the bill remained under his name. Accompanied by the manager, Guo Huaibin exited the Prince Bar. The manager summoned a security guard to drive Guo Huaibin home. Yi Wuyo chuckled resignedly, pondering what it meant to have the bill under his name when it was clearly a family enterprise. How could they charge their own? As Yi Wuyo continued to sip his drink, feeling a twinge of boredom, he noticed a woman seated nearby, breathtakingly beautiful as if descended from the heavens. She wore a sheer, off-the-shoulder gown, and the high slit revealed her long, graceful legs. Her exquisite features were sculpted with such finesse that they could inspire envy, and her voluptuous form was tempting to behold. She was nothing short of enchanting, her beauty likened to a celestial being. Yi's keen eye caught sight of the limited edition Patek Philippe Starry Night watch adorning her wrist, prompting an inward sigh. Why is there no female CEO to pamper me? Truly, my fate is unfortunate. At that moment, a man clad in a bespoke sea horsehair suit approached her, persistently toasting her. He even surreptitiously tossed an unknown substance into her glass, which Yi Wuyo, with his sharp perception, immediately detected. Before long, the woman succumbed to intoxication, her surroundings filled with men exchanging knowing glances. One among them could no longer contain himself and reached out with indecent intent to assist her. She attempted to resist, pushing away those around her, but her consciousness was gradually fading into obscurity. Chapter 2. The Female CEO? I am her husband. The woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, radiant and alluring, unlike anything seen in the mundane world. Even the most celebrated stars and supermodels would envy her exquisite visage. Her cheeks, flushed from drink, resembled ripe peaches, enticing and irresistible. Her delicate hands, as smooth as mutton fat jade, strained against the grasp of several men nearby. Despite her efforts to break free, it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. She was utterly unable to budge them. In that moment of desperation, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Yet, her composure remained intact, her mind racing to devise a strategy to navigate this predicament. After all, having thrived in the tumultuous seas of business for many years, weathering countless storms, how could a formidable female be easily subdued by adversity? Even in such a perilous situation, she exhibited no sign of panic. The men surrounding her, however, were sinister grins. The leader of the group, his voice lowered, remarked, "Today, we have set this trap to capture this breathtakingly beautiful single CEO. Securing her will not only resolve our troublesome debts, but could also yield substantial profits." This was Liu Xiaojia, the chairman of the Haiyan Group. Another young man, appearing somewhat wild and carefree, chimed in, "Indeed, Chairman Liu, countless wealthy individuals covet this exquisite flower of humanity. My father even considered arranging a marriage between us to settle our debts and ensure our family's bank could continue operating. Alas, she is as unyielding as an iceberg, indifferent to my advances, repeatedly casting me aside and leaving me humiliated. Today, let us see who can rescue her." It was revealed that this boastful young man was Lin, the son of the bank president. At that moment, a third man, clad in a double-breasted suit, spoke slowly. "Mr. Ning, your appetite is quite substantial. Your company has already extended its reach far too wide. Not only does it dominate nearly half of the beauty and fashion industry in Haitian City, but it also seeks to expand further into international trade. If this continues, our esteemed consortium may find itself relegated to drinking cold water on the streets." The consortium he referred to was notorious in the city, having amassed wealth through astute market insights and subsequently manipulating various industries to establish a monopoly. Their formidable power was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the previously dazed beauty began to struggle with renewed vigor. Her eyes sparkled with clarity as she regained some consciousness, though they still held a hint of intoxication. With her remaining awareness, she locked eyes with the nearby Night Wuyo, her voice a blend of coolness and drunkenness. "Darling, you've finally come to take me home. Why did you take so long? Look at me. I'm utterly inebriated. Hurry, let us go." Her face revealed a flicker of anxiety, but more so, an unwavering determination to take a leap of faith. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the three men darkened ominously. They simultaneously directed their fiery glares at Night Wuyo, who felt a surge of dismay within. He had no intention of playing the hero today, merely wishing to drown his sorrows. With the grace of a specter, Night Wuyo moved swiftly, appearing before the group in an instant. With a decisive gesture, he effortlessly seized the enchanting woman from their grasp, pulling her tightly against his robust chest as if to shield her with his broad embrace. His actions were so rapid that the onlookers barely registered what had transpired. The woman who had stood there moments ago was now nestled securely in his arms. Knight Wuyo, unhurried and composed, spoke softly, "My love, I apologize for my tardiness. Today was quite the ordeal. The road was unrelenting, and my Ferrari broke down. I had no choice but to take a cab." Italian cars can be so unreliable at times. The woman fell silent upon hearing his words, merely lifting her gaze to meet his, as if wishing to imprint his image deep within her heart. She then gently closed her eyes, a rosy blush creeping across her cheeks, her arms wrapping tightly around his sturdy frame like an octopus. Seeing this, Knight Wuyo smiled tenderly, then turned to address the other men with calm authority. "Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but my wife is inebriated. We shall leave it at this for today. Perhaps we can reconvene another time. Farewell." As Knight Wuyo prepared to escort the enchanting woman home, the situation took an unexpected turn. The three impeccably dressed men exchanged glances, and in an instant, their muscular bodyguards lunged at Knight Wuyo like hungry wolves. Lu Xiaojia declared, "My friend, we were unaware that Mr. Ning was married. Here is a 1 million yuan check from the Dragon Country Bank. Take it and leave the woman with us. We can let this matter slide, otherwise you shall face the consequences." Knight Wuyo's gaze turned icy, a fierce glint igniting within. He replied coolly, "And if I refuse, what will you do then?" The bodyguards sensed the ominous aura emanating from Knight Wuyo, feeling an instinctive dread. His presence was more terrifying than any soldier they had encountered, exuding a murderous intent far beyond their experience. Despite their trepidation, the three men steeled themselves and declared, "Subdue him, and each of you shall receive a 50,000 yuan bonus." The prospect of reward ignited a fierce resolve within their previously hesitant bodies, propelling them towards Knight Wuyo with reckless abandon. Unfazed, Knight Wuyo adeptly supported the delicate beauty at his side with one hand while countering their advances with the other. In a flash, he dispatched the nearest brute with a powerful kick, sending him sprawling several meters away, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell unconscious. This was the Dragon Country's martial art, Long and Bailui, a culmination of various techniques, showcasing an extraordinary prowess. With a remarkable burst of energy, a powerful kick incapacitated the bodyguard, likely fracturing several of his ribs. The remaining 4 bodyguards surged forward, but Knight Wuyo deftly evaded and seized one by the throat. With a swift strike to the windpipe, he followed up with an uppercut that knocked the man unconscious in an instant. The hulking figure collapsed to the ground, rendered senseless. This astonishing feat was executed with such speed that it seemed almost otherworldly. This was the combat technique of the KGB from the land of Rakshasa, emphasizing immediate capture and lethal force. In mere moments, an adversary could be rendered immobile, or worse, dead. Knight Wuyo refrained from killing the bodyguard, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Furthermore, the bodyguard was merely following orders, striving for a meager livelihood, and did not deserve death. The remaining 3 bodyguards, drenched in cold sweat, were alarmed to see nearly half of their number incapacitated in such a short span. Although they had undergone martial training and some had served for years in the military, they steeled themselves and pressed their attack. The sound of Muay Thai strikes resonated as they advanced with considerable speed. Knight Wuyo smiled, effortlessly deflecting several blows with a single hand. In an instant, he seized one of their fists and twisted violently, accompanied by a sickening crack as bone shattered. The man howled in agony, clutching his injured hand, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The other 2 rushed in without hesitation, but Knight Wuyo was undeterred. With a slight bend of his fingers to gather strength, he unleashed a sudden burst of energy, propelling the 2 men backward like kites severed from their strings, sending them flying 5 meters away. This was the traditional technique of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the inch punch, emphasizing fluidity and precision. Either one refrains from attack, or one strike renders the opponent unconscious. The 2 men collapsed, engulfed in darkness as their bodies sustained severe internal injuries. Without immediate medical attention, their lives hung in the balance. The 3 previously smug men in suits, witnessing the rapid downfall of their bodyguards, were thrown into disarray and hastily introduced themselves, pleading with Knight Wuyo not to approach. Knight Wuyo dismissed them with a glance, as if they were mere insects. Nonchalantly, he extended his hand, casually grasping a few plates from a nearby table. With a swift motion of his arm, the plates shot forth like arrows, spinning rapidly through the air at an astonishing velocity. The men barely had time to react, watching helplessly as the plates hurtled toward them. In the blink of an eye, the ceramic plates struck their faces with tremendous force, producing a dull thud. They felt darkness envelop them as excruciating pain coursed through their bodies, rendering them unable to utter a sound. The three men fell to the ground, completely unconscious, blood flowing from their foreheads like a crimson stream, dripping onto their fine seahorse wool suits. Yet, despite their grave injuries, faint breaths escaped their lips. Night Wiyo delivered a chilling remark. Should you ever dare to harm a woman again, I shall ensure your lineage is extinguished. No matter who stands behind you, they shall not save you. With that, he embraced the curvaceous but dazed Ning Qingyi and strode away. Before exiting the bar, he exchanged a few words with the manager, Li Chunhua. Li Chunhua was captivated by this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary figure, who even bore a hint of mutton fat fragrance. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as though she had become a devoted admirer, silently pondering. Who is he, capable of dispatching 5 formidable bodyguards with a single hand? Chapter 3. Bewildered emotions. The vendor of skewered lamb, it seems, would find this task daunting. This young man is undoubtedly not ordinary. Guo Huaibin is the cousin of the establishment's owner. Ning Qingyi, too, holds a prominent position as the chairperson of the Tiansheng Group, boasting a fortune of over 10 billion. She is also renowned as the most beautiful woman in the province, having remained single for many years. How could someone of such wealth refer to him as her husband? He is indeed a mysterious and intriguing figure. Li Chunhua refrained from further indulging in her fanciful thoughts and promptly instructed the staff to retrieve the medical emergency kit. She commenced urgent assistance for the injured on site, while simultaneously dialing for rescue. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived, and a cadre of medical personnel rushed in. They bore stretchers to transport several individuals into the ambulance. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, although the severely injured bodyguard would require a prolonged recovery of 6 months. The injured included Lu Xiaojia, Yilin, and Liao Wenkai. After a series of critical treatments, they were assigned to the same hospital room. As they gradually regained consciousness, their resentful glances converged instantaneously, akin to 3 bolts of lightning colliding in the air, sending shivers down the spine. From the flickering glimmers in their eyes, one could discern the trajectory of a devious plot brewing in the shadows. Meanwhile, Yiwuyo emerged from the Prince Bar with a contented smile, leisurely stepping through the doorway, his arm encircling the exquisite beauty beside him. She possessed a graceful figure and skin as fair as snow, resembling a blooming flower, vibrant and alluring. A gentle breeze wafted towards him, infused with the enchanting fragrance of violets, invigorating and intoxicating, a pure delight to the senses. Reflecting on his life, Yiwuyo had encountered countless beauties. Those charming women were like stars scattered across the night sky, innumerable and unforgettable. In his past, during a special assignment abroad, he had the fortune of serving as the personal bodyguard to Princess Charlotte of England. He had also shared moments with the Constar Elia in France, cruising on a luxurious yacht amidst the breathtaking scenery of the Riss Sea, reveling in the joys of a leisurely vacation. Not to mention, in the distant land of Maui, he had piloted an aircraft alongside the esteemed Duchess Sadu, soaring through the romantic skies of the Aegean Sea under the cover of night. Yet, at this very moment, despite his accustomed encounters with a plethora of stunning women, he found himself inexplicably stirred by the presence of the extraordinarily beautiful Ning Qingyi. His heart, typically unruffled, began to race uncontrollably, as if it sought to leap from his chest. An unprecedented sensation surged within him, leading his thoughts astray. In the depths of his intuition, a powerful premonition whispered that extraordinary tales were destined to unfold between him and this woman. Was this merely a serendipitous encounter, or was it a preordained twist of fate? Perhaps only time would unveil the ultimate truth. The woman's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze glazed, exuding a potent scent of alcohol. Nevertheless, she painstakingly reached for her exquisitely crafted Hermes handbag beside her and slowly handed it to Yiwuyo. He accepted it, observing her slightly parted lips as she murmured in a voice as soft as a nightingale, laced with a hint of inebriation, "The car keys and phone. They are all inside. Please, take me home." Though her tone was brief and cold, akin to an impenetrable iceberg, it only added to her allure, rendering her even more captivating. Yiwuyo couldn't help but smile slightly at this sight, pondering to himself, this woman is so intoxicated yet manages to retain a sliver of consciousness. She is truly remarkable. One must consider that the drink she had consumed was far more potent than mere spirits. Had she been any ordinary woman, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. With great care, Yiwuyo accepted the white crocodile leather handbag, feeling its exquisite texture and undeniable value. Gently caressing its surface, He couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman is indeed the epitome of extravagance." The white crocodile skin is no ordinary material. It comes from an exceptionally rare breed of crocodile, a result of a spontaneous genetic mutation, not artificially synthesized. Moreover, this limited edition handbag cannot be purchased directly at Hermès boutiques. One must be a super member of the brand, receiving a special invitation to acquire such customized pieces, with prices reaching astonishing heights in the millions. After a moment, Yi Wuyo delicately pressed the elegant metal clasp of the handbag. With a crisp sound, the bag's opening gradually revealed its meticulously arranged contents: a stack of exquisitely crafted business cards, several gleaming bank cards, a small yet elegant official seal, a Mont Blanc travel set, and a checkbook from an international bank. The image of a strong, career-driven woman with a commanding presence vividly materialized in Yi Wuyo's mind. Here was a woman in her 20s, already bearing the weight of such formidable responsibilities, evoking a sense of pity and affection within him. He leisurely withdrew the exquisite car key, its gleaming emblem revealing it to be an extraordinarily luxurious Bentley. With this vehicle, he would avoid the hassle of searching for transportation, for a car of Bentley's caliber draws attention wherever it goes. Strolling into the spacious parking lot, he scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a deep burgundy, extended Bentley sedan. Its smooth, elegant lines resembled that of a royal carriage, a finely crafted work of art, standing still in quiet repose. Yi Wuyo pressed the button on the car key, and instantly the headlights of the Bentley illuminated, dazzling like diamonds, piercing the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. He gently lifted the somewhat dazed Ning Qingyi from the car, supporting her as they made their way to the back seat. With practiced grace, he fastened her seatbelt, careful not to cause discomfort to the delicate beauty. Once these tasks were completed, he turned to the driver's seat and pressed the ignition button. A deep, resonant roar erupted as the powerful V12 engine sprang to life, akin to a roaring beast unleashing its boundless energy. The reverberations of the engine seemed to shake the entire parking lot. Yi Wuyo marveled. "I never expected it to be a Bentley Mulsanne Four Seasons edition. Such a luxurious vehicle requires financial verification for purchase." He had once sat in a similar car belonging to the Princess of England, and the experience felt remarkably comparable. With adeptness, he activated the car's navigation, setting the destination for home. Within minutes, the car arrived at a villa district in the Upper East Side. The guard recognized the prominent license plate and saluted, granting immediate access. This area boasted impeccable landscaping, with each villa featuring its own charming garden. After a brief 5-minute journey, Yi Wuyo carried the still drowsy Ning Qingyi into the villa. He used his phone to unlock the electronic door, entering the residence. Outside, a garden adorned with vibrant roses welcomed them, while the interior boasted 2.5 levels, with the third floor serving as a sun terrace, complemented by several rooms. Yi Wuyo carried Ning Qingyi upstairs and pushed open the door to her room. The interior was adorned with a warmth that stood in stark contrast to the frosty demeanor of the female CEO. The disparity was striking, with plush toys scattered about, alongside cat food and bowls. It was evident that several rooms downstairs were home to these little creatures. Yi Wuyo assisted Ning Qingyi to the bedside, gently laying her down and covering her with a blanket. Just as he prepared to leave, he stumbled, causing him to fall onto the bed, instantly ensnared by her embrace. A soft, tender whisper echoed in his ear. "Husband, please don't go, okay?" Yi Wuyo, having indulged in several bottles of aged Louis XIII, found himself intoxicated. Though a seasoned warrior and former special agent, he was surprisingly affected last night, lost in a haze of passion and silence. As morning sunlight streamed into the room, Yi Wuyo slowly opened his eyes, awakening with a lingering sense of dizziness and fatigue. He muttered to himself, "I certainly drank too much. Was last night merely a dream?" It was utterly wild. However, upon noticing the crimson floral patterns on the sheets, he instantaneously grasped the reality of the situation. The lingering scent of violet on his skin was unmistakably hers. He had inadvertently caused trouble for an innocent young woman while intoxicated. How could he rectify this? His hopes for a carefree, leisurely life had now been dashed. Rising to dress, Yi Wuyo let out a soft gasp upon realizing his clothes were missing, replaced by a pristine cream-colored Ralph Lauren polo shirt and dark wool trousers neatly placed at the bedside. An Italian calfskin belt bearing the Hugo Boss insignia lay alongside. The belt felt exquisite to the touch, and the garments were crafted from the finest materials, showcasing Western craftsmanship. He quickly donned them, finding them remarkably comfortable and well-fitted, and glanced into the mirror within the room. The French Baroque brass mirror caught his eye. It was an antique, imbued with history, leaving him curious about its former owner. Yu Wuo mused, after a bit of tidying up, I might appear quite dashing. I wonder if I could ever be part of the dreams of 900 million young women. He exited the room, following the walnut banister down the staircase to the living room on the first floor. The European round table, adorned with marble patterns, was laden with a sumptuous array of food. A delightful mix of traditional Chinese breakfast alongside Western sandwiches, milk, and cereals awaited him. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged, her demeanor dignified and well-preserved, appearing to be only in her early 40s. She greeted him warmly. Good day, young master. I am Zhang Xiaolian, the young lady's housekeeper. If you don't mind, you may call me Aunt Zhang, just like the young lady does. Chapter 4. The background of the female CEO Yu Wuo inquired, Zhang Ma. Is this breakfast prepared for me? When did I become the son-in-law here? Zhang Xiaolian replied, Of course, it is for the son-in-law. Qingyi has spent many years studying in the beautiful country, so she has developed a taste for Western-style breakfasts. That's why I made 2 portions for you. This child has been like family to me since she was little. She has never brought any other man home for the night. You are the first, so naturally. You are our new son-in-law. As Yu Wuo sat at the dining table, he indulged himself in the meal, pouring himself coffee and enjoying sandwiches. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, he devoured a basket of shrimp and crab dumplings. After finishing his feast, he let out a burp and casually asked, What about this girl's parents? Zhang Ma's expression shifted from warmth to sorrow. She sighed softly and began, This girl has truly endured a heartbreaking fate. Years ago, her mother hailed from a prominent family in the capital, with vast influence and connections. Upon mentioning this, she shook her head slightly, as if reflecting on the weight of the past. As for her father, he was merely a shameless, inconsequential businessman. Who would have thought that such disparate individuals would meet by chance? She paused before continuing. That man pursued her mother with fervor, employing every means to win her affection. Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest, but eventually, her mother was moved by him. Defying her family's vehement opposition, she resolutely married him and later gave birth to Qingyi. Initially, he was somewhat restrained, leveraging his wife's family connections to flourish in business, transforming a small, mediocre enterprise into one of the city's leading companies. Yet, once wealth entered his life, he became arrogant, forgetting who had aided him in reaching such heights. As time passed, he succumbed to indulgence, immersing himself in debauchery and entangling himself with unscrupulous women. He even brazenly kept several mistresses. Her mother eventually discovered his infidelities, and in her despair, she did not choose to endure but instead decisively sought a divorce. After intense arguments and court mediation, they ended up sharing their assets, and the custody of their daughter Qingyi was granted to her mother. I heard that to secure her daughter's custody, Qingyi's mother willingly relinquished part of her rightful inheritance. Alas, how pitiable is the heart of a parent. Zhang Ma sighed deeply, a hint of regret on her face. However, fate often plays cruel tricks. In the years following the divorce, Qingyi's mother, plagued by prolonged depression, succumbed to illness and passed away. Before her death, she left all her possessions to her beloved daughter, Qingyi. Yet, no amount of wealth could compensate for the anguish of losing a mother's love. As for Qingyi's father, after years of living a hedonistic lifestyle, he found himself burdened by gambling debts and the costs of maintaining his mistresses, leading him to sell off shares. Eventually, he fell into dire straits, relying solely on the meager dividends from his remaining shares. All the women who once surrounded him departed, leaving him utterly alone. Qingyi is indeed a remarkable young woman. Upon returning from her studies abroad, she entered her family's board of directors, starting from an ordinary position to forge her career. Initially, some may have harbored doubts about this inexperienced young lady, but through her exceptional intellect, decisive leadership, and relentless effort, she swiftly navigated the corporate landscape. Before long, she ascended to the esteemed position of chairperson, becoming the focus of public attention. Yet, she did not rest on her laurels. Instead, she embarked on a sweeping reform of the company. During this transformation, she showcased outstanding leadership and acute business acumen, optimizing internal processes and actively expanding market shares, leading the company to unprecedented success. Simultaneously, she decisively repurchased the shares her father had sold, further solidifying her position and influence within the company. In a remarkably short span, her personal fortune experienced a staggering tenfold increase, placing her among the ranks of billionaires. However, just as Qingyi's career soared, her father, who had nearly driven himself to bankruptcy through his excesses, began to harass her incessantly. He shamelessly demanded financial support and a pension from his daughter, completely disregarding the hardships she had endured. Despite Qingyi's kind heart, she had acquiesced to her father's unreasonable demands several times, yet he remained ungrateful, persistently disrupting her life. Yuyo listened intently, remaining silent for a long time. A wave of deep sympathy and compassion for Qingyi surged within him. At that moment, he truly understood the hidden pain and helplessness behind the seemingly strong and independent woman before him. Having experienced parental divorce and the loss of her mother at a young age, she had ventured alone to study in a foreign land. Upon her return, she had valiantly risen to the role of chairperson and navigated the tumultuous business world, standing resolutely at the forefront. It was difficult to fathom that such a weighty burden rested on the shoulders of a young woman in her 20s. Yuyo felt his own tragic background pale in comparison, as he too was unaware of his biological parents. Yet, in light of Qingyi's plight, he realized their fates bore striking similarities. Perhaps destiny had already rendered its final judgment. Turning to Zhang Ma, Yuyo declared, "Rest assured, Zhang Ma, from now on, Qingyi's affairs will be mine. I will be her support, and no one shall harm a hair on her head." Zhang Ma beamed with joy, exclaiming, "I knew our son-in-law would bring prosperity to our home. Finally, Qingyi has a reliable support, and I can rest easy." After bidding farewell to Zhang Ma, Yuyo intended to return to his own abode, for he had to venture out later to sell lamb skewers. In his wallet, he found a hastily scribbled note, which read, "Little thief, you have tarnished my reputation. I will come to find you in a few days after I am done. Don't think you can escape. Ning Qingyi." Yuyo chuckled, finding Qingyi utterly charming. "If I wished to escape, not even the Navy SEALs could stop me. Who could truly confine me?" He activated a shared bicycle in the Villa district and rode home. After half an hour, Yuyo finally returned from the upscale east side to his impoverished neighborhood in Puning district. The buildings here were predominantly older constructions, only 2 or 3 stories high, with no towering skyscrapers in sight. Moreover, the dilapidated structures were prone to leaks and drafts, with minimal greenery and unmanaged wildflowers lining the roads. After securing his bike in the designated area, he hummed a popular tune, expressing his impulsive feelings, "Though traces of your fragrance linger in my hands. If you knew how many cups I drank that day, you would understand just how beautiful you truly are." After greeting his neighbors, Aunt Li, Uncle Wang, and Mr. Wu, Yuyo stepped into his modest rented courtyard. The rent was a mere 1,500 a month, and the space was ample with refreshing air. At that moment, 2 men clad in uniforms came into view, their expressions stern and seemingly impatient. The 2 officers in light blue uniforms approached him without delay, inquiring, "We are from the Upper East Side Police Department. You are Yuyo, correct? You have been reported for allegedly injuring someone gravely. Please accompany us for an investigation." Yuyo sensed trouble looming, yet he did not anticipate its arrival would be so swift. A police car soon arrived from a different location, but the officers did not cuff Yuyo, as the case had yet to yield definitive results, and the suspect was cooperative. The 3 men entered the vehicle, and with the blare of sirens, they departed. The surrounding neighbors were puzzled. This young man merely sold lamb skewers at night. How could he be apprehended? Was there a mistake? Inside the car, Yuyo remained composed, as if he were merely going out for tea. He even requested a cigarette from the officer beside him. Lighting it up and taking several deep puffs, he chuckled, saying, "I've been in this kind of vehicle countless times, being invited for tea by the intelligence agencies. Armed escorts, all carrying firearms, with grenade launchers mounted on top." The 2 officers only smiled, choosing not to engage with Yuyo. They thought to themselves, "We have conducted a background check on this individual. He is merely an idle youth, a street vendor selling lamb skewers. And he pretends to be a spy? Is he channeling James Bond, or starring in a film like Spectre or No Time to Die?" Noticing their disinterest, Yuyo grew weary of bragging about his past experiences, realizing that no one would believe him regardless. After a brief ride, he felt somewhat bored and decided to engage the officers in casual conversation, recounting his past adventures. Initially, the young officers were skeptical, but as the dialogue progressed, they found themselves compelled to believe him. This man indeed possessed a remarkable history. If it were mere fabrication, he could not possibly provide such intricate details, including the effective range of various firearms, the operation of armed helicopters, and the range of bombardment. He even discussed the specifications of armored tank plates and the caliber of anti-tank cannons required for effective destruction. One of the officers, having transitioned from military service, recognized he was in the presence of a true expert. He quickly offered Yu Wuyo a cigarette, while the other officers listened in astonishment, pondering if they had mistakenly apprehended the wrong person, perhaps even a good comrade. Chapter 5. Comrade Chief, you've made a mistake. A police car, adorned with flickering red and blue lights, slowly approached the entrance of the police station in the Upper East Side. As the vehicle drew nearer, the wail of the siren grew increasingly loud. The officer behind the wheel rolled down the window and waved to his colleagues in the duty room, exclaiming, "Brothers, we're back." Upon seeing this, the officers in the duty room promptly rose to their feet and responded. They swiftly picked up the phone on the desk to report the situation to the station. Before long, the electronic automatic door emitted a faint buzzing sound and opened slowly. Observing this, the driver gently pressed the accelerator, smoothly guiding the police car into the precinct. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the officer on duty at the entrance dialed the station's number again to report, "Captain Ma, the suspect has been successfully brought back." A low, serious voice responded from the other end, "Understood. I will come down to conduct the interrogation shortly," before hanging up the phone. Not long after, 3 figures briskly entered the interrogation room. One of the young officers eagerly approached Yu Wuyo the moment he stepped inside, holding a cup of freshly poured hot tea. He carefully offered it to Yu Wuyo, smiling as he said, "Brother Yi, you must have had a tough journey. Please, have some water." Yu Wuyo accepted the cup, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you, young brother. Once we finish this matter, how about I treat you to hot pot? I've heard there's a fantastic place nearby. Besides, the chief is sure to host a welcome gathering for me." Upon hearing this, the young officer appeared somewhat taken aback, scratching his head and awkwardly chuckling. "Brother Yi, you're being too kind. If nothing significant happens today, let me treat you instead. I've been eager to hear your captivating stories from your military days. We can have a drink together as well. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu Xiaodong, and I hope you'll take care of your little brother in the future." Just as the two were enjoying their cheerful exchange, Captain Ma walked in, his face stern and furrowed with discontent. He spoke with gravity. "Xiao Wu, you must understand that this is an interrogation room, a place of utmost solemnity. How can you engage so amicably with a suspect? This is a blatant disregard for discipline and total ignorance of our protocols. Hurry up and turn on the body camera and commence the interrogation immediately." Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, straightened up as if struck by lightning. He quickly stood at attention and saluted sharply. Without a moment's delay, he dashed to the back and clumsily activated the body camera. Captain Ma, visibly displeased, turned to Yu Wuyo and coldly stated, "You had better come clean about everything. Do not harbor any illusions. We are well aware of your situation and the questions surrounding you. Be sensible and strive for reform. Perhaps there is a chance for an early release." However, Yu Wuyo merely tilted his head slightly, a hint of disdain evident in his smile. He responded nonchalantly, "Comrade, you may indeed have some misconceptions about me, but it matters not, for soon your chief will personally come to escort me out of this place." Captain Ma let out a hearty laugh, laced with sarcasm. "Oh, what bold claims. Lao Lu, look at this man. He isn't even handcuffed. Is there a procedural error here?" As he spoke, a burly man named Lu, with a face full of pronounced features, strode into the interrogation room. He held a gleaming silver key and, without hesitation, approached the interrogation table. He swiftly unlocked the handcuffs and, with decisive movements, secured them tightly around Yu Wuyo's wrists. Throughout this exchange, Yu Wuyo maintained his composure, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Even when the handcuffs were clamped onto him, he remained unperturbed, which pleased Captain Ma. Before long, seeing that everything was in order, Captain Ma cleared his throat and officially commenced the inquiry into Yu Wuyo. With a serious demeanor, he asked, "Did you partake in a brawl at the Prince Bar last night, resulting in multiple injuries?" His piercing gaze fixed intently on Yu Wuyo. Yu Wuyo, however, appeared calm and unflustered as he replied, "While the aftermath was indeed unfortunate, it was not without cause. Last night, at that very bar, a group of individuals was attempting to intoxicate a young woman against her will, likely with nefarious intentions. Witnessing this, I could not stand idly by and was compelled to intervene." Hearing this, Captain Ma erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. He shouted, "You claim those individuals are lawbreakers based solely on your word? Is there no law in this land? Moreover, there are no witnesses to corroborate your story, nor is there any substantial evidence to support your claims. Furthermore, I have meticulously investigated your identity file, which is riddled with inconsistencies. Your date of birth is unclear. Your parental background is unknown, and your past is filled with peculiarities. It is said that you enlisted at 18 and simultaneously gained admission to a military academy. Strangely, your record goes blank after 20. Subsequently, you studied at Cambridge in England, obtaining dual degrees in theology and philosophy. How could someone with such a complex background and excellent qualifications end up selling lamb skewers on the streets of Tianai City at night? I find it hard to believe you are not involved in illicit activities. Yi Wuyo, uninterested in further explanations, decided to rely on his own capabilities. He lowered his head, discreetly dropping a wire hidden behind his ear into the locked cuffs. With remarkable speed, he deftly turned the lock, liberating himself in less than a minute. With a smug expression, he remarked, "Such a single-core lock mechanism has long been obsolete in Weimar. It cannot possibly restrain a special operations soldier or a CIA agent. Nowadays, locks are multi-layered and equipped with additional locking functions if tampering is detected. This type of lock is barely adequate for ordinary individuals. Captain Ma, please summon your chief. I wish to speak with him privately. You lack the rank to be included under confidentiality protocols." Captain Ma, taken aback, found it hard to believe that he was facing such a formidable individual. Unable to force Yi Wuyo into a confession, he sighed in resignation, switched off the recording device on the table, and called the chief and Apos' office to explain the situation before stepping out. The other officers stood in astonishment, witnessing Captain Ma and Apos' predicament, unable to extract any results from the interrogation. Before long, a robust man in his 30s entered the room. He appeared somewhat portly, with thick brows and a square jaw, exuding an air of righteousness. The man took a seat and, with a commanding voice, declared, "You must be Yi Wuyo. Speak your mind. I can only spare you 10 minutes." Yi Wuyo, unfazed, retrieved a small red booklet from his coat pocket. The prominent emblem on it caught the attention of the director, who, not daring to be negligent, promptly reached out to accept it with utmost care, scrutinizing it intently. It was indeed a red document, detailing his rank, position, and department. The director gasped in astonishment. "This is the Tiger Commando Team, renowned alongside the elite Navy SEALs of the beautiful nation. This is the Armée de la Armée of the Dragon Nation's forces, a paragon among warriors. Goodness, could this be a forgery? The steel seal appears authentic. Yet I must verify with my superiors. After all, such an age and rank seem incongruous." Yi Wuyo shrugged, indicating indifference, and requested Comrade Xiao Wu to pour him another cup of water. The director, holding the red booklet, stepped into the corridor of the interrogation room to make a discreet phone call. Approximately 15 minutes later, he returned, visibly flustered. He saluted Yi Wuyo and proclaimed, "Comrade Chief, I am Lu Jihong. My sincerest apologies. We have not conducted our duties thoroughly, and bringing you here was a grave oversight." He solemnly returned the red booklet to Yi Wuyo. After receiving it, Yi Wuyo tucked it back into his coat pocket, reflecting, "How fortunate that I made a trip home to bring the necessary credentials. Otherwise, I would have found it challenging to clarify my position today." Yi Wuyo recounted the events of the previous night in detail to Director Lu, who assured him that an investigation would be initiated and that the wrongdoers would face severe consequences. Yi Wuyo, feeling a rumble in his stomach, remarked, "It is already noon. A hot pot meal would be delightful." Director Lu, beaming, responded, "Comrade Yi, allow me to host a welcoming feast for you. I shall arrange it immediately, as it is indeed mealtime." Yi Wuyo suggested, "Let us bring Comrade Xiao Wu along. He has been diligent in his work." Understanding the implication, Director Lu patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and said, "Though young, Xiao Wu's future is boundless. He should join us for lunch." Xiao Wu, aware that it was Yi Wuyo's arrangement, eagerly agreed. The trio then exited the police station and made their way to a nearby hot pot restaurant to indulge in meat and drinks. Meanwhile, the colleagues in the station felt disgruntled, pondering why they had not properly entertained the chief. Such lack of awareness was infuriating. Comparisons among people were unavoidable. After finishing their meal, Yi Wuyo bid farewell to the two and vanished into the night. Director Lu had intended to drive him home, but was politely declined. Having just consumed alcohol, Yi Wuyo desired fresh air and opted for a shared bicycle. Whistling a tune, he returned home, where curious neighbors gathered around, inquiring about the morning's events and why he had been taken by the police. Yi Wuyo simply stated that he was assisting the police with an investigation, leading the crowd to gradually disperse. Feeling a hint of drowsiness after the midday meal, Yi Wuyo closed his door and soon fell into a deep slumber in his room. Chapter 6. The affection of a beauty is most difficult to dissipate. Yi Wuyo lay in a state of drowsy confusion, oblivious to the passage of day and night, until the door was suddenly thrust open, startling him awake like a ferocious beast. Years of heightened awareness kicked in, his body tensing like a drawn bowstring. With a powerful leap, he sprang from the bed, hurtling towards the door with remarkable force, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, his speed almost beyond comprehension. This was the instinctive reaction of a former soldier, always prepared for a life-and-death struggle with an adversary. Suddenly, a clear and gentle scream pierced the air. Yi Wuyo seemed to have inadvertently pinned a nameless little lamb beneath him. The silky, delicate skin beneath him jolted him back to clarity. Upon closer inspection, he realized the visitor was none other than Guo Jun, the daughter of Uncle Guo, whom he had always regarded as a younger sister. At that moment, she stood before him in a light blue dress, as clear and elegant as the azure sky above. The exquisite tailoring and flowing lines perfectly accentuated her graceful and curvaceous figure, reminiscent of a fresh flower blooming in the wind, radiating an enchanting charm. Her rosy complexion, adorned with a subtle and sweet touch of makeup, beautifully complemented her naturally lovely features. The corners of her mouth curled into a playful smile, exuding youthful vitality, making her appear as vibrant as the tender shoots of spring, bursting with life. This unique aura and elegance evoked memories of his first love, as if the silhouette from his past momentarily merged with the enchanting beauty before him, rendering him momentarily spellbound, his gaze lingering on her for an extended duration. At that moment, the girl, slightly shy, playfully chided, "Brother Yi, how long do you plan to keep me pinned down? I can hardly breathe." Hearing her words, Yi Wuyo awoke from his reverie, hastily scrambling off her. He swiftly extended his hands to assist Guo Jun in rising. Upon observing her more closely, he could not help but acknowledge her pure and captivating charm. Although her beauty paled in comparison to the frost-like coldness of Ning Qingyi, who resembled a celestial being, Guo Jun was undeniably youthful and enchanting, especially with her large, sparkling eyes, as bright and clear as a bottomless lake, evoking a strong desire to protect and cherish her. Yi Wuyo couldn't resist teasingly remarking, "Ah, it truly reflects the saying that a girl changes greatly by the age of 18. The little girl who once followed me around has transformed into such a graceful beauty." He continued, "Since I have some free time today, let us indulge in a visit to the cinema for some relaxation, followed by a lavish meal to celebrate our little princess's successful entrance into the Drama Academy. How does that sound?" It was fortuitous that Guo Jun's Drama Academy had no classes scheduled for the day, allowing her heart to soar as she eagerly anticipated this outing with Yi Wuyo. She had meticulously prepared for this moment, rising early to take a fragrant bath, applying a light touch of makeup, and ensuring that every strand of hair was perfectly arranged. Finally, she carefully donned the newly purchased dress. They say a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, difficult to decipher. When a woman begins to adorn herself with such meticulous care and engages in any unusual behavior, it signifies that an extraordinary story is about to unfold. However, a light-hearted jest from Yi Wuyo led to a misunderstanding on Guo Jun's part. Her initial excitement transformed into exuberance as she leaped joyfully like a cheerful bird. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Yi Wuyo's neck, delivering a big bear hug. Yi Wuyo was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Everything around him seemed to blur, the world spinning as a faint fragrance enveloped him like a delicate wisp of smoke, intoxicating and lingering, making it challenging to resist. Despite being a normal man, he struggled to suppress the stirring emotions within, fully aware that he could not afford to become entangled with anyone else, especially with an aloof and icy female CEO already in his life. He understood that any further entanglement could have dire consequences, and he could not bear to drag anyone else into danger. Thus, Yi Wuyo gently caressed Guo Jun and Appo's smooth, delicate back, speaking softly, all right, let go now. The movie we intend to watch is about to start." Guo Jun's face flushed a deep crimson as she slowly descended from his sturdy frame. She tightly grasped Yi Wuyo's hand, as if afraid that he might vanish if she loosened her grip. Yi Wuyo, though somewhat helpless against her determined actions, allowed her to lead him. Before long, they strolled out of the courtyard together, side by side. He, handsome and poised, she, captivating and graceful. From a distance, they resembled a pair of golden boy and jade girl stepping out of a painting. Moreover, their height and demeanor complemented one another remarkably. And if one were to suggest they bore a resemblance to a married couple, few would contest the claim. Upon reaching the roadside, Yi Wuyo raised his hand to hail a passing taxi, elegantly opening the door and gesturing for Guojun to enter first. Such considerate behavior showcased his gentlemanly demeanor, drawing the attention of onlookers. Guojun nodded slightly and gracefully entered the vehicle. Once she was settled, Yi Wuyo followed suit, turning to the driver with politeness, "Sir, please take us to the Mantime District Cinema in the Upper East Side." Upon hearing the destination, the taxi driver cheerfully responded, "Sure thing. Are you taking your girlfriend to the movies? She is truly lovely." Yi Wuyo did not dispute the claim. He simply smiled in response. However, Guojun, sitting beside him, felt a surge of shyness, instinctively tightening her grip on his hand while lowering her gaze. Despite her efforts, a blush crept up her cheeks, spreading down her fair neck, revealing her bashfulness. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, the taxi arrived at their destination. Yi Wuyo paid the fare and opened the door, extending a hand to assist Guojun out of the car. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, reflecting their mutual understanding, one aware that assistance would be offered upon exiting, while the other knew that help was needed. Thus, under the envious gaze of others, they continued on their way. Yi Wuyo and Guojun strolled leisurely towards the cinema. The two arrived at the theater first, where they purchased tickets and indulged in coffee. With half an hour remaining before the screening, they decided to browse a nearby jewelry store. Guojun tried on an array of exquisite jewelry, each piece more dazzling than the last. Ultimately, she set her sights on a pair of earrings adorned with amethysts, priced at a staggering 20,000 yuan. Upon seeing the price, Guojun's heart sank as she gently placed the jewelry back down. However, Yi Wuyo intervened, halting the shop assistant's hand as he declared, "Miss, please offer us a discount. We shall take this piece." Surprised, Guojun gazed at Yi Wuyo with a mixture of satisfaction and happiness. She was acutely aware that her brother, Yi, earned his living selling lamb skewers at night. Although he could make a modest income of 10 to 20,000 yuan a month, it was hard-earned money, and she was reluctant to see him spend so extravagantly. "Brother Yi, this piece is rather costly. Perhaps we should explore other options," she suggested hastily. Yi Wuyo produced his bank card, which he had obtained upon returning home in recent years. It contained a sum ranging from tens to hundreds of thousands, all accrued from his humble skewers business. He typically maintained a frugal lifestyle and had not bothered to check his balance, the specific amount escaping even his own memory. The attendant accepted the card, and after Yi Wuyo entered his PIN, a receipt printed out, revealing a discounted total of 18,800 yuan. The attendant carefully packaged the earrings and handed the receipt to Yi Wuyo, saying, "Sir, we have provided you with the best discount possible. Your girlfriend has exquisite taste. This is a new arrival that has just come in today, and you have snatched it up. I truly envy you." Yi Wuyo personally adorned Guojun with the earrings. Flushed with shyness, she avoided meeting his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Soon after, Guojun confidently linked her arm with Yi Wuyo's as they made their way back to the cinema, just in time for the screening to begin. They entered to watch the magnificent Oscar-winning film, The Great Gatsby. Following their seat numbers, they found their place in the 5th row, perfectly situated in the center of the theater for an optimal viewing experience. As the film unfolded, the audience became engrossed. During the poignant moments, some discreetly wiped away tears. Guojun's eyes glistened with moisture, her vision blurred with emotion. Ultimately, what we pursue is love and recognition above all else. Yi Wuyo felt Guojun and Appo's hand tightly gripping his, refusing to let go for even a moment. A bitter sensation welled up within him. As he pondered how he had become the object of her affection, he feared she might seek to take advantage of him. Vowing to maintain a safe distance and avoid becoming entangled in any delicate situations. At that moment, the film reached its climax, showcasing an impassioned scene between the lead characters. In the dimly lit theater, couples embraced one another in a manner that left much to the imagination. Under the cloak of darkness, Yi Wuyo felt a sweetness in his throat, as if something had brushed against his face like delicate petals. Before long, he withdrew, feeling a heat rise to his cheeks, a stark contrast to his usual composure. He had always regarded her as a sister, never daring to cross any boundaries. This unexpected turn of events had far exceeded his expectations, prompting him to scratch his head, contemplating how to rectify this unusual relationship in the future. Meanwhile, Guojun and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. She had just given her first kiss to her brother Yi, feeling utterly mortified. Would he think her too forward? Too brazen? As the film concluded and the theater lights illuminated, the audience began to exit in an orderly fashion. The two walked side by side, sharing a comfortable silence as they boarded a taxi, their hands still intertwined. Chapter 7. The mysterious black card. Yi Wuyo, still somewhat dazed from the recent events, momentarily forgot that he was supposed to treat Guijun to a sumptuous dinner today. However, the growl of his stomach served as a reminder. Upon glancing at the time, which was precisely 6 o'clock, he promptly instructed the driver, "Please alter the route to the Kelly Western restaurant." The driver kindly cautioned, "Of course. But it is peak dining time now. The restaurant you mentioned typically requires a reservation. It might be wise to choose another venue." Yi Wuyo's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of pride. With unwavering confidence, he replied, "Thank you for the reminder. However, everything I do today is for her. In this world, as long as I am willing, nothing is entirely impossible." His gaze was resolute and fervent, as if he could pierce through any obstacle. At that moment, Guijun, standing beside him, heard Yi Wuyo's heartfelt words, and her cheeks instantly blossomed with a radiant smile reminiscent of spring flowers. She had never expected that her usually aloof elder brother Yi could be so considerate and caring. In that instant, her heart brimmed with sweetness and warmth. It is worth noting that Kelly Western Restaurant is one of the few Michelin 3-star establishments in the city, renowned and sought after by diners. Reservations here are notoriously difficult to secure, even for the most distinguished local entrepreneurs, who often must book days or even weeks in advance to indulge in the exquisite cuisine. The founder of this restaurant is none other than the esteemed chef from France, Mr. Henry Walker, and this branch located in Tianhai City is unique throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Throughout the journey, Guijun clung tightly to Yi Wuyo's arm, and for reasons unknown, she seemed to draw closer, nearly pressing herself against him. Yi Wuyo felt a sense of discomfort and unease as he sensed a soft pressure against his arm, a sensation that quickened his heartbeat. Yet, he dismissed it as overthinking on his part. Upon entering the opulent Western restaurant, they were immediately greeted by the grand and spectacular Roman architectural style. The exquisite sculpted pillars and the dazzling crystal chandeliers all exuded an air of elegance and nobility. A smiling attendant at the entrance warmly welcomed the two esteemed guests and guided them to the front desk, where the manager, impeccably dressed in a tailored striped suit, stood tall with an extraordinary demeanor. He courteously nodded to Yi Wuyo and Guijun, expressing his welcome. With gold-rimmed glasses that added to his refined appearance, he softly requested, "May I kindly ask you to present your reservation details?" With an unruffled demeanor, Yi Wuyo produced a mysterious black card from his wallet. At the center of the card was an emblem depicting a centurion adorned with a helmet, surrounded by intricate golden patterns. Inscribed in German was the name of the issuing Swiss bank, along with the cardholder's name, Elizabeth Windsor Charlotte. The card also bore the royal family crest, featuring the image of St. George slaying the dragon. This card promised to provide all necessary assistance. The manager momentarily froze, suspecting he had misread. He removed his glasses for a thorough cleaning and scrutinized the card once more, only to realize it was indeed an unlimited black card. Stunned into silence, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, and his demeanor shifted instantly to one of utmost courtesy. "Esteemed sir, I must contact our European founder. Please allow me a moment. Have a seat and enjoy our signature drink." Yi Wuyo and Guijun chose a table basking in the sun's warm glow. A waitress promptly approached to inquire about their drink preferences, presenting the beverage menu. Guijun, somewhat puzzled, wondered why it was necessary to call the distant owner in Europe for a simple meal. Yi Wuyo, however, was unconcerned. The card had been gifted to him by Princess Charlotte of England. He rarely used it, as opportunities were scarce. Thus, all expenses incurred would be charged to Princess Charlotte, making the card devoid of a spending limit, a testament to the cardholder's significance in the princess's esteem. It could even cover the purchase of castles or airports. Such an unlimited card was not merely obtainable through wealth. It required an invitation from within the Swiss banking system, considering the cardholder's financial standing, reputation, social status, and other comprehensive factors. It left one wondering what connection Yi Wuyo had with Princess Charlotte of England to have received such a prestigious co-branded black card. Before long, the restaurant manager leisurely approached, presenting the black card. Yi Wuyo accepted it and asked, "Have you made the necessary arrangements?" The manager, now overly accommodating, replied, "Honorable sir, our founder was unaware of your dining plans. Otherwise, he would have flown in yesterday to serve you personally. However, this branch does have his esteemed disciples, who will surely provide you with exceptional service. All expenses today will be covered by our restaurant, and we hope you will return." He then handed them a menu specifically curated for VIP guests, which was a far cry from the usual offerings. Yuyo selected several French dishes before passing the menu to Guojun, who also chose a few items before returning it to the manager, who stood by attentively. Once the manager departed for the kitchen, Guojun inquired, "Brother Yi, why does the manager refer to you as honorable sir? And why is he not charging you?" Yi Wuyo replied enigmatically, "This card was gifted to me by a friend during my time abroad, and today is the perfect opportunity to utilize it." Not pressing for further details, Guojun understood that she was not yet in a position to pry into his affairs. Shortly thereafter, a char-grilled lobster arrived, drizzled with a special French sauce, the butter sizzling and fragrant. The manager introduced, "This lobster was caught in the coastal waters of France and airlifted here. Paired with our special sauce and premium butter, it is a true delight." They donned gloves and shared the dish, relishing the exquisite flavors. Next came the Neapolitan pasta, garnished with imported cilantro. If one were to assess professionalism, this establishment would earn top marks. Following that were various small dishes, each served in petite portions, featuring roasted rabbit, snails and basil cream, and finally, just as they were nearing fullness, some exquisite handmade desserts, all meticulously crafted. With a smile, the manager personally escorted the two guests out, bowing repeatedly in apology for any service shortcomings, assuring them that their next visit would be met with even more attentive service. Satiated and content, the two boarded a taxi to begin their journey home. As Guojun's residence was some distance from Yi Wuyo's, he decided to accompany her home, feeling uneasy about a young woman walking alone at night. With the weekend approaching, Guojun did not need to return to school the next day. The atmosphere in the car was light and cheerful, filled with laughter and conversation. However, just as the conversation was becoming lively, Guojun suddenly inquired, half jokingly, "Brother Yi, when do you plan to find yourself a girlfriend?" The cheerful atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by this unexpected question. Yi Wuyo was momentarily at a loss for words, revealing a faint smile tinged with bitterness. He helplessly replied, "Oh, dear girl, why are you so obsessed with prying into my affairs all day long? At this rate, you might end up unmarried." Upon hearing this, Guojun playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue at him and retorted, "Humph, if I truly remain single, it will all be your fault, Brother Yi. After all, you were the one who took advantage of me." No sooner had she finished speaking than the car arrived at their destination. Guojun swiftly opened the door and dashed out like a lively little rabbit, her petite figure vanishing from Yi Wuyo's sight in the blink of an eye. Yi Wuyo could only sigh, muttering, "What have I done to deserve this? Just the other day, I had an unexpected encounter with that aloof beauty, Ning Qingyi, and now this? Can a soldier simply enjoy a skewer of lamb?" It is said that beauty often brings trouble, and indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. The taxi driver could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Kid, you really have it easy, don't you? With such a beautiful girl, you are trying to juggle two boats at once. You should be grateful, or I would be tempted to give you a good slap." Yi Wuyo chose not to engage in further debate, for he was unclear about his current situation. Many events unfold beyond one's control. He found himself caught in a whirlpool, unable to extricate himself. Upon reaching his destination, he paid the fare and closed the door. He walked slowly back to his courtyard, where the neighbors had long since fallen asleep. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight like flowing water. He pushed open his door, washed his face, and lay down on his bed, reflecting on the day's occurrences. The lingering fragrance of a special woman still clung to him, and the enchanting scent on his palm left him feeling quite helpless. He thought to himself, "The reason I was able to enter the police station so swiftly this morning must be due to that group of troublemakers from a few days ago. I will inevitably have to deal with them and teach them a lesson. If Yama does not seek them out, how dare they seek him? Truly, it is like the old immortal hanging himself, seeking to prolong his life. After all, I am a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom's elite Tiger Assault team. As a top-tier agent, am I someone who can be easily trifled with?" With that, he collapsed into a deep slumber, unaware of whether it was day or night. Chapter 8. The reluctant marriage proposal by the female CEO. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Yi Wuyo was still indulging in slumber, as his night market duties commenced only later in the evening. Having spent the previous day accompanying Guojun on various excursions, he felt a bit fatigued. A series of knocks on the door roused him, and without even donning a shirt, he shuffled to the door clad only in his underwear, bleary-eyed. To his surprise, standing outside was the icy beauty Ning Qingyi, whom he had rescued a few days prior. She was adorned in an exquisite white Chanel haute couture gown, exuding an aura of elegance and cold beauty, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The off-shoulder dress was evidently crafted by a master designer, accentuating her alluring back and showcasing a figure rivaling that of any supermodel. Her stunning visage could easily compete with top-tier actresses, embodying the epitome of a coveted beauty, a dream for countless men. She stepped gracefully in her silver stiletto heels, which glittered under the sunlight. Her long, fair legs peeked enticingly from beneath the high-slit gown, revealing that Ning Qingyi was dressed to the nines, meticulously prepared for the occasion. Upon encountering Yi Wuyo's robust, bare torso, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained her frosty demeanor, commanding, "Pervert, hurry up and get dressed. We have to go." Yi Wuyo, running his fingers through his sleek black hair, inquired with puzzlement, "Qingyi, you want me to accompany you? Are we perhaps going to obtain a marriage certificate? I haven't consulted my parents or my relatives. Such a significant matter as marriage cannot be treated lightly. Besides, I have yet to decide if I wish to marry you." With a mischievous grin, he secretly reveled in the thought. Ning Qingyi, visibly annoyed, clenched her teeth and stamped her foot, suppressing her rising anger. "Who said I was your Qingyi, you scoundrel? This marriage is non-negotiable. You acknowledged me as your wife that day. After being inebriated, you dared to take advantage of the situation. If you refuse today, I will have no choice but to call the police. The evidence is irrefutable. You cannot deny it. Moreover, our marriage will only be nominal, and I shall not interfere excessively in your private life." Yi Wuyo touched his nose and replied, "So I am merely your bodyguard, a tool to fend off other men?" In truth, Ning Qingyi's decision to enter into a nominal marriage with Yi Wuyo stemmed from various considerations. Firstly, it would provide her with a convenient excuse to deter unwanted suitors. Secondly, his skills offered her a measure of protection in the cutthroat business world, where a reliable ally was essential. Thirdly, it would silence her father's incessant attempts to arrange her matches. The reasons behind her choice may be known only to Ning Qingyi herself, especially since she had preserved her chastity for over 20 years. Surrendering it to him that fateful night, her expression soured, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. Tears almost welled in her beautiful eyes. This was her first time humbling herself to propose marriage. As a proud female CEO, she had always been surrounded by exceptional men. With cold determination, she stated, "You need only say yes or no. I have matters at the company. I cannot waste time." Yi Wuyo pondered for a moment, recalling the strong premonition he had felt upon first meeting her, sensing that something significant would unfold between them. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. His heart, too, felt a flutter. Though she presented herself as an unapproachable ice queen, beneath that facade lay a desire to protect her tender heart. Gradually, his gaze hardened, as if he had made a monumental decision. "Wait for me. Let me get dressed," he finally replied, though her face remained impassive, cold as ice. Her heart was already aglow like a melting snowcap. Ning Qingyi's voice, still crisp, echoed, "Just grab your ID and household registration book. Everything else is in the car. I have prepared it for you." Yi Wuyo nodded, recognizing her meticulous nature, and proceeded to retrieve his wallet and phone from inside. He exited the courtyard, walking alongside Ning Qingyi. In this ordinary neighborhood, the neighbors gawked in astonishment, their jaws agape, as they beheld the luxurious car parked by the roadside. The vehicle exuded an aura so commanding it resembled a royal carriage, gleaming with opulence and elegance, every detail radiating luxury and nobility. The neighbors had been gathered for quite some time, whispering amongst themselves, curiosity bubbling over as they speculated about the identity of the mysterious car owner. Yet, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom the answer. Just then, Yi Wuyo approached the grand vehicle, slowly opening the heavy Bentley door. Inside, a breathtaking beauty, ethereal and captivating, took her seat. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth as jade, and her eyes mirrored the depths of a tranquil lake, shimmering with allure. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing her slender waist. Such a mesmerizing figure. She seemed to have stepped out of a painting. The onlookers were struck dumb when they observed this stunning woman heading directly towards the humble street vendor selling lamb skewers. Who could have predicted that such a breathtaking heiress would seek out an ordinary vendor? It was utterly astonishing. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. What on earth is happening in this world? One exclaimed. What fortune has this lad stumbled upon to attract such a beauty? Another remarked, his face a mix of envy and resentment. Meanwhile, the luxury car had already sped onto the highway, racing towards the horizon. In the back seat, Yi Wuyo wore an expression of resignation, having changed into a meticulously tailored Armani suit prepared by Ning Qingyi. He stood tall, exuding an air of sophistication, as if he had transformed from a mere street vendor into an elegant gentleman in an instant. The thoughts and discussions of the onlookers outside were beyond their awareness, as they were lost in their own contemplations. As Yi Wuyo fastened his Givenchy bow tie with flair, his shirt cuffs adorned with Mont Blanc Starry Series cufflinks, he applied imported orange pomade to his hair, exuding a fruity fragrance. He slicked it back into a dapper style, gleaming and handsome. His shoes were replaced with custom-made Ferragamo leather, shining like mirrors, though he kept his gaze fixed ahead while driving. Ning Qingyi could not help but steal glances at him through the rearview mirror. Upon seeing him in a tailored suit, exuding charm and sophistication, her heart raced uncontrollably. Although she found it shameful and inappropriate, the man and Apos' nonchalance and occasional displays of arrogance captivated her. In this tailored suit, Yi Wuyo appeared exceptionally dashing and charismatic. Compared to the usual offspring of affluent families and wealthy elites, they exuded an extraordinary charm. Ning Qingyi took a deep breath, silently contemplating to calm herself. She murmured to herself for comfort, "Well, this lad isn't too shabby, with his well-defined features and tall stature. Although he may not be a paragon of male beauty, he certainly possesses a respectable appearance. Accompanying him should not bring me disgrace." With this thought, she felt a bit more at ease. The car sped down the road like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. After stepping out of the vehicle, Ning Qingyi hesitated momentarily. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of ripe apples, and her eyes flickered uncertainly, revealing the tumult within her heart. After a brief moment, it seemed she had finally mustered a monumental resolve. With a firm bite of her silvered teeth, she stepped forward decisively, extending her delicate hand to gently loop it around Yi Wuyo's strong arm. In an instant, she transformed into a docile little bird, nestled against him, her face radiating a blissful sweetness that was utterly endearing. Yi Wuyo, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly, teasing, "Haha, dear wife, we haven't even collected our certificate yet. Your performance is remarkably convincing. Such dedication, I am truly impressed." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi's previously rosy complexion turned as cold as frost. Her beautiful eyes widened as she shot him a fierce glare, playfully admonishing, "No laughing. You rascal. Stick to your role. We had an agreement. You mustn't overstep your bounds." Yi Wuyo replied with a light chuckle, all right, my dear Qingyi, I shall heed your wishes." Ning Qingyi felt a bit out of sorts, her neck warming slightly. She had yet to fully accept the intimate address from the man beside her. They strolled leisurely towards the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, their steps light, yet steady, as if each stride bore a unique significance. Yi Wuyo slightly turned his head, inhaling the delicate and refreshing scent of violets emanating from the woman beside him. This intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air like a gentle summer breeze, filling him with an inexplicable sense of tranquility and assurance. Inside the bustling hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a lively scene unfolded. However, the moment the couple entered, the previously noisy atmosphere fell into a profound silence. All eyes were drawn to them in unison. The woman, with her graceful figure and elegant demeanor, resembled an unattainable ice goddess. Her exquisite beauty was akin to a meticulously crafted work of art, evoking admiration for such a stunning being. Each smile and frown of hers radiated a unique charm, leaving the surrounding men in awe, momentarily forgetting their surroundings. The fiancés beside them pinched their arms, jolting them back to reality. The man standing beside her was equally captivating, with his handsome features and resolute countenance. His brows hinted at a wild and untamed spirit, and his strong, upright physique resembled the finest creation of a sculptor. Even compared to the daredevils of Hollywood blockbusters, he would undoubtedly stand out. Facing the envious and astonished gazes of the crowd, the couple remained remarkably composed. They did not pause or respond to the attention, but instead walked hand in hand directly to the registration desk. Methodically, they presented their identification cards and household registration books to the staff. Under the warm and patient guidance of the personnel, they proceeded to the registration hall. In this atmosphere filled with happiness, they exchanged smiles before resolutely picking up pens and solemnly signing their names. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them and their impending eternal promise. After completing the signatures, they successfully received their marriage certificate. Following the prescribed process, they moved to the designated hall, where they captured two sweet and tender wedding registration photographs, carefully affixing the images onto the marriage certificate. Thus, Their beautiful union was officially recognized and blessed by the law. Although the newlyweds had departed the registration hall, the young men and women within remained entranced, secretly yearning for their own beautiful love stories. The newlyweds, hand in hand, joyfully exited the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 9. Moving into a new home. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ning Qingyi immediately released her hold on Yi Wuyo's arm, reverting to her usual frosty demeanor. Yi Wuyo jested, "My dear wife, you were so fragrant when you were holding on to me just now. I felt like something bumped into me several times." Ning Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted angrily, "Pervert, who is your wife? You rogue, always indulging in nonsensical thoughts. Go home and tidy up. Bring your important belongings and move in with me. After all, we are a legally married couple. We must play our roles to the fullest." Feigning ignorance, Yi Wuyo continued, "Qingyi, my darling, are you so eager to share a bed with me already?" Ning Qingyi coldly teased, "Share a bed? You wish. You'll be sleeping in the room next door. Dare to misbehave, and I'll deal with you." She added, "We can discuss this further over dinner. I've done a bit of digging into your background, though I only found a little. A master's degree from the University of Cambridge in England, with dual degrees in theology and philosophy. I wonder if your brain is a bit off, as you returned home to sell lamb skewers on the street." The woman slightly lifted her delicate chin, her beautiful and profound eyes gazing at Yi Wuyo, as if her gaze could penetrate the depths of his heart while concealing her true emotions. Yi Wuyo, sensing this, instinctively scratched his head, a wry smile forming on his lips as he softly remarked, "Oh my, I never expected our Qingyi to care so much for her husband. Even my past actions have been thoroughly investigated by you." However, this time, Ning Qingyi chose not to engage further with Yi Wuyo. She understood that continuing to converse with this loose-tongued man would only encourage his audacity. Thus, she cast him a fleeting glance and stated expressionlessly, "Enough of your prattling. I have an important board meeting at my company. Time is of the essence. Here, take this key." As she spoke, Ning Qingyi tossed a brand-new wallet towards Yi Wuyo. He caught it deftly, feeling the exquisite, smooth texture in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was from the luxury brand Montblanc. He gently stroked it, secretly admiring its exceptional quality, undoubtedly crafted with care by Italian artisans. Ning Qingyi said nothing more and elegantly entered her luxurious Bentley Mulsanne. With a low rumble of the engine, the car sped away like an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a trail of exhaust that quickly vanished at the end of the street. She didn't even bother to ask if Yi Wuyo needed a ride, clearly intending to provoke him. Watching the Bentley fade into the distance, Yi Wuyo couldn't help but mutter, "Ah, truly. It is said that only women and petty individuals are hard to nurture." With a resigned shake of his head, he began walking leisurely towards the bus station, humming a tune, appearing quite carefree. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi drove her Bentley to her company, Tianxin Group. Upon seeing the familiar Bentley Mulsanne approach, the security guard immediately stood upright, offering a standard and respectful salute. His face beamed with a smile as he promptly pressed the button to open the electric gate, gesturing for her to enter with haste. Tianxin Group is situated in the most bustling core of Tianhai City, serving as the economic heart of the city, drawing together numerous leading companies in various industries. These enterprises compete and collaborate, propelling the commercial development of both Tianhai City and the nation as a whole. The prime location is surrounded by wide, flowing rivers, and from a higher vantage point, the majestic river's current captivates the eye, providing a refreshing sense of tranquility. The Tianxin Group office tower soars to a height of 606 meters, resembling a colossal giant standing proudly on the land, rightfully becoming the tallest landmark in the city. When sunlight gleams on its vast glass facade, it refracts and reflects, creating a dazzling display of colors that leaves onlookers in awe, a testament to the unstoppable rise of the Dragon Country. Ning Qingyi skillfully maneuvered her beloved Bentley Mulsanne into the underground garage, parking it perfectly in her designated spot. She then gracefully opened the car door and stepped out in her exquisite high heels, a subtle hint of violet fragrance wafting in the air. She elegantly made her way towards the executive elevator. With a soft chime, the elevator door slid open. Ning Qingyi stepped inside and pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended swiftly, a slight sensation of weightlessness quickened her heartbeat momentarily before tranquility returned. Soon, another crisp chime signaled the elevator's arrival at the building's pinnacle. When the doors opened once more, she was greeted by an exceptionally spacious and bright conference room, custom designed for the board meetings of the group. The decor was luxurious and functional, with a grand circular conference table at its center, capable of seating dozens of attendees, each place setting marked with names. At this moment, 10 men and women, all senior executives of Tiancheng Group, were already seated. Upon seeing Ning Qingyi enter, they all rose to greet the young and accomplished CEO with warmth and enthusiasm. Ning Qingyi returned their greetings with a polite and friendly smile, then gracefully took her seat at the head of the table. She promptly instructed her board secretary beside her, "Yinong, we can begin today's agenda." The woman named Qiu Yinong possessed an equally striking figure, exuding a more direct and fiery allure than Ning Qingyi. If Ning Qingyi was the epitome of an icy beauty, then she was a volcano ready to erupt, capable of captivating men with just a smile. She and Ning Qingyi were alumni from a prestigious school abroad and shared a close bond. By fortunate coincidence, she was invited back to help Ning Qingyi, taking on the role of board secretary. Dressed in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring physique, she stood confidently in simple yet stylish flat Smith shoes. As she presided over the meeting, she announced, "Now that everyone is present, we shall officially commence the board meeting." The first agenda item is regarding the lack of an executive director due to the company's current structure, which has created uncertainties in internal controls. The president has recommended Mr. Yi Wuyo for the position of executive director. We will now proceed to vote. Each director, supervisor, and executive had the candidate's information on their desks. Yi Wuyo, age 26, had entered military school at 18 and later pursued studies at the prestigious University of Cambridge in England, obtaining dual master's degrees in philosophy and theology. The attendees were astonished, realizing he was a top scholar from one of the world's leading institutions. Finding such talent in the world would undoubtedly prove challenging. A number of senior figures initially intended to recommend their own kin and acquaintances for election, but they promptly abandoned this notion. After all, the candidate possessed considerable strength and had the endorsement of the president. The female president, Ning Qingyi, along with her father, collectively held more than 50% of the company's shares, thus being the absolute majority shareholder. No one dared to challenge the president's authority. According to the board's regulations, voting was conducted through proposals. Directors deemed it unnecessary to confront the president directly. Qiu Yinong announced, "We shall now commence the voting. Those in favor of Mr. Yi Wuyo's election, please raise your hands." Ning Qingyi, the elegant president, was the first to extend her fair hand. Subsequently, everyone else followed suit, with not a single hand remaining down. Qiu Yinong declared unanimous approval. Mr. Yi Wuyo is elected as the executive director of the board. Mr. Yi will officially assume his position tomorrow morning. We shall now proceed to the second agenda item. Ning Qingyi spent the afternoon auditing various operational measures of the company, while Yi Wuyo returned to his rented accommodation. He began to pack his belongings in preparation for moving in with Ning Qingyi, deciding to gift all the equipment from his lamb skewer stall to a nearby neighbor in need. He gathered his daily essentials and subsequently terminated his lease. Summoning a taxi, he loaded his luggage and headed towards the villa district in the Upper East Side. Before long, Yi Wuyo arrived outside Ning Qingyi's villa. At that moment, Aunt Zhang was trimming the lawn and tending to the flowers. She promptly set aside her tasks and joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Young master, you finally arrived. Come, let me help you move in." With only 2 boxes of belongings, Yi Wuyo had initially intended to manage the move himself, considering Aunt Zhang's age. But he could not resist her enthusiasm and acquiesced. Ascending to the second floor, he took out the key and unlocked the room opposite Qingyi's. Upon entering, he was greeted by a splendid view, with sunlight pouring into the space. The room was impeccably organized, featuring a solid wood desk and a brand new computer. A 2-meter bed adorned with classical and elegant patterns completed the decor. Aunt Zhang remarked, "Young master, dinner is prepared. The young lady will be back shortly, so I shall take my leave. As you two are newlyweds, I shall not intrude." Her smile was as sweet as honey. Yi Wuyo nodded, choosing not to clarify his true relationship with Ning Qingyi. After all, they were legally married. One family does not dine separately. Aunt Zhang departed the villa, driving away in her car, disappearing swiftly from sight. 15 minutes later, Ning Qingyi emerged from the underground parking garage. Upon returning home, she busied herself with the warm meal she had prepared, stating in a cold and curt tone, "You glutton, it and Oppos, it's time to eat." There was an air of simplicity and even a hint of annoyance in her voice. Yi Wuyo quickly descended the stairs, shamelessly responding, "Ah, my dear Qingyi. How considerate of you to wait for me to dine together." Ning Qingyi grimaced in response and turned her head away. During their meal, she suddenly addressed him, saying, "Mr. Yi, you must report to the group tomorrow. The board has approved your appointment as executive director. Starting tomorrow, you will oversee the group and Oppos's operations. I am confident that your talents will suffice. How can my husband spend every night pushing a cart outside the Prince Bar to sell lamb skewers? I simply cannot tolerate the lingering sin of lamb grease on you." Chapter 10. The beautiful flower of color. Yi Wuyo reclined leisurely on the Italian leather sofa, exuding an air of contentment. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Grilling lamb skewers is quite carefree, devoid of constraints. In my spare time, I can engage in banter with other vendors. What joy it brings. Some white-collar workers in the office may not earn more than I do. I need not flatter or play the fool." He added with a smirk, "For you, my dear, I must return to the fray. After all, my darling Qingyi is my heart and soul." Ning Qingyi nearly choked on her food, suppressing her disgust and retorting, "What a cheek! Who is your wife? And remember, you shall not call yourself my husband without my permission when at the office." Yi Wuyo lowered his head, sighing in understanding. Ning Qingyi continued, "I have many cars in the underground garage that I seldom drive. Over half of them were gifts from business partners. Just let them sit there. You may take one for yourself." Yi Wuyo jested, "My tricycle for grilling lamb skewers is quite practical. It consumes no fuel, requires no electricity, and incurs no parking fees." Ning Qingyi could no longer contain herself and shouted angrily, "Yi Wuyo, go to hell. You're insufferable." The two erupted into playful chaos. At that moment, several shadowy figures appeared outside the villa, moving stealthily and swiftly, almost undetectable. The slightest rustle on the lawn caught Yi Wuyo's attention, and he sensed the approach of danger. Instantly, he enveloped Ning Qingyi's slender form in his arms, covering her mouth with his left hand and signaling her to be silent. Ning Qingyi's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes wide with fury as she glared at him. She thought to herself that if he dared to act inappropriately, she would surely give him a good thrashing later. Soon, the shadow scaled the back wall of the villa and stealthily entered through the third-floor terrace, making little noise. Yi Wuyo swiftly concealed himself at the entrance to the third floor, moving without a sound, his speed surpassing that of any special forces. Ning Qingyi struggled to keep up with Yi Wuyo and retreated to her room to hide, her heart heavy with worry for his safety. Suddenly, a masked intruder slipped in from the third floor. Like a flash of lightning, the figure dashed towards the second floor, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. At that critical moment, Yi Wuyo, who had been hiding above the door, executed a swift maneuver. He leapt down, his legs clamping tightly around the intruder's head, denying them any chance to react. In midair, he performed a flawless somersault, and with a sharp crack, the burly man's neck was broken, lifelessness overtaking him as he crumpled to the ground. However, the turmoil was far from over. A cacophony of footsteps erupted behind him as several masked figures surged forward like a tidal wave. In the face of such peril, Yi Wuyo remained unflustered. He quickly seized the katana from the lifeless body of the fallen intruder, charging headlong into the remaining foes without hesitation. In an instant, glimmers of the blade flashed, and the air was thick with tension. Each swing of the sword, every evasive maneuver, and every fierce clash was a matter of life and death, where a single misstep could lead to demise. Yet, Yi Wuyo, a battle-hardened warrior, displayed extraordinary prowess and skill even in close-quarters combat. His mastery of both blade and agility marked him as a true expert in the field. The sounds of clashing steel rang out like a thrilling symphony. The fierce combat left Ning Qingyi in the room below pale with fear, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as she watched the chaos unfold above. A wave of indescribable anxiety washed over her, and she instinctively clenched her delicate hands into tight fists, tightening them further as the situation grew increasingly dire. In a moment of clarity, she resolved to call for help. After a fierce struggle, Yi Wuyo effortlessly dispatched 4 of the aggressive masked warriors. Only one adversary remained standing. Yet, Yi Wuyo did not strike immediately, for he had detected a faint scent of perfume emanating from this last figure. To his astonishment, she was a woman. In the language of the Sakura Kingdom, Yi Wuyo addressed her, "Miss, there is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, those who recognize the times are wise. Lower your scarf and lay down your weapon. Tell me who hired you, and I shall let you go." The woman sheathed her gleaming sword and lowered her scarf, revealing a stunning Sakura Kingdom beauty, both fierce and alluring like a blooming cherry blossom. In the same tongue, she replied, "Mr. Yi, I am the daughter of the Yamamoto clan leader, Kawaii Hanako. Having fallen to you today, I have no words to express my defeat. Your level of combat prowess is surely on par with that of the elite special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. The bounty placed by Lu Xiaojia hardly reflects your capabilities. He merely suggested you were a retired soldier with some martial arts training. What kind of person can easily eliminate multiple A-grade assassins? Yi Wuyo chuckled. So Lu Xiaojia sent you, that little rascal. We've had our differences before, and he persists in courting death, truly a fool. Kawaii Hanako, with a charming smile, provocatively suggested. Mr. Yi, should we cross paths in the Sakura Kingdom again, I would be delighted to share a hot spring with you. As a token of gratitude for sparing my life today. With a graceful movement, she appeared before Yi Wuyo. Not sensing any hostility from her, he allowed her approach. A flower fell onto his neck as she kissed him passionately and playfully nipped at his skin. Yi Wuyo felt a sharp sting, and in the next moment, she vanished out the window, her companions' bodies whisked away in an instant. Yi Wuyo scratched his head, bemused. What an intriguing woman. She must have inherited the skills of the Sakura Kingdom's ninjas. Her agility was remarkable, almost as if she had mastered the secret technique of the Sakura ninjas. Without my noticing, she even removed the bodies. A sly grin spread across his face as he contemplated their next encounter. His thoughts drifting to the intriguing idea of sharing a bath. Descending from his room, he called out, Qingyi, my darling, I've dealt with the assassins. You may come out now. Hearing his reassuring voice, her racing heart finally found peace. Ning Qingyi dashed out, leaping into his embrace. Yi Wuyo relished the warmth of her delicate form, a moment of pure delight. A woman with an icy demeanor asked, Are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yi Wuyo replied, All is well. I have taken care of the assassins. We will simply need to clean up the blood later. These assassins were sent by Lu Xiaojia, whom I shall ensure suffers the consequences of his actions. Within a month, I will see his company in our hands, leaving him destitute and desperate. A fierce determination shone in Yi Wuyo and Appo's eyes, reminiscent of a predator poised to strike. Meanwhile, a subtle frost glimmered across Ning Qingyi's exquisite features. Ning Qingyi remarked, Whatever you wish to do, I will cooperate. The company's account still has 100 billion in liquid assets. If we seek further loans from the bank, we might secure an additional 200 billion. Yi Wuyo gently caressed Ning Qingyi's delicate hair, saying, My dear Qingyi, such an amount will not be necessary. Just follow my lead. Your husband is a graduate of the University of Cambridge, after all. Bringing down Lu Xiaojia will be a trivial matter. You simply need to remain calm. Ning Qingyi rose. Her cheeks flushed. Overcome with excitement, she had inadvertently embraced Yi Wuyo. The masculine aura emanating from him left her momentarily breathless, her heart racing. After they tidied up the traces of their scuffle, they retreated to their respective rooms, surrendering to slumber, for the hour was late. And a myriad of tasks awaited them on the morrow. On the following morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Aunt Zhang, Ning Qingyi drove her Bentley to the company early. After his own breakfast, Yi Wuyo descended to the underground parking garage, accompanied by Aunt Zhang, who held all the keys. Aunt Zhang remarked, Young master, the young lady has far too many cars, leaving them unused is wasteful. Choose one that pleases you, and take it. The underground garage boasted dozens of parking spaces exclusively for Ning Qingyi. Yi Wuyo couldn't help but marvel, I know my wife is affluent, but I had no idea she possessed such extravagant wealth. Among the collection were every series of Rolls-Royce, including limited editions, alongside more than a dozen Mercedes and BMWs, as well as an array of sports cars, such as the Ferrari 296, Roma, 488, and SF90, Aston Martin DB Series, Koenigsegg, McLaren, and Lamborghini, among others. Ultimately, Yi Wuyo chose the Ferrari SF90, the newly launched flagship model featuring a V8 hybrid engine capable of producing a monstrous 1,000 horsepower. Initially, he had considered a more understated BMW or Mercedes, but the thought of such an exhilarating vehicle languishing in the garage felt like a waste. Thus, he resolutely decided on the special edition Ferrari SF90. Aunt Zhang handed him the metallic shield key for the Ferrari SF90. After exchanging pleasantries with her, Yi Wuyo settled into the car. With a press of the keyless ignition, the garage resonated with a thunderous roar. As he exited the underground parking, Yi Wuyo lightly pressed the English button within the car. The Ferrari's convertible top gradually opened, unveiling a brilliantly clear view. The crimson Ferrari immediately erupted in a growl, akin to distant thunder. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped out of the Villa district, leaving other vehicles barely able to catch a glimpse of his tail lights. Chapter 11. The bell of the Northern Dance Academy. The morning streets were bustling, with traffic congested beyond measure. A gentle mist enveloped the entire city of Heishanshan. rendering it akin to a fantastical metropolis, reminiscent of a mirage upon an oasis. At that moment, a striking Ferrari SF90 sped down the road like a bolt of lightning. The roar of its engine echoed like the growl of a ferocious beast, deafening to the ears. The driver was none other than Yi Wuyo, clad in a casual beige Armani suit, with sunglasses adorning his face. He exuded an air of striking handsomeness and dashing elegance. Under the sunlight, the Ferrari SF90 sparkled like a resplendent ruby. Its sleek, dynamic lines radiated an irresistible allure, causing passers-by to halt in their tracks, eager to capture the moment on their phones. Their eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly frozen in place, faces displaying expressions of surprise and envy. Particularly, the young women could hardly tear their gazes away, their imaginations wandering to the prospect of cruising in such a magnificent vehicle. Some clasped their hands in silent wishes, while others bit their lips, eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if hoping to encounter their destined partner within the confines of the car. Perhaps this serendipitous meeting could unfold into a romantic tale. These young ladies were lost in their delightful daydreams, weaving unrealistic fantasies. Inside the car, the sound system played Yi Wuyo's favorite music, Taylor Swift's latest album, a recent purchase. The cheerful rhythm and enchanting melody echoed within the cabin, further uplifting Yi Wuyo's spirits. Accompanied by this delightful music, time seemed to fly, and soon he arrived at the headquarters of the Tianxin Group. The grand edifice towered into the clouds, its peak obscured from view, standing as a beacon of the city's formidable strength and heritage. Yi Wuyo parked the car smoothly, and the security guard, saluting, inquired, "Young master, do you have an appointment? If not, you will need to register." The guard, adept at gauging individuals, was notably polite given the young man's apparent status. Had Yi Wuyo been in a less prestigious vehicle, the guard's demeanor would likely have been far less courteous. Yi Wuyo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need. I shall ascend myself. I am the newly appointed executive director of the board. You may call me young Master Yi." The guard instantly stood rigidly at attention, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, as if he had encountered a revered ancestor. However, Yi Wuyo remained oblivious to the sycophantic demeanor of the guard, pressing the accelerator without hesitation. The car darting away like an arrow, heading directly to the underground parking lot. In no time, he elegantly exited the vehicle, gently closing the striking door behind him. With resolute and confident strides, he approached the building. The first floor of the Group's headquarters was adorned with lavish decorations, resplendent and magnificent, truly befitting one of the city's most powerful conglomerates. Upon stepping through the entrance, he was enveloped in the brilliant sunlight streaming through the expansive glass doors. The polished floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the dazzling crystal chandeliers above. Groups of young men and women busily traversed the spacious lobby. Yi Wuyo approached the reception desk and observed the staff, impeccably dressed in professional attire, exuding competence. A woman at the desk smiled gently, inquiring, "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment?" Yi Wuyo, maintaining an impassive expression, replied calmly, "I have received notification to report to your board of directors." Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of surprise crossed the woman's finely featured face. However, upon noticing Yi Wuyo's appropriate attire, her concerns eased slightly. He seemed unlikely to be a charlatan. Thus, she quickly smiled and said, "Sir, please hold for a moment while I consult with my superiors." With that, she gracefully picked up the phone on the desk and swiftly dialed a number. Moments later, one could hear her softly responding, "Yes, Mr. Chiao. I will have him go upstairs on his own." After concluding the call, she gently placed the receiver down, her demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect as she addressed Yi Wuyo, "Mr. Yi, our board of directors is located on the top floor of this building. You may proceed directly upstairs. I have other matters to attend to and cannot escort you personally. Thank you for your understanding." Yi Wuyo merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning toward the elevator. Upon entering, he found the interior lavishly decorated, and the silence during its ascent was almost profound, as though he was enveloped in a serene, secluded space. The marble-patterned floor shone like a mirror, reflecting glimmers of light. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd, a woman with a lithe form, her curves accentuated by a fitted gown that perfectly outlined her figure. However, perhaps due to her eagerness, she miscalculated her entrance, losing her balance as she stepped into the room. Her high heels slipped on the polished floor, and in an instant, she was teetering dangerously forward. Observing this from a distance, Yi Wuyo sprang into action, swiftly extending his arms to catch her. There was a muted thud as she landed against his broad chest. Instinctively, He held her tightly, as if cradling a rare treasure, fearful of letting her fall and sustain injury. In that moment, a delicate and refreshing fragrance enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, it was the scent of Hermès Garden Series perfume. The aroma was invigorating, soothing to the senses, and utterly delightful. Gradually, the woman regained her composure. Suddenly conscious of the intimate position she found herself in with this unfamiliar man, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, and without a second thought, she raised her hand and struck his cheek with a resounding slap. Yet, Yi Wuyo effortlessly grasped her delicate, porcelain-like wrist with his other hand, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, "I saved you, and instead of gratitude, you repay me with violence. Truly, you are like a dog biting the hand that feeds you, utterly ungrateful." At his words, the woman's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She was acutely aware of her predicament, her arm firmly held by Yi Wuyo and having been embraced tightly moments ago. The realization of her predicament left her feeling thoroughly embarrassed, wishing for a means to vanish from sight forever. However, she was also perceptive enough to recognize her own overreaction. She gently bit her lip and slowly withdrew her hand from the grasp of Yi Wuyo. In a low voice, she murmured, "Humph, who told you? Who told you to take advantage of me at this moment?" Her cheeks flushed, she declared, "Little thief, I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to take advantage of me again, don't blame me for castrating you." Her fiery and willful demeanor immediately piqued Yi Wuyo's interest, prompting him to scrutinize her closely. The woman's figure was undeniably stunning, around 175 meters tall, with fair skin and an alluring silhouette. She wore a form-fitting black dress that showcased her figure perfectly. Her appearance was pure and enchanting, captivating enough to rival Guijun. Yi Wuyo teased. It's hard to say who is taking advantage of whom. The woman, exasperated, stomped her foot, turning her face away in anger, refusing to acknowledge him. Just then, she gently pressed the elevator button. Being a person of leisure, Yi Wuyo, feeling rather bored, decided to accompany her in the elevator to see where it would lead. As the elevator doors slowly opened, they arrived at the first floor, where a myriad of graceful women greeted their eyes. Some were elegantly poised, while others were strikingly beautiful, making it difficult to look away. Among them were a few tall models and renowned internet celebrities. Yi Wuyo mused to himself, given the scene, this must be the modeling department responsible for the fashion business under the group. Thus, he leisurely followed the woman. Before long, they entered a spacious and bright office. Once inside, the woman seemed to regard Yi Wuyo as just another new employee, paying him no mind. At that moment, a middle-aged man sat behind the desk. He sported a sleek hairstyle and wore a well-tailored gray suit, exuding an air of competence. A smile was perpetually etched on his face, as if he were accustomed to such scenarios, his every gesture radiating authority. Upon noticing the entrance of someone, the man momentarily paused. Then his gaze quickly fixed on the woman. With a swift and practiced motion, he closed the door, entirely disregarding Yi Wuyo's presence. He leered at the woman, who was named Fu Mingni, and remarked, "Mingni, I have meticulously studied your detailed profile. I hear you graduated from the Kyoto Dance Academy with flying colors. Moreover, during your time there, you were voted the most beautiful campus belle. You participated in several provincial beauty pageants and achieved remarkable results. You even came close to entering the entertainment industry. How enviable. You know the unspoken rules in Longhua. If you become my secretary, your obstacles will be effortlessly resolved." The man smiled with ulterior motives, his eyes continuing to furtively glance at Fu Mingni's prominent features. Chapter 12. The first encounter with the secretary. Fu Mingni's expression instantly darkened, the lecherous gaze of the greasy middle-aged man repulsing her. His words, laced with insinuations, made her want to leave at once. She abruptly stood up, gracefully turning away, her face displaying a hint of petulance. With indignation, she muttered, "Humph. If I am not welcome here, there are places that will gladly embrace me. Just look at that rat-like face of yours, it and Appo's. It's utterly disgusting. How dare you think of imposing your sordid rules on me? That and Appo's. It's nothing short of a daydream. Perhaps in another life, when you've reincarnated into someone handsome. With that appearance of yours, I can't even stand to look at you. And this dapper young man beside me, he's merely worth a fleeting consideration." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo, who had previously worn a serene expression, suddenly became displeased, resembling a wrong spouse. He pondered to himself, what does merely worth considering mean? After all, he considered himself a striking figure, charming and captivating. Wherever he went, he was adored by countless young women, a veritable heartthrob. Even passing vehicles could not resist the urge to burst their tires upon seeing him. Such allure surely warranted more than mere consideration. Meanwhile, The middle-aged man's expression darkened further. With a scowl, he warned, "Little girl, I must caution you. With a mere word from me, no reputable company in Tianhai City would dare to hire you. Let us see how you manage to survive here then." Yet, Fu Mingni remained unfazed by such threats. Resolutely, she stood her ground, adjusting her skirt as if ready to depart. At that moment, Yi Wuyo unexpectedly reached out. Grasping her delicate hand, smooth as jade, with a gentle tug, he pulled her back into her seat. The moment their skin met, he was overwhelmed by an exquisite sensation that coursed through his fingertips, rendering him momentarily spellbound, forgetting his original intent. Fu Mingni was startled by Yi Wuyo's sudden action. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at him, her gaze ablaze with indignation, as if to say, "You insolent brat, release my hand. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, this matter will not end here." What was this scoundrel up to? Did he fancy himself a hero saving a damsel in distress? Yi Wuyo's actions thoroughly enraged the greasy middle-aged man. He spoke in a voice laden with authority. "You must be the male model Lu Xiaobu here for the interview today, correct? You may leave now. The department head is in a foul mood. Be wise and vacate, lest I summon security to escort you out." Upon hearing this, Fu Mingni blinked her fox-like eyes, eager to witness the unfolding drama, while Yi Wuyo's countenance darkened. His tone icy as he replied, "Feel free to call for them. I cannot fathom how Tiansheng Group could harbor such a disgrace. We shall see who is escorted out shortly." "Humph, daring to put on airs in front of me, utterly absurd." The middle-aged manager, upon hearing these words, was instantly incensed, his face turning crimson with rage. He abruptly seized the phone from the desk and swiftly dialed the security office. Within minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, followed by the security captain and several burly guards storming into the office, wielding batons. As soon as the captain entered, he eagerly inquired, "Minister Wang, are these the ones causing trouble here?" The middle-aged man smirked coldly, pointing at Yi Wuyo and the others, commanding the captain, "Lu, get these rascals out of here immediately." However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The captain, standing at the forefront, scrutinized Yi Wuyo closely. In an instant, a chill shot down his spine, rendering him motionless. His face etched with terror. He realized that this seemingly youthful man was none other than the newly appointed executive director of Tiansheng Group, Yi Wuyo. Prior to this, he had meticulously confirmed Yi Wuyo's identity with his superiors. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he knew he could not afford any delay or negligence. Thus, he promptly stood at attention, saluting Yi Wuyo with utmost respect, and nervously stated, "Director Yi, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Please advise on how you wish to handle this matter." The greasy middle-aged man, who had been so brazenly authoritative, now stared in disbelief at the unfolding drama, his mouth agape as if to swallow an egg. This young man, appearing barely in his 20s, was indeed a director of the group? It was simply unimaginable. Such young individuals in high positions were unheard of in his experience. Could it be that the security at the entrance made a mistake? How could someone so unfamiliar enter so brazenly? Yet, upon witnessing the security captain's respectful demeanor, his doubts began to dissipate. After all, if it were a mistake, why would the captain behave so cautiously and reverently? At that moment, Minister Wang felt an icy dread creep up his spine, paralyzing him with fear. His legs weakened, rendering him as helpless as a cooked shrimp, and he slumped back into the chair behind him, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Just then, the young man named Yi Wuyo declared, "This individual has grossly neglected his duties, abusing his position to engage in inappropriate relationships within our company and even attempting to impose his sordid rules on employees. Fortunately, the long arm of justice has prevailed. I have recorded relevant audio evidence in advance, leaving him no room to deny his actions. Captain Liu, please detain him temporarily in your security booth and immediately call the police. As for the crucial audio evidence, I shall send it to you shortly for direct submission to the authorities." Upon hearing this, Captain Liu wasted no time, nodding vigorously, "Yes, Director Yi. I assure you I will handle this matter appropriately according to your instructions." Yi Wuyo continued, "Minister Wang, due to your violations of company policy, I hereby formally dismiss you on behalf of Tiansheng Group. The finance department will settle your remaining salary." The middle-aged man, unable to accept his fate, shouted defiantly, "So what if you are a director? You are not my supervising leader. You do not represent the board." Yi Wuyo scoffed, "Who says I cannot deal with you? I am not merely a director, I am the executive director, directly involved in the comprehensive management of the group's operations, overseeing the finance and auditing departments, along with several business sectors. Go ahead, ask the secretary if I can handle you." The middle-aged man slumped in his chair, stripped of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Beside her, Fu Mingmi gasped, her cherubic lips forming a perfect O, as she stared incredulously at the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, the door swung open once more. Entering was Qiao Yinong, the chairman's secretary, clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her exquisite curves, captivating all who beheld her. Adorned with Smith's pristine white sneakers, she exuded an enchanting fragrance, illuminating her stunningly beautiful visage. Having heard that the security team had ventured to the modeling department on official business, she decided to investigate the situation. To her surprise, she chanced upon Yi Wuyo, who was set to assume his position at the board meeting today. The young woman extended her porcelain-like hand towards Yi Wuyo, greeting him warmly. "A pleasure to meet you. Director Yi. I am Qiao Yinong, the chairman's secretary, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Yi Wuyo gracefully accepted her delicate hand, responding, "It is better to arrive late than never. You are likely aware of the circumstances that have led us here. Secretary Qiao, how do you find my handling of the situation?" A gentle breeze carrying the faint scent of lavender enveloped Yi Wuyo as Qiao replied, "Director Yi, your actions have been most commendable, truly deserving of the praise from the president. However, with the manager of the modeling department in police custody, who will be overseeing this department, do you have a suitable candidate to recommend?" Yi Wuyo gestured towards Fu Mengni, saying, "This young lady is quite promising. Although my acquaintance with her is brief, I find her character to be impeccable, and I believe she is capable of fulfilling her duties within the organization." Qiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Director Yi, as you supervise these departments, your judgment holds the utmost authority. I will have Miss Fu provide her information shortly, so that her details can be submitted for the group's records." Yi Wuyo nodded contentedly, feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, Fu Mingni was still in disbelief over the events transpiring before her. "I merely came to model, to promote fashion and beauty products as a live stream host. How did I become a high-ranking executive? The head of a department? Am I dreaming? Have I not yet awakened?" She pinched her fair, slender leg, and the sharp sting brought her back to reality, confirming that all of this was indeed genuine. The remarkably youthful man before her was, without a doubt, a director of the group. Moreover, she had been appointed to a high-ranking position, directly as a department head. Did he harbor feelings for her? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in her mind as her cheeks flushed with warmth. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Director Yi, for coming to my aid today. I'd like to treat you to dinner after work." Yi Wuyo chuckled, "You may call me young Master Yi. It sounds more youthful. Let us meet in the underground parking lot after work." Just then, several members of the security team emerged from the elevator, escorting Manager Wang, who had long since lost consciousness. Qiao Yinong, her smile blooming like flowers, urged, "The board awaits you. You should hurry along. I will assist Miss Fu with her onboarding process. We shall meet shortly." After exchanging farewells with the two women, Yi Wuyo ascended alone in the elevator. The two ladies engaged in lively conversation as they proceeded to the records office. Moments later, Yi Wuyo arrived at the pinnacle of the building, the boardroom, featuring numerous private offices and a grand hall capable of accommodating dozens for meetings. He knocked gently on the conference room door, and a melodious voice called out, "Please enter." Chapter 13. The secretary's duties. Gently, she pushed open the somewhat heavy wooden door of the conference room. With a soft creak, Yi Wuyo stepped inside. The spacious and brightly lit room was elegantly and exquisitely decorated, with a large round table surrounded by people. The first thing that caught her attention was the captivating and heart-racing visage of Ning Qingyi. She remained, as always, coldly beautiful, akin to a flawless snow lotus blooming atop an icy peak. Her beauty was both refreshing and aloof, keeping others at bay. Today, she wore a vintage Dior pink jacket adorned with a classic check pattern. The jacket was exquisitely tailored from high-quality material, perfectly accentuating her slender waist and graceful curves. Underneath, she sported a simple yet fashionable black top, which showcased her alluring figure to perfection. On her lower half, she donned black casual trousers, striking a balance between formality and leisure. Her long, straight legs appeared exceptionally capable within the confines of the trousers, exuding a distinct charm that embodied both the elegance and confidence of a mature woman, while also radiating the vivacity and agility of youth. Upon noticing Yi Wuyo's entrance, she gently set down the pen she had been gripping tightly. Her cool gaze swept over him, and her ruby lips parted to say, "Mr. Yi, please take a seat. We shall wait for Secretary Qiao before commencing today's meeting." Yi Wuyo scratched his head, internally grumbling, "This girl never refers to me in this manner at home. She has an array of nicknames for me, such as rascal and little thief. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind. After all, this ice queen was always indifferent towards him. He simply found a nearby seat and sat down. Before long, a graceful figure sauntered in, none other than the alluring Xiao Inong. With delicate steps, she glided forward, her slender waist swaying like a flower dancing in the breeze. As she drew closer, an enchanting fragrance enveloped Yi Wuyo, instantly captivating him and allowing him to forget his worries. Xiao Inong elegantly settled beside Ning Qingyi, smoothing her skirt, and every so often, a waft of her delightful scent would drift by. Then, in a composed and organized tone, she addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my apologies for the delay. An urgent matter arose in our department that required my attention. However, let us now officially begin today's agenda. The attendees merely smiled amiably, refraining from further comment. After all, she was the personal secretary to the president. Who would dare offend her? Xiao Inong slightly turned to the audience and continued, "First, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our new executive director, Mr. Yi Wuyo." At that moment, Yi Wuyo remained composed in his designated seat, a subtle smile adorning his face, exuding a friendly yet dignified demeanor. His gaze was gentle yet imbued with unwavering strength. He slowly rose from his seat, nodding courteously to each individual present before warmly greeting them. "Dear colleagues, hello. I am Yi Wuyo, and it is a privilege to gather with you on this special day. I look forward to your guidance and insights in the future. To be frank, I am new here and still in the early stages of understanding our company's various operations. Therefore, I will undoubtedly seek to learn and consult with all of you experienced predecessors." As his words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the conference room. However, this moment of awkwardness was soon disrupted by Ning Qingyi, who had remained expressionless until now. She gracefully raised her hands and began to applaud, smiling as she spoke. "On behalf of the entire board, I warmly welcome Mr. Yi to our Tiansheng Group family. We firmly believe that with Mr. Yi's exceptional talent and capabilities, he will inject new vitality and opportunities into our group, guiding us toward a more splendid future." With her words, the board members, who had been sitting upright, began to respond in unison, applauding fervently. The sound of applause echoed throughout the room, each face radiating joy, as if they were witnessing the promising dawn of significant transformation within the group. This joyful atmosphere persisted for quite some time until the raucous applause gradually subsided. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a striped suit spoke up. "Director Yi, greetings. I am Director Lu Wenhui, a graduate of the Bordeaux Business School in France, currently overseeing the public relations and legal departments. I have heard that Director Yi studied at the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom, earning a master's degree with dual qualifications in philosophy and theology. Quite impressive, indeed. I wonder what your previous employment entailed. Surely, it must have been with a Fortune 500 company?" Yi Wuyo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he thought to himself, this degree was actually thrust upon me by the principal. Nevertheless, he did indeed spend some time studying at the renowned University of Cambridge. Of course, his purpose there was not solely academic. Rather, he had a significant mission as an operative, entrusted with the task of ensuring the safety of Princess Charlotte, the royal heir. This invaluable opportunity to study abroad was made possible by a personal recommendation from Her Majesty the Queen. With an air of nonchalance, Yi Wuyo replied, "I did spend some time at the University of Cambridge. My principal, Justice Robinson, was not only my mentor but also a dear friend. In our leisure, we often gathered to savor exquisite single malt whiskeys, discussing their unique flavors and brewing techniques. Those were truly unforgettable times." However, upon hearing Yi Wuyo mention that he returned to the country to sell grilled lamb skewers at a night market in Haitian City, Ning Qingyi's previously calm expression shifted dramatically. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes widened as she fixed an intense gaze on him, as if a fire of indignation were raging within her, warning him that further frivolity would lead to consequences. Director Lu chuckled heartily, his face brimming with admiration. "Young Director Yi, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. To become drinking companions with the principal of Cambridge is no small feat. With your talents and abilities, how could you possibly settle for merely running a stall upon returning home? You are far too modest and low-key." With that, he shook his head thoughtfully, evidently skeptical of the apparent simplicity of this seemingly ordinary young man. One must acknowledge that this is indeed the illustrious University of Cambridge, one of the foremost institutions in the world. Its alumni are invariably the Armée de la Armée across various fields. The fact that Yi Wuyo has managed to become a student of this esteemed university is a testament to his remarkable abilities, coupled with his enigmatic background. It stirs a profound curiosity and speculation about him. At that moment, a melodious voice broke the air. "Mr. Yi, greetings. I'm Lu Mingjun, a supervisor on our company's supervisory board. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The gathered crowd turned towards the sound, observing a woman clad in a neatly tailored professional suit, smiling as she extended her hand to Yi Wuyo. With a touch of light makeup, her beauty radiated, and she appeared to be in her 30s, though her well-maintained complexion retained a smoothness that exuded the allure of a mature woman. Yi Wuyo politely nodded and grasped her hand, softly replying, "Ms. Lu, you are too kind. We shall assist each other." He quietly committed her name to memory. The other directors, noticing the interaction, gradually drew closer, engaging Yi Wuyo in enthusiastic conversation, exchanging pleasantries from far and wide. The atmosphere became vibrant, filled with laughter and merriment. Secretary Chiu remarked, "I presume everyone is acquainted now. The next order of business is to discuss the allocation of specific tasks for Director Yi." Ning Qingyi, with an icy demeanor, interjected, "I have heard that Director Yi has a good rapport with the newly appointed head of the modeling department." At this juncture, a flicker of cold light seemed to dance in Ning Qingyi's captivating eyes. Yi Wuyo felt a chill creep down his spine, sensing the impending unease. Ning Qingyi promptly regained her composure, maintaining an air of indifference. She continued, "Let us assign Mr. Yi to oversee the modeling department and the external investment department. If it proves unsuitable, we can always make adjustments." A ripple of astonishment coursed through all the directors. They pondered. The external investment department is crucial in managing the company's substantial financial assets, a domain previously overseen directly by the president. Why would it be entrusted to a newcomer? The senior executives were perplexed, harboring suspicions about Yi Wuyo's mysterious background. Yi Wuyo's heart raced. This woman was aware of his connections with various charming individuals. Yet she remained composed, assigning him the management of the modeling department. Truly, she was a formidable woman in the business realm, employing the art of seduction and restraint. Impressive indeed. Yi Wuyo quickly expressed his commitment to achieving results during the meeting. After reviewing several other company matters, noon soon arrived. Yi Wuyo's independent office was assigned on another floor, likely a precaution taken by Ning Qingyi to avoid any semblance of impropriety. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a message from the board's secretary, Chiu Yinong. "Mr. Yi, today marks your first day at the company. Do you have time? I would like to host a welcome gathering for you." Considering he had no prior engagements, Yi Wuyo acquiesced, reasoning that his IC president's wife would still be in a temper and best avoided. He promptly replied to Chiu Yinong, "No problem, see you downstairs." With a fluid motion, Yi Wuyo locked his office door and proceeded to the elevator. Chapter 14. A Beauty's Invitation. Yi Wuyo gracefully stepped out of the elevator, his gait light yet assured, as if he were basking in a spring breeze. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a spacious and luminous hall unfolded before him. At that moment, Chiu Yinong elegantly occupied the central sofa of the hall, her long legs entwined like twisted dough. Her lively eyes incessantly scanned the surroundings. She donned a black bodycon dress that clung to her figure as if it were a second skin, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves, captivating the gaze of many. Particularly mesmerizing were her slender waist and pronounced collarbone, which drew countless admiring glances. Upon entering the hall, Yi Wuyo found himself irresistibly drawn to Chiu Yinong, standing out amidst the bustling crowd, resembling a dazzling pearl radiating brilliance. Soon, Chiu Yinong noticed his arrival, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face, akin to spring flowers. As she gently waved towards him, Yi Wuyo, feeling his heart flutter, allowed a teasing smile to grace his lips and strode towards her with purpose. As he approached, he spoke in a light-hearted and humorous tone. "Secretary Chiu, you truly are the undisputed beauty of the company. Every time I see you, my heart skips a beat. Let me test you. As the old saying goes, what does a secretary do when there's work? And when there's none, what does a secretary do?" Initially, Chiu Yinong's calm demeanor was slightly tinged with a flush. Her exterior exuded a seductive allure, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Yet she possessed a delicate femininity that was vulnerable to overt flirtation. Maintaining her composure, she extended her fair hand for a handshake with Yi Wuyo. The sensation was refreshing and smooth, an experience that was palpable. A fragrant breeze wafted towards him, which he inhaled greedily. Yi Wuyo's hand lingered longer than necessary, and Chiu Yinong's expression shifted to one of mild annoyance, though he pretended not to notice. With a hint of embarrassment, Qiao Inong replied. When there is nothing to do, a secretary still has duties to fulfill. Yi Wuyo released her hand with satisfaction, stating, Miss Qiao, your response pleases me. From now on, you may simply call me Yi Xiao in private. Yi Zong feels too formal. Qiao Inong's eyes reflected a mix of shyness and irritation, contemplating. This new director seems quite unreliable, exuding a rather lewd aura. How could Qingyi choose such a rogue to manage the most crucial department of the company? Feeling pushed into uttering such lewd remarks by this scoundrel, she wished for a hole to hide in, plotting to find a chance to get back at him later. Striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, she endeavored to keep her voice steady. Yi Xiao, shall we depart? I have already reserved a table at the Western restaurant. Understanding the need for restraint, Yi Wuyo smiled and walked alongside Qiao Inong as they made their way outside. This striking pair, moving so intimately, attracted curious glances from passers-by. Had it not been for prior knowledge of their merely professional relationship, many would have mistaken them for a couple in love. After exiting the building, they strolled leisurely along the street. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a Western restaurant, prominently displaying the name Haitian Xian. As Yi Wuyo gazed at the sign, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over him, though he could not quite place it. Turning to Qiao Inong beside him, he inquired curiously, Inong, is this not a property operated by the Haiyan Group? I feel as though I've heard this name before. Qiao Inong appeared surprised at his question, never expecting Yi Wuyo to have knowledge of the Haiyan Group. After a brief pause, she replied softly, You are correct, Yi Xiao. This is indeed a restaurant under the Haiyan umbrella. However, it is peculiar that our group has had a rocky partnership with Haiyan in recent years, fraught with conflicts. I once inquired with Qingyi about the details, but she remained tight-lipped, which is quite perplexing. Yi Wuyo, fully aware of the complex dynamics at play, chose not to elaborate further. Thus, they walked side by side, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they approached the restaurant. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the opulence of the interior. A well-trained server, beaming with a smile, approached them with the grace of a spring breeze. She bowed slightly and cordially inquired, Welcome to our establishment, dear guests. May I ask if you have a reservation? As she spoke, her gaze flitted between Yi Wuyo and Qiao Inong, brimming with anticipation. Qiao Inong nodded slightly, smiling as she responded, Yes, I made a reservation this morning. My surname is Qiao. Upon hearing this, the server promptly acknowledged, Ms. Qiao, please hold on for a moment while I check your reservation. With that, she swiftly glided towards the front desk with elegance and efficiency. Before long, the server returned, her face alight with enthusiasm. She gestured for them to follow. Dear guests, please come this way. You are quite fortunate to have secured our best table with a view of the sea. It's not easy to book this spot, even on weekends or holidays, let alone on a weekday. Leading them through the spacious and luminous hall, she guided them to a coveted seaside table. As they approached the charming, sun-drenched table by the window, they beheld the vast, deep blue coastline of Tianhai City through the expansive glass. Warm sunlight cascaded like golden silk across the table, while a gentle breeze, carrying the salty tang of the sea, invigorated their spirits, as if all their worries could be whisked away by the soft winds. Once seated, they perused the exquisite menu, exchanging thoughts on their culinary preferences. After considerable deliberation, they chose a selection of delectable dishes and returned the menu to the patiently waiting server. As she departed, Qiao Inong, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, turned to Yi Wuyo and asked, Yi Xiao, I've always been intrigued by something. Is it true, as mentioned in the board meeting, that you once sold grilled lamb skewers at a night market? At this question, Yi Wuyo was momentarily taken aback. With a casual upward curve of his lips, he revealed a confident, yet slightly arrogant smile. He crossed his arms and responded calmly. Haha, straightforward people do not speak in riddles, and neither do honest folks tell lies. I indeed have had such an experience. What, do you find it hard to believe? His words detonated the atmosphere like a humorous bomb, particularly amusing the young woman, Qiao Inan, who sat beside him, causing her to giggle uncontrollably, her laughter akin to a blooming flower swaying in the breeze. Yi Wuyo nodded slightly, his gaze penetrating as he looked into the distance. He continued, Ever since I returned from my overseas wanderings, the only yearning within me has been for a simple and tranquil life. I have never harbored the slightest longing for those so-called Fortune 500 companies. However, fate is often filled with drama and unpredictability. On an ordinary night, an unexpected event occurred at the Prince Bar. At that moment, Qingyi found herself in grave danger. Faced with such a dire situation, I could not remain indifferent. Thus, without hesitation, I stepped in to rescue her from peril. Yet, who could have anticipated that? Following her resolute and earnest plea, I would ultimately have to reluctantly agree to assist her in overcoming her predicament. Upon hearing Yi Wuyo's account, the woman seated across from him suddenly realized the hidden connection between him and Qingyi. She gently parted her lips and inquired softly, "Yi Xiao, it seems that this young lady Qingyi has indeed faced considerable challenges along her journey. Managing such a vast business empire must entail countless life and death trials. While it may appear glamorous on the surface, in reality, it is fraught with hidden dangers and crises. Tianhai City resembles a grand stage where various powers vie for dominance, with endless conflicts both overt and covert. Even the mightiest conglomerates can crumble in an instant if they are not careful, reducing everything to ruins overnight. A marketplace as ruthless as a battlefield. Stagnation leads to decline. Only by forging ahead can one remain undefeated. Given your extraordinary experiences and distinguished educational background, you must surely be a valuable ally to my dear sister." Yi Wuyo replied with pride. "I will certainly look after that girl. But, Miss Qiu, would you like me to oversee you as well?" Qiu Yinan's neck flushed slightly as she retorted. "You never take things seriously. Here I am discussing serious matters, and you veer off to women again. I truly wonder if Qingyi is entangled with you. Has this little rogue led her astray?" Yi Wuyo feigned innocence, though he felt a twinge of guilt. He had promised Ning Qingyi not to reveal their true identities to anyone outside. If he inadvertently let that slip, he would surely face her wrath. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes: steak, pasta, an assortment of bread, and a fresh salad with fruits and vegetables, followed by several delightful desserts. Chapter 15. Meeting any demand? As Yi Wuyo and Qiu Yinong dined together, their conversation was filled with laughter and joy. Suddenly, Qiu Yinong's phone chimed. She set down her knife and fork and picked up her phone to check the notification. Instantly, her complexion drained of color, and her enchanting cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe peach, turned pale. Tears welled up in her eyes, revealing her panic and anxiety. Noticing something was amiss, Yi Wuyo quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Miss Qiu, has something happened?" In a state of distress, Qiu Yinong exclaimed, "The casino has taken my father hostage, claiming he owes several million in gambling debts. If I do not go there in person, they will harm him." She handed her tightly gripped phone to Yi Wuyo, her eyes betraying her unease and worry. As he accepted the device, Yi Wuyo's gaze was immediately drawn to the video playing on the screen. To his shock, it was sent via her father's WeChat. Upon focusing on the image, a tumult of emotions surged within him. A gaunt, terrified middle-aged man was bound tightly, trembling slightly, his face reflecting despair and helplessness. Beside him lay a hastily scribbled "IU," the words "of the casino 5 million" glaringly evident. The signature at the bottom clearly read Qiu Dongqin. Yi Wuyo quickly discerned the underlying scheme. This was not merely a case of gambling debts. It was an intricately orchestrated kidnapping plot. As the camera panned, he noticed several menacing tattooed figures surrounding the victim, their imposing physiques and grotesque tattoos making them appear particularly fearsome. Their fierce eyes, reminiscent of ravenous wolves, fixated on the shivering Qiu Dongqin, as if any sign of defiance would lead to his immediate demise. At that moment, the camera shifted to a leisurely man sipping tea nearby. Upon closer inspection, Yi Wuyo recognized him as Lu Xiaojia, the chairman of Tianyin Group. Suddenly, the entire situation became clear. Lu Xiaojia was the mastermind behind this abduction, attempting to coerce the secretary into complicity, thereby planting a ticking time bomb within Ning Qingyi's business empire. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yi Wuyo gently placed a hand on Qiu Yinong's silky black hair, soothing her with soft words. "Do not fear, Yinong. I will find a way to rescue your father. You need not worry. I will handle everything. Just follow their instructions and send me your location coordinates. I will ensure your safety. They will not harm you. They will negotiate with you. After all, you are valuable to Lu Xiaojia as a member of Ning Qingyi's circle. Just delay them for a moment, and I will find a way to protect you." Gradually, Qiu Yinong's panic subsided. Having studied abroad for years, she was an independent and wise woman of the new era. The determined gaze of the man before her instilled confidence within her. Her previously tumultuous emotions began to stabilize, and a resolute blush graced her cheeks as she declared, "Yi Xiao, if you can save us, consider it as if I owe you my life. I will comply with any request, except—" Her cheeks flushed deeply, and she faltered, unable to continue. Yi Wuyo, with a mischievous smirk, teased, "Anything at all? I am just a humble bachelor, occasionally selling goods and grilling lamb skewers. Miss Chiao, I do not quite grasp your intentions. Chiao Yinong, flustered and indignant, retorted, Yi Wuyo, you scoundrel, perish. You lecherous rogue only knows how to bully me. You wish to take advantage of me. Do not think I am unaware. In a sudden move, she embraced Yi Wuyo and playfully bit his ear before releasing him and fleeing like a fox. The faint scent of flowers lingered in the air, mingling with the delicate fragrance of her innocence, igniting a fervent response within him. He inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his composure, and promptly pressed a series of numbers on the phone screen. This was no ordinary number. Its last digits were encrypted, capable of connecting both parties through advanced satellite technology. Yi Wuyo's expression shifted to one of deep contemplation as he spoke into the receiver, calling Forest Wolf, "This is Siberian Tiger." As soon as he finished, a deep, magnetic voice responded from the other end. "This is Forest Wolf. What are your orders, Captain?" Without hesitation, Yi Wuyo succinctly replied, "Prepare a set of disguises for me immediately. I need them urgently. The location is the Haotian Shengdian restaurant in the Upper East Side of Haitian City." The response from the other end was equally prompt. Forest Wolf acknowledged. "See you shortly." After concluding the call, Yi Wuyo swiftly hung up. Simultaneously, Chiao Yinong drove her BMW out of the parking garage, the engine roaring as she expertly maneuvered the steering wheel toward the negotiations destination, Tianyan Group. After a brief pause, Yi Wuyo took a sip from the water cup on the table to moisten his dry throat. However, moments later, the deafening roar of an engine pierced the air, signaling that his backup had arrived. He placed the cup down, his gaze fixed on a military jeep that had come to a halt outside the restaurant. Due to stringent privacy measures, the interior of the vehicle was obscured from view. Only members of the Tiger Commando would utilize such a discreet military vehicle. Yi Wuyo swiftly approached the front desk to settle the bill, signed to himself, "She claims to treat me to a meal, but it turns out I am paying. Next time, I shall demand a back massage from that girl." He deftly slid into the back seat of the military jeep, where a muscular man wearing sunglasses, emanating an aura of severity as if emerging from a battlefield, was at the wheel. He spoke slowly. "Yi Shao, you have returned to the country for quite some time. Why have you not contacted the brothers in the team? You haven't truly become a homebody, have you? You are the top contender for the next Special Operations Commander. After all, the one the commander has high hopes for. Your future is boundless." Yi Wuyo's expression remained calm and unperturbed, as tranquil as still waters. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Since my return, I have not contemplated much beyond wishing for a few days of peaceful and comfortable living. You see, during my time in the Tiger Commando, each day felt like living with my life on the line. It was truly a dance with death. Each mission hovered on the brink of life and death, and not once did I escape unscathed from the mountains of corpses. Those were moments where survival was a slim chance, a narrow escape from the jaws of peril." As he spoke, his voice quivered slightly, as if he had been transported back to those harrowing days. Let us consider the operation from a few years past, when our small team was tasked with infiltrating Western Myanmar. At that time, the disparity between our forces was staggering. We were merely a humble platoon. Yet we were to audaciously infiltrate the headquarters of an entire enemy division to execute a decapitation mission. The difficulty of this endeavor was unimaginable, yet we did not falter. We charged forward with unwavering resolve. After a fierce and tumultuous battle, we successfully severed the enemy's command system, plunging their entire military into chaos and paralysis. However, the cost to our own side was grievous. In our desperate bid to break through, we fought fiercely, carving a bloody path through the fray. In retrospect, the scene was utterly harrowing. Each team member had, at the very least, claimed the lives of over 100 foes and bore the scars of battle upon their bodies. What weighed most heavily on our hearts was the tragic loss of many brothers who fell in combat. Some were struck down instantly, their souls returning to their homeland, while others, though they narrowly escaped with their lives, were left with lifelong disabilities, still confined to their beds to this day. As Yi Wuyo recounted these memories, his eyes misted with emotion, filled with profound nostalgia and respect for those brave comrades who once stood by his side. Beside him, the Forest Wolf struggled to find his voice, his throat tight with emotion. He fought back tears as he spoke. Indeed, that operation was devastating. My dear brother, Ostrich, heroically perished in that battle. Every year during the Qiming festival, I bring a fine bottle of wine to his grave to pay my respects and converse with him. Yet, we all understand your choices, Captain. Should you ever require assistance, merely call upon us, and we shall face any peril without hesitation. Perhaps it is only by distancing ourselves from the bloodshed that we can truly attain a peaceful existence. He then handed over a black metal case, which Knight Wuyo accepted with one hand. Connecting it to his phone, he entered a series of commands and cryptic codes, setting to work with the latest AI facial reconstruction technology developed by the United States. He began by sourcing a collection of images of Liu Xiaojia from the internet, decrypting, analyzing, and reassembling them, initiating the operation of the black case to fabricate a bionic mask. Meanwhile, Qiu Yinong shared her location. Knight Wuyo instructed the driver, Lang Tian. Let us proceed to the headquarters of Tianyin Group. Lin Lang Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if transported back to days of glory. He laughed exuberantly. Let us make this a grand endeavor, Captain. With a swift press on the accelerator, the military jeep shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, registering speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, leaving only a shadow in its wake. Due to its military license plates, the jeep encountered no obstacles. After a considerable period of operation, the black case came to a halt. Knight Wuyo opened it to reveal a lifelike mask crafted from bionic materials, which he promptly donned. Comparing it to Liu Xiaojia's visage on his phone, he found it strikingly similar. A wicked grin spread across his face as he proclaimed, "One must remember. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I have previously infiltrated the military intelligence of Yinglajiguo, even the National Security Bureau of the United States. With its eye and fingerprint recognition, cannot capture me. What can a mere scion of a corporate group possibly do against me?" Lin Lang Tian laughed heartily, teasing. "The last spy from Sakura country you dealt with is still in a mental institution, and the doctors say he may never recover. He'll spend the rest of his days there in retirement." Chapter 16. The secretary with a pale complexion Knight Wuyo scoffed at the mention of Sakura country, remarking that it was once a formidable rival of Long Nation. However, times have changed. They are no longer a threat. With just a handful of petty agents, how dare they cast their gaze upon Long Nation? What audacity! It is akin to an old man hanging himself, seeking an early demise. Lin Langtian chuckled in response, saying, "For this, the commander has particularly praised your adoptive father, Commander Yi Tianming." Upon hearing his adoptive father's name, Knight Wuyo's expression revealed gratitude and concern. Abandoned as an infant, he had no knowledge of his biological parents. Were it not for his adoptive father's nurturing, he would not have become the super soldier he is today. The youngest captain of the Tiger Bin assault team in Long Nation. 2 decades of devoted care are not easily forgotten. Knight Wuyo took a deep breath and slowly inquired, "How are my adoptive parents faring? I haven't visited them in quite some time." Lin Langtian replied, "Commander Yi has been promoted to garrison commander. The old man is in robust health, and your adoptive mother is also doing well. The old man often chastises you for lacking conscience, for not visiting them. Your mother misses you dearly." Sighing, Knight Wuyo said, "I will visit them next time. For now, let's not dwell on this. We are almost at our destination. You must infiltrate and ensure Qiu Yinong's safety. I will procure some materials from the headquarters. See you shortly." After speaking, Knight Wuyo handed Lin Langtian a photograph of Qiu Yinong. Upon seeing the image, Lin Langtian exclaimed, "What a stunning beauty. I knew you came to Tian'ai City for the sole purpose of flirting." Knight Wuyo playfully kicked him and retorted, "Get to work. Stop chatting." With that, Knight Wuyo donned a lifelike mask, resembling Liu Xiaojia so closely that it was nearly indistinguishable. Satisfied with the disguise, Lin Langtian nodded approvingly. Knight Wuyo swiftly dashed into the company building, concerned that the security system might detect his presence. As he entered the elevator, a board member recognized the chairman and greeted him with a mischievous smile. "Mr. Liu, when will you have some time? I was thinking of throwing a grand party. Perhaps we could enjoy a yacht trip together. I've even arranged for dozens of youthful and vibrant models." The executive, adorned with a grin, feigned excitement. Knight Wuyo's eyes sparkled at this remark, a subtle smirk forming on his lips. "Haha, sounds delightful, but the models must be professionals or actresses. You know my high standards for aesthetics," he said, raising an eyebrow and casting a knowing glance at the middle-aged director. The director quickly agreed, "Absolutely. With so many beautiful women around, not to enjoy would be foolish." He burst into laughter, and Knight Wuyo joined in, their raucous laughter echoing through the elevator. Just then, the elevator came to a halt at the designated floor. As the doors opened, Knight Wuyo bid farewell to the director while stepping out. In that fleeting moment, his hand moved like lightning, stealthily slipping into the director's pocket and lifting his wallet without detection. The director remained blissfully unaware, still caught up in the jovial atmosphere. Knight Wuyo's theft of the executive's wallet served a crucial purpose, It contained the key he needed to access the group's core data later. His destination was the Tianyin Group's finance department, where he intended to gather evidence of financial fraud. Entering the finance department, he navigated through the bustling crowd, avoiding those who dared approach him. When he encountered an attractive woman who cast flirtatious glances in his direction, he remained unfazed. The stunning beauty of Ning Qingyi had long immunized him against such advances. Qiu Yinong's fiery allure and Guo Jun's innocent charm stirred his protective instincts. Thus, he felt little interest in the ordinary women surrounding him. Knight Wuyo mused that many of the women in this group were likely Lu Shaojia's mistresses. Clearly, his taste was lacking. He merely nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly made his way to the general manager's office. Upon entering, General Manager Wang Jia rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Chairman Lu, what brings you here today?" Knight Wuyo replied with a hint of arrogance, "Am I not allowed? Are you trying to court my concubine?" Wang Jia broke into a cold sweat, feeling guilty as he indeed had an affair with the chairman's mistress. Knight Wuyo's serious demeanor prompted him to clarify, "We'll discuss that later. I'm here to review the company's accounts." Wang Jia sighed in relief and relinquished his seat. Knight Wuyo took the chair and commanded, "Retrieve our actual general ledger. I need to make a copy." Wang Jia complied, accessing an internal system only he could reach, and said, "Chairman, we can only view, not copy. We need at least a board member's authorization key." Knight Wuyo nodded, "I understand. Such precautions are wise." He then produced the stolen board member's key, inserting it into the computer. A moment later, the system activated successfully, and dozens of stamped financial reports began printing. He also printed a forged financial record from previous years. With both sets of documents in hand, he patted Wang Jia on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, Wang. Take some time off. We're having a party soon. Be sure to join us next time." He then exited, leaving Wang Jia in a state of confusion, soon to be replaced by glee. Believing the chairman intended to elevate him within the company, Knight Wuyo hurriedly pressed the button for the basement floor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the basement was tense and oppressive. Qiu Yinong sat at the head of a large negotiation table, surrounded by a group of men, each exuding a menacing aura. Some bore tattoos of ferocious dragons on their left arms, while others displayed intimidating white tiger tattoos on their right, instilling fear in all who beheld them. At the forefront of this intimidating assembly sat Lu Shaojia, notorious and arrogant, reclining with a cigar, exuding an air of superiority. His narrow eyes glinted with greed and arrogance, fixated on Qiu Yinong as if she were already his possession. Lu Shaojia smugly addressed her, "Miss Qiu, I believe you are a wise person. You must recognize how unfavorable your current situation is. If you comply, a life of luxury awaits you. Otherwise, well, I fear no one can guarantee your safety in this world." He paused deliberately, surveying the predatory expressions of his henchmen. Continuing, he remarked, "My brothers are not as tender-hearted as I am. If they become enraged, who knows what may transpire. Therefore, Miss Qiu, it would be wise for you to recognize your position." Then, Lu Shaojia flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant. "All you need to do is act as an informant within the Tianyin Group. Follow my instructions, and before long, we shall devour this lucrative prize. At that point, the woman named Ning Qingyi will be burdened with insurmountable debts, never to rise again." His derisive laughter echoed through the entire basement, a sound that was utterly detestable. Meanwhile, Lin Langtian, disguised as an employee replacing the water dispenser, eavesdropped from the adjoining room, ready to protect Qiu Yinong at the first sign of danger. She understood the necessity of feigning compliance to navigate through this perilous situation. In her heart, she silently pleaded, "Oh, you scoundrel, do not lead me to ruin. Come quickly and rescue me from this torment. You have truly put me in a dire predicament." With a facade of calm, she said, "Lu Shao, I shall heed your words. Release my father, and I will serve as your eyes and ears." Lu Shaojia replied nonchalantly, "Words alone are insufficient. You must comply today. Record a video as proof, and your father will remain here until we successfully conclude this matter." Just as Qiu Yinong's expression turned cold and she prepared to flee, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lu Shaojia leered, "Everyone, step outside. I am to play the role of a groom." Following his command, dozens exited the room. Standing by for further instructions, Lu Shaojia approached Qiu Yinong with an unsettling demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears, sensing an impending crisis that drained her color. He violently tore apart her silken attire, and at the moment of imminent exposure, Yi Wuyu burst through the door. The sounds of battle erupted outside. cries of anguish resonating all around. With the power of a fierce dragon, Yi Wuyu unleashed a devastating blow with his left hand, caving in the chest of one assailant who flew several meters away. With his right hand, he executed a lethal chokehold, snapping the neck of another nearby foe. A swift kick sent a blade hurtling back, knocking several adversaries off their feet. Lin Lang Tian, the forest wolf, also arrived, providing fire support for Yi Wuyu. The silver desert eagle pierced the night's stillness, the explosive gunfire echoing like thunder as multiple foes fell in a single strike. The assailants shouted in panic. "Where is that gunfire coming from? Our weapons are still in the warehouse. Let us charge them. There are only 2 of them." Lin Lang Tian, a national shooting champion with unparalleled marksmanship, seized the moment of their fear. In a swift motion, Yi Wuyu shattered the door with a powerful kick and charged inside like a tempest, while Lin Lang Tian continued to fend off the villains. Even 100 more would not stand a chance against the elite Tiger Commando members. The super soldiers of the Dragon Nation are to be revered and protected. Outside, a sea of blood painted a nightmarish scene. Lin Lang Tian remained impassive, wiping down his heated desert eagle. Chapter 17. I have a wife. In the midst of this critical moment, Yi Wuyu burst through the door with fervor. Qiu Yinan, shivering in the corner, wore a dress that was tattered yet still clung to her form, vaguely concealing her boundless allure. Lu Xiaojia had just shed his shirt, revealing his well-toned physique honed from years of fitness. Little did he anticipate that this beautiful evening, this moment of intimacy, would be so abruptly shattered. What were those so-called thugs outside doing? They constantly boasted about their prowess, claiming to be formidable fighters. Yet here they were, unable to even restrain a couple of individuals. They were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. The more Lu Xiaojia pondered, the more his frustration grew, a seething anger igniting within him. His eyes widened. His face contorted in rage as he shouted, "Humph! You little brat. Last time, it was your sudden interference that thwarted my plans and allowed that IC CEO to slip away. I never imagined you would dare to meddle again. You must be tired of living. Let me tell you, this is my territory, and it won't be long before my security team arrives at the scene. Just wait and see how I deal with you, insolent fool. I will charge you with theft of trade secrets and inciting a brawl that resulted in serious injuries. And you, attempting to force a woman to submit? Just so you know, everyone around here is on my side. Even if you sprout wings, you won't escape my grasp." Before Lu Xiaojia could finish his tirade, Yi Wuyu launched a swift kick. The figure soared through the air with a whooshing sound, landing before Lu Xiaojia and delivering a blow to his most vulnerable spot. A sound akin to a pig being slaughtered echoed, piercingly painful. Lu Xiaojia flew backwards like a broken kite, collapsing into unconsciousness, blood trickling down from his injured area, a pitiful sight indeed. Yi Wuyu gently removed his outer garment, carefully draping it over Qiu Yinan's delicate figure. The fabric perfectly covered the damaged parts of her clothing, serving as a warm and sturdy shield. Without hesitation, Yi Wuyu enveloped Qiu Yinan in his arms. Her voluptuous and perfect form felt like an embodiment of a celestial being among mortals, igniting the flames of desire within him. His blood surged with fervor. However, with immense willpower and rationality, Yi Wuyu suppressed this impulse. Inhaling deeply and savoring the faint fragrance emanating from Qiu Yinan as he steadily made his way towards the exit. Qiu Yinan, akin to a startled deer, curled up bashfully within his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson, radiating beauty. The intimate proximity allowed her to distinctly feel Yi Wuyu's powerful heartbeat and the warmth of his breath. This closeness sent her heart racing, rendering her speechless. In contrast, Yi Wuyu remained exceptionally composed, his expression tranquil as a still lake, betraying no inner turmoil. He occasionally glanced down at the bashful beauty in his arms, a trace of barely perceptible tenderness flickering in his gaze. At that moment, with merely a glance, Lin Lang Tian standing nearby understood and nodded, swiftly retreating towards the backyard. Shortly thereafter, he successfully rescued Qiu Yinan's father and returned with him to the front yard. Finally, the 4 of them hurriedly boarded a jeep parked at the entrance. As the engine roared to life, the jeep sped away like an arrow, kicking up dust as it vanished down the road. Seated in the vehicle, Yi Wuyu cradled the fair-skinned Qiu Yinan in his arms and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries or feel unwell?" Qiu Yinan pouted, feigning anger as she retorted, "Humph, do you really wish for me to be hurt? What a heartless rogue you are." Yi Wuyu's lips curled into a playful smile as he teased, "Oh dear, how have I become the rogue? I swear on my conscience, I have done nothing to you." Yet you have clung to me since the very beginning. Are you perhaps hoping to take advantage of me? If that is the case, just say it outright. I am quite open-minded. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yinan's face flushed with indignation. She raised her delicate fists and playfully pounded on Yi Wuyo's chest, repeatedly muttering, "You and your nonsense. You bully me." Yi Wuyo only laughed more heartily, as if her annoyance was a delightful amusement to him. At that moment, he felt elated to have such a beauty in his embrace, utterly blissful. Watching the two young people playfully bicker, Qiu Yinan's father felt a tinge of embarrassment. He couldn't help but lament the recklessness of today's youth, who seemed so unreserved even with their elders present, displaying such lack of decorum. Moreover, their disheveled appearance was quite unbecoming. However, recalling how they had just rescued him and his daughter, Qiu Dongchen refrained from admonishing them. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. "Mr. Yi, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. I truly appreciate your help." Yi Wuyo waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "Uncle Qiu, you are too polite. We are friends, and this matter is but a trifle. Moreover, if it weren't for Yinan's cleverness and exceptional acting skills, we might not have resolved the situation so smoothly." Still nestled in Yi Wuyo's embrace, Qiu Yinan remained silent, a smile blooming on her lips as her fox-like eyes twinkled with unspoken thoughts. Qiu Dongchen continued, "Mr. Yi, I believe you and my daughter make a fine match. I wonder if you two have any fate together. May I ask, are you married?" A peculiar gleam flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes as he chuckled wryly. "Yinan and I can only be friends. Unfortunately, I just recently obtained a marriage certificate with my wife." Upon hearing this, Qiu Dongchen sighed. Many couples may meet briefly, yet not all share a lifetime together. Alas, the destiny of youth should be left for the young to seek. Qiu Yinan and Apos' expression darkened as she thought, after all my efforts to win the heart of this man. He is already married? How is it that such a fine man could be taken? Quality men are always in high demand, and the matchmaking market is flooded with intelligent and beautiful women. I must find a way to capture his heart. Unbeknownst to Yi Wuyo, who was oblivious to Qiu Yinan's thoughts, he would surely be taken aback if he knew. Lin Langtian, who was driving ahead, remained silent. This was a private matter for the captain, and as a brother, it was not his place to speak. The jeep made its way back to the Upper East Side, where Yi Wuyo instructed Lin Langtian to first escort Qiu Dongchen home. After ensuring Qiu Dongchen was safely back, Qiu Yi also returned home, needing to change out of his tattered attire. It would not do to return to the company in disheveled clothing alongside Yi Wuyo, as it could give rise to numerous rumors. Yi Wuyo treated Lin Langtian to a meal, and the two enjoyed each other and Apos' company, raising their glasses in merriment. During the feast, Lin Langtian remarked, "Brothers, I am always ready to stand by the captain through thick and thin. We miss you dearly. Do come visit headquarters when you have the chance." Yi Wuyo and Apos' expression shifted, a mix of gloom and uncertainty. "It is not that I do not wish to return, but you do not understand my current predicament. Abroad, I am undertaking highly classified missions, bound by the strictest confidentiality. The forces arrayed against me include the beautiful nation's shield agency, the British intelligence service, and the Italian mafia, as well as the elite guards of the Weimar royal family and the papal authority. A kill order has been placed upon me. Anyone associated with me risks disappearing without a trace. Thus, I have sought refuge in this coastal city, running a night stall selling grilled lamb skewers, to mislead the enemy's surveillance and evade their pursuit. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, I would not involve you." Lin Langtian, perplexed, asked, "Isn't this the safest place? Is such concealment truly necessary?" Yi Wuyo lifted his glass, his demeanor serious. "What you refer to is the safety of ordinary people, which does not encompass the world's top assassins. Agents of the SHIELD agency have undergone genetic modifications, becoming super soldiers. Their chromosomes have mutated, even granting them the ability to become invisible. Such high-level assassinations are nearly undetectable." A cold sweat broke out on Lin Langtian. He too had access to highly classified information. He had read of renowned overseas figures who had met mysterious ends within their own homes. The realization struck him, sending chills down his spine. These were agents with augmented abilities. He quickly replied, "Yi Xiao, please refrain from speaking further. The confidentiality agreement has not yet expired. I would prefer not to be summoned for a chat. I'll pretend you've had too much to drink and are rambling." Yi Wuyo chuckled, "Lin, my younger brother, I am just a little tipsy and speaking nonsense. Rest assured, nothing grave will come of this. You should know, the previous director of the SHIELD agency, Eric Spear, met his end at my hands. Lin Langtian was well aware that the former director had tragically perished in a plane crash. He was astonished to learn it was Yi Xiao behind it. His captain was indeed formidable. Lin Langtian exclaimed, "Boss, you are simply incredible. Aren't the SHIELD agents going mad? Hunting you down across the globe? This is too intense." Yi Wuyo had yet to reveal many more secrets for fear of endangering his brother. After finishing their drinks, the two bid farewell, and Yi Wuyo took the subway back to the company alone. Chapter 18. Consumed by jealousy. Time passed quietly, and before one realized it, afternoon had arrived. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Yi Wuyo strode into the elevator with a light-hearted step, ascending to the highest floor of the Tiansheng Group. Upon entering the spacious and luxuriously adorned office, he made his way directly to the coffee machine nestled in the corner. With practiced ease, he selected a packet of Colombian coffee beans, gently pouring them into the grinder. The subtle sound of grinding filled the air, and soon, the rich aroma of coffee began to permeate the atmosphere. At that moment, Yi Wuyo hummed a cheerful tune, his mood particularly buoyant as he was reunited with his close comrades. He had playfully teased the charming secretary, relishing the comforts of life. As he awaited the dark brew to drip slowly into his cup, he swayed leisurely, lost in his own world. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Liu Xiaojia, just recently subjected to a brutal beating, cowered in a dim corner, trembling uncontrollably. His clothes were tattered, and his once pristine visage was marred and unrecognizable. As time ticked by, nearing despair, he suddenly heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching. Struggling to lift his head, he saw a group of uniformed security personnel rushing towards him, their expressions grave as they clutched batons and shields. Clearly, they had received an urgent alert and were hastening to provide assistance. The security teams swiftly sprang into action, expertly dispersing the crowd and beginning their search for Liu Xiaojia. Ultimately, they located the battered Liu Xiaojia in a dimly lit room. At that moment, Liu Xiaojia's face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Beads of sweat dotted his once smooth forehead like glistening pearls. Despite enduring immense pain, he gritted his teeth, summoning the strength to retrieve his phone and dial for emergency help. Before long, the shrill wail of sirens pierced the air, growing louder and more deafening, tightening everyone's nerves. Following this, a white ambulance arrived with lightning speed, its wheels sparking against the ground. With a loud creak, the ambulance came to a halt at the scene. The doors swung open, and several trained medical personnel leaped out, their movements swift and efficient as they rushed to Liu Xiaojia's side. Their keen eyes quickly assessed the scene, noting the injured sprawled across the ground, each one bloodied, some already unconscious. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, evoking a visceral reaction. Faced with such a harrowing sight, the rescue team felt a chill run down their spines, pondering the fierce battle that must have transpired here. Without further hesitation, they dove into their urgent rescue efforts, carefully lifting Liu Xiaojia and the other wounded onto stretchers before gently placing them inside the ambulance and closing the doors. Every motion was deliberate and tender, mindful not to inflict further pain upon the injured. Once all the victims were safely transported to the ambulance, it sped away towards the hospital. Inside the hospital, doctors and nurses were already on high alert. Once Liu Xiaojia was wheeled into the operating room, the medical staff immediately began a thorough examination and treatment. His wounds were meticulously cleaned and stitched, the entire surgical process stretching over several hours, filled with tension and anxiety. Ultimately, the surgery was a success. Though Liu Xiaojia had survived, the injuries he sustained would require a lengthy recovery period. This unforeseen incident left an indelible mark on his psyche. While the bleeding had ceased, the man's virility was encased in plaster. Liu Xiaojia glared out the window, cursing Yi Wuyo and vowing revenge against the scoundrel who had repeatedly thwarted his endeavors. Meanwhile, within the Tian'ai City Public Security Bureau, the director was seated at his desk, engrossed in work when the telephone rang sharply, shattering the room's tranquility. He answered the call, and upon hearing the report from a subordinate, his brow furrowed in concern. It turned out that a large-scale brawl had erupted in the basement of the Tianyin Group, resulting in severe casualties. The security team had provided footage that allowed the police to preliminarily identify a suspect named Yi Wuyo, who had been involved in the violent confrontation, seriously injuring numerous individuals and fatally shooting several members of the underworld. Now, the district officers were seeking his guidance on whether to proceed with an immediate arrest of Yi Wuyo. Upon hearing the name, the director's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became grave. He spoke with conviction, "Director Li, I am quite familiar with Yi Wuyo. He is one of our own, an elite force of Longhua. We do not possess the authority to arrest or interrogate him. Your mission is to apprehend all those involved with organized crime. Not a single one should escape. As the conversation continued, Director Li stood tall and straight, his voice resonant as he replied, "Understood. Rest assured, I will follow your directives." After hanging up, Director Liu let out a deep sigh, reflecting on Yi Wuyo's prowess as a warrior among special forces, able to effortlessly eliminate foes even when outnumbered. Simultaneously, the secretary, Qiu Yinong, had returned home, hastily changing out of her torn clothing. Yet, she could not shake off the feelings of embarrassment and shame. Recalling how that despicable rogue had seen her in such a state, the thought made her feel utterly humiliated. To make matters worse, he was a married man. However, she quickly shook her head, striving to dismiss these troubling thoughts. Soon, she accompanied her father to the hospital for a thorough examination of his injuries. Fortunately, the doctor diagnosed her father with only superficial wounds, assuring her that with a few days of topical treatment, he would fully recover. At this moment, Yi Wuyo remained blissfully unaware of Liu Shaojia's seething anger. He awaited the opportune moment for Liu Shaojia to fall into his trap. Hoping to unite with rival factions against the Tiansheng group, he had obtained crucial blackmail material on the Tianyin group and was ready for the fish to take the bait, planning to ensnare them all. Not long after, his phone chimed, signaling a message from the stunning head of the modeling department, Fu Mingni. The text reads, "Dear Knight, today I was utterly swamped at work. I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal another day. Please do not take offense, love you dearly." Knight Wuyo collapsed into the president's chair, sighing. These flirtatious women always seem to surround me. No matter how much I wish to keep a low profile and avoid entanglements, I find it impossible. Noticing that there were no appointments in the afternoon and no tasks at hand, Knight Wuyo decided to leave work as the clock struck quitting time. He took the elevator down to the first floor and headed to the underground parking lot, starting his Ferrari SF90. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Crimson Lightning raced out of the company premises. 10 minutes later, the Ferrari returned to the underground garage of his villa in the Upper East Side. Knight Wuyo exited the vehicle, shut the door, and made his way home. At that moment, Aunt Zhang had already returned, and a sumptuous meal was prepared, wafting warm and fragrant into the air. After waiting briefly, Ning Qingyi also came home, yet her expression bore an even colder demeanor, leaving Knight Wuyo curious about what had transpired. He cheerfully exclaimed, "Darling Qingyi, let us dine together. The food is still piping hot." Ning Qingyi replied frostily, "Why didn't you dine with your model department's Minister Fu?" Knight Wuyo's cheeks immediately twisted into a bitter smile, realizing his wife was feeling jealous. She had previously claimed indifference towards his private life, so why was she upset now? He responded, "We are merely friends, nothing more. I swear by the heavens. How could my darling be angry with her husband?" Ning Qingyi retorted icily, "Firstly, I am not your darling, so refrain from calling me that. Secondly, we have an agreement. You merely play the role of my husband. As for your affairs, I am indifferent. Just do not bring them home, and I shall pretend I did not see." After speaking, Ning Qingyi set down her Hermes crocodile bag, washed her hands in the restroom, and then sat opposite Knight Wuyo. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat, not sparing him a glance. Once the meal concluded, Ning Qingyi retreated to her room to continue her work. Observing that this icy beauty was ignoring him, Knight Wuyo thought it wise to refrain from provoking her further, deciding instead to take a drive for some fresh air. He headed to the garage, inserted the key, turned the ignition, and sped out of the villa area. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi, seeing Knight Wuyo leave, muttered, "This scoundrel. Can and amp. Oppose. He at least try to appease me? Having an affair, yet he doesn't and amp. Oppose. Allow his legitimate wife to assert herself? Never mind. He is merely an actor I hired. He is not my real husband, so why should I be upset? I merely lost my heart to him by accident. In a few years, when he is no longer needed, I shall replace him." Though the IC CEO appeared furious, her expression betrayed her true feelings. Chapter 19. Enchantment of the nightclub. Yi Wuyo pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the Ferrari grew increasingly thunderous. Speeding could alleviate his melancholy, especially at such a youthful and vigorous age. The speedometer displayed a staggering 200 km/h, and the velocity continued to climb effortlessly, the engine reaching its peak capacity. This beast of a supercar sliced through the night like a shooting star. At that moment, Yi Wuyo gradually eased off the throttle, mindful of the potential consequences of losing his driving license the following day. This limited edition Ferrari SF90 could easily exceed 300 km/h. As he pondered his destination, he approached a nightclub ahead. The neon-lit sign proclaimed endless revelry, unmistakably indicating a place of indulgence. Well, he was indeed out for some amusement. Yi Wuyo skillfully parked his top-tier supercar in a nearby space. As the door swung open, his tall figure emerged, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Curious, envious, and even jealous glances were cast his way, as onlookers speculated about how such a young individual could command a luxury vehicle of this caliber. Surely, he must be a scion of wealth. Just then, a group of individuals resembling lackeys quickly gathered around him. Among them, a burly man with a sycophantic smile stepped forward, slightly bowing in deference. "May I inquire how to address you, esteemed young master? My name is Huang Tao, and I am responsible for overseeing this establishment. You may call me Xiao Tao. Tonight, whether at a VIP booth or the bar, all your expenses will be half price." Yi Wuyo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "You may call me young Master Yi. Please reserve a VIP booth for me. And it must be the best in the house. As for the expenses, rest assured they are no concern of mine." Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's face lit up with ecstatic delight as he nodded vigorously. "Of course, young Master Yi. Right this way, I shall ensure you receive the finest accommodations." With that, he respectfully led the way into the club. Upon entering, the deafening music and kaleidoscopic lights enveloped him. The dance floor was already packed with a throng of revelers, moving rhythmically to the vibrant tempo. On the massive stage, an unknown street performer sang passionately, while adjacent dancers captivated the audience with their alluring movements and fiery choreography, prompting enthusiastic cheers from below. Surrounding booths were filled with an eclectic mix of young men and women. Some raised their glasses in spirited toasts, while others swayed gently to the music, lost in the exhilarating atmosphere. Guided by Huang Tao, Yi Wuyo arrived at a booth situated closest to the dance floor. He settled in comfortably, crossing his legs as he surveyed his surroundings. Before long, a young waitress in a service uniform approached with graceful steps. Her features were striking, with delicate and gentle features that blossomed into a sweet smile, reminiscent of spring flowers. "Good evening, young Master Yi. I am the server here. You may call me Tang Tang," she said softly, presenting a beautifully crafted drink menu. This menu includes all the fine wines and spirits we offer, both domestic and international. Yi Wuyo politely smiled and took the menu from Tang Tang, carefully scanning its contents. His deep-set eyes focused intently on each name and description, as if searching for the perfect drink to tantalize his palate. After a moment, he looked up and said, "Please bring me a glass of single malt whiskey, with ice." "Thank you." Tang Tang nodded with a smile, taking the menu from him before gracefully turning to leave, her steps light and elegant like a dancing butterfly. Shortly thereafter, she returned, balancing a tray that held a crystal-clear glass and an unopened bottle of whiskey. Yi Wuyo gazed at the whiskey with a glimmer of anticipation. He reached for the glass, bringing it to his nose, and gently closed his eyes as he inhaled deeply. Instantly, a rich, robust aroma, laced with hints of fruit and smoke, enveloped him. A look of bliss washed over his face, as if he were immersed in the exquisite fragrance of the spirit. This whiskey was none other than the renowned Macallan's 25-year-old Sherry Cask Edition, celebrated for its unique flavor and exceptional quality, a classic revered by connoisseurs. The smoky notes mingled with floral and fruity essences, the deep hue reminiscent of peach heartwood. A single sip ignited a fire within, the rich and fragrant liquid inducing a mild intoxication, transporting him to an endless field. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as a single malt sherry cask, Yi Wuyo remarked. Only those with a discerning palate can truly appreciate it. At that moment, the waitress leaned closer, enticingly saying, "You really know your whiskey, young Master Yi. I heard you drive a Ferrari SF90. Might I have the pleasure of a ride with you sometime?" With that, she moved even closer, attempting to seduce the wealthy heir. Yi Wuyo found her advances rather vulgar. He swiftly pushed her away, asserting that he had not yet succumbed to intoxication. Having encountered countless women, including many stars and supermodels, he was not easily swayed. Coldly, he replied, "I apologize, but I am already committed. Please show some decorum." Upon hearing this, Tang Tang and Appo's expressions soured slightly. She had successfully charmed many wealthy youths before, and it was unexpected to face rejection this time. She stepped back slowly, saying, "If you require anything else to drink, please don't hesitate to let me know." Yi Wuyo nodded, choosing silence. At that moment, he noticed a stunning woman dancing in the crowd. Her figure was so tantalizing that it made him unsteady with his drink. Surrounding her were several men attempting to engage her, but she dismissed them with a few casual remarks, clearly not the type to be trifled with. Suddenly, she caught his gaze and threw him a captivating glance. Yu Wuyo felt a jolt of electricity run through him. He downed the remainder of his drink in one go, exhilaration evident on his face. Setting down the empty glass, he approached the radiant young woman. With a gentlemanly flourish, he extended his hand, inviting her to dance. She accepted his hand, and together they glided onto the dance floor. Their waltz was so enchanting that it drew the attention of many. They moved in perfect harmony, as if they were seasoned dancers, captivating all who beheld them. With his arm around her slender waist, Yu Wuyo whispered, "Enchantress, I am Yu Wuyo. I shall take you for a ride shortly." The woman grasped the robust back of Yu Wuyo with the strength of a tiger. Playfully, she declared, "Tonight, I belong to you. My name is Lung Lingzi." As the music faded, the two completed their final dance. Their faces were drawn close, mere centimeters apart. Yu Wuyo gradually withdrew, noticing a flush on the woman's neck. Her cheeks warmed, undoubtedly from the intimate proximity during the waltz. The physical contact was inevitable, yet suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of affluent young men approached, clad in trendy attire, with dyed yellow hair, piercings, and cigars in hand, exuding an air of arrogance. The leader, brimming with bravado, sneered, "You wench, we invite you to dance, yet you refuse. How dare you get close to this upstart peasant who appeared out of nowhere?" Unfazed, Lung Lingzi retorted with a mocking tone, "You pathetic fools, have you looked in the mirror? Do you even know how to perform a proper waltz? Beyond your boastful chatter, you are nothing. Whom I choose to share my bed with is my own business. Your meddling is quite unwarranted." Yu Wuyo, amused, laughed heartily, swaying back and forth. This fiery lady certainly had a way with words. The men, incensed by his laughter, turned their ire towards Yu Wuyo, attempting to vent their frustrations. One of them growled, "You little brat, still laughing? I'll teach you a lesson." He lunged towards Yu Wuyo, swinging a slap at him. Yu Wuyo deftly dodged, finding the movement far too slow. In retaliation, he unleashed a series of Muay Thai strikes, sending the arrogant young man sprawling, his drink splattered across the ground. Witnessing their companion and Oppo's defeat ignited a fire within the others, who charged at Yu Wuyo like starving wolves. Seizing an empty bottle nearby, he delivered a swift kick. As the bottle struck, those rushing forward stumbled and fell like toppled stalks, collapsing to the ground. Lung Lingzi covered her mouth with her delicate hand, laughter spilling forth. Captivating in its charm, the commotion drew the attention of the nightclub security. A few uniformed guards rushed over. Although Yu Wuyo was unafraid, entanglement would hinder his escape. So he grasped Lung Lingzi's fair hand and dashed out of the club. He swiftly entered his vehicle, seating her beside him, then pressed the accelerator, leaving the pursuing security far behind. The young woman nestled shyly against Yu Wuyo, her cheeks flushed, whether from the alcohol or the moment, it was unclear. She playfully teased, "Brother Yi, how long do you intend to hold me?" Yu Wuyo, perhaps under the influence, replied with a hint of pride, "Until dawn breaks, that should be no problem." Under the moonlight, the supercar raced forward, the beauty in his embrace. In this moment of warmth and romance, Yu Wuyo yearned for such tranquility, far removed from the bloodshed and smoke of battle. Together, they strolled along the golden beach, hand in hand, listening to the waves caress the shore. Eventually, they entered a seaside hotel, where they seamlessly moved into their room, still holding hands. With a playful glint in her eye, Lung Lingzi suggested, "Shall we drink and play cards?" They engaged in lively conversation until the break of dawn. Yu Wuyo quipped in return, "A night of silence until morning?" Outside, only the moonlight and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard. The following morning, Yu Wuyo awoke in a haze, enveloped by a faint fragrance unique to her. Startled, he exclaimed, "Little Lingzi, how could it be? I have led another innocent girl astray. She was so fervent in our card games last night. How could she possibly be?" Chapter 20. The prelude to business warfare. Yu Wuyo languidly rose from his bed. Stretching his arms wide, he ambled to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and let the cool water cascade freely. He cupped his hands to splash the refreshing liquid on his face, instantly invigorated. Next, he picked up his toothbrush, squeezed on some toothpaste, and began to brush his teeth. After gargling and spitting out the frothy remnants, he completed his morning routine and approached the wardrobe. With careful consideration, he selected a suitable outfit. Mindful that he would be visiting his wife's workplace today, he couldn't afford to be careless. Making a good impression was imperative. After all, A misstep could lead to a rather uncomfortable evening at home. As he turned to glance at the bedside, a twinge of melancholy washed over him. The enchanting figure that had graced his presence was now but a fleeting memory, as if the captivating Lung Lingzi had never existed. Moreover, she had left no means of contact, which left Yi Wuyo feeling somewhat despondent and unable to forget her. Yet, he took solace in the fact that they had shared an intimate moment before her departure, as he could still detect the lingering scent of her delicate perfume, a whisper of her presence that stirred his senses. Concerning Lung Lingzi's abrupt exit, Yi Wuyo felt little need to dwell on it. He believed that fate had a plan, and perhaps they would cross paths again in the future. With this thought, his spirits lifted slightly. He stepped out of his room, ready to enjoy the breakfast provided by the inn. Arriving at the dining area, he chose a table by the window. Taking in the brilliant sunlight and the bustling crowd outside, he savored a delightful breakfast of various baguettes, sandwiches, and sausages. After his meal, he strolled leisurely to the parking area, where his eye caught sight of his sleek Ferrari. He opened the car door and gracefully settled into the driver's seat, expertly starting the engine before reaching for the stereo controls. In an instant, Adele's captivating voice filled the cabin, flowing like a gentle stream, enveloping him in its melodious embrace. As the enchanting melody played, a relaxed smile crept onto Yi Wuyo's face, reminiscent of a dashing suitor fresh from a night of celebration. Before long, he arrived at the headquarters of the company. The security guard, upon seeing his flashy Ferrari and familiar face, straightened up and offered a crisp salute, promptly signaling for him to enter. Yi Wuyo nodded in acknowledgement and pressed the accelerator, guiding his vehicle into the parking lot. After finding a suitable spot, he turned off the engine and stepped out, noticing an unusual number of cars in the underground garage, which typically did not exhibit such congestion. Something must be amiss within the company. A sense of urgency propelled him toward the elevator that led to the boardroom. He entered without knocking, as the morning meeting had yet to commence. His wife, already seated at the head of the round table, was reviewing documents, her expression betraying some concern. Upon noticing him, her gaze sharpened, her eyes reflecting a mix of irritation and reproach for his unexpected absence. She quipped, "Director Yi, you're quite early today. Did you perhaps indulge in a spritz of Tiffany blue basil perfume?" Ning Qingyi and Apos S. lips curled into a smile that held an unsettling edge. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yi Wuyo scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It seems you have a keen knowledge of fragrances, President Ning. Perhaps I had a bit too much to drink last night and inadvertently collided with someone." Her irritation simmered beneath the surface, but with the meeting approaching, she chose to withhold her displeasure, deciding to engage in a silent standoff once they returned home, determined to confront the infidelity of her wayward husband later. The other board members exchanged glances, surprised by the usually aloof president's sudden interest in personal matters. What was it about Yi Wuyo that warranted such scrutiny? Moreover, today's meeting was of utmost importance, as it would determine the company's future trajectory. The shareholders' meeting had already been convened by the major stakeholders, with another significant assembly scheduled shortly. Not long after, the board secretary, Qiu Yinong, gracefully entered the room, dressed in a fitted white dress and sparkling diamond-studded shoes that accentuated her curves. Her long, fair legs were strikingly attractive, and her hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, tinted with a subtle burgundy hue, giving her an air of sophistication that seemed more suited for a beauty pageant than a corporate meeting. The male executives were visibly captivated, some averting their gazes in fear of straying from their marital commitments. Ning Qingyi raised an eyebrow, surprised by her friend's departure from her usual professional demeanor, now appearing so youthful and alluring. However, with pressing matters at hand, she chose not to delve into the reasons behind this transformation. Qiu Yinong commenced the board meeting, occasionally casting soft glances toward Yi Wuyo, her eyes sparkling with unspoken emotions. Yi Wuyo, feeling the weight of Ning Qingyi's earlier reprimand, internally braced himself for the impending storm. He feared that if this continued, he would soon find himself in a very uncomfortable position. Feigning interest in his tea, he deliberately avoided meeting the secretary's gaze. Qiu Yinong, amused, thought to herself, "Does this rogue not have an eye for beauty? I have dressed to entice him, to make him long for what he cannot have." Unaware of her intentions, Yi Wuyo continued sipping his tea while listening to the reports. The secretary spoke with a serious demeanor. "Currently, our group's international trade operations are facing stringent scrutiny from customs. This implies that for the next several months, we will be unable to deliver goods to our suppliers as initially planned, according to our contractual obligations. Any breach will result in penalties that could amount to 3 times the original sum, potentially reaching staggering hundreds of billions. She paused briefly, collecting herself before continuing. Moreover, major banks in our city have simultaneously suspended our group's usual loan services, citing concerns regarding our asset status. Consequently, they have categorically refused to provide further financial support. Additionally, these banks have demanded that we settle all outstanding debts within a stipulated time frame. Furrowing her brow with concern, she elaborated, "Fortunately, our fashion and beauty divisions remain relatively unscathed. Our existing inventory can sustain normal operations for a while. However, to truly revitalize these sectors and spur growth, we urgently require substantial capital infusion. Considering all these factors, it is evident that our group can only manage to stay afloat for a few more months. Yet, once that period elapses, we may face the dire predicament of being unable to disburse salaries punctually. The entire company is perilously on the brink of closure. The stock price is being ruthlessly short-sold and dumped by unknown speculators, plummeting to its limit and erasing billions in market value. A shareholders' meeting has been urgently requested by a coalition of shareholders." After this declaration, the expressions of the directors around the table turned grave, while some harbored ulterior motives. Lost in their own thoughts, Ning Qingyi, whose previously serene and exquisite visage now bore a hint of anxiety, slowly spoke, regarding the international trade sector. "I am working through connections to facilitate matters. I will seek assistance from overseas banks for the loans. If we can maintain our basic operations until the funds arrive, everything will fall into place. As for the shareholders' meeting, we will relay the truth when the time comes. Although the crisis has arrived, it is not yet a matter of life and death." In response, the shareholders on either side echoed, "With President Ning at the helm, our company will not falter. In times of crisis, have we not weathered storms before? This crisis seems substantial. We must proceed with caution. Several forces are involved, and their intentions are not trivial." At this juncture, Yu Wuyo noticed that some directors displayed no change in their expressions, as if they had anticipated such a situation and were not surprised. Yu Wuyo suspected that they had been bribed by Lu Shaoji and others. Ning Qingyi continued, "For this crisis, I fully entrust Director Yu Wuyo with the responsibility. I will now attend the shareholders' meeting. If you have nothing pressing, you may accompany me." Upon hearing this, the directors gazed at Yu Wuyo with trepidation. Aware of the gravity of the situation, why would the chairman assign such a significant task to a newcomer? Could it be that he possesses formidable backing? Although Ning Qingyi is young, she is a formidable presence in the business world, decisive in her actions and strategic in her planning. She never engages in battles without certainty. The beautiful secretary, Qiu Yinong, also cast her eyes upon Yu Wuyo, seemingly acknowledging his unexpected capability for such a pivotal role. If care is not taken, this colossal vessel could very well collide with an iceberg at any moment. Yu Wuyo raised an eyebrow and returned the gaze of the two women, confidently stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, though I am still youthful and new to this esteemed place, I possess the assurance to turn this crisis around. I kindly ask for your patience and watch closely." The crowd remained skeptical, non-committal in their responses. Yet only Ning Qingyi and Qiu Yinong believed in the veracity of Yu Wuyo's words. Following the adjournment of the meeting, everyone accompanied Ning Qingyi to the shareholders' assembly, while Yu Wuyo returned to his office, reclining comfortably with a cup of fragrant coffee, seemingly at ease amidst the turmoil. Chapter 21. Who is the prey? Ning Qingyi, with her graceful demeanor, led a group of impeccably dressed directors toward another spacious and well-lit conference hall. As they stepped through the entrance, the sight before them evoked a sense of awe. The venue was bustling with an impressive crowd, with every seat occupied, an estimated 1,000 attendees. This hall was originally designated by the group to honor outstanding employees and host grand annual meetings, and it now radiated with extraordinary vibrancy. With the entrance of Ning Qingyi and the directors, the previously clamorous hall gradually quieted down. All eyes turned towards this captivating assembly, particularly the strikingly beautiful young woman at the forefront, Ning Qingyi. She possessed a breathtaking beauty that captivated countless onlookers. But what made her even more remarkable was her combination of wealth, intelligence, and allure, rendering her the focal point of the gathering. Ning Qingyi and the other directors ascended the podium with measured steps and took their seats in turn. Shortly thereafter, the poised and charming Qiu Yinong approached the front with a smile, grasped the microphone, and commenced the proceedings of this critical meeting. The first segment was the shareholders' Q&A session. A serious-looking middle-aged man stood up, introducing himself. "Hello, Chairman Ning and esteemed directors. I am Tang Wenshan, the 10th largest shareholder of this company. Recently, Kyoto Business Weekly reported that our company is on the brink of insolvency, with cash flow about to collapse. I would like to know if this information is accurate. If it is indeed true, what measures does the company intend to adopt? At that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Ning Qingyi's response. Her cool, yet resolute voice resonated throughout the hall. Mr. Tang. Regarding the information disclosed by the Business Metropolitan, I am unsure of the source from which they acquired this news. However, it is true that the company faces a potential risk of cash flow disruption, though I assure you it is not due to operational issues. If we can secure the necessary funding within the next few months, we can turn the situation around. Tang Wenshan continued. I have heard that the company's second major venture is facing obstacles, with international trade shipments being scrutinized at customs. If we cannot deliver to our suppliers on time, the company could face a compensation claim in the billions. Is this accurate, Chairman Ning? The frost on Ning Qingyi's cheeks seemed capable of freezing the very air. I can assure you all, as long as we unite to navigate through this challenging time, the company will not face collapse. The chairman declared with unwavering conviction, his gaze fierce and penetrating as if it could pierce the hearts of everyone present. Over the years, we have weathered countless storms, yet Tiancheng has remained steadfast, never once betraying the trust and support of our shareholders. The chairman's words struck a chord, evoking a wave of emotion among the attendees. Tang Wenshan sat quietly, absorbing the chairman's unreserved response. Gradually, his previously tense expression began to relax, and much of his anxiety dissipated. Ultimately, he leaned back in his chair, a sense of contentment washing over him. At that moment, the elegant and charming female secretary stepped forward, her lips parting to reveal a melodious voice. Next, we invite other major shareholders to express their opinions. As her words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the meeting room. Suddenly, a middle-aged man began to rise from his seat. He was handsome, with striking features that suggested he was in his 40s, well-preserved and tall, exuding an air of maturity and poise. His attire, a tailored gray double-breasted suit from Givenchy, accentuated his athletic physique. The audience was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this man rise, soon revealing expressions of astonishment. Even the usually composed Ning Qingyi and the other directors could not conceal their surprise, for they recognized this imposing figure as none other than Ning Qindong, the former chairman of Tianxin Group and the visionary behind its legendary business empire. Years ago, upon returning to the country, Ning Qingyi inherited her mother's shares and was elected to the board. After a period of indulgence and disinterest in company affairs, Ning Qindong had allowed Ning Qingyi to ascend from director to chairman, acquiring a substantial portion of the shares sold by her father. Yet, a significant portion remained in Ning Qindong's hands, making his presence a pivotal factor in the ongoing power struggle. Ning Qindong stood tall, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly. His resonant voice echoed through the conference room. Dear colleagues, I trust you are all aware of my identity. Indeed, I am the founder and former chairman of our company. It was with my fervent passion and tireless efforts that I built this colossal business empire, Tianxin Group. He paused briefly, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face, before regaining his serious demeanor. However, it deeply pains me to acknowledge that due to my daughter's managerial oversights, our company now faces a series of formidable challenges and risks. I extend my sincerest apologies to all present. Taking a deep breath, Ning Qindong then dropped a bombshell. Recently, Tianyin Group has explicitly expressed their intention to acquire our company. Moreover, based on their proposed terms, the acquisition price will be calculated at 60% of today and Oppo's closing stock value. If there are no objections and everyone agrees, we will need to take appropriate actions forthwith. First, we must dismiss the current board members, and I will temporarily assume the role of chairman to facilitate this acquisition with Tianyin Group. His declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The room erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The former chairman's return was perceived as a power grab. To dismiss the board through the shareholders' meeting and sell the company at a discount was tantamount to an act of plunder. Some shareholders began to waver, contemplating the possibility of recouping their investments, especially long-term shareholders who might even turn a profit, far preferable to the impending bankruptcy. A chorus of agreement arose. We support the former chairman's return. We support the restructuring. The faces at the podium darkened, for such a course of action would undoubtedly spell their downfall and the loss of their once secure positions. Ning Qingyi would be reduced from the helm of the group to a mere board member of little significance. With icy resolve, Ning Qingyi stated, Tiansheng is my mother and Apos' legacy. It shall not be tarnished by anyone, not even by you, father. We are far from the point of collapse. The fashion and beauty industry remains unscathed. Ning Qindong replied with a cold smile, my daughter, why must it come to this? Even if the company were sold at a mere 60 of its value, you would still retain your status as a billionaire heiress. Though your worth may have diminished by nearly 10 billion, it is nonetheless a secure exit. Stubbornly, you engage in a battle of wits with those formidable opponents, yet the only outcome for you may be liquidation and bankruptcy. How long do you truly believe the remnants of your company can endure? You underestimate the power of this alliance among the three giants. Ning Qingyi's expression remained as calm as an ancient well, exuding an air of unwavering resolve. With a dignified composure, she declared, let them come and try. Let us see who ultimately prevails. Ning Qindong sighed, remarking, you take after your mother too much. You're truly impervious to reason. Ning Qingyi cast a cold glance at her father and resolutely replied, you have no right to speak of my mother. If it weren't in Apos, tea for you. How could we have faced such ruin and disbandment? Ning Qindong sank into a chair, appearing suddenly aged. He had come with a purpose today, only to leave empty-handed. He had secretly forged an alliance with Liu Shaojia, Lin, and Liao Wenkai and resolved to speak with his daughter later. As a businessman understands the value of cordiality in commerce. Although the shareholders' meeting had been tumultuous, no significant decisions were reached, with Ning Qingyi and several seasoned shareholders holding half of the company's shares. Only a defection from a major shareholder siding with Ning Qindong could possibly constrain the board and facilitate a takeover bid. Everyone understood that selling Tianqing at 60 was undeniably too low. After the meeting adjourned, Ning Qingyi returned to her office, her demeanor frost-laden. She felt a twinge of anxiety regarding whether her cunning husband could indeed help her turn the tide. This crisis had reached a critical juncture. And if her father maneuvered correctly, she, as the female president, might have to relinquish her position at any moment. In the presence of victors, it was evident to all where allegiances lay, especially among the seasoned major shareholders. Yi Wuyo placed a call to the home of her father's old comrade. Using an evidently encrypted personal number, one that was inaccessible to the average person. A deep, resonant voice greeted her on the line, inquiring, may I ask who this is? Yi Wuyo responded respectfully, Uncle, this is Yi Wuyo. I apologize for the intrusion amidst your busy schedule. The voice softened, becoming warm and kind. It's little Yi. It's been a while since you last updated me on your work. Your father is doing well. I hope you can find time to visit. Clearly, the uncle on the line shared a profound bond with her adoptive father, and Yi Wuyo's address indicated a personal request. The identity of this mysterious benefactor was not lost on her. Yi Wuyo replied, I will recount the overseas turmoil upon my next visit to Kyoto. And I will also pay a visit to my adoptive parents. I seek your assistance on a matter. The man chuckled, I knew you wouldn't call without a reason. Speak plainly, I have much to attend to. Yi Wuyo succinctly stated, Uncle, I recently got married. My wife's company's imported goods have been detained for unknown reasons. If we follow the proper channels, it could take months for them to clear. This will lead to breach of contract issues and significant compensation. Upon hearing this, the man on the line understood how to proceed. Send me a list through my secretary, and I will ensure the release by tonight. You still owe me a celebratory feast. Yi Wuyo replied joyfully, I will arrange a banquet soon, and you will be invited. Once the goods are released. I hope news of their release does not spread. I have other plans. Your kindness is beyond words. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. You have risked your life for the Dragon Country. Your contributions are immeasurable. What is a few favors in return? I know you are clever and full of schemes. Rest assured, this will remain confidential. After hanging up, Yi Wuyo compiled a list of the detained foreign trade goods and sent it to her father's old comrade. Once the task was complete, she leaned back in her chair and mused. The hardest part is always the beginning, and the first task is accomplished. Liu Shaojia and the others could never have imagined this. There are always greater powers beyond our perception. The game has merely begun. Who is the prey, and who is the hunter? It remains to be seen. Chapter 22. The Art of Seduction. After the meeting concluded, Ning Qingyi rose gracefully from her seat and made her way towards Yi Wuyo's office, knocking gently on the door. Yi Wuyo, lounging with his legs crossed, responded nonchalantly. Come in. Ning Qingyi entered, exuding an ethereal presence, her demeanor radiating an aura of cold elegance. Upon seeing her, Yi Wuyo instinctively uncrossed his legs. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Ning Qingyi took a seat opposite him without waiting for an invitation. Yi Wuyo began. Yesterday, I merely indulged in a little drinking. My dear wife, surely you won't hold a grudge against me. After all, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection and 100 years of shared journeys. His eagerness to appease was palpable, yet Ning Qingyi's expression remained as calm as ever. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, feeling a flicker of irritation. After all, she suspected this rogue might have strayed. However, his humorous words lightened her mood considerably. She spoke slowly. I did not come here to discuss that. Can you truly assist me in navigating this crisis? In a few months, our company may face closure. The city's banks refuse to extend loans, and the province has cited difficulties as a reason to deny us. The international banks have deemed us potentially insolvent and have declined our requests. The news has spread, suggesting our financial troubles, and our company's value has plummeted by several billion. Those wishing to see us falter, including Lu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Uncle Yi, have formed a consortium to wage war against us. Even my father, who has been idle for years, has been dragged into this mess. Yi Wuyo chuckled confidently. Fear not, my dear Qingyi. You have me by your side. Simply focus on your beauty sleep and leave the rest to me. I have already resolved the issue with the cargo detained by customs and international trade. It will be released tonight, though I advise you to keep this under wraps, for I have my own plans. Ning Qingyi was taken aback by his words, her cheeks flushing with a mix of disbelief and growing trust as she observed his self-assured demeanor. The weight of her worries lifted instantly. She embraced Yi Wuyo, who suddenly found it hard to breathe. With her face aglow, she exclaimed, You little rascal, you possess quite a knack. How did you manage to handle matters I could not? As he held her, Yi Wuyo playfully caressed her fragrant hair, replying, in Longhua, who doesn't have a few uncles or relatives? In any case, do not pry too much. The counterattack has only just begun. Continue to spread rumors about our company's financial collapse, allowing Lu Xiaojia and the others to believe they have the upper hand and short-sell our company. Meanwhile, we shall establish a fund company and use a portion of our capital for short-selling our own shares. Ning Qingyi, slightly puzzled, interjected. Spreading false information to confuse the enemy, I understand. But why would we short-sell our own company? Yi Wuyo playfully touched her delicately sculpted nose, causing a blush to rise on her cheeks, which she did not resist. He continued, to drive an enemy to ruin, one must first drive them to madness. By shorting our own company, they will assume that external institutions have also recognized our financial instability. This will entice them to join in, facilitating a swift influx of short-selling capital. When we capture the moment, we stand to gain hundreds of billions, while they remain oblivious, ultimately losing everything. Ning Qingyi's face brightened with a joy she had not felt for days, her smile radiant as spring. I will fully cooperate with your scheme, and the independent fund company shall be under your management. You will have complete control over 100 billion in liquid assets. Yi Wuyo teased, My dear Qingyi, once we succeed, how do you intend to reward your husband? Her earlier joy turned to icy resolve as she tugged at his ear, retorting coldly, Humph. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You should pursue your alluring model department head. With that, she darted out of the office, stifling laughter at the thrill of teasing her husband. Yi Wuyo wore an innocent expression, wondering what he had done to deserve such treatment. This icy beauty was indeed capricious. Just then, a statuesque figure emerged from the elevator, her silhouette accentuated by a pair of black Givenchy heels, exuding a blend of professionalism and feminine charm. Ning Qingyi locked eyes with the beautiful woman before her, sparks flying. Fu Mingni smiled warmly, graciously extending her porcelain-like hand. Hello, you must be the esteemed President Ning. I am Fu Mingni. It is an honor to meet you. Ning Qingyi regarded the enchanting woman and internally scoffed, realizing this was the vixen Yi Wuyo had been entangled with. Nevertheless, she maintained her poise, extending her own hand in greeting. Indeed, I am Ning Qingyi. Today marks our first encounter, Fu Director. Are you here to see Director Yi? Ning Qingyi and Appo's expression slightly cooled as she spoke. Fu Mingni replied with poise, Indeed, President Ning. It is a privilege to meet you today. I hope to receive your guidance in our future endeavors. To be candid, I have come specifically to report to Director Yi regarding the staffing changes in our modeling department. Ning Qingyi was taken aback, her curiosity piqued. Oh, has our modeling department been experiencing staff turnover? Fu Mingni nodded gravely. Yes, President Ning. Strangely enough, several of our beautiful models from the fashion and beauty industry have been lured away by Tianyin Group with lucrative offers. This development poses a significant challenge for our department. Ning Qingyi and Appo's expression remained unchanged, yet she was fully aware of the underlying intricacies of play. The business war had begun, a battle of survival unfolding. She nodded thoughtfully. Very well, Food Director. Please report the details to Director Yi at your earliest convenience. I trust the company will handle this appropriately. I have other matters to attend to, but I would be delighted to treat you to a meal next time. With that, Ning Qingyi turned and returned to her office. Fu Mengni followed the hallway signs to Yi Wuyo's office, entering without hesitation as the door remained ajar. Yi Wuyo, still sipping his coffee, was struck by the sight of the beautiful model he had appointed, unable to tear his gaze away. With a playful grin, he quipped, "What brings Miss Fu to my humble abode? Surely, you don't come without purpose?" Fu Mengni settled onto a nearby leather sofa, crossing her legs, revealing her porcelain skin and a hint of floral fragrance that captivated Yi Wuyo, who struggled to maintain his composure. She proceeded to recount the recent changes in her department. After pondering her words, Yi Wuyo responded, "You should also infiltrate the PR department of Tianyan Group under the pretense of gathering information. Bring a few people with you. I have my own plans. Do not ask too many questions." Fu Mengni's eyes sparkled with cunning, reflecting her own ambitions. He was aware that Yi Wuyo undoubtedly had some contingency plans. This individual was exceptionally cunning, promptly agreeing to the arrangement. The two engaged in conversation, their laughter echoing throughout the space. Fu Mengni had matters to attend to and soon departed. Yi Wuyo, in a casual manner, opened his banking app to check the balance on his salary card. Upon viewing the lengthy string of numbers, his eyes widened in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he confirmed it. An astonishing sum of 100 billion appeared on the screen. The array of zeros seemed to shimmer with an enticing glow, causing his heart to race. Unable to resist, Yi Wuyo began counting the zeros one by one, marveling internally at the decisiveness of this woman. Such a substantial amount had been transferred without hesitation. What if he had absconded with the funds? Was she not concerned about losing everything? With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Yi Wuyo's lips. However, since the colossal sum was now in his possession, he was determined not to let such a golden opportunity slip away. He immediately set plans in motion to recruit personnel and establish a fund management company of his own. The recruitment announcement, once released, attracted a multitude of job seekers. After rigorous rounds of selection, including interviews, written tests, and on-the-spot inquiries regarding pertinent core issues, Yi Wuyo successfully assembled a talented team of elites from the numerous applicants. Together with his own expertise, he formed a formidable fund team of 100 individuals. The next task was to bestow a resounding name upon the fund company. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided on Haitian Xingyan. This name exuded grandeur and was imbued with an air of luxury and mystery. After contacting a few acquaintances and completing a series of tedious formalities, the Haitian Xingyan Fund Company finally secured its official license. The operational base was established within an unused office floor of the Tiansheng Group. With the official launch, funds began to flow into the company's dedicated securities account. On the very first day of operations, Yi Wuyo demonstrated his decisive and vigorous style, unhesitatingly leveraging 10 billion in the stock market to short-sell Tiansheng Group. In just one day, the 40 billion in market value of his short positions caused Tiansheng Group's stock price to plummet once again. This sudden upheaval left the executives of Tianyan Group in a state of disarray. They had not yet acquired such a vast amount of short positions that day. Especially infuriated were shareholders like Liu Xiaoji, who were already in the process of short selling. Who was behind this audacious act? How dare they so brazenly feast upon our profits? It was utterly outrageous. We must identify this individual and make them pay. Liu Xiaoji raged. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo remained in the shadows, secretly amused, already envisioning the frantic expressions of Liu Xiaoji and the others. Chapter 23. The conclusion of the business war. This place is the mysterious garden of Liu Xiaojia. The Wamawa Yuyuan Club boasts one of the finest dance troupes in the Dragon Kingdom. Annually, it recruits talent from dance academies and film schools. With beauty pageant winners hired at exorbitant salaries, leading to annual expenditures reaching hundreds of millions. Access to this establishment is strictly reserved for high-net-worth members. Operating on an invitation-only basis, such a vibrant venue seemed impossible in this city, yet the world is often full of surprises. Imperfections do not overshadow brilliance. By cleverly altering business names and employing a few underhanded tactics, one might discreetly maneuver past the watchful eyes of the public. Within the club, in the most secluded area, there lies a silent room. In the spacious and well-lit hall, 3 distinguished individuals occupy the main seats: Liu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Liao Wenkai. Flanking them are their trusted subordinates and key personnel, each bearing a greedy expression, as if engaged in a discussion of utmost significance. Lu Xiaojia, with his lower body bound in bandages, appears rather tragic, yet his bloodshot eyes suggest a ravenous desire to consume another. In contrast, Yilin seems relaxed, contemplating the dividends of this partnership. If they were to withdraw now, they could still make a profit of several billion. Liao Wenkai, wise and calculating, speaks with a glint in his eagle-like eyes. I wonder if news has leaked. Other factions have joined in shorting Tianxin Group, competing for shares and costing us tens of billions. However, it matters not. We possess an undeniable financial advantage. We shall first take a contrarian long position, eliminating these speculative traders, then execute a decisive short sell, forcing Tianxin Group into liquidation. Under our manipulation, we have already sealed Tianxin's fate. A rupture in their financial chain is a foregone conclusion, halting all refinancing efforts from financial institutions. Even the fashion and beauty sectors are being gradually consumed by us. It won't be long before they are utterly depleted. The scales of victory are tipping in our favor. Lu Xiaojiao applauds, exclaiming, with you at the helm, I am confident in our success. I will provide 100 billion in cash and several hundred billion in loans, all to bring down Ning Qingyi and that scoundrel Yi Wuyo. Upon success, his father has promised me Ning Qingyi and Apos' hand in marriage and complete control of Tianxin, allowing me to assume the role of chairman. My only task will be to train the Ice Queen CEO. A sinister smile spreads across Lu Xiaojia's face. Yilin concurs. If that young lady had married me sooner, our families could have formed a business alliance, and we wouldn't be in this situation. She can only blame her lack of discernment. I cannot be faulted for my ruthlessness. We can extend an unsecured loan of 100 billion to Tianyin Group, and a secured loan of 300 billion, supplemented by our bank's self-raised funds. Liao Wenkai, brimming with pride, declares, behold, we not only possess ample funds as a solid foundation, but also the industry's premier trading team at our disposal. With such a formidable alliance, how could we possibly fail? Once this battle concludes, victory will be ours, and wealth will flood in, filling our coffers. His avaricious laughter echoes throughout the spacious hall, as if he can already envision mountains of cash rolling towards them. At that moment, the adept traders under their command spring into action, their fingers dancing across keyboards, swiftly issuing commands. In an instant, Tianxin Group's stock price rockets upward like a rocket, reversing its previous downward trend. Observing this sudden and substantial rebound, many investors opt to close their positions, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, hesitant to risk further losses. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo's team finds itself in a quandary. Faced with the soaring stock price of Tianxin Group, they anxiously await his decision. Should they follow the trend and buy in for potential profits, or adhere to their original strategy and continue to observe? The air is thick with tension. Yi Wuyo responds with a calm demeanor, liquidate all our funds, betting against the market until we are forced to close our positions. One of his subordinates queries, Manager Yi, why would we do that? We came to profit, not to act as benefactors. Yi Wuyo replies coldly, in fishing, one must master the art of deception. If we withdraw too easily, they will not believe us. Only by relinquishing all our chips will they fall for our ruse. To annihilate an opponent, one must first drive them to madness. The eyes of the top-tier graduates among the traders shine with admiration for Yi Wuyo, akin to students gazing upon a revered professor. Attacking the enemy is one thing. Winning the hearts and minds is paramount. The stock price of Tianxin Group experiences wild fluctuations, with both sides of capital fiercely contending. Gradually, the stronger party gains dominance, manipulating the price upward. With Yi Wuyo's leveraged funds dissipating into thin air, a subordinate reports, Sir, as per your instructions, we have lost all 40 billion in leveraged funds. What is our next step? Yi Wuyo, unperturbed, instructs, prepare to acquire at the bottom and mobilize all available leveraged funds. Increase leverage to over 10 times, and await my directive for a full-scale assault. The traders, drenched in cold sweat from the stress of executing such high-stakes orders, regard him as a madman. Such leverage entails that even minor fluctuations could lead to bankruptcy, potentially incurring debts in the hundreds of billions. Yet, being professionals, they execute commands without hesitation or negotiation. On that day, within the private room of the Wangyuan Club, laughter and merriment fill the air as they celebrate their 100 billion profit, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's frenzied sell-off. The next day, Tianxin Group stock hits its limit down, losing 50 billion. The following day, the decline continues, repeating until the 10th day, when Tiansheng and Oppo's stock price has been halved repeatedly. The company finds itself ensnared in a whirlpool of financial ruin. The modeling department, including Pu Mengni, infiltrates Tianyin Group, assessing that Tiansheng Group's fashion and beauty sectors are also on the brink of collapse. Lu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Liao Wenkai, witnessing victory within their grasp, have amassed hundreds of billions in cash, preparing to strike at the core, ensuring Tiansheng's demise, leading to its bankruptcy and delisting. Amidst the flood of incoming funds, Yi Wuyo once again enters the fund team's office, proclaiming, "Brothers, buy in across the board, regardless of cost. Starting today, let us harvest these fat sheep." A trader inquires, "Their financial resources are so robust. Can we truly prevail?" Yi Wuyo reassures, "The battle outside has concluded. You need only execute the plan." Remember, the key to victory lies in leverage. The short sellers have poured all their capital into the market within a few days. Yi Wuyo's buying power stands as the final bastion amidst a fierce battle worth hundreds of billions. The ultimate showdown is about to commence. After all, business warfare is a silent killer. On this day, the Dragon Kingdom news agency announces that inspections have been cleared, and Tiansheng Group and Oppo's imported goods received approval 10 days prior. With the announcement of this news, the market value of Tiansheng Group experienced a remarkable surge, hitting a ceiling within a single day. Lu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Uncle Yi were left utterly astonished. They found themselves unable to cut their losses in time, facing catastrophic deficits instead. Furthermore, they were unable to liquidate their positions, as there were no shares available for sale. The borrowed leveraged securities could not be returned. Within days, both their profits and principal were entirely consumed by losses. It was perplexing how their external allies had suddenly become ineffectual, with not a single piece of information leaked. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Wuyo had already laid out his cunning strategy in advance. Who would dare to disseminate information? Who would challenge Jiang Zhaonan and Longhua? In the span of a night, a staggering fortune of 500 billion had been transferred to the Hai Tiansheng Yin Fund Company. Numerous traders rejoiced, celebrating manager Ye's strategic prowess that secured victory from afar. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi managed to turn the tide, rescuing the group from peril. Her reputation within the company soared, garnering the admiration of employees and shareholders alike. She also purged the internal spies and some unconventional personnel, elevating the company's prestige and doubling its market value to an astonishing 1 trillion, placing it among the top ranks of the Longhua Forbes list. Yi Wuyo hosted a grand feast for all employees of the fund company, rewarding each with a generous bonus of 1 million yuan, celebrating their collective triumph. The festivities were boisterous, with revelers in high spirits. Conversely, despair loomed for others. While some celebrated, others lamented. The ladies of the Hua Haoyu Yuan Club suddenly found themselves devoid of patrons' tips. Lu Xiaojia, in a fit of rage, fainted. The group's financial situation, already tenuous, had been entirely depleted by her own actions. Yi Lin and his father were engulfed in panic, having illegally borrowed 100 billion from the bank. With immense financial gaps left unfilled, years of embezzled funds had vanished, including money that did not even belong to their bank. The Yi Uncle gang fared slightly better, suffering only partial cash losses, as their core business remained relatively unaffected. This battle, marked by Yi Wuyo's sweeping victory, etched itself into history with a profit of 500 billion, effectively dismantling the leading consortiums and families of Hai Tian. Just days prior, Ning Qingyi's father had sold all his shares to his daughter, enraged and lamenting his daughter's ingratitude, cursing that even his own father had been betrayed. At this moment, the shareholding structure of Tiansheng Group had been altered, with Ning Qingyi and Yi Wuyo's current holdings surpassing 60% of the total shares. It signified that this couple had gained complete control over the company. External forces could no longer undermine the company through market means. In the afternoon, Tiansheng Group held a celebratory banquet, dismissing employees early. All staff were invited to the Prince Bar, which necessitated reserving the entire venue due to the overwhelming turnout, resulting in a lavishly adorned hall filled to capacity. Ning Qingyi, adorned in a stunning purple evening gown with a daring slit, exuded elegance and charm. Her graceful figure rivaled that of a Victoria's Secret model, her long legs reminiscent of a celestial being reaching for the moon, untouched by earthly concerns. She raised her champagne glass and proclaimed, "A toast to our hero, Director Yi." The applause resonated throughout the venue, as everyone instinctively lifted their glasses in unison. Yi Wuyu, dressed in a tailored black casual suit that accentuated his striking handsomeness, also raised his glass, stating, "A toast to our General Ning. She is the key to the company's rebirth." The roar of applause and cheers echoed continuously, celebrating their triumph. Chapter 24. Jealousy at the Ball. Ning Qingyi raised his glass, gesturing to the crowd, and downed its contents in one swift motion. He slightly lifted his head, surveying the entire venue, and then slowly parted his lips to speak. The remarkable achievements of Tiansheng are attributed to the invaluable efforts of everyone present. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. He paused momentarily, a trace of a satisfied smile gracing his face, and continued, "Thus, after careful consideration, I have decided to grant everyone a well-deserved 7-day holiday starting today. Enjoy this rare opportunity for leisure." Upon hearing this, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. People danced with joy, their excitement palpable. He then declared with enthusiasm, "Moreover, this year's year-end bonuses will be doubled in recognition of each outstanding employee who has weathered challenges alongside the company." This announcement was like a bombshell, sending the crowd into another fervor. As the cheers gradually subsided, he waved his hand with a smile, signaling for calm, and said, "Now, let us relax and immerse ourselves in the joy of this splendid ball." With his final words, invigorating Argentine tango music filled the dance floor. Men and women eagerly invited one another, stepping lightly with radiant smiles as they flowed into the center of the dance floor. They twirled gracefully and leaped passionately, creating a scene of unparalleled liveliness and joy. However, amidst the jubilance, Ning Qingyi remained somewhat apart. She sat poised in her seat, delicately holding a glass of red wine, occasionally clinking glasses with the executives beside her, taking only the slightest sips, perhaps due to her commanding presence as the ice queen of the company, or perhaps the formidable aura of her status. The surrounding guests seemed hesitant to approach her for a dance. After all, conquering this ice mountain to pluck the exquisite and aloof ice lotus flower would require extraordinary courage and determination. She pondered to herself, "Why hasn't that rogue come over to invite me? Does he expect me to make the first move? It's infuriating." At that moment, Yi Wuyu, in high spirits after a few drinks, appeared somewhat dazed. His thoughts drifted far away, and he was filled with a desire to find his wife for a dance. Suddenly, he caught sight of a woman in a purple off-shoulder evening gown. Her figure was enchanting, akin to a blooming violet. Due to the distance and dim lighting, he mistakenly thought she was his wife. With a light-hearted stride, he approached her, and without hesitation, he gently wrapped his arms around her delicate waist from behind. He felt the softness beneath his hands, as gentle as willow fluff dancing in the spring breeze. At the same time, a faint, unique fragrance wafted into his senses, intoxicating him with its allure. Just as he was lost in this moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The woman slowly turned her head. Upon locking eyes, Yi Wuyu's gaze widened in shock. The person before him was not his wife, but Fu Mingni. Initially, Fu Mingni could not discern who had embraced her from behind. Reacting instinctively, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, the wind of her hand cutting through the air with fierce intent. If it had landed, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, Yi Wuyu, quick on his feet, sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Fu Mingni opened her cherry-red lips to scream. In a moment of panic, Yi Wuyu swiftly covered her luscious mouth with his hand and gestured for silence. Seizing the opportunity before she could fully comprehend the situation, he vanished like a specter. When Fu Mingni finally recognized him, her heart stirred with a ripple of emotions. Her cheeks flushed, warmth creeping to the nape of her neck, as she mused, "Could it be that Yi has taken a liking to me? Why was he so forward?" She moved aside, sipping her cocktail alone, yet the flush on her face could not disguise her true feelings. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Wuyu was oblivious to her thoughts. He withdrew, not wishing to entangle himself in any inappropriate situations with other women, fearing the icy wrath of his own ice queen at home. Just as he slipped away, Qiu Yinong approached gracefully, clad in a sequined black gown that accentuated her flawless figure. The split in her gown revealed her long, elegant legs, captivating Yi Wuyu for a prolonged moment. His gaze transfixed. With a playful smile adorning her charming face, she approached him, teasingly saying, "Yi, you are undoubtedly our company's great benefactor. Have you forgotten about little me? Don and Amp, Oppos, do you wish to invite me for a dance?" Leaning closer, her breath wafted like the fragrance of orchids, enveloping Yi Wuyu and Amp, Oppos' senses. Though initially only slightly tipsy with a rosy complexion, he found himself momentarily entranced by her unexpected charm. Quickly regaining composure, he elegantly extended his right hand, presenting a suave tango invitation. Qiao Yinong, beaming, gently placed her delicate hand into his warm grasp. The instant their skin touched, a rush of heat coursed through her, as if he could melt her entirely. A wave of unexplainable joy surged within her. At least in this moment, the man adored by countless women was entirely hers. Yuyo firmly embraced Qiao Yinong's soft waist, leading her in playful revelry across the dance floor. Their movements were light and harmonious, akin to vibrant butterflies flitting among blossoms. Capturing the attention of all present, a perfect pair of golden boy and jade girl. Yet, not far away, Ning Qingyi watched this scene unfold. Her close friend and husband entwined in an intimate embrace. A surge of unnamed anger ignited within her. Her exquisite face clouded over with frost, resembling a wronged woman. She muttered through clenched teeth, "Humph, just wait until we get home. I shall teach you a lesson for daring to frolic with my friend in front of me." Meanwhile, the executives gathered around fell silent, trembling, unsure of what had offended the usually aloof and elegant female president to provoke such a tempestuous reaction. Only Fu Mingyi, seated on the sofa, gazed at the dazzling figures on the dance floor. Her eyes were hollow, devoid of spirit, as if her soul had been lost, rendering her exceedingly despondent and disheartened. It felt as though something had been stripped away, leaving her heart in turmoil. Knight Wuyo clearly had an interest in her. How could he be dancing so intimately with Qiao Yinong? Her once exquisite cheeks were now clouded with sorrow, lips pursed in discontent. Yet, moments later, she regained her composure. Fists clenched resolutely. She silently vowed to find the right moment to completely conquer Knight Wuyo. That detestable romantic rival, the alluring secretary, Humph. What did a mere dance signify? With this thought, her gaze grew ever more resolute. Meanwhile, Knight Wuyo had indulged in a few glasses of fine wine. Under the influence of alcohol and the fervent encouragement of the enchanting woman before him, he gradually succumbed to the intoxicating atmosphere. He felt an exhilarating rush within, a profound desire to unite fully with the captivating figure before him. On the other side, Qiao Yinong was equally entranced by Knight Wuyo's passionate dance steps, moving her body in sync with his rhythm. As time passed, her movements became increasingly graceful, and their coordination grew more harmonious. Suddenly, Knight Wuyo executed a stylish turn, his body tracing a beautiful arc through the air, and he instinctively embraced Qiao Yinong. At that moment, a jolt of electricity coursed through her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her previously fair complexion flushed with a delicate hue, rendering her exceptionally alluring. Knight Wuyo quickly realized something was amiss, releasing her and hastily helping her regain her balance. Inwardly chiding himself, "Alas, it's all this wretched wine's fault. What a blunder. It seems I may have inadvertently touched where I should not have." The two exchanged no further words, merely sharing a faint smile as they concluded their dance. The crowd erupted into applause, celebrating the finest dancers of the night. Hours later, as the ball came to a close, guests began to depart. Knight Wuyo summoned a designated driver and settled into the passenger seat of his SF-90. Slowly making his way home, Ning Qingyi also arranged for a designated driver, having indulged in a considerable amount of drink to celebrate her victory. The pressures she had endured over the past few months were immense, compounded by her ire at her best friend's indiscretions with her husband. Before long, Knight Wuyo arrived at the villa first. After a refreshing shower, he contemplated retiring for the night, but thought better of it, considering Ning Qingyi might be inebriated. He prepared a cup of hangover soup and placed it on the table. Just then, the sound of a car echoed from outside. Knight Wuyo stepped into the courtyard. Spotting Ning Qingyi slumped in the back seat, already ensnared by intoxication, he exchanged pleasantries with the driver and lifted the exquisite woman into his arms, carrying her inside. Along the way, Ning Qingyi playfully struck him, muttering, "Knight Wuyo, you scoundrel. How could you betray me with my best friend? You'll find yourself kicked to the curb sooner or later. You infuriate me." Knight Wuyo couldn't help but chuckle at her words. It seemed she still cared for him, or else she wouldn't be rambling in her inebriation. He gently fed the hangover soup to Ning Qingyi, her luscious red lips stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Yet he remained restrained, mindful not to take advantage of her vulnerable state. He carried the delicate Ning Qingyi to her room, tucked her beneath the covers, and turned off the lights, closing the door behind him. Knight Wuyo returned to his own room next door and drifted into slumber. Chapter 25. Setting off to visit family on the following morning, Sunlight poured into the courtyard, and a gentle breeze intoxicated the visitors. Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi had indulged a bit too much the previous night. With a 7-day holiday from work, they did not rise early. It was only when Aunt Zhang prepared breakfast at 9 that she called the two to the table. Ning Qingyi rubbed her eyes and slowly got up. The lingering scent of wine still clinging to her, her hair tousled. She recalled the previous night's inebriation and the need for a designated driver. Upon arriving home, she had been carried upstairs by the lecherous Yi Wuyo, who even tucked her in and removed her coat. At this thought, her delicate face flushed involuntarily. Clenching her petite fists in indignation, she muttered, "This scoundrel took advantage of me while I was unaware. And what's more, he's entangled with my best friend. I wish this little thief would vanish from my sight. Always provoking my ire, how infuriating." After collecting her thoughts, Ning Qingyi made her way to the washroom to brush her teeth. She tidied her disheveled hair, allowing her long locks to cascade down her shoulders. Yi Wuyo had already completed his morning routine and was seated at the dining table, sipping juice while waiting for Ning Qingyi to join him for breakfast. Before long, Ning Qingyi descended the staircase gracefully. Her exquisite beauty now devoid of any trace of last night's inebriation, she appeared as though nothing had transpired. She regained her usual frosty demeanor, exuding an aura that made her seem untouchable, akin to a towering iceberg, majestic yet unreachable, a sight to admire from afar. With poise, Ning Qingyi took her seat at the table, delicately grasping a piece of exquisite coconut bread with her slender fingers. She parted her cherry-red lips slightly, savoring each small bite with a gentleness that suggested she had received formal etiquette training. Throughout the breakfast, she refrained from broaching any topics concerning Yi Wuyo and Xiao Yinong, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo relished the steaming soup dumplings on the table, devouring them with delight. Once he was satiated, he set down his chopsticks and lifted his gaze to Ning Qingyi, breaking the silence first. "Qingyi, my dear, the business rivalry with Lu Xiaojia and her associates has finally come to an end. I have resolved all matters, and now I can return what is rightfully yours. Here, take this bank card." As he spoke, Yi Wuyo produced his bank card from his pocket, placing it on the table and sliding it toward Ning Qingyi. "It holds roughly 500 billion yuan in cash," he added. Upon hearing such an astonishing figure, Ning Qingyi exhibited little surprise or joy, merely casting a fleeting glance at the card before unhesitatingly taking it. "I will withdraw a portion of the cash to cover the group and Oppo's expenses and settle short-term debts. You can continue to invest the remaining 1 or 200 billion, she stated. Yi Wuyo nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. This strikingly beautiful female was far more than just a pretty face. She was a formidable figure in the business world, unafraid to take risks. "Darling, aren't you curious about my relationship with your secretary?" Yi Wuyo ventured. Ning Qingyi, appearing as calm as still water, was seething inside. Not even her best friend was spared from his antics. This lecher was truly incorrigible. With a cold voice, she replied, "We have long agreed that our relationship is merely contractual. You need only to act the part of a husband and refrain from overthinking. I do not care how many lovers you have outside, as long as you do not bring them home. When I require you to play the role of husband, just make an appearance." Despite her words, a fleeting expression of displeasure crossed her lips, noticed by Yi Wuyo. His heart surged with excitement. His Qingyi still cared for him. He quickly added, "The company is on a short break, and I plan to visit my adoptive parents in Kyoto. Would you like to join me, my dear?" Ning Qingyi's cheeks flushed as she was once again addressed as my dear by him. Though she felt a tinge of reluctance, there was also a hint of longing. After pondering for a moment, she realized that since they had not yet held their wedding banquet, meeting his family might be a bit awkward. "You little thief. I still have matters to settle with Lu Xiaojia and the others. I may not be able to make it. Perhaps another time," she replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo did not press her further. He swiftly ascended the stairs, and as time ticked by, it was only after a few minutes that he descended once more. Ning Qingyi, waiting below, felt a surge of curiosity. What could he have gone upstairs to retrieve that took so long? Yi Wuyo approached her with a smile. Holding a thick manila folder, he handed it to her gently. Ning Qingyi accepted it with a mix of intrigue and anticipation. Upon opening the folder, her eyes sparkled with delight as she revealed its contents, the financial statements of Tianyin Group from years past. Even more astonishing was that the folder contained 2 sets of reports, one with the authentic figures and another with falsified data for public disclosure. If this crucial material were to reach the regulatory authorities, Lu Xiaojia would find herself in serious trouble, enough to keep her occupied for quite some time. Additionally, it was known that Liu Xiaojia had incurred a significant illegal loan from the bank that remained unpaid. Thus, by following this lead, even the Yilin father and son could be brought down. This was indeed a masterful strategy, accomplishing two objectives with a single stroke. The timely arrival of this invaluable material felt like a divine gift sent to aid her. Ning Qingyi fixed her enchanting gaze on Yi Wuyo, her eyes gleaming with joy. "You little thief, tell me, where did you procure these vital documents?" They arrived just in time, like a lifeline in the snow. Honestly, I had yet to devise an effective plan to deal with them. Yi Wuyo chuckled. "A wise man has his own methods, believe it or not. It is not to be revealed. My dear wife." Ning Qingyi playfully retorted, "You rogue, you deserve a beating," making a show of wanting to strike him. Yi Wuyo raised his hands in surrender, explaining that he still had a flight to catch. With that, Ning Qingyi refrained from continuing their playful banter. She changed her clothes, preparing to submit the relevant documents to the regulatory authorities. Soon after, they both exited the house. Outside, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Ning Qingyi skillfully started the car, the engine rumbling deeply as they smoothly departed, heading toward the airport. She focused on the road, intent on delivering Yi Wuyo to his destination. Seated beside her in the passenger seat was Yi Wuyo, with a simple suitcase beside him, containing a few sets of clothes and a razor, sufficient belongings for his journey. The atmosphere in the car was tranquil, filled only with the subtle sounds of the road and the air conditioning. However, this serene moment was soon interrupted by Ning Qingyi. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze directed towards Yi Wuyo, her eyes brimming with curiosity. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Little thief, have you ever seen your biological parents?" Upon hearing this question, Yi Wuyo's initially serene expression was suddenly tinged with a hint of bitterness. After a moment of silence, he slowly began to respond, "I have never seen them. Since the dawn of my memory, I am but an orphan, adrift in this world. Fortunately, I was later taken in by my adoptive parents, who treated me as their own and cared for me tenderly. They nurtured me meticulously, allowing me the opportunity to reach this point in life. In truth, by the standards of fate, someone with a life as tumultuous as mine should have perished long ago. Yet, Providence has favored me and bestowed upon me a new lease on life. Therefore, I shall cherish this opportunity dearly, not letting the vast and boundless universe go to waste." After uttering these words, Yi Wuyo let out a gentle sigh, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens upon his heart. Ning Qingyi listened quietly, refraining from further probing. For in Yi Wuyo's words and demeanor, she sensed the hidden hardships and sorrows of his background. In comparison to her own circumstances, she felt that Yi Wuyo was perhaps more pitiable. After all, she had merely experienced the divorce of her parents and the early passing of her mother, but Yi Wuyo? He had never even laid eyes upon his biological parents. He had always been alone, struggling to survive in this world. Ning Qingyi comforted Yi Wuyo, saying, "We may be kindred spirits. If it were not so, how could we have met? Even our backgrounds are strikingly similar. I hope to have your companionship on the road ahead. When the blossoms bloom, everything shall be as destined." Yi Wuyo replied with a smile. Being supported by a female CEO is indeed an intoxicating experience. Yet, I wonder, when will I have the chance to revel in romantic moments under the moonlight? To share the wedding night, basking in the hazy glow of the moon? Ning Qingyi immediately retracted her sympathy, playfully scolding, "You scoundrel, you never change. In a few years, I shall divorce you and seek out a handsome, dashing man instead. I have no desire to live with someone who makes lamb skewers for a living." Yi Wuyo chuckled. "What is wrong with selling lamb skewers? I take pride in it. You should inquire around, in the Upper East Side, who makes the most fragrant lamb skewers. The most handsome, the finest lamb skewer vendor. Loved by all, blooming like flowers, causing cars to burst their tires. An unparalleled handsome man, the school beauty's devoted protector." His words amused Ning Qingyi greatly, causing her to laugh exuberantly. Before long, the car arrived at the boarding gate of Longhai Airport. Yi Wuyo exited the vehicle, gently closing the door behind him. He waved goodbye to Ning Qingyi, his tall figure gradually disappearing into the sea of people. For a moment, Ning Qingyi found herself lost in thought, before finally letting out a sigh. What was happening to her? A moment later, she started the car, heading towards the location of the city's Securities Regulatory Commission. Chapter 26. Qingyi is imprisoned driving her Bentley Mulsanne like a galloping steed. Ning Qingyi soon arrived at the Mingzhu building in Haitian City. Upon revealing her identity, the director personally welcomed her, escorting her into his office for a detailed discussion. Once seated, Ning Qingyi handed over a dossier to Director Wang Defeng. This dossier was a replica. The original remained securely with her, as the chaotic environment of Haitan City, rife with treachery, posed a risk of unexpected substitution. One could never be certain of the depth of their espionage. Wang Defeng, upon receiving the documents, was drenched in cold sweat after perusing their contents. They detailed years of financial fraud by the Tianyan Group, rife with false statements and irregular fund flows. A wave of unease surged within him, yet he dared not voice his concerns too openly. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, the thunderous sound echoing as if to shatter the ceiling. The teacups rattled violently, spilling their contents onto the floor. This unexpected eruption startled Ning Qingyi, causing her to tremble and lose her composure. With a grave expression, Wang Defeng declared, "This matter is of utmost importance and requires thorough investigation. Please, Ms. Ning, remain calm and wait a moment. I must make an urgent phone call." Without waiting for a reply, he swiftly exited the room. Ning Qingyi watched his retreating figure, a frown creasing her brow, though she refrained from speaking further. She pondered the unfolding events and their potential consequences. Meanwhile, Wang Defeng entered another room, inhaling deeply to steady himself before dialing a mysterious number. The response on the other end came promptly, none other than Lu Xiaojia. At that moment, Lu Xiaojia was engaged in a clandestine discussion with members of the Yeshebang regarding a matter of grave significance. They planned to liquidate all their company shares and various assets, using the proceeds to repay a staggering bank loan. Furthermore, this included debts incurred by Yilin and his son. Only through such decisive and resolute measures could they extricate themselves from this seemingly inextricable predicament. For Lu Xiaojia, successfully executing this transaction could shield him from the financial fraud scandal looming on the horizon. After all, should their group come under the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives, his concealed history of illicit dealings might be exposed at any moment. In this life-or-death situation, he had no alternative but to sever ties decisively, embracing the pain of sacrifice for a chance at survival. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, he thought. If Yilin and his son did not repay the hundreds of billions owed immediately, the next audit would reveal bad debts, resulting in an irretrievable situation. Those hundreds of billions belong to others and must be returned in full. Failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the Yeshebang sought to exploit the situation, attempting to acquire the Tianyan Group at a bargain price. Their assets were untarnished, free from bad debts, and they were engaged in a heated dispute over the valuation of the Group's assets, voices raised, tempers flaring. Lu Xiaojia and Appos, as phone rang, prompting him to step away to answer. "This is Lu Xiaojia. What is it, Director Wang?" "I'm in a meeting," he replied curtly. Wang Defeng, urgency permeating his tone, responded, "Lu, we have a serious problem. The true financial statements of your group are in my possession, obtained by Ning Qingyi from an unknown source." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojia's complexion drained of color, nearly collapsing. He shouted, "You must persuade her to stay put. Imprison her at your bureau. We'll find a way. If she escapes, it will spell doom for both of us and many others. If necessary, I will resort to hiring someone to eliminate her. If we don't act, neither of us will live to see another day." Wang Defeng quickly nodded. "I understand the gravity of this situation. I will ensure she remains here to assist in the investigation. If she resists, we shall use force. I will keep a close watch until your people arrive." With that, the call ended, and Lu Xiaojia returned to negotiating with his associates, focusing on resolving immediate matters before considering the next steps. Addressing Ning Qingyi at this juncture could reveal his hand, potentially driving the selling price of his company even lower. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to hesitate. Meanwhile, Wang Defeng collected his scattered thoughts and returned to his office, adopting a cordial demeanor with Ning Qingyi. He proposed she stay at the bureau for a few days, assuring her that arrangements would be made for her protection as a crucial witness. Initially reluctant, Ning Qingyi sensed a certain ominous air about Wang Defeng. Having navigated the business world, she understood the tactical value of feigned submission to ensnare her adversaries. With a slight smile, she acquiesced, "I will adhere to Director Wang's arrangements. A brief stay will suffice." Wang Defeng exhaled in relief, reflecting, had she refused, I would have had no choice but to incapacitate her, despite the risk of exposure. Given her control over the largest enterprise in Haitian City, her influence is formidable. This is the best outcome I could hope for. Subsequently, with the staff's diligent assistance, Ning Qingyi was settled into a comfortable and clean guest house within the bureau. Once the last person departed, She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one else was present. Only then did she gingerly retrieve her phone from the bedside table. With practiced ease, she opened the messaging interface, her slender fingers dancing across the screen. A message materialized. Little thief, if you cannot contact me within 3 days, please find every means possible to rescue me. Remember, do not rush to come here, lest you alert the enemy. Unbeknownst to her, the message failed to send. The room's signal had been completely jammed. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the city, a large passenger plane was descending along the runway. As the doors opened, passengers streamed out, among them a notably tall and handsome man, Yi Wuyo. With a smile gracing his face, he disembarked and retrieved his suitcase from the overhead compartment. He then pulled out his phone and dialed his adoptive father, Yi Tianming. After a brief moment, a commanding voice resonated from the other end. Xiao Yi, what brings you to call today? It's been ages since we last saw you. Are you coming to visit your 2 old men? Hearing his father's familiar tone, Yi Wuyo quickly replied, dear father, please don't be upset. I returned specifically to see you and mother. I hope you can overlook my thoughtlessness. By the way, could you arrange for a jeep to pick me up? Please come pick me up. I have been away for so long that I no longer remember the exact location of our home. Yi Tianming chuckled, you little rascal. Only you would dare to speak to me like that. If you were one of my subordinates and dared to issue such a command, I would confine you and ensure you went hungry for 3 to 5 days. Yi Wuyo laughed heartily. Fortunately, I am not your soldier. Otherwise, I would have to endure 9 meals without food in 3 days. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged man hung up the phone and called out, guard. A guard promptly rushed in. Standing tall with a muscular build, he stood straight and saluted, inquiring, what instructions do you have, sir? Yi Tianming replied, take a jeep to the airport and bring my son home. There will be someone waving at you when you arrive. The man nodded and turned to leave. This was an opportunity to assist the leader with personal matters, a path laden with limitless prospects. Perhaps he could even become sworn brothers with the young master in the future. With this thought, the guard could hardly contain his smile. He swiftly opened the car door, inserted the key, and agilely jumped into the brand-new green convertible Jeep. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, it was on the road to the airport, accelerating to an astonishing speed of 150 miles per hour, racing down the highway at a breathtaking pace. Remarkably, there were no obstacles encountered along the way. The Jeep was a special vehicle, endowed with unique passage privileges. The driver, firmly gripping the steering wheel, focused intently on the road ahead. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. He must not keep the young master waiting too long. Making a good impression at their first meeting was of utmost importance. This thought lingered in his mind, urging him to hasten his speed. Time flew by, and before long, the camouflage Jeep came to a steady stop at the entrance of Kyoto Airport. The army green exterior gleamed brightly under the sunlight, its distinctive color and robust lines granting it exceptional recognition. Almost simultaneously as the vehicle halted, Yi Wuyo, standing outside the airport, instantly spotted the camouflaged Jeep. He walked over with a broad smile, greeting, I am Yi Wuyo. You must be sent by my father. The guard saluted briskly, standing straight, and said, young master, I have been dispatched by the leader. My name is Wu Wenhao. Yi Wuyo teased, Wenhao? I think Wufu would suit you better. How can a literary hero possess such a robust physique, resembling a bull? The guard chuckled and replied, young master, you flatter me. Please, get in the car. Without further ado, Yi Wuyo opened the Jeep door and sat down. As the car started, dust billowed, and they set off towards home. Chapter 27. Childhood sweethearts. Yi Wuyo sat in the Jeep, occasionally engaging in conversation with his father and Appos, subordinates, inquiring about the health of his adoptive parents. After a brief passage of time, they finally arrived at a residential complex. The exterior was heavily guarded, with elite bodyguards patrolling the entrance. One of his father's men swiftly leaped from the vehicle with a fluidity that exhibited decisiveness. With a smile, he adeptly produced his credentials and presented them to the guard at the gate. However, to their astonishment, today's circumstances appeared somewhat unusual. The guard, after casting a glance at the credentials held by Wu Wenhao, maintained his composure and stated, Comrade Wu Wenhao, you may enter. However, this gentleman must present relevant identification. Without it, we cannot permit his entry. Upon hearing this, Wu Wenhao and Appos' eyes widened with indignation as he bellowed, What? Do you know the status of our young master? How dare you demand identification from him? I suggest you promptly contact your superior to inquire who granted you such audacity to act in this manner. Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, the expression on the elite bodyguard's face shifted dramatically. His previously stern demeanor intensified into one of cold severity. And without hesitation, he reached for his weapon, adopting a stance that indicated he was prepared to engage in combat. Faced with this sudden escalation, Wu Wenhao was equally unyielding. In a swift motion, he drew a handgun from his waist, his left hand moving with astonishing speed. Subsequently, with practiced precision, he chambered a round and raised the firearm, executing the entire sequence with seamless fluidity that rivaled that of the bodyguard. Observing this scene, Yi Wuyo couldn't help but muse inwardly, truly. My father's bodyguard is remarkable. His speed and skill in drawing a weapon are undeniably impressive. Yi Wuyo, quick on his feet, leaped from the car, his form gliding like a specter towards the guard. With a sudden grasp, he effortlessly displaced the weapon held firmly in the guard and Oppo's grip. Breathing heavily, he exclaimed, "Oh dear. That was quite perilous. Thankfully, I brought my credentials today. Otherwise, I would have surely faced my father's wrath for any mishaps." As his words hung in the air, Yi Wuyo elegantly reached into his attire and produced a small green booklet. With a triumphant expression, he extended this mysterious little green book towards the bodyguard. The elite guard accepted the booklet with utmost caution, and upon examining its contents, he found Yi Wuyo's title and vital information clearly inscribed within. When his gaze fell upon the identification number, his eyes widened in shock, revealing an unmistakable mixture of surprise and respect, akin to a fervent admirer encountering their idol. Without hesitation, the guard stood tall, feet together, and raised his right hand in a formal salute towards Yi Wuyo, proclaiming, "I salute you, Captain Yi. Today, we are on heightened alert due to the arrival of special personnel. The Tiger Assault Team is indeed a distinguished force, comprised of the most elite warriors from across the nation. The selection criteria for this team are exceedingly rigorous, as their missions are fraught with peril and secrecy. New members are only inducted following the unfortunate loss of existing ones, as each position embodies both supreme honor and heavy responsibility. To be a part of this unit, every soldier must endure countless trials of fire and blood, forging an indomitable spirit and unwavering will. These warriors not only excel in combat skills, but also possess the acumen and courage to navigate complex and ever-changing scenarios. Besides executing dangerous missions, this team has another significant responsibility, transitioning to become the enigmatic Dragon Group agents upon retirement. Undoubtedly, the future for these elite soldiers is bright, filled with boundless possibilities. Hence, all guards in the Dragon Kingdom gaze upon them with envy, yearning for the day they too will ascend to such heights and become true kings of warriors. Yi Wuyo nodded slightly, realization dawning upon him. So that is why there is a driver specifically assigned to escort individuals inside, along with stringent identity verification. It must be that Hu Wan is arriving. Before he could finish his sentence, a low yet steady engine sound approached from a distance. All eyes turned towards the sound, and they beheld a black, extended limousine gliding along the road. The car's sleek lines and elegant silhouette seemed to flow seamlessly, its glossy black finish reflecting a dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. Above the vehicle, a vibrant dragon emblem fluttered proudly, as if celebrating the occasion with a festive flourish. The guards stationed at the entrance immediately straightened, their expressions turning solemn. They swiftly raised their right hands in a standard salute as the vehicle drew near. Just as everyone anticipated the black limo would glide through the gates, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The driver deftly brought the car to a halt and, with practiced ease, opened the door, stepping out from the driver's seat. After adjusting his uniform, he briskly moved to the rear, carefully opening the back door. In an instant, all attention was captured as a woman, resembling a celestial being, gracefully stepped out of the vehicle. Her features were exquisite, with eyes that sparkled like stars, and her pearly white smile radiated an enchanting allure. Her tall, slender figure moved with an elegance akin to a dancer, each step imbued with grace. The woman's skin was fairer than snow, delicate as jade, seemingly flawless. Her chestnut locks cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, swaying gently with her movements, akin to silken fabric glistening softly in the light. A gentle breeze lifted a few strands of hair, accentuating her captivating presence. Upon alighting, the enchanting woman's gaze locked onto Yi Wuyo, her eyes sparkling with joy, as if melting like snow under the summer sun, shedding all pretense of modesty. She strode forward, leaping into Yi Wuyo's embrace. Yi Wuyo, quick to respond, caught the seemingly weightless beauty, enveloped in a fragrance that wafted around him like a gentle breeze. His heart raced, and he resisted the urge to groan. Knowing that such an expression would surely cause Huan to find a crevice to hide in, ashamed to face anyone, he repeatedly patted the soft, fair back of the girl, saying, "Wan, you are all grown up now. Why are you still so mischievous?" With a gentle shake of his head, his eyes revealed a deep sense of affection. The woman referred to as Nizi playfully stuck out her tongue and made a charming grimace in response. "Humph. No matter how old I grow, in my heart, you will forever remain my night brother. It has been many years since we last met. Over the years, have you not missed me even a little? You truly are a heartless fellow. This time, you absolutely must not sneak away like you did before. The moment I heard of your return, I hastened over from the state guest house without a moment's delay. The elite bodyguards nearby dared not breathe, drenched in cold sweat. The license plate of the vehicle was V00000001, a sight that could instill fear in anyone. The mysterious woman who emerged from the car was undoubtedly of remarkable origin, especially given her close familiarity with the former soldier standing before her. It was akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King and Apos' temple, capturing a person right within the Dragon Palace. The bodyguard who had just verified Yuuyo and Apos' identity now felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Yuuyo gently caressed the silky, fragrant hair of Huan. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he softly replied, "Nizi, the primary reason for my return is to visit my parents. I plan to stay here for just a few days. Next time we meet, I will take you out for a few days of fun. Consider it a small compensation for you. What do you think?" However, upon hearing this, Huan pouted her lips, slightly displeased as she murmured, "Why only a few days? That's hardly enough. How about I talk to my father and have him keep you here as a special agent? That way, you can stay in Kyoto with me forever." She blinked her lively eyes, gazing expectantly at the man before her. Yet, Yuuyo merely smiled faintly. He reached out and gently flicked Huan's smooth forehead. She let out a delicate cry of surprise, immediately covering her forehead with her hands and shooting an indignant glare at Yuuyo, resembling a cute yet irate little pufferfish. Yuuyo remarked, "That one and amp, Apos, Tidu. My wife only granted me a few days off." Upon hearing the news of Yuuyo's marriage, Huan's face flushed like a scorched pot. Nearly on the verge of tears, struggling to accept the reality, Yuuyo comforted her, saying, "Due to certain reasons, it and Apos' merely a contractual marriage. Perhaps, in a few years, we will part ways." He added, "Do not cry, my dear. Tears will mar your beauty." At the mention of a mere sham marriage, Huan's playful spirit returned. She linked her arm with Yuuyo and Apos' and said, "Let us visit Andy." Yuuyo acquiesced, allowing her to lead him as they stepped into the community. The driver and elite bodyguards did not follow, wishing to preserve the warmth of the moment. Chapter 28. Be My Knight. The driver of Huan followed at a distance. Not merely a typical bodyguard, but an agent from the state guest house, tasked with the significant responsibility of safeguarding important individuals. It is worth noting that those entrusted with such duties are invariably individuals of remarkable skill, bravery, and intelligence. Furthermore, this elite bodyguard boasts a glorious past, having once been a formidable member of the renowned Tiger Commando unit. Although no longer part of the team, his reputation remains undiminished. Interestingly, he is also the senior brother of Yuuyo. At this moment, Yuuyo and Huan strolled leisurely side by side, their laughter and playful banter echoing like a never-ending melody. This scene mirrored their first encounter in childhood, a time when they were innocent children, devoid of barriers, simply intimate companions. Soon, they arrived at a beautifully landscaped villa, which stood 2 stories tall, its design both unique and elegant. The surrounding garden was a riot of colors, with flowers blooming vibrantly, akin to a splendid sea of blossoms. The lush green lawn resembled a vast emerald carpet, covering the entire courtyard and drawing the eye. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance, Yuuyo's adoptive mother, Enru, around 40 years of age but looking significantly younger, exuding grace and elegance. She held a watering can, diligently tending to the radiant flowers. Upon seeing her son return, Enru's face blossomed with joy. She hastily set down the watering can and rushed to open the iron gate of the villa, welcoming the 2 children inside. They entered the courtyard with smiles. Enru gazed at Yuuyo with a warm smile, her eyes brimming with delight as she spoke. "Yi heir, you finally have time to come back and see us. We have been worried about you with no news for so long. If it weren't and Apos, for Uncle Jiang mentioning your situation, we would still be anxious." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yi Wuyo scratched his head and replied softly, "Mom, please don't say that. Things overseas have indeed been quite complicated, and I couldn't break free for a while. But now, I'm back. Let's go inside and chat." With that, they turned and walked into the house. Upon entering the living room, they found the decor to be simple yet elegant. The pristine white walls complemented the light gray floor tiles, creating a serene atmosphere. A spacious and comfortable beige sofa rested against the wall, adorned with several colorful cushions, lending a cozy touch. The three of them settled onto the soft sofa. And just as they sat down, Enru stood up and headed to the kitchen. Shortly after, she returned with 2 steaming cups of tea. Placing them on the coffee table, with a smile, she said to Yi Wuyo and Huan, "Here, have some tea to quench your thirst." Yi Wuyo and Huan quickly accepted the cups and drank eagerly. After setting down the cups, Yi Wuyo gently wiped his mouth. At that moment, Enru continued, "You are already 26 years old, a grown man. Shouldn't you consider your lifelong partner? I think Wan is quite a wonderful girl. You two have grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Moreover, your father and her father have been longtime friends. This match is simply perfect." As she spoke, a rosy hue began to bloom on Huan's cheeks, her expression adorably shy. Yi Wuyo, caught off guard, sputtered and sprayed the water he had just swallowed. Flustered, he waved his hands and hurriedly explained, "Mother, let me clarify. Huan and I have indeed known each other since childhood, but just recently, I got married. We simply haven't had the chance to hold a banquet for friends and family yet. I came back this time specifically to inform you and father of this significant event." Upon hearing this, Enru and Apos' previously worried expression instantly transformed into one of relief and joy. Her lips curled into a smile, radiating warmth and happiness. Although Yi Wuyo was not her biological son, the years of nurturing had forged a profound bond between them. She had always regarded him as her own, showering him with love and care. With a beaming smile, Enru exclaimed, "Quick, bring out a photo of your bride for me to see. We must choose an auspicious date to host a grand wedding celebration." Yi Wuyo promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket, searched through his album, and respectfully handed it to Enru. As she took the phone and gazed at the photo, her eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flooding her features. "My dear, how on earth did you manage to marry such a stunningly beautiful girl?" Feeling a tightness in his chest, Yi Wuyo and Apos' mind raced as he concocted various reasons and stories to deflect his adoptive mother and Apos' inquiries. Thus, he spoke at length for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile, Huan, initially curious as she watched Yi Wuyo converse with Enru, could no longer contain herself. She reached over and snatched the phone from Yi Wuyo and Apos' hands. Her gaze fixated on the image of the unfamiliar woman, scrutinizing it closely to ascertain the beauty of the one who dared to capture Yi Wuyo and Apos' heart. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted, "It and Amp. Apos' Ning Qingyi. How can this be?" The speaker and Amp, Apos' face was one of utter disbelief, her voice trembling slightly from shock. The name Ning Qingyi resonated loudly in Huitian City. She was the wealthiest and most renowned businesswoman in the area, akin to a ruby atop a crown in this bustling metropolis. Any self-proclaimed beauty standing beside her would instantly pale in comparison. After all, Ning Qingyi possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also remarkable intelligence and talent. At such a young age, she helmed a company valued at a staggering 100 billion, emerging as a dazzling star in the business world. However, she was far from a mere pretty face. Her extraordinary decisiveness and outstanding abilities in the commercial realm left many of her peers in awe. Recently, news of her had swept through the entire Dragon Kingdom like a whirlwind. It was reported that she had boldly taken on the Lu family, the Yi family, and the Yi family in Tian'ai City, achieving significant victories in the tumultuous capital markets, amassing an astonishing 500 billion in just a few months, an accomplishment that left everyone astounded. Now, her name had spread throughout the circles of affluent families, causing quite a stir. Even my father, a discerning individual who rarely praises others, spoke highly of Ning Qingyi, calling her young and promising with an unlimited future, eagerly anticipating her future contributions. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo was equally astonished. He never imagined that Ning Qingyi's name had reached as far as the distant capital. Even Huan's father had heard of it. It seems that the influence of Qing Yi is spreading at an astonishing pace. Yi Wuyo comforted Huan, saying, "Qing Yi is indeed beautiful, transcending the mundane, flawless in every aspect. Yet she possesses an aloofness that keeps others at bay. Much like a snow lotus on a snow-capped mountain. The closer one approaches, the more one risks losing her. My dear, you are different. In terms of beauty, grace, and intelligence, you are in no way inferior to her. You are like the sun breaking through after a rain, always capable of warming my once icy heart, nurturing the shattered spaces within me, allowing me to feel warmth once more. Yi Wuyo's words of affection flowed effortlessly, a cascade of sweet nothings, a charming rogue, a mischievous imp, titles he had not employed for many years. Ning Qing had long since recognized this facet of him, which was why she often teased him. Such a person cannot be indulged. He must be kept in check, lest he ascend to the heavens. At that moment, the kitchen was filled with the delightful aroma of ingredients being sought addition, and Rue was engrossed in her culinary creations, entirely oblivious to the happenings in the living room. Her decision to remain in the kitchen stemmed from an understanding that the youth needed their own space for solitude. Hearing that Rue was not present, Huwan's initially tense heart began to relax. She found herself instinctively moving closer to Yi Wuyo, her body gradually leaning towards him. When she reached behind him, she hesitated for a moment, but then seemed to resolve herself. She gently extended her flawless arms, as fair as jade, resembling a blossoming flower. Slowly, her delicate palm covered Yi Wuyo's eyes. This gesture seemed to transport them back to their childhood, a time filled with playful antics. Then, in a soft voice tinged with anticipation, Huwan asked, "Will you always protect me? Like a knight from a fairy tale, standing resolutely by my side, offering unwavering support, accompanying me on the long journey of life until the very end. Is that possible?" Faced with Huwan's earnest inquiry, Yi Wuyo answered without a moment's hesitation. His response was simple and direct. Of course. This answer was like a soothing balm, instantly filling Huwan's heart with sweetness and warmth. After receiving his affirmative reply, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. She slightly turned her head, parting her lips to place a gentle kiss on Yi Wuyo and Apos' neck. In that moment, it seemed she wished to pour all her emotions into that single gesture, lingering as if reluctant to part. When she finally withdrew her lips, a vivid kiss mark, reminiscent of a strawberry, appeared on his neck. The faint pink imprint stood out strikingly against his sun-kissed skin, seemingly imbued with Huwan's unique and intoxicating fragrance, enchanting all who caught a whiff. After this intimate act, Huwan, akin to a contented kitten, gracefully moved to the other end of the sofa. Her cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes glimmering with shyness and joy. Her face radiated a triumphant expression, brimming with pride. Yi Wuyo could only think that he had been outmaneuvered by this girl. If his wife were to discover this, who knows how many days of Cold War would ensue. Chapter 29. Commander Yu Tianming in a moment of mutual gaze. The atmosphere between the two individuals was tinged with an awkwardness that left them at a loss for words. Just then, a gentle sound emanated from the kitchen, followed by the appearance of their nurturing mother, Anru, who emerged with a radiant smile, carrying a platter of freshly prepared delicacies. Her arrival was akin to a timely rain, perfectly shattering the uncomfortable silence that had enveloped them. As Anru placed the dish on the dining table with grace, she warmly beckoned Yi and Amp, Apos, and Wan. "Don't just stand there. The meal is ready. Come and eat while it's hot. By the way, your Uncle Yi should be home soon." Upon hearing this, the previously reserved pair felt a wave of relief wash over them. They promptly rose and took their seats at the table, awaiting Yi Tianming and Apos' return in silent anticipation. Moments ticked by, and after a few short minutes, the wall clock chimed precisely at 12. At that moment, the familiar sound of a door opening resonated through the air, and Yi Tianming's tall, commanding figure appeared at the threshold. Clad in a sharp military green uniform, he exuded a gallant demeanor, reminiscent of a seasoned general. His face, defined by strong angles and a chiseled jawline, was strikingly handsome, complemented by a pair of thick, dark eyebrows that arched slightly, lending him an air of authority. His deep-set eyes, reminiscent of dark pools, sparkled with determination and resolve, capable of piercing through the hearts of those he regarded. Overall, he emanated an aura of formidable prowess, his robust stature and confident stride reflecting an indomitable spirit. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the room as Yu Tianming entered with a beaming smile. Striding confidently towards them, his voice boomed, "Ah, Wan. I didn't expect you to visit today?" His words were laced with surprise and delight. As he approached, he scrutinized the charming young girl before him and inquired with genuine concern, "How have you been? Is the work at the auditorium keeping you busy?" Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, he quickly added, "Oh, and please send my regards to your father." I hope he has been keeping well. If he has the time, he should come over for a visit. It would be wonderful to catch up. His responsibilities are demanding, but he must remember to rest. Time is relentless. Huan smiled. Uncle Yi, my work is quite manageable. My father is in good health. Thank you for your concern. I will surely convey your message. Yi Tianming and Apos' expression turned grave, as if he were lost in deep contemplation. His penetrating gaze appeared somewhat distant, his thoughts drifting far away. He understood well that the girl's words echoed her father and Apos' sentiments. With a silent sigh, he reflected on the weight of the situation. At that moment, Anru's gentle voice broke through. Tianming, hurry and wash your hands. Then come to the table. The children are waiting, and the food will get cold. Let us not discuss work at home. With his wife's call, Yi Tianming snapped back to reality, a hint of apology gracing his features. He promptly rose, obediently heading to wash his hands. Who would have imagined that this formidable leader, commanding respect and authority, was, at home, under the gentle guidance of his wife? Seated at the table, the family began to eat, and during the meal, Yi Tianming turned to Yi Wuyo, his tone a mix of authority and reproach. Year, why didn't you inform us about your marriage? If it weren't for Uncle Jiang, I would still be in the dark. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yi Wuyo's face as he scratched his head and replied slowly, Father, I sincerely apologize. This matter unfolded so suddenly that I could not inform you and Mother in advance. Moreover, Ning Qingyi and I haven't even held the wedding banquet yet. But rest assured, once we have the time, we will organize a grand celebration and invite you both to join. At that moment, Yi Tianming's eyes sparkled with excitement, rejuvenating his demeanor. He laughed heartily. Ning Qingyi, I am quite pleased with her. Even your uncle Zhao has spoken highly of her. Such an exceptional young lady is truly remarkable. You must cherish her and never act foolishly. Should you dare stray or misbehave, beware, I'll not hesitate to intervene. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo nodded fervently, assuring his father that he would never defy his wishes. Sensing the tension in the room, Anru interjected with a smile. All right. Let us not forget to enjoy the delicious food. However, sitting in the corner, Huan wore a displeased expression, her lips pressed tightly together, betraying her discontent. She had long harbored aspirations of claiming the position of the rightful wife and now, witnessing her future father-in-law's admiration for Ning Qingyi, she couldn't help but worry. What if he staunchly opposed her becoming the main wife? Yi Tianming's expression turned serious as he spoke. According to reports from the border guards, mercenaries from Shandong have silently infiltrated. A storm is brewing. Our satellites have locked onto their movements. We captured one of the mercenaries named Larry, who revealed that by accepting a bounty from Lu Xiaojia, they aim to conduct lucrative transactions in Haitian City, promising exorbitant rewards. As Yi Tianming finished speaking, Yi Wuyo's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. His clenched fist revealed bulging veins, and a chilling aura of lethal intent radiated from him, saturating the air around him. An overwhelming sense of dread and concern consumed him as visions of Qingyi in peril flooded his mind. The realization that he was not by her side to protect her overwhelmed him with despair. What should I do? If something were to happen to Qingyi, Yi Wuyo dared not dwell further, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Just then, Yi Tianming, who had remained silent until now, revealed a knowing smile, hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. Then, he slowly began to speak. Do not fret. Your father is here. How could I allow anyone to easily harm my daughter-in-law? I have long been prepared and have discreetly dispatched capable subordinates to conceal themselves around Qingyi. Once they detect any signs of danger, they will undoubtedly spring into action without hesitation. As the saying goes, and Apos, when encountering an enemy, one must draw one and Apos' sword. And Apos, in this life and death struggle. Only the brave and fearless shall emerge victorious. We must ensure that those who dare to invade suffer a bloodbath, by returning their own methods upon them. We shall safeguard the security of the Dragon Kingdom with their blood. Only in this way can we intimidate those treacherous knaves who harbor ill intentions. Upon hearing his father and Apos' resolute words, Yi Wuyo and Apos' heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found some solace. Yet, simultaneously, he made a silent vow. Once this incident subsided, regardless of the cost, he would eradicate those shadowy figures who schemed against him and his wife. Otherwise, it would truly echo the ancient adage, and Apos, if the roots are not eliminated. The spring breeze will give rise to new growth. At that time, the ensuing troubles would likely be endless. As Yi Tianming's voice faded, the tense atmosphere within the room was instantly alleviated. The taut nerves of the guests gradually relaxed, and the banquet once again resonated with laughter and joy. Everyone exchanged toasts, creating a lively and festive ambience. In a daze, it seemed as if they had returned to a time of carefree bliss and harmony. After the meal, Yi Wuyo slowly rose, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the elegantly poised Huan seated across from him. He softly said, "Allow me to escort you to the car." With that, he made his way toward the entrance. Huan nodded obediently, following him out of the courtyard. Outside, a brand new black limousine awaited them, its sleek lines shimmering with a lustrous black sheen. Yi Wuyo approached the vehicle, gently opening the door and gesturing for her to enter. Huan slowly settled into the car, her gaze never straying from Yi Wuyo, filled with lingering affection and reluctance, as if she wished to remain. Yi Wuyo understood that he could not allow Huan to linger too long. After all, their prolonged solitude could invite unnecessary complications, especially since he already had a wife. He was acutely aware of the boundaries and propriety that should govern interactions between men and women. Nevertheless, when he inadvertently caught sight of Huan and Apos' delicate and pitiable countenance, his heart, once as tranquil as a still lake, stirred with subtle ripples of emotion. At that moment, the meticulously uniformed driver approached with measured, deliberate steps. He first inclined his body slightly, then, adopting an exceedingly respectful demeanor, addressed Huan in a hushed tone. "Miss, I have just received word that your father urgently requires this vehicle for an important matter. Therefore, I kindly ask you to depart for the state guest house at your earliest convenience." Upon hearing this, Huan instinctively bit her soft pink lips, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of evident reluctance. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately nodded slightly, indicating her consent to embark on her return journey. Yet, just as she was about to close the car door, it seemed she suddenly recalled something significant. With a swift motion, she grasped Yi Wuyo's strong and sturdy hand tightly and softly said, "Brother Yi, there are a few words I wish to share with you." Chapter 30. The commanding presence of Knight Huan, with a playful sway of her body, resembled a petulant child, insistent on relishing one final warm embrace before parting ways. Her luminous, expressive eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her pouting lips were utterly irresistible. With a mischievous gesture, she extended her delicate pinky finger, playfully intertwining it with Yi Wuyo and Apos', solemnly pledging to seal their promise for the next rendezvous. Yi Wuyo gazed upon this whimsical girl, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement in his heart. Yet, he found it impossible to deny her wish, and thus complied willingly. In that moment, they engaged in a solemn pinky swear, reminiscent of their youthful days. They exchanged a heartfelt commitment. Whenever Yi Wuyo found leisure, he would take Huan on delightful excursions to experience the enchanting beauty of Longhua. At that instant, an exuberant smile blossomed on Huan's charming face, radiant like flowers blooming in spring. It was as though she had anticipated Yi Wuyo's acquiescence, confidently asserting her claim over him, as if he were her destined partner. However, just then, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Huan, akin to a nimble bird, leapt forward with remarkable swiftness, catching Yi Wuyo by surprise as she embraced his neck tightly. The abruptness of her actions left her no time to adjust her posture, and she clung to him, her previously vibrant complexion now tinged with a slight blush from the excitement. Faced with Huan's sudden advance, Yi Wuyo found himself momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he chose not to push her away but instead stood still, allowing her to hold him closely. After what felt like an eternity, Huan finally released her embrace, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, exuding an air of shyness and allure. What transpired during those moments of closeness, perhaps only they truly understood. Following this, Huan boarded a black flag limousine, and as the driver shut the door, she reluctantly waved goodbye to Yi Wuyo, who reciprocated the gesture. The vehicle roared to life, a cloud of dust billowing as it swiftly vanished from Yi Wuyo's sight. He sighed, bemused by the girl's antics. Turning away, Yi Wuyo retreated to the house and settled beside his father on the sofa. The father and son sat across from each other at an old yet storied peachwood table, illuminated by the soft glow of a dim oil lamp, passionately discussing every detail of their upcoming operation, from strategic planning and personnel arrangements to weapon preparations, meticulously dissecting every aspect. They delved deep into the complex scenarios they might encounter, analyzing enemy troop distributions, tactical strategies, and potential unforeseen circumstances. These looming risks and challenges rose before them like formidable mountains. Yet, they did not falter. Instead, leveraging their years of experience and wisdom, they sought to devise countermeasures. After an extensive exchange of thoughts, the battle-hardened father and the impetuous son reached a consensus. At the break of dawn the following day, they would personally lead a well-trained and well-equipped guard unit back to Haitianshire, with a singular purpose: to decisively eliminate the threats posed by their adversaries. It is noteworthy that this military action was not a unilateral decision. They had previously reported the entire plan to their superiors and received explicit approval, as any misstep could potentially trigger an uncontrollable chaos, the consequences of which would be dire. Hence, every decision was made with utmost caution, ensuring absolute precision. On the next morning, before the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, a thin veil of mist enveloped the world, shrouding it in an ethereal haze. The confluence of fog and cloud seemed to silently herald an impending bloodbath. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the dining table, where Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming sat across from each other, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. They savored the delicious food while engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and jovial. Several cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea, fragrant and refreshing, adorned the table, filling the room with a soothing aroma that lifted their spirits. Taking gentle sips, the rich flavor of the tea spread through their mouths, akin to a clear spring flowing, illuminating their hearts. After breakfast, Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming strolled leisurely out of the courtyard. Outside, a military jeep awaited them, its metallic sheen exuding an air of formidable authority. A guard stood erect beside the vehicle, ready to assist them. Both father and son climbed aboard the jeep, and once settled, the guard swiftly ignited the engine. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle sped down the road toward the military district, the scenery changing rapidly. Yet their spirits remained calm and composed. Approximately 20 minutes later, the jeep arrived at the garrison headquarters, a striking scene of green military camps. Rows of camouflaged barracks stood in neat formation, resembling a steel fortress. Sounds of fierce gunfire and battle cries echoed within the camp, where numerous soldiers engaged fervently in live-fire training. Their agile forms darted across the training grounds, demonstrating remarkable military prowess. As the jeep approached the entrance, the guard on duty recognized the occupants and promptly sprinted over, saluting sharply with a report. "Sir, the troops are assembled and ready for your inspection." Yi Tianming nodded slightly. Responding in a soft voice, commenced the review. As the words left his lips, the jeep drove directly onto the parade ground. Before them stood thousands of soldiers, armed and poised, each one a robust warrior reminiscent of a god of war. Confidence radiated from their faces, their eyes sharp and resolute, ready to sacrifice for their homeland, showcasing the formidable strength of this elite guard unit. With the stirring military music resonating through the air, the parade officially commenced. The soldiers marched with synchronized precision, their weapons glinting in the sunlight, drawing the gaze of onlookers. Their disciplined steps were near flawless. Yi Tianming stood elevated, his keen gaze sweeping over the assembled troops. After a moment of observation, he sensed the opportune moment had arrived. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned his strength and bellowed, "Set forth. Destination, Haitianshire." His voice boomed like a resounding bell, reverberating throughout the camp, awakening the soldiers from their composure. With Yi Tianming's fierce command, the previously orderly camp erupted into a flurry of activity. Armed soldiers, swift as arrows, leapt into the waiting vehicles, each one igniting their engines in rapid succession. The engine emitted a resounding roar, reminiscent of a horde of roaring behemoths preparing for battle. A glance revealed that this reinforced regiment possessed no fewer than dozens of vehicles. They were linked together, forming an elongated steel dragon, winding and twisting as it extended for several miles. Such a magnificent spectacle was truly breathtaking, showcasing the formidable strength and unwavering morale of the unit. At the forefront of this dragon sat the father-son duo of Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming. Their expressions were grave, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable excitement and anticipation. For them, this was not merely another opportunity to fight side by side. It represented a legacy of familial honor and tradition. As the saying goes, a father and son in battle, brothers striking down tigers. In this moment, their hearts were united by a singular conviction: to defend the glory of the Dragon Kingdom and vanquish any foe that dared to approach. To ensure the operation would be swift and decisive, the entire convoy pressed on without a moment and pause, not even stopping for fuel. which had been preemptively prepared for unforeseen circumstances. This resolute and decisive approach perfectly exemplified the intricate strategy underlying their combat plan. They understood the critical impact of time on the outcome of war. Hence, they resolved to launch their offensive with lightning speed. Akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, illuminating the entire battlefield in an instant. This strategy aimed to leave the enemy with not even a modicum of respite, much like wielding an incredibly sharp blade. Striking down with overwhelming force to sever all avenues of escape and hope for the adversary. Consequently, the enemy would find themselves in an exceedingly passive position, unable to muster effective countermeasures, let alone organize a formidable retaliation. It is foreseeable that this battle would become a focal point of global attention, with the Dragon Kingdom's roar echoing across the universe, instilling fear in the hearts of nefarious foes. Merely a day later, the disciplined and well-trained Guard Regiment had silently completed a meticulous encirclement of the Upper East District. All members lay in wait like phantoms among the surrounding residences, patiently anticipating the optimal moment to strike. Those tasked with reconnaissance undertook their duties with utmost care, skillfully blending into the surrounding environment, leaving no subtle rustle or shift unnoticed. Particularly noteworthy was the seasoned scout, who, through adept disguise techniques, carefully conducted a detailed survey of the surroundings. Should the enemy dare to tread into this territory, they would find themselves facing an inescapable fate. Chapter 31. Invitation to the trap. At this moment, Lu Xiaojia found himself utterly cornered, like a desperate dog. He concocted a devious and ruthless scheme. All the evidence of his misdeeds lay indisputably before him, with not only eyewitnesses, but also irrefutable physical evidence. No matter how eloquently he might protest his innocence, it would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, futile and absurd. Ultimately, he would have no choice but to surrender and await the inevitable descent of death. In the past, this man had dispatched members of the Yamaguchi-gumi from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Now, he had resorted to employing vicious mercenaries from the Middle East. Should he fail to completely dismantle Lu Xiaojia this time and bring him to justice in court, who could predict the depths of his madness in the future? At that moment, Yuyo stood atop a towering skyscraper in Heishanshire, firmly gripping a fearsome Barrett sniper rifle. This weapon, manufactured by the Barrett Company in the United States, wielded bullets with a staggering diameter of 12.7 millimeters. Its formidable power was terrifying. A single bullet could inflict devastating harm, potentially resulting in massive blood loss and shock, leading to life-threatening conditions. Should it strike a vital area, survival would be nearly impossible. Such a weapon, with its intimidating prowess, was typically reserved for elite special forces. Peering through a high-powered scope, Yuyo focused intently on the location of the Securities Regulatory Commission in Heishanshire. He observed the bustling activity within the building, filled with busy staff coming and going, creating an atmosphere of urgency and liveliness. However, upon closer inspection, he detected no discernible anomalies. Save for a tightly locked small courtyard that appeared quite mysterious, rarely approached by anyone. Only at mealtime did a middle-aged man, bearing a weathered visage and an average build, arrive with a lunchbox to deliver food before hastily departing. Yuyo speculated that this courtyard could very well be the prison of Qingyi and Amp, Appos, as treasure. Meanwhile, Commander Yi Tianming was diligently orchestrating the capture operation, decisively instructing Director Liu of the city police to swiftly evacuate the local populace to ensure their safety. He also mandated the arrangement of sufficient law enforcement personnel to maintain public order, while preparing medical teams for potential casualties following the operation. At that moment, several stealthy figures infiltrated the city, clad in plain clothes and peculiar attire. Yet, a keen observer would notice the thick beards adorning their faces. They were scouts from the Khalifa mercenary organization, tasked with gathering intelligence and lying in wait. These trained scouts were not only fluent in multiple languages, but also possessed rubber masks made from a special material, allowing them to easily alter their appearance and seamlessly blend into the local populace. Conversing in the language of the Dragon Nation, the trio casually discussed matters such as football match outcomes and dinner plans for the evening. Passers-by paid them no heed. Commander Yi Tianming had already established a comprehensive network outside the city, effectively sealing off the Upper East District, where clandestine currents flowed. Even critical exits from Heishanshire were fortified with meticulous arrangements. Numerous trained artillery personnel lay in ambush, with heavy artillery positioned for the operation, demonstrating the scale and determination behind this endeavor. The reason for such a grand mobilization was simple: Commander Yu Tianming was incensed that someone had dared to target his daughter-in-law. Such audacity was akin to poking a tiger in its den, a perilous miscalculation. In this tense moment, the three men began to move toward the Securities Regulatory Commission, appearing relaxed yet cautious in their demeanor. Their movements were deliberate. Any slight disturbance could send them fleeing like startled rabbits. Notably, they formed a triangular formation, clearly designed to observe their surroundings from multiple angles, ready to react to any sudden developments. Yet, their supposed flawless disguise did not evade the sharp gaze of Yu Wuyo. A seasoned warrior, he remarked, the Khalifa mercenaries have indeed improved their disguise techniques. Had I not been experienced, I might have been fooled. Unfortunately, these scouts from the Middle East still exhibited subtle flaws, as altering ingrained professional habits in a short time proved challenging. Observing their stances revealed their unusual nature. And one man's south arm was positioned close to his thigh, slightly angled, a posture that, while seemingly casual, hinted at the potential concealment of a weapon. In that instant, Yi Wuyo's keen eyes locked onto the young man at the forefront of the group. Steadying his Barrett sniper rifle, he meticulously aligned the crosshairs on his target. Narrowing his eyes, he softly whispered, "Go, meet your maker." As soon as the words left his lips, he decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, shattering the fleeting tranquility of the city, sending birds scattering in panic. The targeted man scarcely had time to react, instinctively clutching his chest, but it was too late. The powerful bullet struck with blinding speed, creating a gaping wound in his torso, blood and flesh erupting in a gruesome spectacle. Crimson liquid poured forth like a breached dam, staining the ground beneath him, causing bystanders to flee in terror. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and he ultimately succumbed to his own weight, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the horrific fate of their comrade, the two men beside him were instantly transformed, panic etched across their faces as they instinctively sought refuge. Without hesitation, they drew their MP5 submachine guns and dashed toward the location where Ning Qingyi was held captive, displaying an unwavering resolve as if they would risk their lives to complete the mission. The Khalifa mercenaries were known for their unwavering loyalty and commitment. Yet, in this critical moment, Yu Wuyo would not let them escape easily. He exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly pulling the trigger once more. Two sharp gunshots resonated through the air, as two lethal bullets raced towards the fleeing men like meteors destined for destruction. The projectiles struck the first assailant with brutal precision, tearing into his arm and leg. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering into the air like blossoms of crimson. The scene was harrowing, reminiscent of a ripe watermelon violently smashed. At that moment, a burly man, his eyes wide with fury, bellowed, "Lester, we are surely doomed to fail this wretched mission. You must flee and alert the others of the ambush." With that, he forcefully shoved the injured Lester away, resolutely positioning himself in a conspicuous corner. However, Yu Wuyo showed no mercy towards his adversaries. A chilling smile graced his lips as he deftly manipulated his firearm, unleashing a bullet the size of a peanut that sped towards the man's face with astonishing swiftness. The sound of a muffled thud echoed as the bullet struck its target with unerring accuracy, leaving the man no time to utter a cry before he collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this grim spectacle, the mercenary named Levant was struck with terror, his countenance paling to that of a ghost. He understood that the perilous situation left no room for hesitation. Thus, he turned and sprinted desperately towards a nearby house. Upon reaching the dwelling, Levant, trembling, hastily flung open the door. But just then, calamity struck. Inside awaited a battalion of soldiers, poised for action. They charged at him like a pack of ferocious wolves, their collective roar echoing in the air. Poor Levant had no opportunity to react, as he was swiftly subdued by the relentless onslaught of these battle-hardened warriors. Consequently, of the originally haughty mercenaries, only one remained alive. This survivor still clung to a flicker of hope, yearning to breach the house and convey a message to their leader. Alas, his meticulous plans had overlooked the lurking sniper above and the countless soldiers concealed within the surrounding structures. These well-trained troops lay in wait, eager for their prey to fall into their trap. The radio crackled to life as Yi Wuyo pressed the button to connect. The robust voice of Yi Tianming resonated through the device. "Yi, what are your next intentions? We've captured an injured soldier. We should make good use of him." With a sinister smile, Yi Wuyo replied, "Lure him into a trap, cut off his escape." Yi Tianming laughed heartily. "You little rascal, we think alike. However, We are at a disadvantage as we do not speak the language of the Middle East and cannot communicate with those outside the city. What shall we do? Yi Wuyo teased. Fear not, for I am fluent. I shall descend at once. Before Yi Tianming could respond, Yi Wuyo switched off the radio, disassembled the Barrett, and stowed it in a golf club bag with fluid grace. He then slung it over his shoulder, the disguise utterly convincing. With purposeful strides, he made his way towards the elevator. Chapter 32. The hidden threat within the confines of the Inspection Bureau. The once busy and orderly atmosphere was suddenly disrupted. All the staff scattered like startled birds, desperately seeking refuge. The entire office descended into chaos. At that moment, a series of muffled gunshots rang out, reminiscent of distant thunder. The sound emanated from a Barrett sniper rifle, each shot carrying an unparalleled menace that instilled fear in every heart. Amidst the panic, only Director Wang Defeng remained notably composed, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. Wang Defeng speculated quietly to himself, suspecting that the sudden appearance of the gunman must have been orchestrated by Liu Xiaojia. However, he was perplexed as to why these assassins had chosen such an overt approach, rather than stealthily infiltrating. Had they encountered unforeseen obstacles during their operation? Contemplating this, Wang Defeng felt the urgency to act and swiftly retrieved his mobile phone, dialing Liu Xiaojia's number. As the call connected, he hastily informed Liu Xiaojia about the gunfight and anxiously urged him to contact the mercenaries without delay. Liu Xiaojia and Amp, Oppo's SIC voice responded, Director Wang, rest assured. The mercenaries of Khalifa never return empty-handed. They are seasoned warriors, familiar with danger. I will relay the information you provided immediately. With that, Liu Xiaojia ended the call, allowing Wang Defeng to exhale in relief. He muttered to himself, it seems I was overthinking. Liu has always been thorough. Ning Qingyi is foolishly challenging these men. What a pity, she is truly a beauty. If time permitted, I would relish the opportunity to indulge in her charms. Alas, she may only become a mere crimson skeleton. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Ning Qingyi was imprisoned, the gunfire jolted her awake. This courtyard, once a storage area for the Inspection Bureau, had long been repurposed as staff quarters and subsequently claimed by Wang Defeng as his private residence. The iron gate was locked with a heavy chain, and the courtyard was surrounded by tall walls. Ning Qingyi had attempted to escape over the past few days, but her efforts were in vain. The towering stone walls, topped with electric fencing, and the isolated location ensured that no one would pass by, save for those who had forsaken their duties. Hearing the direction of the gunfire, Ning Qingyi decisively rushed out, seizing the opportunity to bundle her scarf and other personal items with stones and hurl them toward the source of the noise. Hoping to attract attention, she clasped her hands in prayer against her chest, beseeching the heavens, if that scoundrel could arrive on a rainbow cloud to rescue me, I would forgive his dalliance with my best friend. I would turn a blind eye, as long as I could overcome this ordeal. May the heavens protect me. At that moment, Yi Wuyo, with his keen vision, had already spotted Ning Qingyi's silk handkerchief wrapped around stones nestled among the flowers. A triumphant smile crept across his face. Ning Qingyi truly embodied the cleverness and decisiveness of a female CEO, signaling at the most opportune moment. Yi Wuyo did not rush to her side immediately, for he was resolute. No one could harm his wife while he was present, not even the mercenaries of Khalifa, let alone the bloodsuckers of the Dark Court. He was the unrivaled king of warriors in Long Nation, exuding both might and authority. Yi Wuyo strode towards the house where Yi Tianming was located. As he entered, the soldiers of the Guard Brigade greeted him with expressions of excitement, parting to create a path, a tribute befitting a hero. The soldiers praised, truly, he is the son of Commander Yi, the youngest captain of the Tiger Assault Team, the strongest warrior in Long Nation. He dispatched those infiltrating mercenaries effortlessly. We were completely unaware. How remarkable. Yi Wuyo's lips curled into a faint smile, yet he remained silent, moving deeper into the room. Inside, the place was in disarray, with broken furniture and debris strewn across the floor. The last surviving mercenary slumped in a dilapidated chair, his appearance grotesque, his face swollen beyond recognition. The mask of human skin torn away. A blood-stained tourniquet was tightly bound around his left arm, evidently applied to prevent him from bleeding out. Despite the brutal treatment, the mercenary remained defiant, cursing in the dialect of the Shandong region. However, upon hearing Yi Wuyo speak in flawless Shandong, remarking, "No wonder you are a man of Khalifa. You remain so composed in such dire circumstances," the mercenary and Oppos S eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer terror. His mouth gaped open, and his eyes nearly popped from their sockets, evoking a sense of dark amusement. Yi Tianming addressed his son. Yi, how do you wish to handle this individual? We cannot extract useful information from him in this tongue. Yi Wuyo replied, Father, leave it to me. I am well versed in the interrogation methods of the KGB. We must eliminate either his physical or mental resilience to uncover the truth. The mercenary's face blanched, beads of sweat forming as he recalled the formidable reputation of the KGB agents. He had witnessed spies from the Sakura nation being captured, their minds shattered beyond repair. Lester, speaking in fluent Chinese, pleaded, Brother, I will tell you anything you wish to know. Please, do not resort to KGB methods. If so, I would rather bite my tongue and die. Yi Wuyo clapped his hands, stating, We have an ancient saying in Long Nation. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Cooperate, and I will spare your life, even allowing you to redeem yourself and earn a reduced sentence. Upon hearing this, Lester, who had felt despair, suddenly regained hope, responding, Your Excellency, feel free to inquire. I will answer truthfully and exhaustively. In that instant, a feral glint flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes, sending an icy chill through the air. The surrounding soldiers sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, as though they stood before a reaper emerging from a sea of blood. The Khalifa mercenary trembled, having long forgotten the fear of death from years spent in the shadows. Yet this young man radiated an intense sense of peril. Yi Wuyo's voice turned cold. I advise you not to play tricks. I am not merely ruthless toward my enemies. I am merciless. The last Italian mafia boss I dealt with suffered such a decline in intelligence that he even forgot his own name. Lester's eyes filled with terror. The palpable aura of deadly intent emanating from Yi Wuyo was unmistakable. He nodded rapidly, signaling his willingness to cooperate. Yi Wuyo continued. How many of you entered Long Nation this time? Lester slowly replied. Originally, there were 30 of us. 2 got lost and were apprehended along the way. The outcome revealed that they were illegal immigrants, and they were subsequently detained. Yi Wuyo nodded in acknowledgement. The number of mercenaries was deemed reasonable, after all. The intended target of the assassination was not a high-ranking official of the Dragon Country. Yi Wuyo continued to inquire, was it Lu Xiaojia who dispatched you? Are the assassination targets Ning Qingyi and Yi Wuyo? Lester's face turned pale with fear as he asked, How do you know our assassination targets? Could it be that you are Yi Wuyo? Yi Wuyo replied with a cold smile. You guessed correctly. Lester continued, Our primary target is a woman named Ning Qingyi. Only after her do we consider eliminating you, though your bounty is somewhat lower. The man's expression darkened with a sense of melancholy. After all, this assassination attempt had utterly failed, and his own survival remained uncertain. Yi Wuyo pressed on. What is your team's plan for entry? Lester responded. As long as we communicate that everything is normal via the walkie-talkie, they will immediately enter the city to carry out the assassination. If I cannot be reached, they will contemplate a retreat. Turning to the guard beside him, Yi Wuyo commanded, Return his walkie-talkie. The guard hastily brought the device, pressing the switch. Arabic voices emerged, inquiring, Lester, are you all right? Is everything normal? In that moment, silence enveloped the room, with everyone holding their breath. Should Lester dare to speak recklessly and jeopardize Yi Wuyo's grand scheme, he would be executed on the spot. Lester steeled himself and reported, Everything is normal. Hurry into the city. The target location has minimal defenses. The voice on the walkie-talkie replied, Received, before abruptly ending the call. The tension dissipated as everyone wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Yi Tianming felt a swell of pride. His son was on the verge of achieving great success, potentially wiping out the entire cadre of mercenaries. This feat would not only be significant, but could also lead to further advancements. With this thought, Yi Tianming beamed with delight and instructed the guard unit to strengthen their defenses in preparation for the impending battle. Yi Wuyo was equally prepared for a decisive annihilation. Confident in their numerical superiority, superior weaponry, and advantageous geographical position within the Dragon Country, the guard unit was poised to take the high ground, ready to wait for the enemy to tire from their long journey. Just then, a sudden turn of events unfolded as dark spots appeared in the distant sky. A guard rushed in, urgently shouting, Enemy assault, take cover. Over 20 gliders descended from above, dropping white phosphorus grenades onto the shelters below. This was a type of mass destruction grenade developed by the Raksha country. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly, causing many buildings to collapse under the strain. Fortunately, the residents had long been evacuated. In this moment, Yi Wuyo felt like an ant on a hot stove. anxiously worrying about the safety of his beloved Qingyi. The cunning Khalifa mercenaries had indeed outsmarted them, feigning a ruse that lulled them into complacency. The true decapitation operation had only just begun. Chapter 33. The Thief of Kisses. In this critical moment of life and death, the surrounding explosions echoed like a tumultuous sea, deafening and resonant. Amidst the chaos, a shadow darted out of the building like a bolt of lightning. It was Yi Wuyo. His agile frame moved with astonishing swiftness, as if he were a wisp of wind, gliding effortlessly through the night. His speed was so remarkable that it seemed almost impossible to capture his figure. At that moment, Yi Tianming witnessed Yi Wuyo's reckless dash into danger. His heart ached with fury and concern, his eyes wide with alarm. He shouted hoarsely, "Yi, hide quickly. Don't go out. It's too perilous out there." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Yi Wuyo had vanished like a shooting star, leaving only a blurred silhouette fading into the distance. Yi Tianming felt as if his heart were being torn apart, engulfed in despair and rage. He fell to the ground, his fists pounding the earth, creating a dull thud. Though Yi Wuyo was not his biological son, but an adopted one, their bond transcended that of mere kinship. In Yi Tianming's heart, Yi Wuyo held the same significance as his own flesh and blood, both treasures of his life and his spiritual refuge. Meanwhile, the members of the nearby guard unit were consumed with indignation, their hearts ablaze with righteous anger as they watched the enemy wreak havoc before them. Despite their superior numbers, various constraints prevented them from engaging immediately, leaving them helpless to witness the commander's son venture into peril alone. This sense of powerlessness fueled their fury. Captain Sun Dabiao bellowed, "Brothers, those who fear not death, charge with me. Let us annihilate these scoundrels." Yi Tianming shot him a fierce glare, his imposing presence silencing all soldiers. He admonished, "Sun Dabiao, you stubborn fool. It's not time to charge yet. Stay down and wait. Once the explosions cease, we shall strike back fiercely." Seeing the commander's irritation, Sun Dabiao quickly yielded, responding, "As you command, Commander." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming's gaze softened slightly. He would not allow his soldiers to make unnecessary sacrifices. Their numbers, equipment, and strategic position gave them absolute advantage. No matter if the mercenaries came in small or large groups, their fate would be destruction, with no possibility of escape. As Yi Wuyo unleashed his terrifying speed, he was reminiscent of his past, when he faced the world as an enemy. Even the finest athletes from Africa could not match his swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he reached the courtyard where Ning Qingyi was hiding. She had already concealed herself in a wooden cabinet within the room. With a leap, Yi Wuyo vaulted over the iron gate. The back door of the courtyard had been forcefully kicked open, and a group of bearded men clad in camouflage burst in, their eyes cold and devoid of regard for life. This band of marauders had surely taken many lives, armed with identical Gallo rifles, modeled after the RK-62 from the Hebrew country. Their weaponry indicated that they were not just ordinary mercenaries, but a specially trained force with combat awareness far exceeding that of typical hired guns. Yi Wuyo sensed the intrusion into the backyard and quickened his pace. He called out, "Qingyi darling, I'm here to rescue you." Upon hearing his voice, Ning Qingyi, hidden in the cabinet, was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down her face. This rogue had indeed come to her aid when she needed him the most. Ning Qingyi pushed open the cabinet and ran towards the door, toward the sound of Yi Wuyo's voice. Little did she know, the mercenaries who had entered through the back door were closely following her. Just as she waved at Yi Wuyo, a dozen mercenaries aimed their dark barrels at her back. In a flash, Yi Wuyo lunged forward, a heartbeat away from tragedy. He caught Ning Qingyi in his arms, shielding her with his body as the mercenaries opened fire, intent on turning them into a sieve. The room erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, drowning out all other sounds. Ning Qingyi, pressed beneath Yi Wuyo, could feel his labored breaths. Her heart ached as she realized that her beloved was risking his life for her. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the corners of her beautiful eyes as she sobbed quietly. Warm blood flowed from Yi Wuyo, dripping onto Ning Qingyi's form. She touched it, her fingers coming away stained crimson. Her radiant visage paled in panic as she exclaimed, "Little thief, you're hurt." Yi Wuyo's voice grew faint, his breath dwindling. He replied slowly, "It's nothing, Qingyi, my darling. Even if I were to die 1,000 times, I would gladly do so to save you." Without a word of complaint, with tears cascading like rain, Ning Qingyi cried, "Little thief, you cannot have any misfortune without my permission. If you die, I do not wish to live either." Yi Wuyo, trembling, caressed the exquisite face of the woman in his arms, as if on the brink of departing this world. In this dire moment, Ning Qingyi did not push away his strong embrace but tightened her hold, urgently saying, "Hang on, I'll call for an ambulance right away. We haven't even had our wedding yet, my husband." At that moment, a flicker of vibrant light seemed to ignite in Yi Wuyo's dimmed eyes. "Qingyi, my darling. You finally called me husband." Before Ning Qingyi could respond further, Yi Wuyo, dragging his bloodied form, surged to his feet and lunged at the 20 or so mercenaries, who were just reloading their weapons. Their jaws dropped in disbelief at the sight of a man who should have perished now rising against them. Yi Wuyo roared like a ferocious beast, "Come and take your lives." The more grievously injured a beast, the more terrifying its last stand. With a sudden strike, Yi Wuyo executed a swift and lethal maneuver, snapping an enemy's neck with shocking ease, as if slaying a chicken. In the blink of an eye, he pivoted and charged at 3 other foes. His fists, imbued with unfathomable strength, struck their lower abdomens with a force that echoed ominously. Instantly, 3 dull thuds resonated as they collapsed like rag dolls, their chests caved in, gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Witnessing this, the remaining mercenaries were paralyzed with terror, scattering in panic, exclaiming, "What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Everyone run." Yet, how could Yi Wuyo easily let go of those who sought to harm him and Ning Qingyi? He swiftly bent down to pick up a Gallo rifle from the ground, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the dozen or so fleeing figures. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of gunfire, accompanied by the piercing cries of the wounded, echoing throughout the space. Blood splattered like raindrops, painting the ground in a shocking crimson hue, reminiscent of a sea of blood, terrifying in its intensity. Nevertheless, a few individuals managed to escape into the underbrush, their whereabouts now unknown. Yi Wuyo observed those retreating figures in silence, choosing not to pursue them. For him, at that moment, the safety of Ning Qingyi was paramount. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his father had already laid an intricate web outside, not to mention these few individuals. Even a fly would find it nearly impossible to escape this area, as key points were diligently guarded by his father's security detail. At this moment, the gaping wound on Yi Wuyo's back, which had been bleeding profusely, was visibly healing at a remarkable pace. The bullet embedded within was gradually being expelled by his formidable self-healing ability. However, the blood covering him concealed these changes from Ning Qingyi, who was by his side. Yi Wuyo feigned weakness, collapsing onto the ground and emitting faint breaths, pretending to faint. Ning Qingyi had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Stifling her nausea from the surrounding bloodshed, she crawled over and cradled Yi Wuyo's handsome head against her bosom. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and suddenly, an idea struck her. She thought, "There's no other option. I must attempt to revive him. I'll administer artificial respiration and wait for the ambulance. No matter the cost, I will save you from the clutches of death." At that moment, her face bore no signs of hesitation, only determination and calmness. Her delicate visage pressed against Yi Wuyo's bloodied face, her heart racing wildly, feeling a strange blend of exhilaration and intimacy. This was Ning Qingyi's first time taking the initiative in such a manner with a man. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ning Qingyi sensed something was amiss. Why was this rascal's breath so persistent, unlike someone on the verge of death? There were movements that felt out of place, not just the heartbeat, but something else as well. Realizing she had been deceived, she hurriedly withdrew. A fleeting blush crossed her face, replaced by a cold indifference. With a swift motion, she tossed Yi Wuyo onto the ground and exclaimed angrily, "You little thief! You lecher! All you do is bully and deceive me. You might as well die. I can always find another husband." Seeing that he could no longer maintain his ruse, Yi Wuyo quickly called out, "Oh dear, why have you stopped the artificial respiration? My dear wife, I'm short of breath and need some oxygen." Ning Qingyi's face flushed crimson, her heart in disarray. She retorted playfully, "I don't care about you. If you die, you deserve it. The world will be rid of one more rogue." Yi Wuyo then picked himself up and began to remove his clothing. Ning Qingyi, witnessing this, quickly turned her head away, her expression filled with disdain, thinking he was trying to be lewd again. In reality, it was merely that the stench of blood on his clothes was overwhelming, and since his wounds had completely healed, he decided to remove them. Ning Qingyi had clearly misunderstood, treating him as a rogue all along. Chapter 34. The origin of immortality. Ning Qingyi was completely absorbed in her playful banter with Yi Wuyo, momentarily casting aside the question she truly wished to ask him. Just then, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Wuyo and Apos' robust physique, reminiscent of a powerful bull. In an instant, a faint blush crept onto her delicate face, as if certain memories buried deep within her consciousness were being awakened, compelling her to recall that fervent night. She instinctively raised her jade-like hand, cradling it against her ample bosom in an effort to suppress the rapid fluttering of her heart. Gradually, the crimson hue that had bloomed on her neck from embarrassment began to ebb away. After a brief moment of adjustment, Ning Qingyi managed to regain some semblance of composure. Her beautiful eyes, filled with curiosity, fixated on Yi Wuyo as she inquired, "Little thief, you clearly bore several bullets to save me. Yet why do you stand here unscathed? Could it be that you are truly a reincarnation of a deity? Or is all of this merely a figment of my imagination?" Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo had already shed the blood-stained garment, revealing the muscular contours of his torso. He gazed at her with a hint of playful mockery, his lips curling into a half-smile as he teased, "If I were to claim that I am indeed a reincarnation of a god, my dear Qingyi, would you believe me?" Ning Qingyi retorted playfully, "I believe you are just a tall tale. Be honest with me. Just moments ago, you were bleeding profusely, on the brink of death. How could you suddenly be healed?" Yi Wuyo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he responded, "Do you genuinely wish to know? If so, what I am about to share pertains to the truths beyond this world." Curiosity gleamed in Ning Qingyi's eyes as she nodded, her gaze shimmering like rippling water. Yi Wuyo fell into contemplation, taking a deep breath before recounting his tale. "Once upon a time, I bore the heavy burden entrusted to me by the Dragon Nation. Alone, I infiltrated the enigmatic organization known as SHIELD in the beautiful country, becoming an undercover agent trained by the world's finest operatives. By a twist of fate, I stumbled upon a top-secret initiative that astonished the entire globe. This initiative later became known among allied nations as the AND-AMP, Apos, God-making project. AND-AMP, Apos, it was said that through arduous interstellar explorations, they procured mysterious dark matter left in the vastness of outer space. Utilizing the powerful radiation emitted by this extraterrestrial substance, along with a series of undisclosed techniques, they sought to create artifacts capable of traversing time and space and superhumans capable of genetic mutation. Their ambitions knew no bounds, as they aimed to forge entities that could stand alongside the divine, thereby attaining immortality and eternal youth. Yet at that time, I was blissfully unaware that I had unwittingly become ensnared in a grand conspiracy. There was a time when I received a top-secret mission from SHIELD. It was only afterwards that I realized they had never intended for those of us executing the mission to leave alive. The task required our team to venture to a clandestine laboratory on the Hohenzollern Islands to retrieve a research material known as Terrigen crystals. After considerable effort and perilous challenges, we finally reached our destination and entered the laboratory, only to encounter unforeseen mishaps due to our unwitting close proximity to the dark matter from outer space. Despite successfully obtaining the Terrigen crystals necessary for our mission, the radiation had penetrated the DNA of myself and my teammates. In the aftermath of this calamity, the heart-wrenching truth emerged. Apart from my miraculous survival, all of my comrades perished, their eyes forever closed. The sight of my fallen teammates was gruesome. Their contorted faces bore expressions of terror and despair, as if they had endured unspeakable torment in their final moments. Their existence in this world vanished like whispers in the wind, obliterated by the powerful and mysterious SHIELD, which meticulously sealed away all related information within classified archives, denying any external scrutiny. However, against all odds, I did not succumb to death. Perhaps it was the favor of fate or the influence of an unknown force. Regardless, I persevered through a series of intricate and perilous experiments and treatments. To everyone in Apos' astonishment, it was discovered that my restructured DNA had undergone astonishing alterations, endowing me with extraordinary healing capabilities. This ability allowed my body to mend wounds at an unimaginable pace, even restoring itself swiftly after sustaining severe injuries. News of my remarkable condition spread, capturing the attention of numerous prominent biologists in the beautiful country. Several illustrious doctors delved deeply into the study of my cells, and to their astonishment, they concluded that my DNA had undergone unprecedented mutations. However, as this mutation was still in its initial stages, the precise outcomes remained uncertain, exhibiting significant instability. With the passage of time, the powers bestowed by this mutation would only grow stronger, potentially granting me abilities that could rival the divine, powers akin to those of Adam, Eve, and the might of Yahweh. Upon learning of this development, the director of SHIELD promptly resolved to imprison me for further study and surveillance, in order to avert any uncontrollable circumstances. Yet, during the execution of this plan, an intense conflict erupted. Faced with encirclement and fortified defenses, I exhibited no fear, utilizing my extraordinary immortality to resist. Ultimately, in this harrowing battle, the director of SHIELD, Coulson, was tragically slain by my hand, along with several elite agents who fell before me. The entire headquarters was reduced to ashes. Following this confrontation, I became a significant threat to the government of the beautiful country, which hastily placed me on a kill list, bestowing upon me a fearsome moniker, Hades, one of the Greek gods, the deity presiding over life and death, who grants despair to the arrogant in pursuit of truth. At this juncture, Yi Wuyo chuckled bitterly, reflecting on his own origins as an abandoned child, who, through the nurturing of his adoptive father, gained entry into a military academy, ultimately excelling to the point of serving his country as a soldier, transitioning from a special forces operative to a top-tier agent. He had faced death countless times, teetering on the brink of oblivion for days on end. Was he a forsaken child of fate or a chosen one of the divine? As Yi Wuyo pondered his cold past, his expression turned pale. Just then, delicate tears began to cascade down Ning Qingyi's cheeks. Evidently moved by the extraordinary circumstances recounted by Yi Wuyo, she leaped forward, embracing him tightly, whispering against his chest, "I do not care how arduous your past has been, nor the perils you have faced. Regardless of whether the future is filled with corpses or a sea of blood, I am acutely aware that in this moment, I am your legitimate wife. Even as time flows away and the seas transform into fields, even if you were to attain eternal life while I merely become a pile of dust, dissipating into the mortal realm, all I ask is that you remember me through the long years and lay a bouquet of roses upon my grave. I harbor no regrets in this life." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo felt his eyes welling with tears. The stunningly beautiful woman before him was willing to share her life with him without seeking anything in return, only yearning for genuine affection, a rarity indeed. Even in peril, she remained steadfast by his side. What more could one desire? This life is sufficient. Yi Wuyo embraced Ning Qingyi's flawless and enchanting figure. She offered no resistance, her ears flushed crimson. He lifted her gently, carrying her into the room behind them. The moon hung bright amidst a sparse, starry sky, the night alluring. Love knows not its origin, yet it deepens with each passing moment. From the afternoon until the following morning, the two remained within the confines of the courtyard. Yi Tianming, with a stern countenance, led a well-trained team in a swift operation to hunt down the remaining mercenaries throughout the city. They maneuvered like falcons through the streets and alleys, leaving no corner unsearched for potential hiding places of the enemy. Meanwhile, a scout hurried to Yi Tianming to report, "Commander, we have discovered that your son and daughter-in-law are currently leisurely playing cards in their room." Taken aback by this news, Yi Tianming initially paused, then could not help but laugh and scold, "That rascal. The situation here remains unresolved, yet he seems to be enjoying himself as if he were a carefree master. But oh well, if it means I can hold my chubby grandson sooner, I shall overlook their little escapade." With a resigned shake of his head, he continued to instruct his subordinates to expedite the search. However, on the other side, the cunning Khalifa mercenaries had already excavated a secret escape route. They had anticipated a smooth getaway, but little did they know that every exit outside the city was a dead end, heavily guarded by Yi Tianming's elite forces. Despite the mercenaries fighting fiercely and demonstrating indomitable will, they ultimately succumbed to overwhelming odds, unable to breach the encirclement. Seeing that their efforts yielded no results, Yi Tianming decisively ordered the deployment of heavy artillery from the guard regiment. With thunderous booms echoing, the shells accurately struck the mercenaries' hideout in the caves. In an instant, the earth trembled and flames soared into the sky. Once the smoke cleared, the team cautiously entered the cave to investigate. Inside lay devastation, with more than a dozen corpses, mangled beyond recognition, sprawled across the ground. Chapter 35. The Grand Banquet at Sea. Knight Tianming led his guard unit in a thorough search, resolutely refusing to overlook any desperate individuals daring to invade the Dragon Kingdom. They meticulously scoured the dark and damp cave. Suddenly, a few faint sounds heightened their vigilance. The guards swiftly converged towards the source of the noise, and indeed discovered several trembling figures huddled in a corner. These figures were the remnants of the mercenary group from Khalifa that had managed to survive. At this moment, They had long since shed their initial arrogance upon entering the Dragon Kingdom and resembled frightened rabbits, tightly clutching one another. Their hands clutched their heads as their bodies shook incessantly. They muttered pleas filled with terror and desperation. "Please, spare us. We are willing to surrender. We truly do not wish to die." Such a pitiful and cowardly display appeared particularly ludicrous, starkly contrasting with their earlier bravado. Knight Tianming, witnessing this, felt a chill in his gaze and unhesitatingly issued his orders. As his command echoed, several burly and robust soldiers charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains. These trained warriors executed their movements with precision and swiftness, reaching the survivors in an instant. They mercilessly clasped cold handcuffs around the captives' wrists. Subsequently, they effortlessly escorted the now defenseless prisoners, akin to carrying chicks, directly towards the camp's prison. For those who dared to infringe upon the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, neither Knight Tianming nor his fellow soldiers would show leniency. The final judgment would inevitably arrive. It was merely a matter of time. Regardless, they must pay a heavy price for their transgressions. After dealing with these captives, Knight Tianming did not indulge in any complacency. He understood the gravity of the situation and the urgency of subsequent actions. Thus, he immediately set about compiling a thorough report detailing all occurrences. This document not only encompassed the battle's course and the enemy's troop deployment, but also provided an incisive analysis and evaluation of the overall situation. Upon completing the report, Knight Tianming instructed a guard to deliver it to the Military Management Committee for review and directives from superiors. Upon receiving the document, the higher-ups scrutinized it carefully. When they observed Knight Tianming and his guard unit exhibiting bravery and exceptional command in the face of cunning mercenaries, they could not help but nod in approval, their faces adorned with smiles of satisfaction and admiration. Ultimately, the senior officials praised, "Comrade Knight Tianming, splendid work. There were no significant civilian casualties, nor excessive losses of personnel. Your unit's contributions to this operation are invaluable. We shall celebrate your success." Subsequently, they conveyed the latest directives, instructing that all evidence and materials be transferred to the relevant departments in Kyoto for processing. Furthermore, Comrades Knight Tianming and Yi Wuyo were awarded first-class and second-class merit, respectively, along with the Dragon Kingdom and Appos' sword medal. Once the city of Heishanshan returned to normalcy, a ceremony for the conferral of honors would be held in Kyoto. Upon receiving the commendation document, Knight Tianming could hardly contain his joy, his lips forming a constant smile. The nearby guards speculated that the commander had suffered a concussion from the excitement, inquiring if a military doctor was needed, only to be met with a swift kick from Knight Tianming. After all, it was a first-class merit. It was known that such an honor was exceedingly rare within the entire Dragon Kingdom, with only a handful of individuals ever receiving it. Their existence was akin to phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, exceptionally scarce. Each one was a venerable figure in the military, with deep qualifications and high prestige, serving as the bedrock and an unparalleled monument of the Dragon Kingdom. With this remarkable military achievement, Knight Tianming and Appos' future career prospects shone with newfound brilliance and possibility. This, indeed, was the key reason behind his uncontrollable smile. After all, his precious son consistently provided unexpected surprises. However, the profound implications behind this momentous event and the tumultuous emotions of those involved were entirely unbeknownst to Yi Wuyo. The following day, he and Ning Qingyi strolled hand in hand toward a luxurious villa in the Upper East Side, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers. Unfortunately, this warm and sweet scene was inadvertently witnessed by Zhang Ma, who, upon seeing their intimate demeanor, was filled with delight. "Ah, our Qingyi has finally come to her senses. She used to be so cold towards her fiancé. It is only natural for him to seek affection elsewhere." Faced with Zhang Ma's gaze, Ning Qingyi appeared somewhat shy, offering no further explanation, merely lowering her head. Her originally fair cheeks gradually blushed with a faint hue. As time passed, the rosy tint slowly faded. Yet her innate cool demeanor remained intact, even more captivating due to the brief moment of bashfulness. After entering the home, the couple took a moment to rest before deciding to indulge in a hot bath together. Enveloped by the warm water, the distance between them seemed to diminish further. After their bath, they returned to their respective rooms, content to relish this rare day of leisure, allowing their bodies and minds to recuperate fully. Both had endured much in recent times and were in need of rest. Meanwhile, the Kyoto National Security Bureau acted swiftly. Having gathered sufficient information, they commenced their arrest operations. Liu Xiaojia and her family were apprehended, charged with various offenses, including illegal operations, facing multiple penalties culminating in death sentences and lifelong deprivation of political rights. Other involved relatives received fines and prison sentences according to the severity of their offenses. The once mighty Liu family, with its vast influence, crumbled overnight. This sudden upheaval resembled an unexpected storm, plunging the Liu family into despair and instilling fear in all their allies. Furthermore, it entangled the Yilin father and son in an inexorable abyss. It was worth noting that the Yilin family had close ties with the Liu family, engaging in frequent and intimate business dealings. Now, with the Liu family's downfall, hidden issues began to surface. Among the most severe was the staggering amount of bad debts tied to the family bank. It resembled a bottomless pit, impossible to fill regardless of effort. When the provincial headquarters, after meticulous data review and rigorous financial auditing, finally detected this massive and anomalous bad debt, it stirred a tempest akin to a boulder thrown into a placid lake. The senior management of the headquarters took this matter very seriously, dispatching personnel to form an experienced investigative team to conduct a comprehensive and in-depth inquiry. As the investigation progressed, astonishing truths gradually emerged, leaving everyone astounded. It turned out that a complex web of interests lay hidden beneath the surface, involving multiple departments and key figures, rife with corruption issues. After securing irrefutable evidence, the headquarters acted without hesitation. Resolutely, the situation was reported to the Dragon Central Bank, revealing all discovered facts. This news struck like a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the industry. Once it emerged, it triggered an uproar, with opinions swirling and public scrutiny mounting relentlessly. Simultaneously, the police swiftly acquired relevant information and promptly established a special task force to intervene in the case. Within a matter of days, they successfully apprehended the father-son duo. Yilin and his son, faced with an overwhelming mountain of irrefutable evidence and the unassailable majesty of the law, the once arrogant Yilin and his son could only lower their heads in confession, unreservedly admitting to their transgressions. The court proceedings, which spanned several days, focused on the presentation of evidence against the duo for illegally damaging citizens' property and embezzling public funds, the magnitude of which was beyond imagination. The societal impact was exceedingly detrimental. In light of these numerous crimes, the court ultimately ruled that all assets under Yilin and his son would be confiscated, sentencing them to life imprisonment, thereby stripping them of their freedom to spend the long years in prison. The storm concluded with such a tragic outcome, evoking deep lament. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Yesho gang remained hidden in the shadows, refraining from any public appearances, well aware that the first to expose themselves would be the target of backlash. It was prudent to distance themselves from the situation. Anyone daring to stir trouble at this juncture would be courting disaster. They resolutely rejected the plan to acquire the Tianyin Group, deeming it a hot potato that could lead to ruin, with the buyers withdrawing their investments. The cash flow of the Tianyin Group was soon revealed to be depleted. In an instant, the once most formidable enterprise in Haitian City collapsed dramatically. Indeed, it is far easier to add embellishments than to provide crucial support in times of need. Ning Qingyi and Oppo's commercial insight was remarkably astute. Seizing this crisis as an opportunity, she set Knight Wuyo to prepare an acquisition plan, estimating a reasonable price point. After all, should the Tianyin Group succeed in restructuring, the profits would be substantial. Given its leading position in the culinary industry, with a brand and standards that are second to none, along with an optimal supply chain for raw materials, the group had merely fallen into a temporary financial shortfall. Coincidentally, the chairman's arrest left the company directionless. The following day, Knight Wuyo met with over 10 major shareholders at the headquarters of Tianyin Group, acquiring a staggering 60% of the shares for $1 billion in cash. It is noteworthy that merely 6 months prior, this stake would have been valued at several hundred billion. Ning Qingyi facilitated the merger of the Tiansheng Group and Tianyin Group. Rebranding it as Haitian Xinjiang Company Limited, Knight Wuyo was appointed as the president of the Tianyin Group, while Ning Qingyi continued as the president of Tiansheng. Chapter 36. The little enchantress as usual, Yi Wuyo sat leisurely in his spacious and comfortable office, gently cradling a steaming cup of fragrant coffee in his hands. He was savoring a moment of tranquility and relaxation when, suddenly, the crisp and melodious ringtone of his phone shattered the peaceful ambience. Setting down his cup, he picked up the phone resting beside him and glanced at the screen, which revealed that the caller was none other than his father. A rush of surprise and anticipation surged through him as he hurriedly swiped to answer. On the other end of the line, a deep and robust voice resonated. Yi and Appos, I have something to discuss with you. This afternoon, I plan to visit your home. Hearing his father's familiar and affectionate words, a radiant smile instantly blossomed on Yi Wuyo's face. He eagerly responded, Dad, you're coming? That's wonderful. His father continued, You must prepare a feast in advance. We can only serve Maotai, and I must meet my daughter-in-law, right? The Yi family cannot lose its decorum. We are a prestigious family. If the girl marries into our clan, we haven't even given her a bridal gift yet, let alone held a wedding banquet. What would others think if they knew? They would surely mock us for our lack of propriety. Yi Wuyo felt a wave of emotion wash over him, and his eyes grew misty. Despite his adoptive father's busy work schedule, he always kept his son's marital affairs in mind. This profound paternal love warmed Yi Wuyo's heart. He nodded vigorously and replied, Rest assured, father, you can arrive at my place around 5 o'clock. I will meticulously prepare the banquet, and I assure you, there will be plenty of Maotai. As for the address, I will send it to you shortly. No need to worry about gifts. Ningqingyi lacks for nothing. Your presence is the greatest gesture of goodwill. A small token will suffice. Brat, do you think you can command me? His father teased, I'll bring a whip to spank you if you keep this up. I'll be there on time. We can discuss the details when we meet. With that, the man hung up decisively. Military men are known for their swift and resolute actions. Yi Wuyo quickly sent the detailed address, and, after completing this series of tasks, he let out a gentle sigh. Everything was arranged, and he thought it would be best to report to his wife. Rising slowly, he downed the last of his coffee and strolled out of his luxuriously decorated office. As he walked down the corridor towards the president's office, he encountered several employees along the way. Upon seeing their handsome and charismatic leader, they greeted him warmly, to which Yi Wuyo responded with a smile to each. Eventually, he reached the door to the president's office. Pausing for a moment, he raised his hand and gently knocked. Just then, a uniquely enchanting voice chimed from within, Please come in. The voice was melodious and sweet, reminiscent of a lark's song, laced with a hint of softness and allure that stirred the heart. Yi Wuyo pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Qiu Yinong, Ningqingyi's close friend and secretary. Today, she wore a delicate pink off-shoulder gown with a thigh-high slit that elegantly accentuated her flawless and alluring figure. The dress was perfectly tailored, drawing attention to her graceful curves. Particularly captivating were her long, fair legs that peeked alluringly from the slit, glistening like porcelain. Drawing Yi Wuyo and Appos' gaze and holding it captive. Caught off guard by Qiu Yinong and Appos' stunning beauty, Yi Wuyo momentarily lost his composure, his eyes seemingly enchanted, fixated on her without a blink. Truly, it is said that even the mightiest heroes find it hard to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Faced with such a breathtaking enchantress, Yi Wuyo found it difficult to maintain his composure. Noticing Yi Wuyo and Appos' heated gaze, Qiu Yinong playfully smiled, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The slight tremor of her body only added to her captivating charm, making her irresistibly alluring. What is this? Our young master Yi has lost his composure? Am I truly that enchanting? She teased, twirling a lock of her flowing hair. Yi Wuyo swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace her, yet hesitated, mindful of the newly established bond with his beloved Qingyi. Just then, Qiu Yinong broke the silence, gliding gracefully to stand before him. Yi Wuyo produced a deck of playing cards, locking eyes with her as he asked, My enchantress, would you dare to play a game of landlord with me? As the minutes turned into an hour, Qiu Yinong lost several rounds of poker, her cheeks flushing like ripe apples in frustration. She playfully pounded her small porcelain fist against Yi Wuyo and Appos' sturdy chest, pouting, How unfair. Can and Appos, do you let me win just a little? Yi Wuyo gently stroked her silky hair, comforting her, Little enchantress. You invited me for a game. Losing is not my fault. Otherwise, I might have to punish you. At this, the young woman feigned fear and quickly begged for mercy. Yi Wuyo chuckled, merely teasing the enchanting secretary. He continued with a playful smirk, They say secretaries handle both work and leisure. How true that is. Qiu Yinong's face deepened in shade, and she chose to ignore him. As they quickly tidied up the remnants of their game, Ningqingyi entered the room, startling both of them. After all, one was playing cards in her friend's office, while the other was engaging in a game with his secretary in his wife's office. The two exchanged furtive glances, unable to meet Ningqingyi's gaze. As Ningqingyi stepped into the room, her eyes casually scanned the surroundings, initially noticing nothing unusual. This was understandable, as the area had been tidied to perfection. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the faint blush on Xiao Yinong's ear, a flicker of doubt ignited within her. Something was amiss between the two. Upon closer inspection, all the mysteries unraveled before her, and Ning Qingyi's expression darkened, resembling the biting chill of winter winds. The icy aura seemed capable of penetrating to the marrow, sending shivers down one's spine. She pressed her lips tightly together, her once radiant cheeks now frozen in a frosty veneer, emanating an unsettling chill. With a cold and emotionless gaze, she fixed her eyes on Yi Wuyo and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Director Yi, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Feeling somewhat awkward, Yi Wuyo scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Well, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to inform you that my father will be stopping by this afternoon. Just giving you a heads up. You carry on with your work. I won't disturb you. Goodbye. Before his words had fully dissipated, he bolted out of the office as if his feet were coated in oil, disappearing in an instant, leaving the secretary behind. Gazing at his retreating figure, with a bewildered expression, she found herself utterly at a loss, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Beside her, Qi Huiyanong felt equally perplexed, inwardly murmuring, "What an odd fellow Knight Wuyo is. What concern does his father have with Ning Qingyi? Could it be that he considers her a potential daughter-in-law? Yet, clearly, there exists no such relationship between them." Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi, after Knight Wuyo's departure, trembled with rage. Her small hands involuntarily clenched into fists, seemingly seeking to release the pent-up fury within her. Angrily, she muttered, "You little thief, you big lecher, it would be best if you lived alone." Truly, the leopard cannot change its spots, a big rogue indeed. In her eyes, glistening tears resembled twinkling stars in the night sky, quivering as if on the verge of cascading down. However, in an instant, they retreated like startled fawns, vanishing without a trace, as though they had never appeared at all. Her previously flustered expression swiftly reverted to calm, akin to a tranquil pond, undisturbed by ripples. Qi Huiyanong, being an exceptionally astute and clever woman, could not fail to discern the concealed intricacies and twists within the situation. She pondered silently for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Qingyi, could it be that he is your husband?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, Qi Huiyanong's heart leaped into her throat. If this conjecture proved incorrect, the ensuing awkwardness would be utterly mortifying. Ning Qingyi, however, remained remarkably composed, responding nonchalantly, "Yinong, you are my closest confidant. There is no harm in sharing this with you. Indeed, he is my husband. We have been married for merely a few months. Due to various circumstances, we have yet to host a wedding banquet. Furthermore, his father is coming over this afternoon for a visit." As she spoke, Ning Qingyi maintained an air of composure and tranquility, making it difficult to discern her true feelings. Upon hearing this, Qi Huiyanong felt an overwhelming desire to find a crevice to hide in. Ning Qingyi's description of him as a little thief and a lecher was indeed accurate. How could he, already blessed with a wife of extraordinary beauty, still chase after other women? It was utterly infuriating. With heartfelt regret, Qi Huiyanong said, "Qingyi, I am so sorry." Her eyes began to glisten with tears. Their bond was akin to that of sisters. They were not only confidants, but also comrades in arms. Were it not for such a relationship, how could she entrust such an important role to her? Qingyi gently patted her delicate shoulder and softly reassured, "Yinong, I am not saddened. Even without you, he would seek companionship elsewhere. My nature is aloof. I cannot wholly occupy his heart. Thankfully, it is better for you to fill the void within him. I can rest easier knowing that. You need not take it too much to heart." Qi Huiyanong stood there, momentarily stunned, uncertain of what to say. The dynamics of her relationship with Qingyi had become quite abnormal. How should she navigate their future interactions? Where should she go from here? The thought of it left Qi Huiyanong feeling overwhelmed, a mix of embarrassment and shyness washing over her. Chapter 37. The arrival of a rival. Yi Wuyo was reluctant to linger even for a second in the presence of his jealous wife. The icy glare she cast upon him felt like a frigid gust of wind, enveloping him in an oppressive chill, as if he were about to plunge into a frozen abyss. Thus, he hastily made his escape, darting back to his sanctuary. Upon entering his office, he eagerly collapsed onto the adjacent comfortable sofa, his body deflating like a punctured balloon. His lips began to hum an unknown tune, reflecting his newfound ease as he cast aside the earlier tension. At this moment, he fervently wished for time to accelerate, longing to return home and savor leisurely moments. Yi Wuyo had an audacious thick skin, akin to a wall. Even the prospect of kneeling on a washboard upon returning home did not faze him. To him, as long as he could evade the piercing gaze of the ice-cold beauty before him, everything else was manageable. The details of the conversation between Qingyi and Xiuyin were of no concern to him. He believed his wife, with her remarkable intellect, could effortlessly navigate any predicament. With this thought, a sense of pride swelled within him. The hard-won thaw in their relationship had once again reached a freezing point. What could have been a delightful arrangement with Qingyi had been thoroughly dashed. After exerting considerable effort to bring warmth to the Snow Lotus, he now faced the daunting task of starting anew. That Xiuyin was truly a relentless adversary. Audacious enough to challenge him to a game of cards in Qingyi's office, she was nothing short of a vixen. He mused that if she were to serve as a bed warmer, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. After all, she had provoked him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to teach her a lesson. As Yi Wuyo closed his eyes on the leather sofa, seemingly lost in a daydream, he suddenly sensed someone covering his eyes from behind. His instinct was to seize and counterattack, but the silky touch sent shivers down his spine. He jested, "Is that you? Fu Mengni? What brings you here to my humble abode?" Indeed, it was Fu Mengni, resplendent in an amber-colored spaghetti strap gown, her wine-red hair styled elegantly, showcasing her exquisite figure honed from her dance academy training. She emanated grace and a refined femininity, a true socialite. With a hint of surprise, she queried, "Yi Xiao, how did you guess it was me without seeing my face? Have you cultivated a discerning eye?" Yi Wuyo chuckled. "Firstly, the hand covering my eyes is unmistakably youthful, devoid of any signs of rigorous training or combat, indicating it's a woman's hand. Secondly, the fragrance of Dior's Garden series wafting from you made your identity clear." Fu Mengni's eyes sparkled with admiration as she removed her hand from his eyes. Her heart secretly thrilled that he remembered her perfume. Yi Wuyo, not one to let such a moment pass, playfully pulled her onto his lap. A delicate blush crept across her fair and refined face, resembling a freshly ripened cherry. Sweet and inviting. Though Fu Mengni had long harbored admiration for Yi Wuyo, her modesty as a woman prevailed. She was different from Xiuyin, passionate and daring, while Fu Mengni, freshly emerged from academia, retained a youthful innocence that captivated him. Yi Wuyo had entangled himself with several women and wished to avoid further complications. His embrace of Fu Mengni was merely a playful reprimand, akin to an innocent brother teasing his sister. However, Fu Mengni interpreted it differently, thinking, "It seems I hold more allure for him than Xiuyin. This rogue appears to be entranced by my beauty. I must seize this opportunity to keep him in check and prevent him from attracting other admirers." Had Yi Wuyo been aware of Fu Mengni's thoughts at that moment, he might have fainted in disbelief at being labeled a rogue by such a beauty. After all, he was once the strongest soldier of the Dragon Nation, a sought-after agent, and the creator of the legendary Assassin Order, an island lord with the title of Hades among the Greek gods. He gently placed Fu Mengni on the opposite side of the sofa, the exquisite sensation stirring something within him. Her dancer's physique was indeed exceptional, prompting an internal admiration. This action left Fu Mengni perplexed, her face flushing deeper, as if she might faint. She assumed he intended to skip the preliminaries and dive straight into the main event, for which she was unprepared, prompting her to feign escape. Yet, Yi Wuyo seemed to anticipate her intentions and quickly waved his hand. "Miss Fu, did you come here today with an important matter?" Only then did Fu Mengni feel at ease, her voice rippling with resolve. "Yi Xiao, I initially returned to Tiansheng to reclaim my position as the head of the modeling department. Life was comfortable and easy. However, for some unknown reason, President Ning has assigned me as your secretary." Yi Wuyo fell into deep contemplation. What game was Ning Qingyi playing? Was she placing a beautiful woman by his side to test their relationship? Or was it a strategic move to draw him out? With a wry smile, he mused. President Ning is indeed a formidable figure in the business world. Every piece on her chessboard serves a purpose. Beside him, Fu Mengni inquired, "Is this because of you that President Ning is targeting me? If I am not welcome here, I can always resign." Yi Wuyo gently touched her forehead. "Silly girl. This is a sign of trust. You can operate freely by my side, and the rewards will be the most generous in the company. If I am absent, you will still manage the affairs of Tianyin Group." Fu Mengni stood, her gaze distant, captivated by Yi Wuyo's handsome visage. She never imagined he would entrust her with the management of such a vast enterprise during his absence. It was a heavy responsibility, laden with trust. This level of confidence transcended the boundaries of ordinary friendship. Thus, she nodded firmly, assuring him that she would handle the matter diligently, yet playfully added, But if I happen to mess up, you cannot blame me." After speaking, she playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue, appearing utterly adorable, a lively little sprite indeed. Yi Wuyo gazed at the spirited girl before him, a tender smile unconsciously gracing his features. He personally approached the coffee machine, meticulously selecting coffee beans, grinding them with care, and brewing a rich and aromatic cup of coffee. He then presented it to Fu Mingni, gently saying, "Give it a try. This is my specialty." Fu Mingni accepted the cup and took a delicate sip, instantly savoring the delightful flavor, unable to suppress her admiration. "Wow, this is delicious." Thus, the two of them enjoyed the exquisite coffee while engaging in pleasant conversation, their laughter ringing out continuously. Unbeknownst to them, time flew by like a fleeting shadow. At last, the closing bell chimed. Although both felt a tinge of reluctance to part, they had no choice but to say goodbye for the time being. Fu Mingni and Yi Wuyo rose slowly, exchanging a glance before smiling and waving farewell. Soon after, Yi Wuyo, in high spirits, began humming a cheerful tune as he strolled towards the underground parking lot with a light step. Upon reaching the side of his stunning Ferrari SF90, he confidently opened the sleek door and elegantly settled into the driver's seat, closing the door behind him. With practiced ease, he pressed the ignition button, and in an instant, the Ferrari roared to life like a fierce bull awakened from slumber, emitting a deep and resonant growl. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, and the powerful engine erupted with a surge of energy, propelling the car forward with an exhilarating force, akin to an arrow released from a bow. In just a matter of minutes, he arrived home at the villa. After parking the car in the underground garage and securing the doors, he stepped out, feeling invigorated. He mused aloud, "Why is there a black plate Audi here? This car isn't in our garage. Who might this distinguished guest be, with a license plate numbered H00000001? Perplexed, Yi Wuyo made his way into the house, knowing he would soon find out, as he had to entertain his father today. He had no time to concern himself with this notable figure. It would be best if they were discreet. Upon entering, he saw two individuals sipping tea from covered bowls. Indulging in fine Longjing tea, the aroma wafting throughout the room. One of them bore a slight resemblance to Ning Qingyi, appearing to be in their 40s, impeccably maintained, and dressed in a designer suit. The other seemed to be in his mid-20s, strikingly handsome, with eyes that sparkled like stars. In their laughter, he exuded the noble air of someone from a prestigious family, his physique well-balanced, a testament to years of dedication in the gym. He wore a tailored double-breasted gray suit crafted from 120s cashmere wool, impeccably tailored, accentuating his tall and debonair frame. Seated directly across from them was Ning Qingyi. Upon noticing Yi Wuyo's return, she merely cast a glance, her expression unchanged, offering no greeting as she continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with the handsome young man before her. Chapter 38. Is it about connections? Yi Wuyo's sharp gaze swept across the crowd before him. In an instant, he discerned the true identity of the middle-aged man standing in front of him. Observing the indifference in Ning Qingyi's demeanor towards this man, he noticed the striking resemblance between her and the man, whose features radiated a certain brilliance. Realization dawned upon Yi Wuyo. This man was undoubtedly Ning Qingyi's biological father. With this understanding, Yi Wuyo approached without hesitation. He walked boldly to the group and seated himself comfortably, directly facing them. As if the place belonged to him, he effortlessly picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of exquisite Longjing tea, its rich aroma wafting through the air. Without a moment and pause, he raised the cup to his lips and drank it down in one go, a satisfied expression gracing his face, clearly relishing the taste of the tea. After completing this series of actions, Yi Wuyo appeared unfazed by the peculiar looks from those around him. He casually inquired, "Dear father-in-law, what brings you to visit today? You could have at least given your son-in-law a heads up. I wonder, is this visit specifically to check on your dashing son-in-law?" Ning Qingyi chuckled softly, her laughter like the blooming of 100 flowers, illuminating her otherwise frosty demeanor. It seemed that Yi Wuyo had managed to amuse her, transforming her icy visage into one of breathtaking beauty. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe found himself entranced by the enchanting woman before him, a surge of possessiveness stirring within him, akin to a parched traveler discovering an oasis in the desert. However, Ning Dongchen's expression darkened ominously at Yi Wuyo's audacious inquiries, his face resembling a stormy sky, clearly on the verge of fury. To his dismay, Ning Dongchen had only recently learned of his daughter's marriage plans from her own lips. He slammed his teacup down, causing water to splash, and declared vehemently, "Kid, who exactly is your father-in-law? did I ever consent to you marrying my daughter? Your current status is entirely due to my daughter's efforts. Enjoying luxury and living like a CEO? You're just a freeloader. Stay away. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi's previously cold gaze turned somewhat hostile. If we are discussing freeloaders, her own father was the prime example. Without the support of her maternal family, how could Ning Dongchen have achieved his current standing? Seeing Ning Dongchen vent his anger on the unfamiliar youth, Li Xinghe interjected pompously, "My friend, this is our first encounter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Xinghe, son of the illustrious Li Shuangjiang. My father is quite a prominent figure. I am also a childhood friend of Qingyi. May I ask where you were previously employed?" Yi Wuyo, hearing this, barely lifted his eyelids. He replied nonchalantly, "Since returning from abroad, I've been muddling through life in Heishanshi, pushing a cart around, avoiding the city inspectors, selling lamb skewers, gluten snacks, crispy bones, and chives. My life may be simple, but it is also quite free. However, ever since I had the fortune of meeting my treasure Qingyi, my life has taken a dramatic turn. I've even become a director of a company and recently took on the role of president of Tianyan Group. What can I say? I'm just handsome and charming. Fortunate enough to be supported by the most beautiful and wealthy woman in Heishanshi." Upon hearing herself referred to as the most beautiful and wealthy, Ning Qingyi felt a warmth spread through her heart, her previously aloof demeanor softening into a barely perceptible smile. She mused to herself, "Could it be that I truly am supporting this little rogue? When I think about it, it does seem true. The house, the car, and the executive position were all bestowed upon him by me. Yet, he has also managed to rescue my company, generating an astounding profit of 500 billion. It seems I have indeed struck gold. But then again, this guy is quite the flirt, eliciting both affection and exasperation." With that thought, Ning Qingyi subtly shook her head, her expression remaining unreadable. Ning Dongchen, incensed by the audacity of this rogue, retorted angrily, "You little brat, name your price. How much would it take for you to divorce my daughter? You two are from entirely different worlds. A mere street vendor like you has no right to marry my daughter. My esteemed nephew here is the ideal choice." Ning Qingyi chose not to counter her father's words, secretly hoping to provoke Yi Wuyo. After all, he was notorious for his flirtatious nature, even pursuing her closest friend and secretary. Yi Wuyo, however, merely smiled confidently and replied, "My wife is the most precious and invaluable treasure in the world. She is bound to me for life, through thick and thin. As the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Our bond is as solid as rock, unshakable by anyone. Surely, dear father-in-law, you jest." Ning Dongchen's expression darkened further upon hearing Yi Wuyo's words, his face shifting through shades of blue and white, resembling a performance on stage. The calm facade he had maintained was now replaced by palpable anger and disdain. He shot a significant glance at Li Xinghe, his eyes urging him to take action. Li Xinghe, jolted back to reality by Ning Dongchen and Appo's glare, narrowed his eyes, which now glimmered with icy resolve, akin to frost on a winter's day, sending shivers down the spine. He then launched into a scathing tirade against Yi Wuyo, his tone dripping with disdain. "Humph, just a stinking lamb skewer vendor. You roam the streets like a rogue, foolishly dreaming of climbing the social ladder? Who gave you such audacity? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity, ignorant of your own limitations? If you remain obstinate and refuse to leave Miss Qingyi, do not blame me for being unkind." Just as Yi Wuyo prepared to retort, the sound of a camouflage jeep parking outside interrupted him. A tall, imposing man strode in, exuding an air of authority, clad in a crisp green uniform adorned with multicolored medals, a testament to his remarkable achievements. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Xinghe ceased his tirade. Confusion etched on his face at the presence of such a prominent figure. Ning Dongchen also felt a sense of bewilderment. He had never expected to encounter someone of such high status. The man was flanked by guards dressed in camouflage uniforms, wearing a steel helmet and grasping the latest LS-7 submachine gun. The glistening black barrel instilled a sense of dread. Li Xinghe mustered his courage and spoke, "Sir, greetings. I am Li Xinghe, son of Li Shuangjiang. May I inquire about your purpose for being here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming furrowed his brow, realizing he was indeed the son of Li Shuangjiang, with whom he had once had a conflict due to certain matters. Yi Tianming nodded slightly, responding, "Ah. So you are Li Lao's son." His tone revealed no discernible emotion. He then shifted his gaze towards Yi Wuyo, smiling contentedly. "I have come to see my daughter-in-law and to assess Yi Er's taste." At this, Ning Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly. It was her first meeting with her father-in-law, and she felt somewhat out of place. Internally, she grumbled, That rascal Yi Wuyo never mentioned that my adoptive father held such a significant position. Just wait until this gathering is over. I shall teach him a lesson to vent my frustration. Yi Tianming's gaze then drifted to the stunning woman before him. He could not help but exclaim, "This daughter-in-law is truly enchanting. Greetings, I am Wuyo's father. This is our first meeting, and I did not bring any gifts. Next time I see his mother, I shall present her with a cherished heirloom." Ning Qingyi and Apos' expression turned bashful. Being praised by her father-in-law was undeniably delightful. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe and Ning Dongchen wore expressions akin to bitter melons, as if they had stumbled upon a formidable obstacle, thoroughly disheartened. Why had this insolent boy not mentioned his father's esteemed background earlier? Such revelations would have averted this unfortunate predicament. Yi Wuyo interjected, "Dad, this Li Xinghe is attempting to steal my wife. He has even threatened me, declaring that if I do not leave Qingyi, he will make me pay." Instantly, Yi Tianming glared at Li Xinghe with the ferocity of a wrathful deity, exuding an overwhelming aura that suffocated those around him. Without uttering a word, he approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Li Xinghe, leaving him dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for his years of fitness training, he might have fainted on the spot. Outside, the bodyguards, witnessing their young master being assaulted, rushed in with the intent to intervene. However, upon noticing the ominous black barrel of the gun aimed directly at them, with the safety already disengaged, their expressions turned to one of terror. Only those who had truly faced the battlefield and emerged from the depths of death possessed such an imposing presence. In that moment, Li Xinghe's bodyguards faltered, pleading, "Heroes, forgive me, I have entered the wrong room." Without a backward glance, they fled, for life is singular and irreplaceable. Losing a job could be remedied by finding another. But challenging a seasoned soldier was akin to courting disaster. At this juncture, the previously silent Yi Tianming spoke, "Call your father. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, do not expect to leave here unscathed." His tone brooked no dissent. Li Xinghe hung his head low, truly lamenting his misfortune. Chapter 39. Hitting a brick wall, Li Xinghe felt as though his cheeks were being seared by fierce flames. Waves of dizziness assailed him, causing his brow to furrow in distress. The once sharply defined contours of his face were now grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a sow's after being sifted through straw. Where had his former handsome visage gone? He inwardly cursed, "Damn that Yi Wuyo, that despicable scoundrel. I never imagined he would feign weakness to lure me into a trap. What about those grilled lamb skewers? Clearly, he was setting me up. Today, I have met my misfortune at his hands." Despite his simmering indignation, he could only grit his teeth and glare helplessly, devoid of any spirit to resist, his heart heavy with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi sat quietly nearby, observing Li Xinghe endure such humiliation without any inclination to plead for his behalf. After all, Li Xinghe was brought here by her father, not personally invited by her. So his fate had little to do with her. Though they had shared a fleeting camaraderie in their childhood, that fragile bond had long since dissipated with the passage of time. Furthermore, her heart was now a fortress, sealed away as if by a millennium of frost. The only one capable of thawing that icy barrier was Yi Wuyo himself. At that moment, Ning Dongchen was calculating his next move. He had originally intended to marry off his precious daughter to the Li family to reinforce and expand his business connections, maximizing the family and Apos' benefits. It was through such alliances that he had achieved his current status. However, it appeared that events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. What he had hoped would be a clever maneuver had instead backfired spectacularly, inadvertently drawing forth the formidable Yi Tianming. Faced with this predicament, he lacked the courage to step forward and mediate. Should he inadvertently say or do the wrong thing and provoke this powerful in-law, the consequences would be dire indeed. This was a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, not someone he could afford to offend lightly. As the saying goes, when gods battle, mortals suffer. At this moment, he felt like a solitary boat amidst a tempest, silently praying for the storm to pass without engulfing him. Simultaneously, he hoped fervently that his beloved daughter would be wise and compliant, diligently serving young Master Yi, and swiftly bearing him children. Only then could his later years be smooth sailing. Reflecting on this, he could hardly believe his fortune at having such an opportunity to connect with someone of Yi Tianming and Apos' caliber. Now, all his hopes rested on his daughter. If she could win the favor of the Yi family, then his own destiny would be secured. Ning Qingyi, however, was unaware of her father's thoughts. Had she known, her disdain would have deepened. She was not a mere commodity to be traded. She was a living, breathing individual. The very notion of being bartered was absurd and laughable. At that moment, Yi Tianming and Appo's eyes, sharp as swords, bore down on Li Xinghe, exuding a chilling authority. Though his voice remained calm, the anger simmering beneath was palpable. "Are you planning to call your father yourself, or shall I assist you in dialing?" he intoned expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe's teeth ground together in fury. His fists clenched tightly, yet the situation was beyond his control. After a tumultuous, internal struggle, he reluctantly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Trembling as he dialed his father's number, the phone rang persistently, an urgent summons, until it finally ceased, and a booming voice responded on the other end. "My son. Why the rush to call? Is there something of great importance? I am about to preside over a significant meeting. Speak briefly, if it is not urgent. We can discuss it at home." The voice belonged to his high-ranking father, Li Shuangjiang, who remained oblivious to the formidable adversary his son had provoked. Li Xinghe, still caressing his painfully hot and reddened cheek, stammered into the phone, "Father, I was attacked." No sooner had he spoken than a furious roar erupted from the receiver. "What? Such audacity exists? Who dares to lay a hand on my son? Is there no law in this world?" The middle-aged man's voice was low and seething with rage, as though it could penetrate the receiver and strike at the very heart. At that moment, Yi Tianming stepped forward, calmly pressing the speakerphone button, and spoke in a voice as tranquil as still water. "It is I, Yi Tianming." In an instant, the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze. The other end fell into a brief silence before a faint voice emerged. "Commander Yi, it has been some time. A pleasure to hear from you. How have you been? Is it true that my son has offended you?" The tone had shifted significantly, displaying a notable softening of demeanor. Yi Tianming continued, "Li Lao, I understand you are busy and I should not intrude. However, your son has audaciously claimed he would take my daughter-in-law and force my son into a divorce. I found it intolerable and had to teach him a lesson." Apologies emanated from the phone. "Commander Yi, your reprimand is justified. Do as you see fit. I will not stand in your way. If you deem it necessary to discipline him in the military, so be it. He must learn from his misdeeds. This ungrateful child brings me nothing but trouble. He has taken my name to act recklessly, and now he has dared to offend you. This cannot stand. If left unchecked, he may attempt to abduct someone in broad daylight." Yi Tianming's expression visibly softened. "Indeed, Li Lao, your perspective is admirable, and your family values are commendable. I shall not delay your work further. We can discuss this at the next meeting." He then returned the phone to Li Xinghe, who wore a woeful expression, his heart heavy with dread. The voice from the phone thundered, "You insolent brat, return home immediately. Do you realize your father is in a crucial phase of his career? We cannot afford any negative publicity. Our family reputation must remain intact. You dare to covet Commander Yi's daughter-in-law? Have you lost your mind? A proper lesson is in order. What else are you afraid of? Perhaps I should dig a hole and bury you." The call abruptly ended. Li Xinghe was acutely aware that his return would not be met with pleasant consequences. House arrest was merely the least of his punishments, and he might also be required to compose a letter of remorse. Previously, he had forgotten to switch his phone to silent mode, resulting in his father's vehement outburst being heard by all present. Ning Dongqin, taken aback, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Even such prominent figures were compelled to show respect to his father-in-law. Knight Wuyo's father possessed an imposing presence, akin to that of a governor in ancient times. Ning Qingyi maintained a serene countenance, as tranquil as a still lake. Yet her curiosity regarding Knight Wuyo's enigmatic past grew ever more insatiable. Meanwhile, Knight Wuyo's delight was unmistakable as he sipped his tea, observing the unfolding events in silence. Seemingly detached from the chaos around him, Li Xinghe, now disheveled and dejected, bore no resemblance to the imposing young master he once was. He pleaded for mercy from Yi Tianming, stating, "Commander Yi, I misspoke." Yi Tianming waved his hand nonchalantly, responding, "Let this be a lesson. This time, I shall overlook it for your father's sake." Turning to Knight Wuyo and Ning Qingyi, Li Xinghe continued, "I apologize for my previous offenses. I hope you both can forgive me." With that, he exited without a backward glance, leaving in a manner that was nothing short of humiliating. As the driver saw the young master emerge, he hurriedly opened the car door, and the Audi swiftly vanished from sight. Ning Qingyi, with graceful poise, remarked, "Uncle, your visit must not have been easy. It's almost mealtime. Let us dine together. I hope the simple home-cooked dishes will suit your palate." Yi Tianming teased, "Such a good daughter-in-law. Still calling me uncle? Will you not change your address? I relish home-cooked meals. During my time on the march, I dined and resided with my soldiers, so I have grown accustomed to it. Ning Qingyi's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, flickered with a hint of struggle as a rosy hue began to grace her exquisite cheeks, blooming like flowers in spring. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her silver teeth, seemingly making a resolution, and bashfully exclaimed, "Father, please come in." It appeared she acknowledged the reality of her union with the young rogue. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming's face illuminated with a radiant smile, and he nodded enthusiastically before striding towards the inner room. Shortly thereafter, several individuals gathered around the spacious and elegantly appointed dining table. Just as everyone settled into their seats, Yi Tianming abruptly turned his gaze towards the person seated beside Ning Qingyi and inquired, "Might I ask, are you the father of this young lady?" Before Ning Qingyi could respond, Ning Dongshan eagerly interjected, "Commander Yi, I am indeed the biological father of this young lady. My name is Ning Dongshan, and I hope you will look after our family well." He spoke with a broad smile, his eyes betraying a hint of flattery. Yi Tianming, hearing this, merely waved his hand dismissively and replied in a congenial tone, "Well said, well said." With Ning Dongshan, a veteran of social gatherings, present, the atmosphere will surely be lively. Chapter 40. The cheerful father-in-law in a spacious and bright dining room. A round table adorned with a marble pattern stood at the center, laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes and steaming soups. Zhang Ma, with a smile on her face, moved briskly between the kitchen and the dining area, frequently bringing forth delectable home-cooked meals and fragrant soups to the table. Engrossed in her tasks, she took great joy in observing Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming seated at the table, feeling genuinely happy for her young lady's choice of such an outstanding partner. She couldn't help but recall the rumors she had heard about her son-in-law, a street vendor selling grilled lamb skewers, who was somehow connected to a wealthy female CEO. At that time, she thought these were mere nonsensical tales. She was well aware of her young lady's stature. Her son-in-law was not only handsome and charming but also exhibited grace and humility. The revelation of his father's remarkable background only deepened Zhang Ma's admiration, leading her to reflect on the truth that one should not judge based on appearances. Since Yi Wuyo had moved into this luxurious villa, he had consistently maintained a friendly demeanor, treating everyone equally without a trace of arrogance due to his status. Whenever physical labor was required, such as moving heavy objects or tidying the yard, Yi Wuyo would invariably step forward without hesitation to lend a hand, even kindly reminding Zhang Ma to take care of herself and not overexert. Such gestures naturally endeared him to Zhang Ma, who regarded Yi Wuyo as the ideal son-in-law. At that moment, sitting across the table, Ning Dongshan wore an exaggerated smile as he toasted to Yi Tianming, showering him with insincere compliments that flowed like a relentless stream, making those around them somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, Yi Tianming seemed disinterested in such flattery. Although he maintained a strained smile, a barely perceptible annoyance flickered in his eyes. However, out of respect for his son Yi Wuyo, he restrained himself from reacting. As the drinks flowed, Ning Dongshan became increasingly buoyant, slurring, "I have long admired my esteemed son-in-law's extraordinary appearance. With a well-defined forehead, he possesses the potential for greatness. He is a perfect match for my daughter, who is as beautiful as a celestial being. Come, let us toast to my son-in-law." Both Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi frowned simultaneously, recalling that Yi Tianming had not held this attitude towards Yi Wuyo prior to his arrival. Considering his wife's feelings, Yi Wuyo raised his glass, and the two clinked their cups, drinking heartily. With 2 bottles of Mount I now emptied, Yi Wuyo found it challenging to contend with his wife's cunning father. After a hearty meal, Yi Tianming shifted to serious matters, saying, "Yi Wuyo, the day after tomorrow we shall return to Kyoto together. A military aircraft will be waiting to commend our contributions during the recent anti-terrorism operation." Ning Dongshan appeared surprised, unaware of their accomplishments. Yet he felt immense pride that his son-in-law would receive recognition from the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Wuyo pondered for a moment, suspecting that the honor might entail more than mere accolades, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. Yi Tianming continued, "In the effort to rescue members of the royal family of the Shandong chieftain, our peacekeeping forces have been uncontactable for several days. Given the unstable situation, the Dragon Kingdom cannot deploy the Tiger Assault Team. Therefore, I surmise." Yi Wuyo interjected, "Father, are you implying that my involvement might be related to this situation?" Yi Tianming nodded, stating, "Your reputation precedes you. Your track record with classified missions has been impeccable, making you the finest among the elite forces with unparalleled individual combat capabilities. Moreover, regarding Hu Wan." At the mention of Hu Wan, Yu Wuyo quickly interrupted. Dad, let us focus on the food. These pig trotters are absolutely delightful. While speaking, he discreetly glanced at Ning Qingyi, whose piercing gaze seemed to seek out prey. A shiver ran down Yu Wuyo's spine. Thankful that his father had not pursued the topic further, otherwise he would be at a loss for words. Yi Tianming, being astute, immediately redirected the conversation, inquiring about why Ning Qingyi's mother was absent. Upon hearing this, Ning Dongchen appeared partially sobered, concerned that his daughter might speak out of turn, causing him embarrassment in front of his father-in-law. Ning Qingyi's expression turned somber as she lowered her gaze, softly revealing, she has passed away. Ning Dongchen felt a pang of guilt wash over him. The loss of her mother was indeed a consequence of his own actions, a reality he could not evade. Regret lingered in his heart, though he was reluctant to show it to his daughter. Yi Tianming consoled her, saying, Dear, Yu Wuyo's mother is your mother as well. If this kid dares to bully you, just let me know. I'll make sure he learns a lesson. From this moment onward, we are family. You are always welcome at our Kyoto villa. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi smiled gently, her beauty akin to a spring blossom, radiant and ethereal. From now on, the scales of justice will be in your hands, father, she remarked, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Yi Tianming patted his chest confidently, assuring her, if he dares to abandon you, I will ensure he pays dearly for it, living the rest of his life on a unicycle. At this point, Yu Wuyo felt a wave of despair wash over him, lamenting his predicament. Soon after, the lively banquet came to a close. Yu Wuyo smiled as he personally escorted his father and father-in-law out of the verdant villa area, watching their figures gradually disappear at the end of the road before turning back to the house. As he stepped into the living room, a swift figure darted towards him like a bird in flight. Upon closer inspection, it was the stunning Ning Qingyi. With remarkable speed, she seized Yu Wuyo's ear and gave it a sharp twist. The sudden pain made Yu Wuyo wince, exclaiming, Ouch! Be gentle, my dear. My ear might fall off. However, Ning Qingyi showed no signs of relenting, her face adorned with a mischievous grin as she interrogated, Oh, you little rascal. Why have you kept so many secrets from me? Why have you never mentioned that your adoptive father is the commander of the garrison in Kyoto? Seeing this, Yu Wuyo quickly raised his hands in surrender. His face contorted in a grimace. Oh dear, Qingyi, please don't wrong an innocent. You never asked me about these things before. Besides, I'm rather lazy and didn't think it necessary to share. Does that mean if my father weren't so remarkable, you wouldn't want to share those beautiful moments with me? As these words left his lips, Ning Qingyi's mind involuntarily conjured memories of their passionate night together, and a wave of sweet yet shy recollections flooded her thoughts. In an instant, her cheeks blushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples, exuding a captivating allure. However, Ning Qingyi soon regained her composure. She cleared her throat softly to mask the turmoil within, then pouted her lips and continued to inquire. All right, I shall temporarily let go of the matter regarding your father. But who is this Huan? It sounds like a girl's name. The astute Ning Qingyi appeared to sense something amiss, piecing together the fragments of conversation. Yu Wuyo sighed. Huan and I are childhood playmates. We grew up together in the military compound, meeting frequently and sharing everything as close friends. Ning Qingyi pressed on relentlessly. Is it truly as simple as just being close friends? Yu Wuyo felt a pang of anxiety within, yet his face was adorned with a cheerful smile. He earnestly assured Ning Qingyi, My dear wife, on my honor, Huan and I are innocent. If you don't believe me, come feel my heart. Yu Wuyo, overly cunning, seemed to misunderstand the implications of saying they were currently innocent. As he spoke, he patted his chest in a show of confidence. Observing Yu Wuyo's pitiful demeanor, Ning Qingyi harbored lingering doubts, yet ultimately chose to trust him for the time being. Thus, the two resumed their light-hearted banter. Before they knew it, time had slipped away into the night. As darkness enveloped the sky and lights flickered on, Yu Wuyo secretly plotted to seize the opportunity to sneak into his wife's room. Yet, how could such a scheme escape the keen mind of the clever Ning Qingyi? She had already locked the door tightly. Clearly wary of the occasional mischief from this flirtatious rogue, Yu Wuyo stood before the door, tentatively pushing it, only to find it steadfastly closed. With a resigned sigh, he turned and returned to his own room. Lying alone on the expansive bed, Yu Wuyo tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Images of Ning Qingyi's enchanting visage filled his mind, alongside her adorable expressions when she was annoyed. The contrast of the icy beauty was truly captivating. It was unclear how long he lay there, but eventually he drifted into a drowsy sleep. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, bathing Yu Wuyo's face in warmth. He lazily stretched, then gradually opened his eyes. After lingering in bed for a while, he finally rose. After washing up, Yi Wuyo made his way to the living room. There, he found a steaming cup of latte awaiting him on the dining table, specially prepared by Zhang Ma. He lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The smoothness was exquisite, with rich notes of milk and robust coffee filling his mouth. After finishing the coffee, Yi Wuyo felt revitalized. At that moment, Ning Qingyi descended the stairs. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles as they walked together into the dining room to enjoy breakfast. The delightful food and warm atmosphere elevated their spirits immensely. After breakfast, Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi strolled side by side towards the garage. Each took the wheel of their respective Bentley and Ferrari, heading towards the company. Along the way, they utilized the car's Bluetooth system to discuss the recent developments within the group. Having just completed a significant acquisition project, the group was currently in a phase of revitalization. Fortunately, with the capable Ning Qingyi at the helm, all tasks were progressing in an orderly fashion. Everything seemed to be evolving toward a promising future. Chapter 41. Where is a young girl not in love? Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi's luxury cars arrived at the company entrance almost simultaneously. As they were greeted by the security guard's salute, the two entered the underground parking lot. The guard found it puzzling that both the chairman and Director Yi had arrived at the same time. Could it be that their relationship was more than ordinary? With this thought, the guard quickly stifled the words that were about to escape his lips, well aware that trouble often arises from careless speech. He could not afford to risk his job, as his family depended on him. Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi each opened their car doors and gracefully stepped out. Skillfully locking their vehicles behind them, they walked side by side toward the gleaming elevator, at which point the surrounding employees greeted them warmly. "Good morning, President." "Good morning, Director Yi," they chorused. In response to their enthusiasm, both Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi wore gentle, polite smiles, acknowledging each greeting. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the elevator came to a steady stop at the top floor of the building. After exchanging smiles and farewells, they turned and made their way to their respective offices. However, shortly after Yi Wuyo entered his office, his phone, resting on the desk, suddenly rang with a bright and clear tone. Instinctively, he glanced at the screen and saw the name Guojun flashing across it. Without hesitation, Yi Wuyo pressed the answer button. Immediately, a panicked voice, tinged with tears, came through the line. "Brother Yi, I and Oppos am currently at Xingyi Film Company with my classmates. But we are surrounded by a group of thugs outside. They look menacing and seem intent on causing us harm. Please come quickly and save us." Hearing Guojun and Oppos' frantic words, Yi Wuyo and Oppos' heart tightened. He quickly reassured her. "Don't panic, girl. Calm down and send me your exact location right away. I will come immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Guojun replied, "Okay, Brother Yi. I will send it now." Almost instantly, Yi Wuyo received a detailed address from her. Meanwhile, outside the building, the group of thugs was menacingly blocking the entrance. Each of them eager for trouble, they appeared ready to force their way inside. It turned out that these unruly ruffians were friends of Zhai Tao, the son of the film company and Oppos' owner. They typically relied on Zhai Tao and Oppos' influence to stir up trouble and had now foolishly targeted Guojun and her friends. The owner's son, emboldened by his wealth and power, would harass any girl he fancied, with his followers employing relentless tactics. They would promise alluring opportunities, such as roles in films, while disregarding legal and moral boundaries, resorting to despicable means to achieve their ends. Several innocent female students from the acting department had already fallen victim to their schemes. Zhai Tao, with a casual arrogance, dismissed their actions. "Isn't it foolish not to pursue a pretty girl? We have so many resources at our disposal. What kind of star can't we make famous? If we want to promote someone, who can't shine brightly?" Upon learning of the situation, Yi Wuyo took decisive action. He swiftly briefed his secretary before hastily departing the company building. He rushed to the underground parking lot and eagerly climbed into his flashy Ferrari. With a deafening roar, the car shot out like a bolt of red lightning. Anxious and determined, Yi Wuyo pressed the accelerator to the floor, the tachometer needle soaring beyond 8,000 RPM. As he sped down the road, onlookers turned their heads in astonishment. Yet, despite the high speed, he encountered a traffic officer along the way. Without a moment and Oppos' hesitation, Yi Wuyo pulled out his phone and called Director Lu, succinctly explaining the dire situation. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Lu promptly ordered the officer to let him pass. Thus, after a mere 10 minutes of reckless driving, Yi Wuyo finally arrived at Xingyi Film Company. Outside, Over 50 unruly individuals, sporting bleached hair and displaying unsightly tattoos, loitered menacingly. A corpulent man among them spoke. "If Guijun refuses to be my girlfriend, you all know what to do." A sycophantic follower chimed in. "Don't worry, Tao Gu. We don't need any heavy-handed tactics these days. You know what I mean." Their laughter was laced with malice. As the ruffians called out, "Become our big brother's girlfriend, and we'll all be one family. If you refuse, no one will save you today." The atmosphere grew tense. In the deep autumn twilight, silence reigned until a fiery red Ferrari charged onto the scene, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by screeching brakes and rising dust. The car door swung open, and Yi Wuyo leaped out like a vengeful deity, with piercing eyes and a countenance as cold as ice. He exuded an aura that sent chills down the spine. "You foolish scoundrels, get out of my way," he bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder, causing leaves to tremble. The once bold ruffians turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps. Yet, they quickly regrouped and surrounded Yi Wuyo. At that moment, Zhai Tao, a portly figure with a brutish demeanor, stepped forward. With a sneer, he taunted, "Oh look, someone dares to play the hero. Do you know who my backer is? Go ahead and find out." But before he could finish his taunt, Yi Wuyo flickered forward like a specter. With a kick taught by the Shaolin master himself, his strength unleashed like a mountain crashing down. In an instant, he struck Zhai Tao's pig-like face with a swift blow. The impact sent Zhai Tao soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, rolling like a ball of flesh for 10 meters before coming to a stop. Bloodied and battered, the sight of their leader's downfall sent the remaining thugs into a frenzy of terror, scattering in all directions, abandoning Zhai Tao, who lay groaning on the ground. This was the harsh reality of the underworld. Loyalty was merely a hollow phrase. Strength attracted followers. Weakness invited abandonment. It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to offer coal in the snow. After resolving the immediate dilemma, Yi Wuyo rushed into the room. Upon seeing Yi Wuyo, Guijun promptly opened the door and embraced him tightly around the neck, her heart racing with excitement. She whispered softly, "Brother Yi, you always appear by my side just when I need you the most. Are you not my destined soulmate?" Yi Wuyo merely caressed the delicate hair of the pure-hearted girl before him. He had attracted numerous beautiful women, yet he was reluctant to pursue Guijun firstly. He shared a close bond with her uncle, and he could not bear to disrupt her life without the ability to offer her happiness. Secondly, he had always regarded her as a little sister whom he cared for deeply. Though Yi Wuyo was a notorious rogue, he was a thief with principles. A gentleman appreciates beauty, but only through honorable means. As Yi Wuyo gently set Guijun down, her enchanting eyes shimmered like rippling water, reminiscent of flowers blooming after the rain, captivating to behold. Nearby, another girl huffed in playful annoyance, "Junjun, aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome brother of yours? Is it appropriate to flaunt your affection in front of me?" It was then that Guijun remembered her roommate, Shui Yuejia, was also present. She introduced, "This is my good brother, Yi Wuyo. And this is my roommate, Shui Yuejia." Yi Wuyo exchanged a light handshake with the girl, taking a moment to assess her. She was indeed a striking beauty with refined features, willow-like brows, an oval face, and a well-proportioned figure, a true representation of a film academy student. Yi Wuyo silently commended her. Shui Yuejia teased, "Good brother? Surely you don't mean to imply he is a romantic interest?" Guijun, feeling bashful, blushed with a delightful crimson hue. Soon, Guijun and Shui Yuejia were caught up in playful banter. Following this, Yi Wuyo swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, deftly illuminating the screen and unhesitatingly dialing a sequence of numbers. As the ringing tones echoed from the other end, he successfully connected with Director Liu of the city. Once the call was established, Yi Wuyo meticulously reported the illegal activities of Xingyi Film Company to Director Liu, presenting his evidence and circumstances with clarity and logical precision. Before long, police cars roared onto the scene, halting in front of Xingyi Film Company. The doors swung open, and Director Liu personally led a team of efficient officers, who swiftly and skillfully took control of the situation, apprehending all involved parties. After a casual conversation with Director Liu, Yi Wuyo turned to leave, striding towards the sleek Ferrari SF90 parked nearby. With a gentlemanly gesture, he opened the car door for Guijun, who climbed in as he decided to drive her back to school himself, simultaneously to ensure Shui Yuejia's safe return home. Yi Wuyo thoughtfully arranged a ride for her through a ride-hailing service. Once all arrangements were in place, he confidently started the engine and gradually departed. However, just as they were about to part ways, Shui Yuejia could not help but murmur to Guijun, Oh my, Junjun, you truly are a mystery. To think you have a boyfriend driving a Ferrari and kept it a secret from us, that is hardly fair to your friends. Upon hearing this, Guojun's lovely cheeks flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple, and due to her overwhelming shyness, they even felt slightly warm to the touch. Chapter 42. Willing to be small as Guojun found herself at a loss, utterly unsure of how to respond, she stood frozen like a startled fawn. In her heart, she pondered how to shatter the awkward silence. Just then, the blaring of a car horn suddenly pierced the heavy atmosphere. It was the ride-hailing service that Yi Wuyo had just booked. A white sedan came to a gentle halt, and as the door swung open, Shui Yuejia emerged with a mischievous smile, gracefully stepping into the vehicle. Once inside, she leaned toward the window and playfully waved at the still motionless Guojun. Then, in a teasing tone, she called out loudly, as the saying goes, youth is impetuous and unsettled. The most perilous temptation is that of feminine charm. You must be cautious. Who knows? One day you might be completely captivated by our little June. As the last words escaped Shui Yuejia's lips, Guojun's once fair cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, spreading all the way to her ears. With her head bowed, she dared not meet anyone's gaze, wishing only to disappear into the ground. That brazen vixen, spreading rumors about me all day. When I return, I shall expose her romantic escapades. She juggles several suitors while spewing filth. How utterly mortifying. Yi Wuyo, however, remained unfazed. His experiences could fill volumes. How many flirtations and romantic entanglements had he navigated? A slight smirk graced his lips as he teased, "Come, let me drive you back to school, little one." No sooner had he spoken than he pressed the accelerator of his Ferrari with flair. In an instant, the engine roared to life, unleashing a deafening roar. The immense power surged forth, thrusting them back into their seats. Guojun, seated in the passenger seat, was caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, her body lurching forward as she flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to steady herself. But it all happened too swiftly. In her moment of helplessness, she lost her balance and tumbled into Yi Wuyo's embrace. Her cheek pressed against his broad chest, her nostrils filled with the intoxicating scent of his masculinity. Simultaneously, she could distinctly feel the strength of his well-defined muscles, as if sculpted from iron, both solid and resilient, yet surprisingly elastic. At that moment, however, Guojun had no time to contemplate these details. As she fell into Yi Wuyo's arms, she suddenly realized that a soft object had collided with his face. Immediately, she heard him emit a muffled grunt, followed by the sight of crimson liquid gushing from his nostrils. The object that had inadvertently struck his face was none other than Guojun herself. Yi Wuyo was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. His body frozen in place, forgetting to wipe away the blood trickling from his nose. Guojun, blushing furiously, quickly turned her head away, scrambling back to her seat in a flurry. As she fumbled to fasten her seatbelt with trembling hands, she averted her gaze, overwhelmed by embarrassment. It's all right. It's all right, Yi Wuyo chuckled. I forgot to remind you to buckle up. By the way, what brings you here today? Distracted by his question, Guojun's flushed cheeks began to regain their normal hue. The young woman, akin to a blooming flower, radiated purity and innocence, exuding a unique charm of youth. Guojun reminisced, saying, "Our school recently has an internship program with a film company. It allows us to earn credits while gaining insight into the film market. There's even a chance for direct contracts upon graduation to fulfill my dream of acting. But they are so despicable and shameless, attempting to take advantage of me and even proposing some sordid deals." At this point, Guojun wore a forlorn expression, uncertain of the path ahead. Just as Yi Wuyo was about to offer her comfort, she suddenly inquired, "Yigu, why did you move from your old place? I went looking for you, and the neighbors said you had moved away, taken by a woman of incredible beauty." Guojun asked timidly, her fair hands slightly clenched. Yi Wuyo replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I now live with my wife. We just got married recently. Since we didn't hold a celebration, I didn't inform you or Uncle Gua. I promise to invite you both when we do." Before Yi Wuyo's words could fully register, Guojun's beautiful eyes began to glisten with tears. The crystalline droplets swirled in her gaze, as if they would spill over her delicate cheeks at any moment. Her face was a portrait of sorrow, brows furrowed, lips quivering, a picture of vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. It was as if her most cherished possession had been snatched away before her eyes, leaving her with a profound sense of grievance and reluctance. Yet, in the face of this poignant scene, Yu Wuyo refrained from offering any explanations or justifications, fully aware that some matters, once hesitated upon, would only bring further distress to the girl. Although his decision might cause her immense sadness in this moment, he deemed it far better than providing her with a prolonged hope devoid of a future. Taking a deep breath, Yu Wuyo softened his tone, gently reassuring her. "Oh, dear girl, do not think so negatively. There are many handsome young men in the film academy, dashing gentlemen with charm. Why must you fixate solely on me? I am certain that before long, you will encounter the person most suited for you." Upon hearing these words, Guojun's once sorrowful countenance transformed into one of determination. She gazed intently at Yu Wuyo, her eyes sparkling with fervor, and declared resolutely, "I don't care about anyone else. I want to be with you, Yigo. I don't like anyone else. Even if I can only be your little secret, I am still willing." However, as she uttered the last few words, her voice involuntarily lowered, revealing her lingering shyness and fear of being rejected by Yu Wuyo once more. Yu Wuyo sighed, not uttering a refusal. The young woman had laid her feelings bare, and he was not one to be heartless. They would address the future when the time came. "Little one," he continued, "after you graduate, if you still feel the same way, we can discuss it then. How does that sound?" Guojun nodded, a glimmer of mischief shining in her eyes. The tears had long been wiped away, like the sun breaking through after a rainstorm. Yu Wuyo thought to himself, "This girl has ensnared me. I cannot bear to see a woman cry." "Yigu," Guojun inquired, "is this car a gift from your wife?" Yu Wuyo casually remarked, "I am being supported by the affluent Qingyi. This car was indeed a gift from my wife, and she has made me the president of Tianyin Group. By the way, I plan to establish a subsidiary under the group, tailored specifically for you, and it shall be named Tanhua Film Company, dedicated to producing films and television series, with you as the leading lady in the inaugural project." Guojun's eyes initially sparkled with excitement, but soon dimmed with concern. She cautiously inquired, "Will your wife feel jealous about this? I hope it won't and Oppos, to create any discord between us." Yu Wuyo confidently reassured her, "Not at all. Qingyi's heart is as vast as the sky and as deep as the sea, embodying true magnanimity." His words lightened the mood of the previously troubled Guojun, who responded with a charming smile. "Yigu, you've gone astray, indulging in such playful banter. I must disembark." The two shared a knowing smile, fully aware of the essence of true magnanimity. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Film Academy in Heishanshire. It was the time when classes had just concluded, and the campus was bustling with activity. As the fiery red Ferrari SF90 gracefully entered the scene, the once lively crowd fell into an immediate hush, their attention irresistibly drawn to the striking vehicle. A throng gathered around the car, engaged in hushed whispers and curious discussions about the stunning supercar. When the window rolled down, revealing Yu Wuyo's extraordinarily handsome visage, gasps of awe rippled through the onlookers. After all, such a globally limited and exorbitantly valued supercar was incredibly rare even in the entirety of Longhua, a coveted dream for countless young individuals. Curiosity swirled among the crowd as they speculated about the remarkable figure who could possess such an enviable automobile. As the car door swung open, Yu Wuyo elegantly stepped out, his tall stature and striking appearance immediately capturing the spotlight, causing many young women nearby to steal glances. Some shyly averted their eyes while others boldly gazed, their expressions brimming with admiration. Yet, before they could act on their impulses to approach for contact information, Yu Wuyo gently opened the other side of the door. A delicate, porcelain-like hand emerged, and soon, a figure as ethereal as a celestial being appeared before the crowd. It was Guojun, clad in a flowing white dress with cascading long hair. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her pure, enchanting visage seemed untouched by the mundane world. Her extraordinary aura and graceful figure left everyone spellbound. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. Female classmates felt a mixture of envy and admiration for Guojun's beauty, pondering why fortune had not favored them similarly. While male classmates gazed at Yu Wuyo and Guojun with expressions tinged with envy and resentment, lamenting, "The goddess is yours, and so is the luxury car. Clearly, we inhabit different worlds." Ultimately, they could only shake their heads in frustration before dispersing. After Yu Wuyo smiled and waved goodbye to Guojun, they parted ways, agreeing to reconvene upon the establishment of the subsidiary. Yu Wuyo returned to his Ferrari, contemplating the absence of pressing matters at the group, deciding against heading back. With the afternoon stretching before him, he pondered how to unwind. Tomorrow, he would be traveling to Kyoto with his father, and it might be a while before he returned. Reflecting on his position as the president of Tianyin Group, he realized that the Huagao Yuan Club was, in fact, part of his enterprises. Thus, he resolved to visit the club to enjoy a performance by the dance troupe, which would surely be a delightful experience. With determination, Yi Wuyo activated the GPS navigation system of his Ferrari. Chapter 43. A vibrant night. Yi Wuyo's visit to the Huahao Yuan Club was not merely a quest for relaxation. Recently, he had acquiesced to the whims of Guojun, the whimsical young lady. In the near future, they were poised to establish a film and television company. The immediate priority was to recruit a talented team to meticulously blueprint their ambitious venture. Just then, the image of Liu Xiaojia surfaced in his mind. The troupe he had lavishly funded and meticulously crafted. It is worth noting that the Huahao Yuan Club was the epitome of opulence in Haida City, where money flowed like water, constructing this remarkable entertainment palace. Within its walls congregated numerous enchanting beauties, akin to celestial beings, including prodigious talents from media schools, aviation universities, and film academies. The sheer number rivaled the grand harem of ancient emperors. Yi Wuyo contemplated the possibility of selecting a few promising newcomers from these performers. Complemented by Guojun, who possessed innate beauty and considerable acting talent. Together, they could form a female ensemble named Jinawa, making their official debut. This endeavor would not only infuse fresh vigor into the nascent company, but also potentially catapult them into the limelight of the entertainment industry, thereby establishing the subsidiary Tanhua Film as a notable presence in the sector. This series of contemplations reflected Yi Wuyo's profound foresight. As the saying goes, one who does not plan for the future is unworthy of strategizing for the present. As a former formidable soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, a mercenary who traversed the globe, Yi Wuyo was far from a mere swordsman. His intellect was equally sharp, and his strategic acumen was unparalleled. At that moment, a peculiar light flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes, as if he held the future in his grasp. Since concluding his tumultuous overseas existence, the days of bloodshed and strife seemed to have been buried beneath the sands of time, gradually fading away. Nevertheless, tales of his exploits still circulated within the underworld, captivating the imaginations of the elite. Now, Yi Wuyo led a life adorned with beauty and grace, a lifestyle he had long yearned for. Just then, a crimson Ferrari sped down the road, racing into a luxurious private club at the heart of Haida City. The establishment resembled a grand estate, sprawling across an area akin to dozens of basketball courts. Upon entering the estate, a riot of vibrant flowers blossomed in a dazzling array of colors, a sight to behold. The classical European-style buildings stood majestically within this picturesque garden, exuding an air of noble elegance. Particularly striking was the fountain, designed in homage to the Palace of Versailles. Crafted with luxurious gilded artistry, shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Yi Wuyo's eyes widened in awe as he admired the breathtaking scenery, silently marveling at Liu Xiaojia's exquisite taste. Fortunately, she had already ventured inside to prepare for the evening's performance. It was now his turn to indulge in the splendor. With this thought, he approached the entrance and gently pressed the doorbell. Even the iron gate outside was meticulously crafted in the style of a European palace, adorned with the intricately carved crest of the French royal Clovis family, subtly narrating the owner's extraordinary elegance. Before long, a lady clad in a fitted black dress emerged from behind the opulent door, resembling a graceful black swan. Her figure was exquisite, each step seemingly dancing upon musical notes, imbued with a unique rhythm. Upon closer inspection, her form was devoid of any excess, perfectly sculpted as if carved by nature itself. The black Gucci dress accentuated her silhouette, rendering her even more alluring. She was akin to a fairy among blossoms, radiating an indescribable allure that compelled men to steal glances. Though in her 30s, time appeared to have treated her favorably. Her skin remained smooth and supple, reminiscent of youth, with no traces of aging. She appeared no older than 27 or 28, yet exuded the enchanting charm characteristic of a mature woman. As she glided gracefully, her movements echoed the poise of supermodels on the runway. She delicately lifted her skirt, performing a courteous nod to Yi Wuyo, and greeted him with a voice as soft as a gentle breeze. "Mr. Yi, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. This is our first encounter. I am Liu Menghan, the manager of the dance troupe. Please treat me kindly." Yi Wuyo, roused from his reverie by her greeting, smiled subtly and nodded. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "Miss Liu, the pleasure is mine. However, Please refrain from calling me Mr. Yi. It sounds rather antiquated. Simply address me as young Master Yi. He did not expect that Lu Menghan, merely the manager, would possess such a captivating presence. He wondered if there were any extraordinary women within the dance troupe. As this thought crossed his mind, a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. Lu Menghan chuckled, her laughter reminiscent of blooming peonies, exuding opulence. This mature elegance spoke of a depth cultivated over time, reminding Yi Wuyo of his equally enchanting secretary, Qiu Yinong. Lu Menghan, with a dreamy expression and a voice as light as a whisper, remarked, young Master Yi, your eloquence is truly remarkable, making me blush with delight. Please come inside. The younger ladies have yet to meet you. Pressing a button nearby, the immense iron gate swung open, and Yi Wuyo stepped inside, walking alongside the enchanting lady. The fragrance of her perfume wafted through the air, delightful to the senses. He inquired, sister, are you wearing a blend of lilac and currant perfume? It is exquisite. I intend to purchase a set for my wife. Lu Menghan's fox-like eyes widened in surprise at his keen sense of smell. She promptly opened her limited edition Burberry leather bag and retrieved a dark bottle of perfume, adorned with the French words 100 Bon, evidently from a niche brand in France. With a playful smile, she replied, young Master Yi, do not think less of it. This bottle is unopened. You may take it for your sister-in-law. I have a peculiar fondness for niche brand perfumes, and my collection has grown rather large, with some still untested. Yi Wuyo accepted the perfume, inhaling its subtle aroma, which was captivatingly delicate. Knight Wuyo cheerfully remarked, sister, your straightforwardness suggests that President Lu has not been stingy with your salary. Lu Menghan replied with a beaming smile, my base salary is several tens of thousands each month. The remainder consists of commissions distributed based on the performance of the dance troupe. It's quite effortless to earn over $1 million annually. Even if you were to stop working now, it would last for generations. My job is merely a side endeavor. Observing the woman's nonchalant demeanor, Knight Wuyo discerned that she was not in want of money. You are the sister I have chosen, Knight Wuyo declared with a grin. You will continue to manage the affairs of the dance troupe. However, I am about to establish a film company and will require some actors. You must assist me with the auditions. Lu Menghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having never tried her hand at directing, she was quite exhilarated and quickly responded, leave it to me, sister. Today, let me take you to meet the courtesans here. Perhaps we will find someone suitable. The two walked side by side, confidently stepping into the resplendent and magnificent hall. This spacious and luminous chamber was illuminated by dazzling lights from all directions, captivating the senses and stirring the heart. Before them lay an expansive stage, grand enough to accommodate performances by over 100 individuals. Its exquisite design and meticulous details exuded luxury and nobility. Lu Menghan gracefully raised her hand and gently clapped. This single clap seemed to possess a magical charm. In an instant, young women dressed in Dunhuang attire emerged from backstage, moving as if they were celestial beings descending to earth. There were nearly 100 of them. The sheer spectacle was overwhelming and dazzling. Each woman possessed a graceful figure and enchanting beauty, akin to ethereal fairies gracing the mortal realm, untouched by worldly affairs. Their delicate dance steps flowed effortlessly, exuding an extraordinary aura that seemed to separate them from the mundane world. Knight Wuyo and Lu Menghan found an antique long table and settled down comfortably on the floor. At that moment, melodious music began to play, accompanied by a kaleidoscope of shifting lights. The fairies, immersed in this dreamlike atmosphere, swayed gracefully to their captivating dance. It was as if a vibrant, colorful painting unfolded before the audience. Knight Wuyo, utterly entranced, lost sight of his original purpose for being there. It felt as if he had journeyed back to ancient times, transformed into a sovereign, reveling in adoration and worship, intoxicated by the presence of beautiful maidens. Only as the performance gradually came to a close did Knight Wuyo awaken from this ethereal reverie. Chapter 44, The Four Blossoms. At this moment, a lingering expression of ecstasy adorned his face, reminiscent of witnessing celestial beings in the distant land of Dunhuang. The breathtaking and exquisite spectacle was deeply imprinted in his mind, rendering it unforgettable. Knight Wuyo pondered silently, envisioning the possibility of establishing a dance troupe within his divine realm. What a splendid scene that would be! Imagine those graceful women dancing elegantly upon a magnificent stage, their melodious voices resonating through the air. Just the thought of it filled him with immense satisfaction and delight. The island of the finality, curiously, was not marked on the map, as if it had been erased from the world's geography. No superpower would dare to provoke a deity lightly. This enigmatic island served as the last refuge of the underground world. Meanwhile, Lu Minghan noticed Night Wuyo's rapture, and a playful smile danced upon her lips, exuding an enchanting charm that could leave men utterly mesmerized. Alas, the company of beautiful women surrounding Night Wuyo had already filled his heart, heightening his immunity to their allure. Furthermore, there was his icy and formidable wife, the cold-faced CEO. Just the thought of her chilling gaze sent shivers down his spine. Lu Minghan, with a delicate hand resting on Night Wuyo's shoulder, asked sweetly, "Brother, which ones have caught your eye? Shall I arrange something for you? Perhaps a private room for a closer look?" Night Wuyo, maintaining his composure, pointed out the order of appearance. Lu Minghan nodded with a smile, saying, "I will arrange that right away. Please wait a moment, young Master Yi. I will also invite the courtesan and the new beauties to ensure your satisfaction." With a grin, Night Wuyo replied, "I trust you, sister." Lu Minghan led Night Wuyo to a presidential suite within the estate, complete with several small rooms, a KTV, a tea room, and a swimming pool. "This is the true enjoyment of life," Night Wuyo marveled. Lu Minghan had already turned to leave, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Night Wuyo settled into the tea room, brewing fragrant tea. The purple clay teapot contained Wui Mountain S. de Hong Pao, a rare brew worth several thousand. He mused, "That rascal Lu Xiaojia drinks only the finest tea and even maintains a dance troupe. As a dignified soldier king and top-notch special agent, adored by many, I receive no such treatment." Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Minghan entered with a procession of exquisite beauties, each more stunning than the last. Some wore court dresses, while others donned thigh-slit cheongsams. The sheer fabric of their gowns barely concealed their porcelain skin. Each girl greeted Night Wuyo with a curtsy, lifting their skirts to say, "We are honored to meet you, young Master Yi." Night Wuyo waved his hand. "Please rise. I am no ancient emperor. I lack such fortune and qualification. I used to sell skewered lamb on the night market. If you don't believe me, just inquire outside the Prince Bar, and you will find my words are true." Laughter erupted among the youthful maidens, amused by the notion that the illustrious president of Tianyin Group, worth billions and a conqueror of several financial titans alongside his wife, could ever be a mere street vendor. Lu Minghan laughed heartily. "Brother, you truly have a knack for humor. If the sisters here were to laugh too much, wouldn't that be a loss for our dance troupe?" Night Wuyo scratched his nose. "Ah, well, even if I speak the truth, you wouldn't believe me. Minghan, why don't you introduce these lovely ladies?" Upon hearing this, Lu Minghan straightened her expression and began the introductions one by one. The first is Meng Xinyan, a graduate of the Communication University, former exclusive model for Mercedes, and a regular model for Ferrari. She stands at 172 m and is 26 this year. As she continued introducing the 20th lady, Night Wuyo patiently noted each name, ready to make his selections. He then declared, "You few, come and massage my legs and shoulders. Let us see your techniques. Who among you knows how to give a back rub? I require a full-time massage." At this proclamation, some girls beamed with joy. Yet Night Wuyo did not choose them, causing their beautiful foreheads to droop in disappointment. Meanwhile, those selected displayed expressions of anxiety, mistakenly believing the president had ulterior motives, yet found it challenging to refuse. Silent and reserved, their youthful modesty was like a flower yet to bloom. Seeing no one step forward to attend to him, Night Wuyo couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he merely wished to test their acting skills. They must have misunderstood, thinking he intended to engage them in a scandalous manner. In a public setting, how could he allow such blossoms to accompany him? Clearly, Lu Xiaojia's notorious reputation had instilled fear in these delicate creatures. Noticing the silence, Night Wuyo jested, "Since none of you are heeding my request, perhaps Minghan can demonstrate for me." Upon hearing this, Lu Minghan's radiant cheeks displayed a hint of hesitation, embodying a captivating allure. Gradually regaining her composure, she replied, "Brother, though my husband and I may indulge in our pleasures, I believe the ladies are unprepared for such a task." Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glimmering with unspoken emotions. In a swift moment, Night Wuyo clarified, "Minghan, you've misunderstood. I merely wish for a demonstration of the back and leg rubs, and if anyone knows Thai massage, that would be splendid." Realizing her misinterpretation, Lu Minghan felt her face grow warm, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Embarrassed, she quickly approached Night Wuyo to massage his back as he leaned back, enjoying a moment of relaxation. As the numerous maidens observed that it was indeed just a back and leg massage, they finally eased their defenses. The girls Night Wuyo had called upon stepped forward, some kneading legs, others rubbing shoulders. Night Wuyo basked in the indulgence. After about 10 minutes, he opened his eyes and teased, "Not bad. Your techniques could use some refinement. Aside from Minghan, I'll select only a few of you." Lu Minghan personally escorted the unselected girls out before returning to sit beside Night Wuyo, her composure restored, exuding tranquility and poise. The young maidens, puzzled about Night Wuyo's intentions, looked on like lambs in a wolf's den. Night Wuyo spoke slowly. "I plan to establish a film company and am in need of leading ladies to form a group named the Blossoms for debut. Therefore, I have chosen you and would like to hear your thoughts." Chen Ling was the first to step forward, clad in a light blue dress. Her beauty reminiscent of the legendary Shishir. She exuded a pure and graceful aura, akin to a pristine white lotus. With elegance, she spoke, "Young Master Yi, should we truly be afforded a chance, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your expectations." Yi Wuyo nodded in satisfaction, while Chen Ling stood to the side. At that moment, another woman stepped forward, Yiling Ming. Dressed in a deep V-red gown that trailed on the ground, she exuded an air of grace and opulence. Once a host for a sports channel on a television network, she had been replaced after refusing to acquiesce to the director's underhanded demands, relegated to obscurity thereafter. However, through a talent audition with a dance troupe, she found success. "Young Master Yi," Yiling Ming declared, "we lack neither beauty nor talent, but rather a fair opportunity. If you grant us this chance, we shall undoubtedly create value for the company. However, I refuse to engage in any unspoken rules, if that is the case. I would rather not pursue stardom." Yi Wuyo nodded, assuring her, "Miss Ming, rest assured. When I, Yi Wuyo, speak, my word is as good as gold. Focus on your acting. I shall manage the rest." Yiling Ming and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight. This young man was not easily swayed by beauty, truly an intriguing character, worth further acquaintance. At that moment, a third enchanting woman gracefully emerged. Clad in an ethereal, flowing silk gown, her exquisite tailoring and lavish embellishments transported onlookers back to an ancient palace. She resembled a noble and elegant consort. This lady, named Sun Qian, possessed skin as fair as snow and a visage as lovely as blooming peach blossoms, particularly her long, slender legs that captivated all. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, evoking admiration. It was revealed that Sun Qian had graduated from a prestigious aerospace academy, standing out during her studies due to her remarkable looks. After graduation, she successfully became a flight attendant, embarking on a journey across the globe. However, fate has a penchant for mischief. Her striking beauty soon attracted the attention of a wealthy heir from the airline, who pursued her relentlessly. Wherever Sun Qian flew, he followed like a shadow. Eventually, through some obscure channels, she learned of his notorious infidelity and shamelessly outrageous demands upon his girlfriend. Even in marriage, he insisted on maintaining relationships with multiple women. Faced with such a morally reprehensible man, Sun Qian felt a profound loathing and fear. Ultimately, she resigned from her position as a flight attendant to evade his incessant pursuit. Perhaps fate smiled upon her, for a serendipitous opportunity led to her discovery by the dance troupe. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, Sun Qian recounted, "Young Master Yi, I once harbored dreams of performing in the arts, aspiring to portray Daji in the investiture of the gods. However, I failed to gain admission to a drama academy during the college entrance examination, and by a twist of fate, became a flight attendant, unable to realize my childhood dreams. While working in first class, I have been approached by numerous affluent suitors, yet none have captured my heart. They are merely unrefined lechers. I've heard of your triumph against the 3 major conglomerates in Heishanshire, returning victorious. You, young Master Yi, are the true hero in my eyes. I wish to join you as an employee in your film company." Yi Wuyo beamed with a smile, softly proclaiming, "Welcome to our team." Thus begins the birth of Tanhua Films. It shall undoubtedly become the most formidable and renowned film and television production company in Longhua. As the atmosphere reached a celebratory crescendo, Lu Minghan presented a small cart laden with exquisite vintage champagne, and they each poured a glass. The amber bubbles sparkled like pearls in the sea. Laughter and joy filled the air, commemorating this day. Little did they know, the 3 women, along with Guijun, would soon become the most dazzling quartet in Longhua. Chapter 45. The contrast of the female CEO as the blood-red sun gradually descended in the afternoon. The entire world was enveloped in a soft, golden hue. The tranquil dusk quietly approached, and in this beautiful moment, Yuyo slowly emerged from the opulent clubhouse, adorned with flowers and a moonlit ambience. There was not a trace of intoxication on his countenance, only a look of contentment. Indeed, the realm of tenderness often serves as a grave for heroes henceforth. It would be prudent to limit interactions with such enchanting creatures, for who knows what might transpire should a spark ignite. His thoughts drifted to his wife. At that moment, he appeared to be shrouded in a hazy mist, a blend of rich wine and alluring fragrances wafting around him. Scents emanating not from afar, but from the multitude of beautiful women within the establishment. They were draped in luxurious perfumes, Armani, Givenchy, Gucci, Chanel, the symphony of fragrances intertwined, leaving Yi Wuyo enveloped in an aromatic embrace, blissfully unaware of the intoxicating essence surrounding him. Perhaps it was due to prolonged exposure to such an environment that his senses had acclimated to this unique aroma. Although a faint hint of champagne lingered on him, his mind remained remarkably clear, unaffected by the spirits. After all, the vigorous vitality coursing through him was akin to a surging torrent, effortlessly diluting the alcohol within. With steady steps, he made his way to the parking lot at the entrance. There, a striking red Ferrari awaited him, resembling a dormant beast poised for its master's command. Yi Wuyo gently pulled open the iconic butterfly doors and gracefully settled into the driver's seat. With practiced ease, he pressed the ignition button and activated the Ferrari's custom sound system, which began to play a classical music disc imported from Europe, Forest Requiem. As the engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward his villa in the Upper East Side. Along the way, Yi Wuyo hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly having forgotten the enchanting so awaiting him at home. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, accompanied by the resonant hum of the engine, the fiery red Ferrari arrived like a flash of lightning, coming to a steady halt at the community entrance. The guard, spotting the familiar vehicle from a distance, instantly straightened his posture, standing rigidly like a sentinel. He promptly raised his right hand, palm forward, executing a precise and formal salute. It is worth noting that the property management here operates at a 5-star hotel standard, providing personalized butler services for the affluent, attending to their daily needs, and offering various value-added services. Yi Wuyo expertly maneuvered the car into the underground parking garage, and after finding an available spot, he gently opened the car door. He elegantly stepped out, straightened his tall frame, and pressed the button on his key fob, locking the vehicle with a soft beep. With measured strides, he approached his courtyard. By this time, Aunt Zhang had finished preparing dinner and had already departed, leaving no trace of her presence. Yi Wuyo traversed the garden and reached the front door, grasping the handle and gently pushing it open, stepping inside. Inside, Ning Qingyi was savoring a sweet glutinous rice ball, her luscious red lips taking delicate bites as she watched the newly released animated film Moana. Upon noticing Yi Wuyo's return, she quickly pressed the remote control, switching to a financial news channel in a bid to conceal her guilty pleasure. Yi Wuyo couldn't help but chuckle at the stark contrast before him, finding her adorable. He had not anticipated that the icy female CEO would possess such a charming side. Enjoying dumplings while watching cartoons, a subtle smile graced his lips as he refrained from shattering her little secret, casually taking a seat at the dining table. He elegantly picked up his knife and fork, indulging in the exquisite dishes Aunt Zhang had prepared, succulent lamb chops and smooth pasta, each bite a delightful feast for the senses. Simultaneously, he lifted a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice to his lips, the sweet and tangy flavors swiftly enveloping his palate. As he relished the meal, he leisurely watched the news on television, appearing remarkably relaxed and at ease. In contrast, Ning Qingyi seemed somewhat anxious, her gaze darting away like a mischievous young girl caught in wrongdoing. She pondered whether that insufferable little thief had discerned her hidden passion. As time ticked by, while her mind wandered, an unexpected blend of champagne and an array of exquisite perfumes wafted into her nostrils. Ning Qingyi's brow furrowed, her previously shy demeanor swiftly replaced by an icy indifference. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a cold light, openly displaying her disdain and disregard for Yi Wuyo, creating an atmosphere as if winter had silently descended before summer's end. Unintentionally, Yi Wuyo lifted his gaze, and their eyes met, causing the air to thicken and silence to envelop them. They stood there, quietly staring at one another, akin to the distant Bom Mountains and Chu waters, close yet profoundly unattainable. Particularly, Ning Qingyi's mournful gaze pierced through Yi Wuyo's heart like a sharp blade. Under the chill of her gaze, his hand holding the lamb chop trembled involuntarily, nearly dropping the savory morsel. Despite being a legendary super soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, renowned both domestically and abroad, he was still subject to the whims of his wife's control. How could he falter to the point of losing grip on his food? Ning Qingyi, her voice delicate and ethereal, inquired. Yi, where have you been indulging yourself today? I hope you haven't brought any unsavory diseases home. The more composed she appeared, the more unsettled Yi Wuyo felt. He hastily recounted the events of the afternoon to Ning Qingyi, who sat there quietly, her brow slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. After a considerable pause, she slowly lifted her head, her gaze softening somewhat. Then, she spoke softly, "Little thief, I do not oppose your desire to establish a film company. After all, if you can successfully operate it, it might bring significant traffic to the fashion and beauty divisions of Tiansheng Group. However, I must make one thing clear. I absolutely do not wish to hear any rumors about you and female celebrities. If I find out about such matters, I will be utterly disgusted. And regarding your entanglements with my close friend, HMPF, don't think I am unaware. Yet, in light of the kindness that the enchanting Yinong has shown me over the years, I shall momentarily turn a blind eye. However, this is my absolute limit. Do not overstep." With that, she shot a fierce glare at Yi Wuyo. He nodded earnestly, a playful grin adorning his face as he remarked, "My dear wife. So exceptional and charming, so understanding, I would never contemplate divorce. Even if it cost me my life, it would not be an option. Rest assured, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as the strongest steed. Once the film company is established, I shall ensure that not a whisper of scandal with any starlet escapes my lips." In Ning Qingyi's captivating eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, waves of brilliance sparkled, akin to a myriad of twinkling stars. Her lips curled into a mischievous and delightful smile as she said, "Well then, I have no time to indulge in your nonsense. There is an overwhelming stack of documents awaiting my approval. Humph, I hardly have the inclination to entertain you. By the way, you and father are heading to Kyoto tomorrow. How long do you anticipate your absence will be?" Yi Wuyo furrowed his brows, a shadow of seriousness flickering in his profound gaze. He spoke slowly. "This journey to Kyoto shall be far from the simplicity it appears to be. It is not merely a ceremony for bestowing honors. I suspect there may be a covert mission for the Dragon Kingdom that we must undertake. Based on some intelligence I gleaned from father, I have made this deduction." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi's radiant beauty dimmed momentarily, as if veiled by a shroud of gloom. Her long lashes fluttered gently, revealing profound concern and worry in her gaze. It was evident that she was deeply troubled for the safety of her beloved, who was about to face peril. "You must not come to harm, my charming rogue. I need you as my personal bodyguard. Our contract has yet to expire." Though Ning Qingyi's words were gentle, her underlying reliance was unmistakable. Yi Wuyo, with a playful demeanor, managed to coax Qingyi back to her room. Their conversation concluded, Ning Qingyi returned to her chamber to commence her review of the company's documents. Yet, her thoughts were undeniably occupied with her beloved rogue, hoping he would return safely to her side. After all, she had grown accustomed to his presence within her home. Yi Wuyo leisurely made his way back to his own room, lying on the bed alone, reflecting on numerous past events. Shandong, that place near the Mediterranean's Blackwater Bay. I wonder if Eugene Albert still possesses his vigor? He commands the invincible fleet of the Mediterranean, or so I have heard. He has taken several wives, all residing in my divine realm, the island of finality. Chapter 46. Dragon Sun Hall. Yi Wuyo lay quietly on his custom-made mahogany bed. Yet sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned. Memories of old friends flooded his mind. This trip to Shandong, though fraught with unknown dangers, posed little concern for the immortal Yi Wuyo. After all, few in this world could genuinely harm a being like him, unless they too were chosen by the Olympic divine mountain, birthed from that mysterious and terrifying god-making project. Nonetheless, an inexplicable intuition lingered in Yi Wuyo and Apos' heart, suggesting that this journey would not be simple. It felt as though an invisible hand was meticulously orchestrating a conspiracy against him. Who could this puppet master be? Was it the beautiful nation's Shield Bureau, which had placed a global bounty on his head? Or perhaps the elusive Dark Vatican, operating in secrecy? Alternatively, could it be that new disputes had arisen among the gods, with someone unable to contain their inner turmoil, attempting to disrupt the existing equilibrium? Such speculations intertwined in Yi Wuyo's mind, leaving him increasingly perturbed. Yet, all the enigmas and truths would likely only surface when he set foot on that land. Resolving not to dwell further, Yi Wuyo recognized he did not know when he might return from Kyoto. He immediately texted his beautiful secretaries, Qiu Yinong and Fu Mingyi, His message to Chiu Enong bore a hint of flirtation and teasing. Little enchantress, I might be going abroad for a while. Let us play poker when I return. No conceding. A blush crept from Chiu Enong's cheeks down to her neck, making her look irresistibly alluring. Should a man pass by at that moment, he would undoubtedly be left parched. She replied, Chingy said you're a rogue, and it seems she's right. I didn't believe it at first, you scoundrel. Last time I played landlord with you, I conceded, but you wouldn't relent. Did your wife find out? Humph. Did you kneel and scrub the washboard when you got home? Still thinking of playing poker with me when you return? Believe it or not, I'll report you to Chingy tomorrow. Upon reading her message, Yuyo couldn't help but frown and quickly replied, Beautiful, kind, gentle little enchantress, can we forego poker? Please don't tell Chingy, I'm begging you. With a chuckle, Chiu Enong's already captivating face became even more enchanting. At that moment, Fu Mingmi lay languidly in the bathtub, warm water enveloping her silky skin. The bathroom was suffused with steam, swirling like ethereal clouds, rendering her alluring figure both visible and obscured. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up, indicating a new message. Fu Mingmi extended her delicate, pale hand, swiping the screen to reveal a text from Yuyo. She opened the message and read attentively. It stated, Mingmi, I might be going abroad for a while. I'll explain the specifics when I return. While I'm away, you will handle all matters of Tianyan Group. The company seal is in my desk drawer, and the key is beneath the office carpet. If you encounter any indecisive issues, you may consult Secretary Chiu. She will assist you. After reading the message, Fu Mingmi furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. However, she soon regained her composure. Being the campus belle of Beihua, she possessed not only striking beauty but also a sharp intellect and decisive ability. With her damp fingers, she rapidly typed a response. Understood, young Master Yi. Wishing you a safe journey. You must treat me to a meal upon your return. After sending the message, she gently placed her phone back and closed her eyes once more, relishing the moment of tranquility and relaxation. Yuyo, satisfied with her reply, nodded approvingly. He intended to test this campus belle to see if she was merely a pretty face. If she proved otherwise, he had plans to bring her into his film company and launch her career as a star. Unbeknownst to Yi Wuyo, upon his departure, Fu Mingni's exceptional management, characterized by empathy and organization, caused Tianyan Group's business to flourish, with performance continuously on the rise. After contemplating his thoughts, Yi Wuyo extinguished the lights in his room and fell into a deep slumber, mumbling in his dreams. Chingy, my dear, I haven't straight. The following morning, a resplendent sun hung high in the cloudless sky, resembling a brilliant gem radiating dazzling light. Sunbeams streamed through the window, illuminating every corner of the room. Yuyo gradually awakened, his gaze becoming clearer. Stretching languidly, he sat up and tidied his bed before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing, he appeared invigorated and radiant. At that moment, Zhang Ma had prepared breakfast. The two sat together at the dining table, savoring this warm moment. The table was adorned with exquisite pastries and steaming congee, exuding an enticing aroma. As they relished the delicious food, soft conversations filled the air, with laughter echoing throughout the room. Once breakfast concluded, time flew by, and soon it was time for Ning Chingy to head to work. Rising, she grasped her bag, ready to depart. Yet before leaving, she couldn't resist casting another glance at Yi Wuyo. In her beautiful eyes lingered a complex emotion, as if 1,000 words yearned to spill forth. Noticing Ning Chingy's gaze, Yi Wuyo felt a stir in his heart. He watched her quietly, awaiting her to speak first. However, Ning Chingy opened her mouth, only to swallow her words, displaying a hesitant demeanor. After several iterations of this, she seemed to gather her resolve, biting her cherry-red lips. With newfound courage, she declared, Little thief, I'll wait for your return. As soon as her words fell, Yi Wuyo lunged forward, arms wide, enveloping Ning Chingy in a warm embrace. The sudden gesture caught her off guard, causing her to gasp in surprise, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet soon, she felt the warmth and security of Yi Wuyo's embrace, and a sweet satisfaction blossomed within her. In that moment, time seemed to stand still as they held one another. Eventually, Ning Chingy playfully pushed Yi Wuyo away, pouting, Little thief, you're taking advantage of me. I want to talk to you. Her heart raced as she dashed away, leaving no trace. Yi Wuyo merely touched his nose, feeling quite pleased. Chingy, my dear, you are indeed not the aloof ice queen you appear to be. Rather, you are a warm-hearted individual beneath that cool exterior. The path to winning over my beloved wife is still long and arduous. Sipping Colombian coffee, Yu Wuyo awaited his father's arrival. Before long, a military green jeep approached, coming to a steady halt before the grand villa. At that moment, a figure shot out like the wind. It was Yu Wuyo, his face aglow with excitement and urgency. With swift strides, they approached the jeep, greeting the father and the guard inside with enthusiasm. After exchanging pleasantries, they lingered not, swiftly climbing aboard. As the engine roared with a deep, powerful growl, the jeep surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the military airport. The vehicle sped along, the scenery outside blurring into a swift retreat, as if time itself had been compressed into a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the military airport. Hurrying out of the jeep, they quickly boarded the awaiting Kunping transport aircraft. As the cabin door gradually closed, the plane's engines erupted in a deafening roar. The immense wings sliced through the sky, hurtling towards the distant city of Kyoto. Hours later, the Kunping aircraft gently descended onto the runway of Kyoto Airport. The three alighted in haste and swiftly boarded the special vehicle heading to Longshuan Hall. Once inside, Yi Tianming shouted at the driver, "Please, step on it. We cannot keep Comrade Zhao Nan waiting too long." The driver, sensing the urgency, nodded nervously and without hesitation, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The official vehicle sped away, clouds of dust trailing behind. Before long, they reached their destination, Longshuan Hall. This grand edifice stood solemnly, flanked by towering columns at its entrance. It served as a significant venue in Longhua for honoring heroic figures. Today, the exterior of Longshuan Hall was adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers, meticulously arranged along the pathway, each vying for attention in a riot of colors. Underfoot lay a long red carpet, extending all the way to the entrance of the hall, resembling a sacred path leading to the Hall of Honor. Due to the stringent security measures in place, the guards did not accompany them inside. After all, this was one of the safest places in Longhua. Yu Wuyo and Yu Tianming carefully stepped onto the soft red carpet, enveloped in the fragrant aroma of blossoms, and slowly made their way towards the interior of Longshuan Hall. Each step was imbued with solemnity, as if carrying boundless respect and anticipation. In a short while, they reached the main hall. It was spacious and bright, instilling a sense of grandeur upon entry. Gazing upwards, they beheld uniquely designed lights, each a magnificent dragon motif, with sinuous lines and lifelike postures, breathtaking in their beauty. Surrounding them were numerous statues of notable figures, artfully arranged throughout the hall. These sculptures depicted heroes who had once fought valiantly for Longhua, each having made indelible contributions to the nation. Each statue emanated an air of solemnity, as if recounting tales of a glorious past. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit appeared before them. He donned tortoiseshell glasses, his hair slicked back, and his gaze seemed to encompass the cosmos. His presence exuded the gravitas of a national pillar, ensuring peace in his realm. With a warm and approachable smile, he gently waved in their direction. Upon witnessing this, the two felt no hesitation. They immediately rushed towards the middle-aged man, soon arriving at the awarding platform. Coming to a halt, they simultaneously raised their right hands, offering a standard salute to the imposing figure before them. Chapter 47. The legend of the underworld king Comrade Zhao Nan greeted Yu Tianming and Yi Wuyo with warmth and kindness, shaking their hands one by one. The two were filled with an exhilarating sense of excitement, their faces glowing with joy and respect. They could hardly fathom that this esteemed and illustrious figure would bestow honors upon them today. Zhao Nan spoke slowly, his tone unhurried. "Tianming, little Yi." He paused momentarily, as if weighing his words. "It has been quite a while. I have truly missed you both. Alas, my usual duties are overwhelmingly demanding, with endless affairs to attend to from dawn till dusk. Although others claim I am a person of many responsibilities, there are only so many hours in a day. It is indeed challenging to juggle everything, yet I persevere." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming and Yi Wuyo stepped forward eagerly, their smiles radiant as they addressed the middle-aged man. "Look at you, still so robust and vigorous. Your spirit is as lively as ever. In contrast, we, the younger generation, feel quite inadequate." They were genuinely astonished that he could carve out precious time from his busy schedule to honor them. This truly surprised and overwhelmed them. Comrade Zhao Nan, with a smile, waved his hand and spoke with unwavering conviction and admiration. "In this recent anti-terrorism operation, your performance has been nothing short of exceptional. You have truly safeguarded the people and defended our territory. The entire city's residents are safe and sound, untouched even by the slightest harm." With your fearless courage and extraordinary wisdom, you successfully thwarted the foreign mercenaries who sought to disrupt our peace and tranquility. Thanks to your valiant efforts, their nefarious plot was entirely foiled. It can be said that you have made significant contributions to our dragon nation, and such achievements deserve to be remembered and rewarded. As he spoke, Comrade Zhao Nan's gaze swept across every staff member in the hall like a torch, radiating authority. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared, captivating the attention of everyone present. It was Hu Wan, clad in an elegant ceremonial qipao, exquisitely tailored with a tasteful slit. Her attire perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. Each movement emanated a captivating charm, both enchanting and beguiling, leaving the men utterly spellbound. Even the typically composed Yi Wuyo felt a surge of uncontainable restlessness as he gazed at Hu Wan, as if a playful kitten were teasing his heartstrings, igniting a sense of yearning. With great care, Hu Wan held two intricately crafted boxes, as if cradling rare treasures. She glided forward, her steps light as if treading upon clouds. Approaching the gathering, her lovely face radiated happiness, her lips curling into a playful smile as she chimed, "Hee hee. I heard that brother Yi would be here today, so I sweet-talked my father until he finally agreed to let me come." The elder leader, overhearing this, smiled kindly and teased, "Oh, you mischievous little girl. Always thinking about the young master of the Yi family. But do take care. Little Yi is already married to Ning Qingyi. You mustn't and Apos to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. His wife and Apos' family is quite formidable. Your father had originally planned to join the festivities, but alas, his work has kept him too busy to spare even a moment." Hu Wan's cheeks flushed a vibrant hue, resembling blooming peach blossoms, as her secret affections were publicly revealed. With a slight frown and a playful pout, she retorted, "Uncle Zhao, if you ever come to my house again, don't expect any drinks." Her hands on her hips, she appeared adorably indignant, prompting laughter from those around. The elder leader merely shook his head with a wry smile, displaying a hint of helplessness. He continued, "As for little Yi, he has been thriving overseas, making quite a name for himself." While the earlier remarks were comprehensible, the last statement left the two bewildered. They mused inwardly, isn't it just a few years of working as an agent overseas? Why speak of it so mysteriously? Could there be some hidden secrets? Comrade Zhao Nan's expression turned grave as he stood there, his weathered face emanating authority. He furrowed his brow and decisively opened the two exquisite boxes before him. In an instant, the lids lifted, revealing the treasures within. To their astonishment, there lay two radiant metals. One metal was crafted entirely from pure gold, dazzling and mesmerizing, while the other, made of silver, exuded a cool, noble aura. Most striking were the meticulously carved images of a lifelike dragon on both metals, a magnificent creature coiled majestically upon a splendid pedestal. The dragon, fierce and imposing, seemed ready to soar into the heavens, each scale intricately detailed, as if imbued with life. The elder leader delicately lifted the two precious metals, first approaching Yi Tianming to solemnly adorn him with the golden medal on his chest. He then turned to Yi Wuyo, securely fastening the silver medal to his lapel. At that moment, both Yi Tianming and Yi Wuyo stood tall, their eyes ablaze with fervor and pride swelling in their chests. In this solemn moment, they raised their right hands in unison, offering a standard and respectful military salute to the vibrant Dragon Nation flag. Comrade Zhao Nan, with composure, addressed them, "Tianming and Wan. I have a special task to entrust to little Yi. You may step aside." The two, well aware of the confidentiality agreement, complied promptly, moving to the opposite side of the hall to sit. Once assured of their privacy, the elder leader spoke. "Little Yi, we have heard snippets of your exploits overseas. The elimination of the director of the beautiful nation and Apos' Shield Bureau, Colfi, and several top agents, the destruction of the Shield Bureau and Apos' headquarters, and the Noah Ark Laboratory, landing you on the global wanted list of the beautiful nation. You pursued the Dark Church and Apos' Blood King, Spencer Dekara, decimating their first and second sanctuaries, provoking a frenzy within the Dark Church as they dispatched agents to hunt you down. You have allied with the Caribbean pirates, the Arabian fire worshippers, and the Mediterranean invincible fleet, establishing a kingdom of assassins on the final island of Essos, providing refuge for countless outcasts from the underground world. Simultaneously, he is the possessor of the Terrarian divine ring and the current inheritor of the title of Hades among the deities. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo's handsome countenance revealed no trace of shock, as if everything was anticipated. After all, given the formidable strength of the Dragon Kingdom, Uncovering the truth behind his past actions would be a trivial matter. Moreover, he had always acted with a clear conscience, never committing any acts detrimental to his homeland. Thus, he felt no fear, remaining as calm and serene as a placid lake. A subtle smile graced the corners of Yi Wuyo's lips, and he spoke in a measured tone. Your investigation is indeed meticulous. I wonder if your visit today is related to the Shadong chieftaincy? Surely, it concerns the communication loss with our peacekeeping forces there. If that is the case, you seek my assistance in rescuing them, if my assumptions are correct. The esteemed elder, equally smiling with keen, bright eyes, replied in a warm and gentle tone, You are quite perceptive, my young friend. I believe it was information from your father. We had dispatched peacekeeping personnel to the Shadong chieftaincy with the intent of rescuing the imprisoned members of the Shadong royal family. Yet, we lost contact with them entirely 2 weeks ago. The situation there is exceedingly complicated, and we can no longer send more personnel. Thus, we wish to entrust you with the task of aiding in the rescue of our people. Given your capabilities, resolving this matter should be effortless for you. Yi, my young friend, regardless of the circumstances, you will always be one of us from the Dragon Kingdom. Should you ever find yourself in a predicament or facing adversity in the future, the Dragon Kingdom will forever be your most steadfast and reliable sanctuary. This is your homeland, and we shall always welcome your return with open arms. Upon hearing these heartfelt and reassuring words, Yi Wuyo felt a warmth surge within him, his eyes glistening with moisture. He nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with the elder's sentiments. After all, it was this very benefactor who had assisted him during his wife's company's troubles. Without further hesitation, Yi Wuyo extended his right hand, firmly grasping that of the venerable elder, a pillar of strength who had devoted himself tirelessly. In that moment, the emotional exchange between them required no further words. It was conveyed through their tightly clasped hands. After an in-depth discussion, the elder rose to take his leave. Due to the numerous complications faced by the Dragon Kingdom in this matter, he could not accompany Yi Wuyo to his destination. Instead, Yi Wuyo would need to board a Dragon Airlines flight to the Shadong chieftaincy. Once all matters were settled, the elder smiled and bid farewell to those present. Accompanied by his secretary, he strode confidently out of the Longshuan Hall, leaving behind Yu Tianming, Yi Wuyo, and Hu Wan. Chapter 48. Drunk in Beauty and Apos. Embrace. Hu Wan watched as Uncle Jiang gradually receded into the distance until he vanished from her sight. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, she darted to Yi Wuyo's side like a nimble deer. Immediately, she extended her fair and slender arm to tightly embrace Yi Wuyo's. Her delicate and charming demeanor reminiscent of their childhood days. The bond of childhood sweethearts remained as intimate as ever. Yi Wuyo was not surprised by Hu Wan's sudden action. However, he could only manage a helpless smile without attempting to deter her. Internally, he mused, This girl, Wan, is still the same as she was in our youth, always seeking to be pampered. Yet this embrace is rather tight. I can occasionally feel something pressing against me. At this thought, Yi Wuyo couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement creeping onto his face, though he struggled to maintain an air of composure as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast to Yi Wuyo and Apos' feigned calm, Hu Wan and Apos' heart raced, her emotions in disarray. A faint blush had already graced her fair cheeks, akin to a ripe apple, enticing and vibrant. She was acutely aware that her actions had crossed a line, especially since Yi Wuyo was now married, and she feared provoking his resistance. In a whirlwind of emotions, Hu Wan felt both anxious and flustered. At that moment, Yu Tianming, who had been silently observing from the side, keenly sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. The burgeoning romance was unfolding quietly, rendering his presence rather awkward. Resolved to extricate himself from the situation, he sighed and cleared his throat, deliberately lightening the mood. I have numerous military affairs to attend to and am utterly stretched thin. My driver is still waiting for me at the door. I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly departed, vanishing without a trace. In truth, Yu Tianming had previously promised his daughter-in-law, Qingyi, that Yi Wuyo would not engage in any frivolous dalliances. However, as a father, he felt powerless to control whether his son had other romantic interests. Such matters were best resolved by the young themselves. In that fleeting moment, Yi Wuyo watched as his adoptive father, the formidable and commanding Commander Yi, slipped away as if he were greased lightning. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Wuyo furrowed his brow, internally lamenting, This old man, who often boasts of his grandeur, crumbles at crucial moments. Alas, it seems Wan will soon have him wrapped around her little finger. The more he pondered, the more frustrated and disheartened he became. his once handsome visage now resembling that of a comical bitter melon. At that juncture, the perceptive Huan immediately noticed the shift in Yi Wuyo and Apos' expression. Leaning in closer, her luscious lips brushed against his ear as she teased, "What's wrong? Afraid I might devour you? Or perhaps you fear your esteemed wife discovering us? Or is it that you're not quite up to the task?" Yi Wuyo, who preferred a gentle approach over a forceful one, could not resist the allure of her words. He wrapped his arms around her perfectly sculpted waist, their cheeks nearly touching, their breaths mingling. This proximity rendered Huan's cheeks aflame, as if they might melt away. Although she enjoyed teasing Yi Wuyo, should things escalate, she would undoubtedly feel embarrassed and shy. For when a woman says no, it often means yes. Yi Wuyo declared confidently, "My dear, it is you who has deliberately provoked me today. Should we inadvertently spark a fire, do not hold me accountable." He then asked, "Where shall we go? I promised to accompany you if we reached Kyoto. However, I must leave for an overseas business trip tomorrow, so today is all I can offer." Huan allowed Yi Wuyo to embrace her, yet the rosy hue on her face spoke volumes. In a soft voice, she replied, "Brother Yi, I wish to visit Disneyland. Will you accompany me? I just hope we can secure tickets." With a grin, Yi Wuyo replied, "As you wish, my dear. Please wait a moment while I make a call. I will procure the tickets shortly." Before Huan, he dialed the number of the CEO of Disneyland. A feat simple for someone of his stature as an elite agent traversing the globe. An American voice on the other end inquired, "This is Jefferson Iger. Who am I speaking with? How did you obtain my personal number?" Yi Wuyo responded in fluent American English, "Mr. Jefferson, this is Yi Wuyo. I possess a Centurion Black Card from Swiss Bank. Can you provide all necessary services? My card number is..." Initially indifferent, Jefferson and Apos' demeanor shifted upon hearing about the prestigious Black Card, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Please hold. I must verify your identity as a Black Card holder." After approximately 5 minutes filled with hurried footsteps, Jefferson's excited voice returned, "Esteemed sir, how may I serve you? Our company is the most trusted partner and ally of the royal family." Yi Wuyo explained, "My girlfriend and I are currently in the Dragon Country and wish to visit Disneyland. However, ticket reservations are fully booked. Is there a special channel available?" Jefferson, eager to please, replied, "Sir, I will arrange a VIP access for you at Disneyland. We must clear the park for a personalized service to demonstrate my sincerity. I only hope you might speak highly of me in front of some dignitaries." Yi Wuyo reassured him, "Of course, it is a trifling matter." Jefferson's effusive praises flowed from the other end of the line like a relentless river, and Yi Wuyo responded casually, feeling somewhat exasperated. After hanging up, he took Huan's delicate hand, stating, "It's all arranged. A private jet will be here shortly to transport us." Huan, filled with disbelief, allowed Yi Wuyo to lead her heart brimming with joy, akin to a girl experiencing her first love. Soon, a private jet from Disneyland gracefully descended before them. Without hesitation, they boarded the aircraft, and with the roar of engines, it swiftly ascended, soaring through the clouds toward their destination. Time flew by, and merely half an hour later, the plane landed smoothly at an airport near Disneyland. As they exited the cabin, the refreshing air enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. Upon arriving at Disneyland, they were astonished to find the park entirely cleared of guests. What had once been a bustling hub was now eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. At the entrance stood a line of impeccably dressed executives, as if awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. As Yi Wuyo and Huan approached, the executives greeted them with respectful and warm smiles, bowing in sincere welcome. It was at this moment that they noticed the massive electronic screen, a striking banner adorned with the words, "A warm welcome to Mr. Yi Wuyo and his girlfriend at Disneyland. We wish you both a delightful day, and our park is dedicated to providing you with exceptional service," greeted them. However, in the face of such a grand reception, Yi Wuyo remained indifferent, wholly engrossed in savoring this rare moment of intimacy with Huan. He clasped her hand tightly and made his way directly into the heart of the park. They began their adventure at the towering Ferris wheel, which offered a breathtaking view of the park, resembling a dreamscape from above the clouds. Next, they ventured to the exhilarating Rapids ride, where they reveled in the thrill of speed and splashes of water. Following that, they boarded the heart-pounding roller coaster, where they unleashed their exhilaration and joy amidst the dizzying speeds and twists. They also experienced the majestic pirate ship, rocking to the rhythm of the waves, transporting them into a realm filled with adventure and mystery. Iconic scenes from animated films unfolded before their eyes, immersing them in a captivating reverie. This series of enchanting attractions sent their emotions on a roller coaster ride of tension and excitement. After indulging in a considerable number of attractions, they felt a slight fatigue in their bodies, yet their spirits remained high. At that moment, the executives of Disneyland exhibited their meticulous care by inviting a premier Michelin chef, who had prepared an extraordinarily romantic candlelit dinner for them. The table was adorned with crystal glasses filled with alluring wine, sparkling under the soft candlelight like stars in the night sky. They gently clinked their glasses, producing a melodious sound, before savoring the rich and sweet Chardonnay from the Chablis region, a vintage of exceptional quality. Soon after, delectable Wellington steak was served, perfectly seared to a crisp exterior while tender within, accompanied by fragrant truffle sauce and flaky pastry, each bite a delightful indulgence. Additionally, an array of exquisite French soups burst with flavor, melting on their tongues and bringing endless satisfaction. As they chatted about the nuances of their recent lives and expressed emotions long unspoken, their figures under the moonlight appeared so perfectly matched, as if destined from a previous life, making separation in this lifetime seem impossible. Huan's cheeks flushed from the wine, rendering her slightly dazed as she exclaimed, "Brother Yi, I've drunk too much tonight. I need you to count the stars with me. You mustn't leave. I'm afraid of bad people." Though not entirely inebriated, Yi Wuyo felt the effects of the alcohol and, without hesitation, lifted Huan into his arms, making his way toward the prepared VIP lounge. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Huan's father's elite bodyguard arrived, looking quite awkward. "Miss Hu, your father has sent me to escort you home. I kindly ask for your cooperation, Mr. Yi." Faced with the reality that he could not act upon his desires today, Yi Wuyo nodded slightly to the former elite soldier before him. Huan, who had feigned drunkenness, leaned delicately against Yi Wuyo's sturdy frame, her silky hair brushing against his cheek, sending shivers of longing through him. Yet, at that instant, Yi Wuyo gently set her down. Huan felt an overwhelming sense of loss, as if separating from a source of warmth left her bereft of the world itself. Her eyes fluttered closed, long lashes quivering as she struggled to conceal the deep affection and sorrow within. When her feet finally touched the ground, the firm sensation paled in comparison to the comfort of being cradled in Yi Wuyo's embrace. With a lingering gaze, she bid him farewell, climbing into the extended black limousine, which whisked her away into the night. Chapter 49. The Dragon Flight Attendant. As the night enveloped the city, the cacophony of daytime gradually succumbed to the stillness of dusk. Yi Wuyo returned to his opulent presidential suite, solitary amid the lavish surroundings. The room's lighting was soft and warm, yet it could not dispel the fervor simmering within him. With a weighty stride, he approached the bar cabinet, deftly pouring himself a glass of lemonade filled with ice. The glass clinked delicately against the table, producing a crisp sound. Raising the glass, he tilted his head back and gulped down a generous sip. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, its chilling embrace swiftly spreading throughout his body, extinguishing the flames of unrest within. Setting the glass down, he exhaled a long breath. Contemplating, it was fortunate that the young lady's father had dispatched a bodyguard to escort her away. Otherwise, under the influence of alcohol, he might have spent the night counting stars. If such an incident were to occur and be discovered by Qingyi, how long would they endure a cold war? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He rubbed his slightly dazed forehead, feeling the vigorous blood within him dissipating the remnants of intoxication. As time passed, the haze of drunkenness gradually lifted, and his once dull eyes regained their lively sparkle, restoring his usual composure and tranquility. After a brief respite, Yi Wuyo ambled to the bedside and retrieved his phone from the nightstand, opening his contacts. With a few taps, he dialed Lin Langtian. Once the call connected, he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. "Langtian, I require you to prepare a few items for me. I need them by tomorrow morning. I will send you the address shortly. Remember to bring the false identification, passport, and the biomimetic mask." Lin Langtian chuckled. "Captain, where are you planning to experience foreign charms this time? If Sister Qingyi finds out, won't she have your kidneys for dinner? Meanwhile, I live freely, unencumbered by marriage. As the ancients wisely said, I sing my drunken songs and waste my days. For whom do I flaunt my arrogance?" Yi Wuyo retorted with a smile. "You little rascal, with your scant literary prowess, go cool off elsewhere. It and Appos. It's been 3 days since I last disciplined you." He paused, then added, "Langtian, you and Appos, re not a child anymore. I should introduce you to a future wife, my cousin, Guojun, a rising star in the Dragon Kingdom. But let and Appos, wait until this mission concludes before I set that up." Sleep well. We shall meet in the morning." With that, he ended the call and leaned back against the bed, mulling over. That little wolf had fought alongside him through thick and thin, navigating gunfire and bloodshed in foreign lands. His character, looks, and demeanor were all exceptional, perfect for Guijun. It was only fitting he play matchmaker, as the saying goes. Why let good fortune flow to outsiders? He closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Meanwhile, Lin Langtian stared blankly at his phone, the beeping of the dial tone echoing in his ears. He couldn't and amp. Oppos. T help but chuckle at the absurdity. How could Brother Yi possibly introduce me to a young star? With his temperament, he is bound to stray. The more I think about it, the less credible it seems. Is he really intending to hand me an empty promise? Despite the doubts swirling in his mind, a smile graced his face. Obediently following Yi Wuyo's instructions, Lin Langtian made his way to the secret warehouse at their base. This hidden location was so discreet that even satellites could not pinpoint it. Only those intimately familiar with the area could find the entrance. Upon entering the warehouse, Lin Langtian chose a spot to sit and awaited the list of documents and equipment Yi Wuyo required. The space was cluttered with an array of items, various firearms, diving gear, mountaineering equipment, forgery machines, and disguising tools, some neatly arranged on shelves while others lay scattered in corners. Before long, his phone vibrated. He quickly pulled it out to find a message from Yi Wuyo, detailing the hotel address and an additional list of items needed. Frowning at the demands, Lin Langtian set about crafting a passport and identification for the Shidong chieftain, along with a biomimetic mask for the Sacred City Guard. For the Tiger Commando, the most renowned operations were those of decapitation, disguise, assassination, and sabotage. Surely, no one believed that the Dragon Kingdom's elite warrior was merely a brute? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain slits, illuminating the room with tranquility and serenity. Yi Wuyo donned a loose, comfortable robe, its gentle fabric caressing his skin like a soft cloud. Stretching widely, he rose lazily from the bed, his sleep-fogged mind propelling him toward the bathroom. There, an array of luxurious, custom-hermes toiletries awaited him. He picked up an exquisite toothbrush, applied toothpaste, and began to meticulously clean his teeth. Next, he gently massaged his face with a fragrant facial cleanser, invigorating every pore with freshness and moisture. After completing his morning routine, Yi Wuyo gazed at his reflection in the mirror, satisfied with the result. He then strolled into the living room, casually crossing his legs and reclining on the sofa. Not long after, the faint sound of rolling wheels approached, heralding the arrival of a service cart laden with delectable food. The cart was adorned with an assortment of breads, jams, and enticing Chinese breakfast dishes, a veritable feast to satiate Yi Wuyo's discerning palate. His gaze settled on a golden, crispy baguette. Without hesitation, he seized it, taking a generous bite. The chewy texture and rich aroma of wheat filled his mouth. Simultaneously, he lifted a glass of fresh chocolate milk and downed it in one go. The delicious fare momentarily banished all his worries, allowing him to revel in the bliss of the moment. Meanwhile, the diligent server had quietly exited the room. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from outside, followed by the abrupt opening of the door. Lin Langtian rushed in, barely pausing to exchange pleasantries before dashing to the dining table, ravenously devouring the spread before him. I can handle business, but I must not go without a meal, he thought. He stuffed steaming crystal shrimp dumplings into his mouth, relishing the feast. Observing Lin Langtian and Oppos' voracious appetite, Yi Wuyo held his tongue until Lin Langtian had satisfied his hunger. Only then did he inquire, "Little wolf, have you gathered all the items I asked for?" With his mouth full, Lin Langtian mumbled, "Rest assured, boss, everything and Oppos' right here." He then pushed a travel case toward Yi Wuyo. Yi Wuyo swiftly opened the case, meticulously inspecting its contents. Everything was neatly arranged, precisely what he required. Nodding in satisfaction, he closed the case and remarked, "Well done, little wolf. Once this task is completed, we must gather and celebrate properly." Lin Langtian swallowed the food in his mouth and patted his chest vigorously to signify his assurance. After the two hastily finished their breakfast, they bid farewell and returned to their respective duties. As Yi Wuyo had a flight to catch, he could not afford any delays in Longhang's schedule. Before departing, Yi Wuyo donned a lifelike synthetic human mask, resembling an Arab gentleman with a disheveled beard and thick hair. He wore a traditional outfit unique to the locale, carrying corresponding identification and a ticket. Hailing a taxi, he directed the driver to Longhang Airport. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Wuyo arrived at his destination. The taxi driver, Mistaking him for a foreigner, deliberately inflated the fare. In a hurry, Yuyo chose not to argue, generously handing the driver an extra 50 yuan as an act of kindness. Presenting his passport and ticket to the airport staff, he passed through security with his suitcase and made his way to the departure lounge. Under the guidance of the personnel, he successfully boarded the plane. At that moment, feeling somewhat parched from the breakfast rolls, Yuyo quickly summoned a flight attendant. To his astonishment, it was none other than the enchanting woman he had encountered at the nightclub, Lung Lingzi. Today, she was adorned in a beige airline uniform, her knee-length form-fitting skirt accentuating her exquisite figure with an alluring charm. A silk scarf adorned with floral patterns graced her neck, adding an elegant touch to her allure. Clad in glossy Dior stilettos that sparkled under the light, her long, graceful legs were sheathed in the airline's custom sheer stockings. Yuyo's heart raced, momentarily leaving him speechless. Lung Lingzi, however, was unfazed. After all, she had flown international routes countless times. With a gentle smile, she inquired in English, "Sir, do you require assistance?" Yuyo snapped back to reality, deciding to conceal his identity for the time being, and replied in English, "Miss, I would like a glass of plain water, thank you." Lung Lingzi nodded and turned to depart. Her graceful silhouette rekindled memories of their enchanting night together. Shortly after, she returned, the delightful fragrance of her presence enveloping Yuyo. She presented a warm glass of water, which Yuyo accepted slowly. Just as Lung Lingzi was about to leave, Yuyo playfully teased in Chinese, "Lingzi, your skills are remarkable. That night truly kept me awake." The poised and noble Lung Lingzi instantly blanched, her face reflecting disbelief. She was about to inquire about the man before her when Yuyo made a shush gesture, indicating that their conversation was best kept discreet. A charming blush crept onto her cheeks as she pieced together that this bearded figure was indeed Yuyo, the one who had aided her in dealing with some unruly suitors at the nightclub, whisked her away in a Ferrari for a seaside drive, and spent a sleepless night playing cards with her. The serendipity of their reunion here was utterly unexpected. Chapter 50. The flight attendant with a purpose at that moment. The striking flight attendant glided toward the transformed Yuyo like a delicate butterfly. Her lips, as tender and dewy as flower petals, gently approached his ear, releasing a breath reminiscent of orchids blooming in spring, infused with a subtle fragrance. This enchanting aroma emanated from her Chanel rose garden perfume, filling the air around them with its rich bouquet. With a playful yet graceful tone, she addressed him. "Ah, young Master Yi, it seems we meet again. Are you indulging in some role play? This is quite the public affair. Come with me." As her words faded, Lung Lingzi extended her exquisitely delicate hand, akin to jade, and firmly grasped Yuyo's slightly robust hand. At the moment their skin touched, an indescribable sensation of softness surged through Yuyo's palm, enveloping his entire being and provoking an uncontrollable wave of delight. Hand in hand, they ambled leisurely toward the rear of the aircraft. Along the way, their eyes frequently met, and where their gazes intertwined, sparks seemed to ignite, signaling an intense passion brewing between them. They both smiled in unison, and within that smile lay an infinite well of secrets and anticipation. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the restroom at the plane's tail. Due to its secluded location, it was seldom chosen by passengers, rendering it currently unoccupied and unlikely to be disturbed for a while. Without hesitation, they entered the brightly lit restroom, where Lung Lingzi swiftly shut the outer door and locked the inner door, allowing herself a deep sigh of relief. Next, Yuyo gently removed the lifelike mask he had worn, revealing his handsome features to Lung Lingzi for the first time without reservation. Her gaze grew increasingly fervent, as if the world around her had faded, leaving only the striking figure before her. Her heart raced as if quenched by a long-awaited rain. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, she leaped toward him like an octopus, and Yuyo, quick-witted and agile, caught her gracefully. They nestled together, sharing their longings. "Young Master Yi, please don't hold it against me for leaving without a word that night." "I had my reasons," she said apologetically. Yuyo caressed her fragrant hair and replied, "Enchantress, the outcome of that night's game still hangs in the balance. I wonder why you vanished without notice?" Tears shimmered in her eyes, and a hint of guilt crossed her face as she spoke with a tinge of remorse. "My family, the Lung family, is renowned in this vast dragon country as hotel magnates. We operate numerous five-star luxury hotels and represent many prestigious luxury brands. Our family's portfolio boasts over 1,000 hotels. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are the undisputed leaders in this industry. However, life is unpredictable. My father, having reached an advanced age, chose to retire, leaving the management of the family business to my elder brother. Unfortunately, he seems to lack the necessary experience and acumen, blindly expanding without regard for the company's financial reality. The consequences were inevitable. This reckless behavior resulted in a severe cash flow crisis for our family business. If we cannot resolve the financial issues in time, the repercussions will be dire. Faced with such adversity, our family concocted a rather unfortunate plan to betroth me to the wealthiest and most powerful family in Haitianshire, the Liao family, specifically Liao Yongxiang, the son of the influential Liao Wenkai. Liao Wenkai is a key figure in the Yi Uncle gang. That night, while drowning my sorrows at a nightclub, I fortuitously encountered you and, with a bold heart, devised a counter-strategy. I quietly contacted reporters from newspapers and television stations with the hope that, if I could publicly tarnish my own reputation, a family like the Liaos would never consider marrying someone deemed a disgrace. Perhaps this could serve as a means to thwart a marriage I vehemently opposed. However, fate had other plans. At the critical moment, my father discerned my intentions and swiftly paid off the reporters, effectively preventing them from conducting their interviews. Thus, my plan crumbled and ended in failure. Please, do not hold it against me for leaving without a word. As she spoke, Yi Wuyo's deep, tranquil eyes brimmed with tenderness. He gently extended his hand, as if to touch the most precious treasure in the world, caressing her stunningly beautiful cheek. Yet, beneath the warmth of this seemingly tender scene lurked an imperceptible anger within him. Upon hearing the name of the Yi Uncle gang, an uncontainable fire ignited within him, filling him with resentment. He silently vowed, "Humph! These audacious individuals dare to scheme against my woman. I have not forgotten the debts they owe me. Once I return to the country, I shall deal with these ruffians and ensure they understand that there are always stronger forces at play." With a teasing tone, Yi Wuyo remarked, "Lingzi darling, your affairs are mine. Shouldn't you call me husband? I can resolve the financial issues immediately, whether it requires 100 billion or 1,000 billion. The only condition is that your family's board must appoint you as the chairwoman. As for the Liao family and the Yi Uncle gang, I will ensure they face their reckoning sooner or later. There is no need for you to worry. I will handle it." A look of disbelief adorned Lung Lingzi's exquisite face as she stared ahead, attempting to engrave this astonishing scene into her memory. She remained oblivious to Yi Wuyo's true identity, background, and the unfathomable power he wielded. Her connection with him had always stemmed from a pure, sincere affection, akin to the first rays of morning sunshine, warm, gentle, and untainted. However, at that moment, confronted with the shocking reality, a wave of doubt and unease washed over her. Yet, she quickly quelled these feelings and nodded gently, her lips parting to say, "I will follow your lead, my husband." Her voice, soft and melodious, echoed like a nightingale's song, imbued with deep trust and reliance on Yi Wuyo. At last, Yi Wuyo retrieved a deck of Kuan-Te cards from his pocket, and they prepared for an inconclusive yet protracted battle of wits. Both shared an intense competitive spirit. Half an hour passed when a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. They hastily tidied up the restroom, and Lang Lingzi, having faced a string of defeats in their game, felt her cheeks flush as she made a shushing gesture. Night Wuyo hastily covered her mouth and gently tapped her phone. The long-neglected microwave was activated remotely, and immediately, smoke began to billow forth, detected by the aircraft's monitoring equipment. The flight attendants quickly instructed all passengers to return to their seats while awaiting safe resolution. Several individuals outside, eager to use the restroom, reluctantly resumed their seats. In this fleeting moment, Night Wuyo and Lang Lingzi resembled two nimble kittens, stealthily escaping from the restroom when no one was paying attention. Long Lingzi hurried back to her post, appearing outwardly calm, though beads of sweat continually trickled down her forehead. Each glistening droplet rolled down her fair cheeks like pearls strung loose. A diligent colleague, a flight attendant, soon noticed Lung Lingzi and Apos' unusual demeanor and approached her with concern. Inquiring about her health, worried she might be unwell or experiencing menstrual discomfort. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, she replied with a steady expression, "Oh, it's nothing serious. I just encountered a foreign friend from the Shandong Emirate in the restroom. He seemed to be in some trouble and needed my assistance. However, due to the language barrier, communication proved somewhat challenging, which is why I worked up a sweat." With that, she offered a faint smile, though a flush still lingered on her otherwise lovely cheeks. "Really, I'm fine. Please don't worry." Yet, the doubts in her colleague's eyes remained unassuaged. At that moment, another flight attendant, who was particularly close to Lung Lingzi, approached with a warm smile, radiating like gentle sunlight. In a relaxed tone, she reassured, "Oh, you all needn't worry. Lingzi is always remarkably strong. This minor situation certainly won't phase her. Let us just get back to our respective duties." With these words, the others felt somewhat relieved and ceased their inquiries. Meanwhile, Knight Wuyo had silently donned the bionic mask once more, nonchalantly returning to his seat as if everything that had just transpired was of no concern to him. He appeared particularly at ease, cradling a steaming cup of coffee in his left hand while his right rested casually on the armrest. Through the cabin window, he leisurely admired the breathtaking scenery outside. Simultaneously, the ground crew was diligently and methodically conducting an inspection of the entire cabin. After a thorough search, they finally pinpointed the source of the smoke, an old microwave that had suffered a short circuit. The staff promptly and decisively unplugged it from the socket. In an instant, the smoke that had pervaded the air began to dissipate, and with this change, the sharp, jarring alarm ceased abruptly. The entire aircraft returned to a state of tranquility and serenity. At that moment, an announcement came from Long Airlines. "Dear passengers, the aircraft is about to arrive at Dongsha Emirate Airport. Please secure yourselves and prepare to disembark." Chapter 51. Lord of the Undersea Yi Wuyo slowly rose to his feet, stretching languidly. His tall and upright figure was particularly striking within the confines of the cabin. With practiced ease, he approached the airplane's storage compartment and effortlessly retrieved his heavy luggage. However, at that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Intentionally, he left behind a thermos cup at his seat. As if orchestrated with meticulous care, a subtle smile graced his lips. Yi Wuyo secretly anticipated that Lung Lingzi would discover this seemingly forgotten thermos and would return it to him, thereby allowing them to meet without disrupting her work or provoking idle gossip among her colleagues. Meanwhile, the Longhang Airlines flight was smoothly descending toward the runway. As the aircraft made contact with the ground, it experienced a slight jolt, but it quickly stabilized, failing to dampen the spirits of its passengers. Soon, a melodious voice resonated over the intercom. "Dear passengers, we have successfully arrived at our destination, the Shandong Emirate. We wish you a pleasant journey. Please take care of your personal belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion." Upon hearing the announcement, Yi Wuyo leisurely picked up his luggage and followed the other passengers off the plane, striding forward with solid, steady steps, resembling an experienced hunter calmly approaching a premeditated trap. Clearly, he had everything pertaining to this journey to the Shandong Emirate firmly under his control. Finally, he arrived at the airport security checkpoint, where several uniformed security personnel stood, some wielding batons and various self-defense weapons. They wore serious expressions, as if viewing everyone as potential terrorists, perhaps due to the current insecurity in the Shandong Emirate, where terrorist organizations had seized the holy city of Ekbatana, taking several royal family members hostage while negotiating with the Emirate's power brokers. The airport staff methodically conducted thorough checks of the passing travelers. When it was Yi Wuyo and Appo's turn, the personnel diligently examined his luggage to ensure there were no prohibited items. They then meticulously verified his passport and identification. Upon discovering that both documents indicated he was a citizen of their country, their previously taut expressions relaxed, and friendly smiles appeared on their faces, perhaps due to a sense of camaraderie. The subsequent checks became noticeably more perfunctory. They merely glanced over his belongings before waving him through. After successfully passing through security, Yi Wuyo did not rush to leave, but instead strolled into a luxury watch duty-free shop nearby. Overwhelmed by the array of exquisite items, his gaze was captured by a Montblanc watch from the Moroccan Princess collection. This timepiece, with its exquisite design, was adorned with dazzling diamonds on the dial, and a teardrop-shaped purple gemstone glimmered beneath, radiating an enchanting sheen reminiscent of stars scattered across a vast night sky. Yi Wuyo mused that such a magnificent watch, if gifted to Lingzi, would surely bring her immense joy. Without hesitation, he purchased it, intending to use it to celebrate their reunion. After acquiring the watch, Yi Wuyo took a seat in the airport lounge, patiently awaiting Lang Lingzi and Appo's arrival. As time passed, he began to doubt the success of his little ploy, when suddenly, a striking figure entered his line of sight. Lung Lingzi had changed into an elegant pink gown, her figure graceful and delicate, reminiscent of a flower swaying in the wind. She held Yi Wuyo's thermos tightly in her hand, her eyes brimming with unrestrained affection. Unhurriedly, she sat beside him, catching him off guard with a playful ambush. A gentle touch brushed against Yi Wuyo's neck, sending a delightful shiver down his spine, while her delicate hand playfully pinched his sturdy waist. She whispered, "Look at you. You scoundrel. Dare you bully me again next time? Humph. Feeling the pinch, Yu Wuyo exclaimed, Dear lady, I was wrong. I won't challenge you to a game of cards next time, I promise. I have a gift for you, a token of our reunion. He promptly revealed the luxurious watch he had just purchased, adorning it on Lung Lingzi's wrist. It was exquisite and elegant, perfectly complementing her beauty and highlighting her extraordinary taste. The sparkle in her eyes was radiant, deeply moved by the gesture. Her smile resembled the blooming cherry blossoms of spring, captivating and enchanting. After all, this was the first gift following their unexpected reunion. Such a unique watch, she teased, examining it. The back reads and Apos, Moroccan princess, and Apos, it must be a limited edition Mont Blanc. Its aesthetic barely meets my standards. And next time, do not disturb me during work hours, or I shall feel utterly embarrassed in front of my colleagues. A faint blush crept up her neck, reminiscent of the evening glow on snow, enchanting yet unforgettable. Seeing this, Yu Wuyo's lips curled into a charming smile. He softly remarked, Lingzi, I have important tasks to attend to. This place is not suitable for lingering. However, rest assured, when I return next time, I will personally visit your home to alleviate any troubles that may be bothering you, resolving all your concerns. As his words fell, Lung Lingzi lightly touched her delicately sculpted chin and gently replied, I too must return shortly. I cannot remain here with you until we meet again in the Dragon Kingdom. Let it be a promise. At that time, I shall engage you in a proper match of card skills. With that, a charming blush spread across her lovely face, akin to a ripe apple, mingled with hints of anticipation and desire. With a graceful turn, Lung Lingzi departed, her movements light and elegant, like a butterfly dancing through the air. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from Yu Wuyo's sight. He watched her retreating silhouette, shaking his head with a soft chuckle, murmuring to himself, such a captivating enchantress. She effortlessly shatters my resolve. I had intended to remain solitary, unwilling to be ensnared by numerous enchanting companions. After all, the more women surrounding me, the heavier the burdens of concern. Excessive attachments undoubtedly attract formidable adversaries, leading to incessant troubles and lurking crises. Yet, Yu Wuyo was not one to hesitate. He merely reflected on life momentarily. He retrieved a specially customized satellite phone from his pocket and dialed an encrypted number. The beep sounded for only 10 seconds before the call connected. A fervent and slightly trembling British accent resonated from the other end. Respected Lord of the Underworld, we never expected you would take the initiative to contact us. This indeed makes us long with anticipation and anxiety. I have always been dreadfully worried, fearing that misfortune might befall you. Yu Wuyo's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of playful amusement. He responded in the most authentically refined Oxford accent. Eugene Albert, you foolish donkey, do you truly believe I am dead? It has been ages since we last met, and how you have transformed into a figure of humor. You, a native of the Russ Kingdom, now converse with me in English? I recall the days when you commanded the Russ fleet with great authority, capable of reigning over the entire undersea. Alas, your audacity knew no bounds, as you dared to engage in an affair with the Russ Queen. Remarkably, this indiscretion was fortuitously discovered by the king. Ordinarily, such a crime would lead to a wretched fate, leaving no trace of your existence. Yet, fortunate for you, you possess some cunning, bribing the palace servants to obtain crucial news, allowing you to escape with your life. And then, you eloped with that notoriously charismatic queen of the Russ and Apos, absconding with dozens of warships, laying the foundation for your invincible fleet. Thereafter, you drifted aimlessly across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean, akin to wandering souls, abandoned and forsaken. However, Providence smiled upon you, as fate led you to encounter me. In the end, it was my benevolence that sheltered you, a group of homeless souls, on the final island. Of course, had I not intervened, the Russ and Apos kingdom would certainly not have rested until they hunted you down. As he spoke, Yu Wuyo and Apos' expression turned wistful, and silence enveloped the phone, as if time had come to a standstill. Then a rough, yet reverent voice emerged. Were it not for Lord Hades extending a helping hand at the critical moment, we would have long since perished beneath the waves, reduced to mere fodder for fish and shrimp, and would not have survived to this day. Now, in the realm of the assassins, voices rise in a cacophony, and the strong abound. We old friends have managed your affairs with great precision. The final island of Essos awaits your return at any moment. The castle of Valeria has been refurbished for you. The followers of the fire cult in the chieftain's region are the new allies, all inducted under the name of Lord Hades. The more Eugene spoke, the prouder he became. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo wore a grim expression, truly feeling like weeping without tears. Resigned, he remarked, "You wield my name to cause chaos everywhere. Do you wish for me to become a universal enemy? To hasten my meeting with the Almighty? I have concealed myself in the Dragon Kingdom to avoid being ensnared in endless conflict. When that day arrives, the day of judgment will descend, and the horn of Ragnar K will sound. The bones of the dead will pile upon the mountains, and the seas will be stained red with blood." Chapter 52. Journey to the Holy City. My lord, you are indeed one of the esteemed bearers of the supreme divine ring, possessing a true immortal form among the gods. You stand as a mediator beyond the 12 main deities. Should a divine war ever erupt, you would possess sufficient power to ensure your own safety. If all else fails, you could retreat to a remote island to hide from the world until the storm passes. Who could truly threaten you? Yi Wuyo chuckled at his own predicament. If I were to hide, I could indeed remain unharmed when calamity strikes. But what about my wife, friends, and all of you? They would surely find a way to draw me out. The real danger lurks silently in this very place. Eugene Albert felt a cold sweat nearly break forth. He trembled as he spoke. My lord, this is all our fault. Over the years, we have expanded our power under your name, clashing with many hostile forces and accepting numerous exiles from the underworld. Yi Wuyo suddenly interjected, halting Eugene and Apos, as lengthy lament. He spoke with a steady tone. The tree wishes for calm, yet the wind does not cease. The mountain rain approaches, filling the building with wind. You cannot bear all the blame. Fate is often unpredictable. I never anticipated being chosen by the Terraria Divine Ring, nor receiving the title of the Lord of the Underworld from the gods and Apos, Covenant. However, we can discuss these matters later. I am reaching out to you for an urgent task. At this juncture, Yi Wuyo paused slightly, seemingly gathering his thoughts before continuing. My friend, my journey to the Shadong Chieftaincy is to execute a top-secret mission for Dragon Country. The crux of this mission requires you to gather crucial intelligence regarding the rebel forces and Apos, detailed deployment within the holy city of Shadong. These rebels are currently like a malignant tumor, eroding this once peaceful and harmonious land. Once I successfully rescue the trapped personnel of Dragon Country and the Shadong royal family, I will need to rely on your strength. At that time, you must strictly adhere to our meticulously devised plan, commanding the invincible fleet to launch a ferocious bombardment on the rebel stronghold within the holy city. We must spare no effort in delivering them a decisive blow. It is imperative to eradicate that hidden dark force which seeks to overturn peace without leaving a trace. Only then can Shadong regain its former tranquility, allowing its inhabitants to live free from the scourge of war and threat. I firmly believe that with our concerted efforts, we can achieve this goal, restoring freedom, equality, and peace to the people of Shadong. Eugene Albert, with a solemn expression, reported to the person on the other end of the line, My lord of the underworld, we currently face 3 options. First, we could utilize long-range cruise missiles capable of precise strikes on targets. Second, we could deploy weapons of mass destruction, which would result in widespread devastation. Of course, we also possess several tactical nuclear weapons, should the need arise. However, the final decision rests with you, my lord. He paused momentarily before adding, Moreover, it is essential to note that the Shadong Chieftaincy is not far from the Russian nation. If we recklessly engage in a landing operation, certain forces may not be able to contain their restlessness. After all, I harbor a deep-seated enmity with the King of Russia. At any moment, it could erupt like a volcano, if it were not for your formidable reputation that instills great fear. Hearing this, Yi Wuyo couldn't help but chuckle. Interrupting Eugene Albert, I merely asked you to eliminate those rebels, not to wipe the entire chieftaincy off the map. Enough with the flattery. Go and act according to my instructions. When I return to Essos, we shall drink together and reminisce about the past. Upon hearing this, Eugene straightened his posture on the other end of the line, saluting with a standard military gesture. He responded loudly, I shall obey your command. When we meet again, we will surely drink heartily and celebrate. After hanging up, he resolutely turned and swiftly departed like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a receding silhouette. He understood the gravity and urgency of this mission, not daring to delay for even a moment. As soon as he boarded the warship, he promptly instructed the communications officer, contact the high priest of the fire worshippers in this region immediately. Upon receiving the order, the communications officer wasted no time activating the communication equipment, transmitting the information with utmost speed. The fire worshippers are regarded as local sovereigns in this area, revered by both the local congregation and civilians alike. Their influence is formidable, and they are well informed about every detail, even the whereabouts of the rebel leaders. In a solemn and majestic temple of the Shandong chieftaincy, sunlight streamed through the colorful stained glass, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. In this interplay of light, a high priest clad in a robe as pure as snow sat with an imposing presence, exuding an aura of reverence. His long white cloak flowed like a river of stars, gracefully draping over the intricately carved religious throne behind him, enhancing the sense of sanctity and solemnity. This high priest bore a countenance of authority, sculpted by time itself, with every line revealing profound wisdom and unwavering faith. His deep-set eyes sparkled with mysterious light, as if they could perceive the truth of all existence. At this moment, he gripped a staff adorned with golden flame patterns in his right hand. The staff, crafted from precious metal, featured intricately carved flame motifs that seemed ready to ignite and unleash boundless power. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of the temple. A visibly anxious worshipper rushed in, kneeling without hesitation before the imposing figure. With his head bowed, he dared not meet the high priest and Apos' formidable gaze. Instead, whispering in a trembling voice, "Eugene Albert has brought forth the decree from the Lord of the Underworld. He commands us to swiftly gather all relevant intelligence concerning our nation's rebel forces, particularly regarding the situation within the holy city of Ecbatana." Upon hearing this news, the high priest's previously closed eyes shot open, revealing a brilliance akin to stars. In an instant, his piercing gaze struck the kneeling worshipper like lightning, and the atmosphere within the temple grew tense. As time passed, approximately an hour later, Eugene finally received an email from the high priest of the fire worshippers in the Shandong chieftaincy. Upon opening the email, his eyes widened in astonishment. It contained detailed information regarding the rebels and Apos, troop deployments, their weaponry, and even the approximate locations of key detainees within the holy city. However, it is regrettable that the email did not disclose the specific identities of those incarcerated. Nevertheless, it has undeniably provided crucial clues for the forthcoming actions. Eugene Albert meticulously compiled the email and sent it to the inbox of Yu Wuyo. Leaning languidly against the hotel sofa, Yu Wuyo idly toyed with his phone. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, signaling the arrival of a new email. Indifferently, he opened his inbox. As his gaze traversed the lines of text, a look of surprise blossomed on his face. He murmured softly, "Eugene, this fellow is remarkably efficient. It has only been a mere hour, and he has already uncovered the whereabouts of the rebel leader and Apos' concubine in such detail. Such investigative prowess is indeed commendable." The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He secretly admired. "I never anticipated that he would manage to recruit the mysterious and ancient Zoroastrian sect without my knowledge. It seems that they have proven invaluable at this critical juncture." Reclining on the plush bed in his hotel room, he gradually closed his eyes. In his mind, the events of the rescue operation for the following day played out like a film. At this moment, everything was in readiness, merely awaiting a fortuitous wind to propel him forward. Unbeknownst to him, the night quietly receded. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the hotel room window, gently illuminating Yu Wuyo and Apos' face. He stirred awake, stretching luxuriously before slowly sitting up. After a brief wash, he descended to savor a breakfast rich in local flavors. Once satiated, he returned to his room to methodically pack his belongings. With all preparations complete, he retrieved his phone and opened a mapping application, accurately pinpointing the direction of the sacred city of Ecbatana. Subsequently, he shouldered his backpack and resolutely embarked on the path of crumbling ruins. Along the way, the scenery was picturesque, with ancient structures standing resiliently against the ravages of time. However, Yu Wuyo was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty, as he occasionally encountered checkpoints established by the rebels. Fortunately, through his exceptional wit and composure, he successfully navigated each checkpoint without incident. Yu Wuyo and Apos' command of Arabic surpassed that of a native speaker, adeptly conversing in dialects ranging from Shadoni to Assyrian, and even the local Babylonian vernacular. As the king of spies from the Dragon Kingdom, he was well versed in dozens of languages, having undertaken clandestine missions across the continents and oceans. The monumental deeds he accomplished during this time remained shrouded in mystery. As he journeyed, Yu Wuyo observed numerous refugees and beggars. The region, ravaged by years of war and famine, resembled a desolate graveyard, bereft of life. What was once a flourishing empire now languished under the fading glow of sunset. Yi Wuyo's heart was filled with complexity. He yearned not only to rescue the imprisoned hostages, but also to transform the landscape, bringing light back to the Shidoni Emirates. To ensure a swift and successful arrival at the sacred city of Ecbatana, he spared no effort. Through inquiries and generous bounties, he ultimately succeeded in renting a military-licensed jeep. Once on the road in this imposing vehicle, he discovered that the frequent rebel checkpoints had diminished significantly. Occasionally, when rebels attempted to obstruct his path, upon recognizing the familiar local plates and military insignia, they merely cast a distant glance before waving him through. Thus, he sped along unobstructed, drawing ever closer to the sacred city of Ecbatana. Chapter 53. The princess emerges from the bath as the night enveloped the land. Yi Wuyo sat firmly in the driver and Apos' seat of a military vehicle. He pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing down the sandy road. The path was open and smooth, and aside from the occasional rush of wind and the sound of tires against the ground, silence surrounded him. Remarkably, this long journey was unhindered, with scarcely a checkpoint soldier in sight. When the vehicle approached a checkpoint surrounded by barbed wire, Yi Wuyo calmly produced a meticulously forged officer's identification. The guard received the document and scrutinized it carefully, his face immediately reflecting a mixture of reverence and swift acknowledgement to allow passage. Not only that, they even opened a dedicated lane for Yi Wuyo's vehicle, ensuring he could proceed without unnecessary disturbance. Continuing along the road, the landscape was dominated by endless expanses of golden sand, reminiscent of a vast ocean. The ancient neighborhoods, ravaged by the relentless wind and sand, appeared dilapidated, and the once majestic buildings had lost their former splendor. Yet, amidst this desolation, caravans of camels could be seen moving slowly, laden with various goods essential to the local inhabitants. They traversed the desert, transporting supplies to different locales. Alongside the road, some Arab vendors had set up stalls, their colorful wares captivating the attention of passers-by. Feeling parched from the prolonged drive, Yi Wuyo sought a suitable place to park. He strolled into a nearby CAF, eager to savor the legendary coffee reputed to be the oldest in the Arab world. The rich aroma of coffee enveloped the CAF as he settled into a window seat, patiently awaiting the arrival of his much-anticipated drink. Before long, a steaming cup of dark coffee was placed before him. Yi Wuyo cautiously lifted the cup and took a delicate sip, instantly enveloped by a rich and unique flavor that spread across his palate. The coffee's robust taste, imbued with a hint of spices, left an indelible impression. After relishing this exquisite beverage, Yi Wuyo rose contentedly and returned to his vehicle, resuming his journey into the unknown. As time passed, approximately an hour later, he finally glimpsed the illuminated outline of a city in the distance. The outer walls, worn by time, were still vaguely discernible. The city's walls stretched endlessly, their terminus unknown, while ancient palaces peppered the landscape, seemingly infinite. The sacred city of Ecbatana, a mysterious and solemn place, shone like a brilliant jewel embedded in the desert, radiating an alluring glow. Yi Wuyo drove his jeep directly into the ancient city. The guards at the entrance verified his identity before granting him passage. He casually found a place to park and handed a local currency note to the parking lot attendant, a robust man with a thick beard and deep-set eyes, who bore a glinting pistol in a leather holster. They exchanged a firm handshake, both men exerting considerable strength. Yi Wuyo spoke with a composed demeanor. "Brother, I am here to gather intelligence for the sovereigns. I've returned later than expected. Are the sovereigns still within the city?" He tilted his head slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. "Hey, brother, this journey has been quite arduous, hasn't it? I'm sure you've faced your share of challenges. But fret not, for this is indeed a fine place, plenty of fine wine and countless beauties." He gestured toward the majestic and solemn temple in the distance and continued, "Do you see that? All the sovereigns reside within. Since you carry an important mission, there is no need for lingering. You may enter directly. However, do take heed. This is a significant location with security protocols in place. Remember, no weapons are permitted. Otherwise, no one will come to your aid." At this point, the squad leader lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning closer to whisper, "I have a little insider information to share. It is said that the princess of the Shadong Emirate is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Arab world. Ah, her beauty and figure are simply enchanting. Unfortunately, on her wedding night, she, along with most of the Shadong royal family, was captured by us. Alas, such a tragedy. He continued, as for the groom, I've heard he was quite stubborn and refused to comply, resulting in him being rendered incapacitated right then and there. What a dismal fate. After sharing these words, the squad leader shook his head, seemingly lamenting this unfortunate incident. Yi Wuyo, intrigued, inquired, has this stunning princess perhaps become a concubine to some lord? The man leaned closer, whispering, in Shadong, they are conservative. The bride must be untouched until the wedding. It is said she is a virgin priestess of Zoroastrianism, her status quite unique. Our nation still requires her assistance. Hence, she has not been taken into the lord's harem. Though the sovereigns may drool over her, none dare to act recklessly. She should still be a maiden, it's just that the Prince of Shadong has been rendered impotent. Yi Wuyo burst into laughter, finding amusement in the irony that a prince had become a eunuch. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. He promptly produced several large denominations of Shadong currency and handed them to the bearded man, expressing gratitude for the information provided. The man initially declined, but with one hand already accepting the notes, he tucked them into his jacket pocket. Yi Wuyo continued on his path, following the marked destination from his correspondence. He planned to first reach the chambers of several leaders to steal keys and clearance documents. The night served as the perfect cloak for his endeavors, as Yi Wuyo's figure melded seamlessly into the shadows. Eventually, he arrived before the opulent palace, where two burly guards armed with AK-47s stood with watchful eyes. His presence had startled the guards, who raised their weapons, safeties off and chambers ready. Yi Wuyo quickly spoke in Shadong. Do not fire. I am one of your own. Here is my identification. I am Ali, sent by the sovereigns to gather intelligence. I have crucial information to present. The two guards exchanged glances, scrutinizing Yi Wuyo's credentials before stepping aside to clear the path. Yi Wuyo strode confidently inside, exuding an air of authority. One guard remarked, this fellow is surely stepping into trouble. The other added, indeed. The sovereign is currently engaged in deep discussions with many women of the Shadong royal family, though not including that particular lord. The two men shared a knowing smile, their expressions hinting at mischief. Yi Wuyo cautiously pushed open the heavy, ancient door and entered, his demeanor calm and poised, as if he were strolling through his own courtyard, the true master of the realm. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The interior housed dozens of rooms, each leading to different areas. Gazing upward, he noticed a multitude of surveillance cameras, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing every corner. Additionally, squads of soldiers armed with rifles marched in unison, patrolling the premises. Their expressions were grave, and their gazes sharp, deterring any approach. Clearly, the guards in this place possessed formidable strength. However, this did not instill fear in Yi Wuyo. On the contrary, he skillfully evaded the patrolling soldiers with his remarkable agility, following the directions laid out in the map received via email, and successfully entered the core area of the temple. As he stepped into the main chamber, an opulent scene unfolded before him. At the center of a lavish abode was a vast pool, where a towering man with a stern visage was conspicuously engaged in playful antics with a dozen exotic Arabian women clad in resplendent attire. Some of these women wore smiles, seemingly content to be in the man's company, while others bore expressions of resignation and sorrow, undoubtedly coerced into this absurd game. The man, surrounded by stunning foreign beauties, radiated a smug grin, as if the world's riches were firmly within his grasp, completely immersed in the debauchery he had orchestrated. Just then, Yi Wuyo, like a specter, stealthily slipped past the man without arousing any attention. The blind spots of the cameras failed to capture his presence. He swiftly entered the man's bedroom and soon located the safe. Utilizing his exquisite skills and knowledge of various safe structures, he deciphered the combination in mere moments. Upon the safe and Oppo's door swinging open, he quickly retrieved the dungeon key and the passage documents, carefully concealing them within his attire before locking the safe back in place. He then departed silently from the scene, making his way towards the several marked mysterious areas on the map. By chance, he entered the nearest luxurious residence, where the expansive garden sprawled across thousands of square meters, adorned with a riot of blossoms. The lavish pool seemed to stretch endlessly, revealing the silhouette of a tall, graceful figure shimmering under the moonlight. The moon and Oppo's towering jade rabbit perhaps belonged solely to the Palace of the Moon. The woman was so captivating that Yi Wuyo slowed his pace, a surge of blood rushing through him, causing a trickle of nosebleed. For a moment, he forgot his mission to rescue someone. Perhaps stepping on a fallen leaf betrayed his presence, as the woman swiftly rose from the pool, donning a sheer silk robe. Although much of her spring beauty was veiled, glimpses of allure remained visible. In a dialect of the Shadong, she questioned, "Who is this little thief? If you do not reveal yourself, I shall report to the Lord, and he will personally extract your eyes." Yi Wuyo surmised that she was likely the unwed princess of the Shadong Emirate, and also a holy maiden of the fire worshippers. Resolutely, he approached to greet her. Initially cautious, the woman drew a magnificent dagger forged from Damascus steel from the table as he neared. The metallic sheath was encrusted with rubies and adorned with intricate flame patterns, exuding exquisite elegance, a symbol of status reserved for royalty or high-ranking ecclesiastics. Chapter 54. The Supreme Divine Ring. Yi Wuyo initially intended to communicate fluently in Arabic with the enchanting princess of the emirate before him, aiming to dispel any potential misunderstandings, especially since the Zoroastrian faith was among his own influences. However, the woman had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. Her gaze turned icy, her captivating eyes radiating a fierce intent. She would show no mercy to such a lecherous scoundrel. Gripping a Damascus dagger tightly, her heart surged with battle fervor as she lunged it toward Yi Wuyo and Apos' neck with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, as the critical moment approached, Yi Wuyo and Apos' figure swayed, and he evaded the deadly strike with an agility that resembled a ghost. The dagger grazed his neck, stirring a chill in the air. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, as he was intrigued to test the skills of this royal lady. Yet, she clearly refused to relent, her movements unyielding. The razor-sharp dagger was soon directed fiercely toward Yi Wuyo's face. Yi Wuyo inwardly lamented, cursing the woman for her lack of intellect despite her beauty. Nevertheless, his body instinctively reacted, swiftly arching backward to evade once again. After narrowly dodging her attacks twice, he grew impatient. No longer content to merely evade, he resolved to counterattack. With a decisive motion, his left hand struck upward, precisely hitting the dagger and Apos' hilt. A sharp crack echoed as the dagger was forcefully knocked from her grasp, spinning rapidly through the air like a silver whirlwind. As he felt a surge of triumph for successfully disarming her, Yi Wuyo mused that while this girl might suffice against average opponents, even a handful of strong men would pose no challenge. However, he suspected that facing a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom would yield less favorable results. Yet, this moment of pride was fleeting, as the woman and Apos' agility was astonishing. Before Yi Wuyo could catch his breath, she adeptly caught the dagger midair, closing the distance to him in an instant. With a swift, reverse thrust, she aimed directly at his heart. The speed and force of the strike were astonishing. Should the dagger pierce his heart, even the most robust Special Forces soldier would succumb to shock from excessive blood loss. Yet for Yi Wuyo, possessing a divine physique, it was scarcely a concern. Like plucking a hair from a nine-headed ox, it would not breach his defenses. As the glimmering blade approached, he could almost sense death looming closer, though it was merely a faint instinct honed from years of life and death struggles. In that critical moment, without hesitation, he clasped his hands together, reacting with a speed that seemed to defy belief. Just as the dagger was about to mercilessly pierce his heart, Yi Wuyo miraculously caught the gleaming blade with his bare hands. A subtle smile crept across his face, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The exotic beauty before him was left aghast, her expressive eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. This woman had dedicated herself to the Zoroastrian faith from a young age, mastering her skills to an extraordinary degree. A direct disciple of the founder of Magus Arts, Yimi Lichtenfeld, her combat abilities rivaled those of elite soldiers from neighboring kingdoms. Typically, burly men would fall to her prowess within mere 5 exchanges. Thus, in the vast expanse of the Emirates, few dared to offend her. Yet now, faced with Yi Wuyo and Apos' remarkable skills, she felt an unprecedented fear and reverence swell within her. Even the leaders of rebel factions held her in awe. Yi Wuyo was not inclined to let such a captivating beauty escape easily. He yanked her towards him, causing her to crash against his robust chest. The sheer weight of her thin veil wavered precariously, threatening to slip away, revealing glimpses of her form. The woman's cheeks flushed, particularly in this awkward situation. As Yi Wuyo's arms encircled her, they shielded her from exposing what was about to be unveiled. The veil tumbling halfway down, revealing her fragrant shoulders and alluring back under the enchanting night. In a voice tinged with indignation, she whispered near his ear, "Lecher, release this holy maiden at once, or the Zoroastrian faith shall ensure your entire family meets a gruesome end. In the realm of the Emirates, there shall be no sanctuary for you." Just as Yi Wuyo intended to explain himself, the woman accidentally brushed against a small pendant on his chest. Upon closer inspection, her strikingly beautiful face transformed in astonishment. A simple golden ring hung from the necklace around his neck, enveloped in a mystical aura, suggesting an enigmatic power within. The ring bore no intricate carvings, yet its inner surface inscribed with the Latin phrase Mortalitas Omnes hinted at its significance. She had seen descriptions of this object in ancient texts at the headquarters of the Zoroastrian faith. It was the supreme divine ring, the ring of the king of Terra, a token of the divine arbiter forged before the ancient era on Mount Olympus. Legend spoke of its bearer possessing near-immortal strength and boundless longevity, wielding unfathomable powers beyond mortal comprehension. At this pivotal moment, Yi Wuyo and Apos' long, steady fingers reached toward his face, gently peeling away the synthetic mask that had concealed his visage. As the mask slipped away, his true appearance was unveiled, one that could captivate countless hearts. His features were sculpted with the finesse of a master craftsman, a regal nose, deep eyes like tranquil pools, and subtly upturned lips that hinted at an inscrutable smile, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of the soul. Exhaling deeply, Yi Wuyo appeared to shed an immense burden. A playful smile graced his lips as he spoke in fluent Arabic. "Ah, indeed, I am the legendary king of the underworld. What say you, beautiful holy maiden? Are you not awestruck by my true form? Yet, I must say, you are quite fiery. Were you perhaps contemplating regicide moments ago?" The princess of Shadong, simultaneously the holy maiden of the Zoroastrian faith, stood before him with wide eyes and parted lips, utterly flabbergasted. She could not have anticipated such a meeting in this place and in such circumstances. For a moment, she was lost in confusion, unable to discern reality from illusion. After a considerable pause, she finally awakened from her stupor, haphazardly tossing aside the Damascus dagger she had clutched. The sharp blade traced an arc through the air before clattering to the ground. The heart of the saintess raced like a startled deer. Her cheeks flushed with a vivid crimson, resembling a ripe apple, glistening with allure. Internally, she lamented her plight. Oh heavens! How unfortunate! Not only had she been exposed to the gaze of the elder, but she had also nearly committed the grave sin of divine slaying. If word of this were to reach the fire worshippers, the high priest would undoubtedly impose severe disciplinary measures upon her. The mere thought of such consequences sent chills down her spine. As she contemplated these dire outcomes, the once resplendent color of her cheeks drained away, leaving her pallid, her eyes betraying traces of fear and unease. Trembling, she instinctively took a few steps back, as if the figure before her, Yi Wuyo, could consume her like a little lamb at any moment. Yet, Yi Wuyo and Apos' countenance radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. He tenderly extended his hand, carefully draping the towel that was about to slip from the saintess and Apos' delicate shoulders back into place. This gesture seemed imbued with boundless tenderness and care. Nevertheless, the lady's expression remained somewhat unnatural, a blush creeping up her fair cheeks. Without hesitation, she gracefully knelt on one knee, exuding elegance and poise. The silvery moonlight bathed the saintess, rendering her as pure as a handmaiden of the moon goddess. "Greetings, esteemed one. I am Amon Lanaya, the saintess of the fire worshippers. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing your noble visage concealed beneath such an unassuming exterior." Her voice chimed melodiously, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale, yet laced with a hint of trepidation and reverence. Originally, she bore a mission as the saintess, destined to marry the chieftain of the Shadong Emirate to forge a political alliance that would unify church and state. Her interactions with the prince of the Shadong Emirate had been minimal. There existed no emotional bond between them, merely a nominal union. However, on the eve of the wedding, calamity struck Ecbatana. The sacred city was brazenly seized by the rebellious forces lurking in the shadows. Consequently, we all became captives, ensnared in this predicament. Fortunately, due to my unique status as the saintess of the fire worshippers, those rebels dared not lay hands upon me. Thus, I have managed to preserve my chastity until now. Should you require anything, esteemed one, I am willing to serve you at any time, offering all that I possess." As she spoke these words, the yet-to-be-married princess felt her cheeks burn with the heat of smoldering coals, the intense sensation nearly overwhelming her restraint. Yi Wuyo was taken aback. His initial inquiry had pertained to the location of the hostages, not to the tender entanglements of romance. Clearly, the saintess had misinterpreted his intentions. Chapter 55. Exotic charm. Yi Wuyo inhaled deeply, gradually advancing forward. His steps were light, yet imbued with an air of dominance, his demeanor composed. He approached the kneeling figure of the fire-worshipping priestess, who bore a complex expression, her beautiful eyes cast downwards. He extended his hand, cautiously helping her to her feet. The moment his palm made contact with her exotic skin, a peculiar electric sensation surged through both of their bodies. Akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, fleeting yet intense, and utterly unforgettable. Yi Wuyo involuntarily shivered, his gaze igniting with fervor. Drawn irresistibly to the stunning visage of the foreign maiden before him, particularly the delicate contours concealed beneath her towel. This sight was akin to a flame, instantly igniting the desires buried deep within him. However, Yi Wuyo was no ordinary man. He swiftly recognized his lapse in decorum. He shook his head, striving to dispel the inappropriate thoughts that invaded his mind, fully aware of the numerous romantic debts he had already accrued. If he continued down this path of indulgence, Qing Qi, his beloved, would undoubtedly hold him accountable, a situation he earnestly wished to avoid. Moreover, the young woman before him appeared to be no more than 18 or 19. In the bloom of youth, while he was 5 or 6 years her senior. With this realization, he silently admonished himself to restrain his impulses. At this moment, the young woman noticed the peculiar shift in his expression, a wave of disappointment and dissatisfaction washing over her. She had believed that her unparalleled beauty and flawless figure would captivate the attention of the lord of the underworld. Yet, it seemed her charms were ineffective. In an instant, her cheeks flushed with indignation, her ample bosom rising and falling with her agitation. Yet, Yi Wuyo remained oblivious to her turmoil. Once he had regained his composure, he inquired, "My lady, could you enlighten me regarding the precise locations on this map where the personnel from the Dragon Kingdom and the royal family of Shadong are being held?" He gestured towards the map of the holy city displayed on his phone. Iman Lanaya's expression gradually shifted from tension to tranquility, her captivating features once again glowing with allure. She glided towards Yi Wuyo with an ethereal grace, a unique fragrance, lang of spices, wafting through the air, enveloping him in its intoxicating embrace. This aroma was rich and distinctive, defying identification. When she stood before Yi Wuyo, she gently leaned in, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the screen of his phone, indicating several specifically marked mysterious areas. Her movements were elegant and delicate, befitting her status as a princess. Then, raising her gaze to meet his, her enchanting eyes locked onto his. Pouting slightly, she playfully admonished, "My lord, according to the whispers I've heard in recent days, the prisoners are likely concealed in these locations. Now, having provided you with such crucial information, do you not intend to reward me for my efforts? Perhaps a nighttime excursion along the Red Sea once your tasks are complete? We could revel in the dreamlike scenery while savoring the unique culture of the Shadong region." As she spoke, Iman Lanaya teasingly traced her alabaster finger across the muscular expanse of Yi Wuyo and Appo's chest, seemingly intent on igniting the flames of desire within him. Confronted with her unmistakable flirtation, Yi Wuyo felt a fervent blaze ignite within his heart. However, the strength of reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and feigned calmness as he replied, "My apologies, my lady. Once these matters are resolved, I must hasten home to accompany my beautiful wife, the CEO. Thus, I fear I cannot join you for a night's adventure along the Red Sea. However, I assure you that when I next visit your principality, I shall seize the opportunity to admire the night's beauty with you." With that, he offered Iman Lanaya a slightly apologetic smile. She stamped her foot in frustration, her face a picture of vexation. "What a hopelessly unromantic deity you are. Are all the gods in this world as rigid as you? I am the most enchanting gem in this vast Arabian realm. If all my admirers were to line up, they could stretch all the way to the pyramids. Yet you remain utterly unmoved. Humph. Go home to your wife. I shan't bother with you any longer." At that moment, Yi Wuyo extended his broad, powerful hand, lightly resting it on her smooth, porcelain-like shoulder. Leaning in slightly, he brought his handsome face close to her delicate earlobe, his deep, magnetic voice resonating softly. "Now, beautiful princess, do not be upset. Let us not forget, you're betrothed. How could I possibly engage in impropriety with a woman who has a husband? Should this matter inadvertently come to light, it would be detrimental for both of us. Even your fire-worshipping sect and the Shadong Principality would struggle to provide an explanation. However," he continued, I shall certainly commend your remarkable contributions and report them faithfully to the high priest of your sect." As his words faded, Yuio placed a gentle kiss upon her ear, imparting to her the route for a safe departure. Then, under the cover of night, his figure vanished like a specter, leaving the priestess standing dazed and alone, her heart a tumult of emotions. She grasped the sheer fabric of her veil tightly, crumpling it in her hand. Despite her heart racing in confusion, her beautiful eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if resolved to follow and serve the Lord of the underworld, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. Unbeknownst to her, Yuio was completely unaware of the turmoil unfolding within her as he hastened towards the location where the captives were held. Cloaked in darkness, he sprinted for some time until finally reaching his destination. Outside the dungeon's entrance stood a row of guards armed with assault rifles, their expressions grave, equipped with radios. Furthermore, bright searchlights were mounted atop the towering walls surrounding the dungeon, continuously scanning the area for any signs of movement. Clearly, anyone daring to approach would be swiftly detected, followed by the blaring of alarms echoing throughout the night. Faced with such formidable defenses, Yuio did not act recklessly. Instead, he carefully climbed a nearby watchtower. Under the clever cover of the night, he skillfully concealed his figure. Seizing the brief moment when the guards changed shifts, Yuio struck like a wraith, employing his exquisite KGB combat techniques. In a flash, he ensnared one guard by the neck, rendering him instantly incapacitated, his fate uncertain. Without hesitation, he stripped the guard of his uniform and swiftly donned the attire of his adversary. Once disguised, Yuio strode confidently towards the other personnel, conversing fluently in the local dialect, successfully deceiving their watchful eyes. In an unexpected turn, he swiftly attacked again, efficiently neutralizing another guard. Subsequently, Yuio stealthily infiltrated the lighting control room of the watchtower. Utilizing his extraordinary intellect and agile prowess, he quickly located the apparatus controlling the remote searchlights. After a series of deft maneuvers, he successfully fixed the beams of light to illuminate a specific area, ensuring that when he descended into the dungeon, he would remain in the shadows. Having accomplished this, Yuio descended the watchtower's walls like a nimble raccoon, inching closer to the dungeon's entrance. Soon, he arrived and, maintaining his composure, retrieved the pilfered pass from his pocket. Several guards stood vigil at the dungeon and Appos' entrance, their expressions stern, AK-47s in hand, clad in black masks that concealed all but their intent eyes. However, upon sighting the pass in Yuio and Appos' hand, their murderous intent dissipated. One guard even nodded slightly in acknowledgement, allowing Yuio to pass unimpeded into the dungeon. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glint of cold resolve flashed in Yuio's eyes. Seizing the opportunity as the guards relaxed their vigilance, he spun around and unleashed a flurry of punches with the speed of a tempest. Each strike, a masterful application of Wing Chun techniques, resonated with dull thuds as several guards fell before him, rendered unconscious before they could react. Without delay, Yuio crouched to retrieve a fallen walkie-talkie from a nearby guard, carefully positioning it against his chest. Lowering his voice, he mimicked the guard's accent and tone, fluently reporting in the local dialect. "All is normal here. Nothing to report." The rebel commander on the other end seemed oblivious to any irregularity, responding briefly before ending the call. Yuio exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and proceeded with light, cautious steps into the dungeon. Upon entry, a wave of damp, blood-scented air enveloped him. The dungeon was dimly lit, with only a few feeble oil lamps casting a yellowish glow. He advanced slowly along the narrow corridor, soon arriving at the first tier of cells. There, he beheld rows of cramped cells densely lined up, housing numerous individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. A rough estimate suggested there were hundreds. The captives appeared gaunt and haggard, clearly suffering from prolonged starvation. The oppressive darkness of the cells, nearly devoid of sunlight, rendered them isolated from the world outside. As Yuio surveyed the scene before him, a surge of sorrow and indignation welled up within him. He could envision the harrowing existence these compatriots had endured, living in a state of perpetual uncertainty. Their lives a torment far worse than death. Chapter 56. Mission accomplished in an instant. Yuio and Appos' veins bulged as fury coursed through him. The torment inflicted upon his compatriots was beyond cruel, and as a super soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, he could not easily swallow this humiliation. The first level of the dungeon was densely populated with numerous grimy cells, each appearing cramped and dimly lit. The maximum number of prisoners in each cell barely reached 10. The conditions were squalid and damp, resembling pigsties devoid of any dignity. The Dragon Kingdom's peacekeeping soldiers, on the other hand, appeared disheveled and haggard, their clothes tattered as if they had endured relentless suffering. More alarmingly, over half of the soldiers bore bruises and injuries, some with only one eye barely open. Their limbs broken, destined to navigate life in wheelchairs. Their wretched state was a sight that would evoke pity in anyone with a semblance of conscience. At that moment, Yi Wuyo swiftly retrieved the key he had stolen from the Saint Lord, charging towards the cells without hesitation. His movements were remarkably agile, the key slicing through the air like lightning. The sound of locks clicking echoed through the dungeon as, in the blink of an eye, all the iron doors swung open. However, faced with this sudden turn of events, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes filled with fear and doubt. After months of inhumane torment at the hands of the bearded Shadong rebels, trust had long since eroded. Despite the doors being ajar, they hesitated to step forward, fearing this was merely a cruel game of cat and mouse. Any reckless action could lead to even graver consequences. Seeing their plight, Yi Wuyo felt a surge of urgency and shouted in his native tongue, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and come out." Upon hearing their mother tongue, the soldiers, once engulfed in despair, stirred with renewed hope. Among them, a robust figure emerged, Zhang Dishing, the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's peacekeeping unit. Though battered and bruised, his spirit remained unyielded. With a fierce expression, he inquired, "Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? You have hired someone who speaks our language, intending to let us escape only to hunt us down like prey. Is this amusing to you? A soldier may be killed, but never humiliated. If you have the guts, give me a peanut to send me off. I am a son of the Dragon Kingdom in life and in death, even if I am shattered to pieces. My loyalty to my country remains unaltered. My heart shall remain true, illuminating the annals of history." His impassioned words ignited a spark within the weary soldiers, who instantly transformed. Their spirits lifted and their resolve firm. They shed their previous despondency, their eyes glinting with determination and defiance, vowing to stand with Zhang Dishing, refusing to submit to the enemy. Yet, in this tense and exhilarating moment, Yi Wuyo suddenly tore off the human skin mask he had been wearing. In an instant, a strikingly handsome yet unfamiliar face was revealed, leaving the onlookers in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. Some even pinched themselves, struggling to grasp the reality that the seemingly lifelike mask had so effectively concealed his identity. The bearded Shadong rebel was, in fact, one of their own in disguise. It was only then that the imprisoned soldiers began to awaken from their stupor, pouring out of their cells and hastening to Yi Wuyo and Amp, Apos' side. Without hesitation, they knelt in gratitude, expressing their heartfelt thanks to the hero who risked everything to save them. Yi Wuyo, seeing this, quickly extended his hands to help them up, smiling as he reassured them, "Please rise, my brothers. There is no need for such formalities. I am merely fulfilling my duty to my homeland." He then calmly reached into his pocket, carefully retrieving an official document. The cover prominently displayed the words Officer and Amp, Apos' certificate. With a smile, he presented it to Zhang Dishing. Upon receiving the document, Zhang Dishing's expression turned serious. He scrutinized it, his demeanor growing increasingly animated, standing as still as a statue. Moments later, as if snapping back to reality, he straightened his posture like a javelin and saluted Yi Wuyo with a crisp military salute, proclaiming, "Thank you for your life-saving assistance. Had you not appeared in time, our unit would have surely perished. Please instruct us on how to proceed." Yi Wuyo nodded in acknowledgement, then slowly extracted his phone from his pocket, offering it to Zhang Dishing. "Follow the route marked on my phone and Apos' map for your retreat. This path, based on my observations and analyses, has relatively weaker defenses. With your current capabilities, if you act swiftly and wisely, you should have a chance to escape unscathed. However, be wary of potential patrols from the rebel forces. Avoid direct confrontations to prevent encirclement, as that would complicate matters." As Yi Wuyo spoke, a thought struck him, and a look of concern crossed his face. He inquired, "By the way, where are the royal family members of the Shadong Emirate currently held?" At this question, Zhang Dishing and Amp, Apos' countenance darkened. He shook his head helplessly, sighing, "As far as I know, they are likely imprisoned on the level below us. The rebels do not treat them as they do us. Their torture is far more brutal. Some may have already perished. These rebels are notoriously ruthless and show no mercy to their enemies." Yi Wuyo nodded, saying, "I shall return shortly. Wait for me." He then continued his descent to the lower level of the dungeon, while the others seated themselves, remaining alert for any external disturbances, ready to draw their blades at the slightest provocation. Yi Wuyo swiftly reached the lower dungeon, where darkness prevailed and visibility was non-existent. Here, only a few cells existed, each exuding an aura of decay and despair. Inside one of the cells, a few elderly men, their hair gray and faces wrinkled, were imprisoned. The passage of time has etched profound marks upon their faces. Among them, one figure stands out conspicuously within a dimly lit cell. It is a young man, swathed in thick bandages, his complexion pale as parchment, devoid of any semblance of vitality. He seems as though a mere gust of wind could topple him to the ground, appearing on the brink of exhaling his last breath. Yet, upon closer inspection, the noble contours of his once handsome visage can still be discerned. This individual is none other than Prince Hamdan of the Shadong Emirate. By Hamdan and Amp, Apos' side stand his father, uncles, and his frail, aged mother. Their conditions are equally harrowing. Their bodies marred by countless wounds, with hardly a patch of unscathed skin to be found. At that moment, Yi Wuyo silently materializes before the cell. His sudden appearance akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, instantly rousing the tormented souls within. They are gripped by terror, their faces paling and their bodies trembling uncontrollably, akin to a frightened sow. In a desperate plea, they cry out in Shadong, "Please, spare our lives. If you let us go, we shall offer you all our treasures." However, Yi Wuyo is disinclined to engage in further discourse. With an impassive expression, he strides directly toward the cell door, a key materializing in his hand as if by magic. A gentle turn of the key unlocks the heavy door. And upon entering the cell, Yi Wuyo converses with them in fluent Shadong, revealing his identity as a rescue operative dispatched from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this news, their spirits lift, akin to encountering a long-awaited savior. In that moment, Yi Wuyo seems to embody the deity they ought to worship. Without the slightest hesitation, he springs into action with astonishing swiftness, effortlessly lifting several severely injured royal members onto his broad shoulders, rendering their injuries almost trivial in comparison. He moves with the grace of a swallow, his steps resolute and powerful, unburdened by the weight he carries. Before long, Yi Wuyo reaches the first floor, where a group has been anxiously awaiting his arrival, led by Zhang Dushing and others. Upon seeing Yi Wuyo, a flicker of joy crosses Zhang Dushing and Apos' face. Yet it is overshadowed by the gravity of the situation at hand. Yi Wuyo hands over the injured Shadong royals to Zhang Dushing, issuing a decisive command: immediately escort these individuals to safety. If confronted by rebel forces, present my specially acquired pass. Remember, their safety is paramount. Not a single one must fall into enemy hands. Zhang Dushing nods solemnly, acknowledging the significance of the task. He turns to his men, exclaiming, "Brothers, heed my words. We must charge forth with these wounded. No matter the obstacles we face, we shall not falter." With that, he begins to direct his subordinates in lifting those unable to walk, embarking on a perilous journey of escape. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo does not linger for a moment. He casts a lingering glance at Zhang Dushing and the others as they depart, then resolutely turns away, hastening toward the villa where the rebel leader resides. There, many innocent Shadong royal women are enduring torment and humiliation. He must reach them swiftly to rescue them from their dire plight. Chapter 57. Athena in the stillness of the night. Yi Wuyo silently retraced his steps along the path he had come, his target set firmly on the lair of the rebel leader. However, unlike before, he did not boldly enter the leader and Apos' chamber, but instead altered his course towards the surveillance room marked in his memory. He had no intention of alarming the enemy. Although eliminating the rebel leader would be a mere trifle, the hostages, along with the delegation from Long Kingdom, must not escape the sacred city. They were destined to be buried here, a fate Yi Wuyo sought to avoid. Outside the surveillance room, two imposing, fully armed guards vigilantly carried out their rotating duties. Yi Wuyo approached them unhurriedly, exuding an air of calm and composure. At this moment, he had donned a mask that concealed his handsome features, rendering him indistinguishable from the locals, leaving no trace of vulnerability. As he neared the guards, one of them abruptly extended his arm to block his passage. The guards, their faces fierce and voices harsh, demanded, "Halt! Who are you? This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. Step forward again at your peril." In the face of such stern warnings, Yi Wuyo remained remarkably serene. He offered a slight smile and replied in a tone that balanced respect and authority, "Gentlemen, no need for alarm. I come on the orders of the esteemed leader to check on the brethren. Are they perhaps indulging in slumber?" Saying this, he casually retrieved an item from his pocket, the insignia of the rebel leader. The guards exchanged wary glances before cautiously accepting the token. As they scrutinized it closely, their expressions shifted dramatically. The once menacing duo now resembled frightened mice caught in the presence of a cat, particularly the burly figure on the left, whose complexion turned ashen, while the other, a bearded man, began to sweat profusely. In a flurry of compliance, one of the burly guards quickly produced a pack of premium cigarettes, presenting them to Yi Wuyo with utmost deference, and promptly lit one for him. The other guard stood by, head bowed, too intimidated to utter a word. Engaging in casual banter, Yi Wuyo remarked, "You two have some discernment. You've catered to my comfort splendidly. I know how to speak to the leader on your behalf." The guards, their eyes glinting with newfound understanding, hastily pressed large denominations of cash into Yi Wuyo's hands, stating, "Sir, this is a small token of our esteem. Please accept it and speak favorably of us before the leader." Yi Wuyo accepted the cash, feigning a look of appreciation and patting the guards on their shoulders, saying earnestly, "You two should promptly disable the surveillance. The leader wouldn't want the revelries of the night to circulate among other leaders." He then slapped his forehead, muttering, "How could I have overlooked this?" So that's the case. Upon exchanging knowing glances, the two guards' expressions transformed into one of sudden realization. It was no wonder the leader's envoy was present tonight. They were to orchestrate a spectacle of sleepless nights right here. Understanding this, the two burly men nodded in agreement and, without hesitation, entered the room to swiftly disable all surveillance equipment. The entire process was seamless, as if they were trained actors following a script. Seeing everything unfold according to his plan, Yi Wuyo felt a surge of satisfaction. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing his uncontainable pride as he strutted away from the scene, akin to a director concluding a thrilling espionage film. He had resolved the looming threat with remarkable ease. A true testament to the adage that the mind can conquer the sword. On this dark and windswept night, enveloped in silence, Yi Wuyo approached the rear window of the courtyard like a specter. With a nimble leap, he deftly entered the inner sanctum, successfully infiltrating the leader's bedroom. His choice to evade the heavily guarded front door for the riskier rear entrance was purely a matter of prudence. Even the slightest disturbance could alert the enemy. Should he awaken them, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. For a super soldier like Yi Wuyo, vanquishing foes was trivial, akin to butchering a chicken or dog. Yet, he understood that even a lion must exert full force when hunting a rabbit, thus he remained vigilant. In a mere instant, he gracefully entered the room, and the sight before him caused him to pause in surprise. The opulence of the bedroom was breathtaking, adorned in a manner that rivaled a royal palace. It was no wonder the rebels had chosen this place as their stronghold. They truly knew how to indulge. Yi Wuyo pressed on toward the master bedroom, surprisingly encountering no guards along the way. All the sentinels had been stationed at the entrance to thwart any forced entries. At this moment, the massive bed was alive with springtime fervor, the rebel leader lost in the embrace of slumber, surrounded by 10 enchanting women. Yi Wuyo approached the bedside cautiously. Despite his gentle movements, a few of the women sensed something amiss. Just as they were about to scream, he swiftly removed his mask and placed a finger to his lips, signaling them to be silent. Though still trembling, the women stifled their cries. Yi Wuyo stealthily crept behind the leader, extracting a slender steel wire he had prepared beforehand. With practiced finesse, he looped it around the leader's neck. At that moment, the sleeping man abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Unfortunately, it was too late. He felt the constriction in his throat, the agonizing pain swiftly followed by a suffocating sensation. The specter of death loomed over the once mighty rebel leader as he clawed at the bedsheets in vain. Just as he attempted to scream, Yi Wuyo's powerful arm struck the back of his head with force. There was a dull thud, and darkness enveloped the man as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Moments later, the leader's breath grew faint, ultimately ceasing altogether. Yi Wuyo cautiously approached, verifying the man's demise before slowly releasing the steel wire from his grip. The unfortunate women, standing nearby, appeared as pale as specters, their eyes filled with terror. They huddled together like frightened fawns, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Wuyo took a deep breath and spoke softly in fluent Shandong dialect. "Dear girls, do not be afraid. Your loved ones have been successfully rescued by me, and your enemy, this man here. At this moment, I have personally resolved one issue. Next, all you need to do is flee in the direction I indicated. Once you reach the designated location, assistance will undoubtedly arrive." Upon hearing these words from Yi Wuyo, the numerous female members of the Shandong royal family, along with a few unfortunate girls abducted from unknown origins, raised their heads, gazing at him with an expression bordering on adoration and gratitude, as if he were a savior descending from the heavens to rescue them. Tears streamed down the faces of these girls, making it easy to imagine the inhumane torments and abuses they had endured prior to this moment. Witnessing their plight, Yu Wuyo felt a surge of compassion within him. He approached and gently comforted each girl, gradually stabilizing their emotions. Following his guidance, they stealthily moved to the window, climbing out one by one to escape into the distance. As they fled, Yu Wuyo produced his last special pass and handed it to one of the girls, just in case. With their unique status as the favored concubines of the Holy Lord, coupled with this emblematic pass, it was likely that they would not arouse suspicion along the way. As for Yu Wuyo himself, should he wish to depart from this place, he would naturally not require such a so-called pass. With his skills and abilities, evading pursuit would be effortless. Moreover, he possessed an almost invincible, immortal body, rendering even the S.H.I.E.L.D. powerless against him, inciting their frustration. What were a few Shandong terrorists to him? Yu Wuyo moved with a light step, as if strolling leisurely towards the nearby garden, vibrant and fragrant with blossoms. The moonlight cascaded upon him, draping him in a shroud of silvery gossamer. Just as he prepared to follow the marked route on his map to exit the city, an unusual aura suddenly enveloped the air. Without warning, a stunning figure materialized before him. A golden-haired, blue-eyed woman stood silently, as though she had emerged from a dream, clad in an exquisite Greek-style white gown. The fabric was soft as silk, fluttering gently in the breeze. The straps of the dress delicately accentuated her slender shoulders and alluring collarbone, while her bare back resembled that of an elegant swan, smooth and flawless, captivating all who beheld it. Particularly striking was the deep V-neckline of her gown, slightly ajar, revealing a hint of enticing allure, adding an air of sensuality and mystery. The long hem of her dress trailed gracefully behind her, akin to a blooming white lotus, exuding an ethereal beauty, pure and undefiled. The woman and Amp, Apos' visage was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely crafted as if sculpted by a master artisan. Her eyes were clear as water, with depths that seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. A mere glance could evoke a profound sense of tranquil strength. She radiated an aura of sanctity and inviolability, rendering everything around her dim in comparison. For the first time, Yu Wuyo and Apos' expression grew serious. Sabella Green. He had not anticipated that the courtesan from Victoria and Apos' secret was, in fact, Athena. Chapter 58. The Battle of Divine Descent. How did Yu Wuyo discern the divine identity of the woman before him? It was the subtle tremor emanating from the Terrarian king of the underworld ring hanging on her chest. Such a phenomenon would only be triggered by encountering a fellow heir to a deity of the same rank or a primordial god. Yu Wuyo's expression turned wary, his hand instinctively resting upon his chest, prepared to unleash his divine powers at a moment's notice. What purpose did this enchanting goddess of wisdom and war have in her visit? Was she a friend or a foe? This uncertainty clung to his mind, refusing to dissipate. The woman's figure, perfectly proportioned under the moonlight, became increasingly intoxicating. Her beauty was mesmerizing, captivating enough to ensnare one's very soul, as though the passage of time could not diminish her breathtaking allure. At that moment, she spoke with an icy calm. "You are the king of the underworld of this epic? I have delved into your background, and it is anything but simple. Before your return to the Dragon Kingdom, you carved out a formidable reputation in the world, instilling fear in the hearts of the Shield Bureau of the beautiful nation, rendering them helpless. You disrupted their god-making plans and obliterated the Noah's Ark laboratory. You established the Killer Kingdom, providing refuge for many cast aside by the world. Your influence struck terror into the Dark Holy See, the Shield Bureau, the Rakshasa Nation, and other formidable factions. Upon your return to the Dragon Kingdom, you resorted to selling grilled meat on the street? Truly astonishing. I had foreseen that the prophesied child of the twilight of the gods would be you. However, dear brother, today I shall show no mercy. Since fate has decreed that you stand against us gods, you must be eradicated before your potential can take root." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with radiant intensity. She was filled with battle fervor, yet what radiated from her was not malevolence, but rather sanctity and compassion. Yu Wuyo's heart sank. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. The prologue of the divine war had indeed arrived. He had retreated to the Dragon Kingdom to sell grilled lamb skewers precisely to avoid being embroiled in such conflict. Now, it seemed there was no escape. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Wuyo and Appo's spine, yet Athena remained oblivious. His robust form stood defiantly, his expression still exuding unyielding pride. In the Dragon Kingdom, he had played the role of a pig to eat the tiger, leaving the wealthy youths at a loss. Now, facing a true deity, he felt as though he was masquerading as a tiger before an elephant. Yi Wuyo felt as if he had struck an iron plate. Even if his teeth shattered, he would have to swallow it down. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Zibara, do clarify your words. What is small? Have you not seen it? Or have you seen something of mine? I am a married man and must guard my virtue. I request the goddess to refrain from putting me in a difficult position." At this, Zibara Green's once gentle eyes turned icy. She chided playfully, "Divine power, unseal." As her cold voice echoed, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the Terrarian ring of war and wisdom she wore. In an instant, as the radiance faded, two artifacts materialized before her. One was the resplendent golden staff of liberty, radiating a warm and peaceful glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the staff was intricately carved with a lifelike statue of the goddess of liberty, her demeanor exuding solemnity and compassion, as if she possessed the mysterious power to dispel all evils in the world. The other artifact was a colossal and imposing war-holy shield. Its surface shimmered with a divine light, adorned with profound and ancient primordial divine patterns. These patterns intertwined to form an indescribably powerful defensive formation, evoking a sense of impregnable strength, as if even the very planet could not shake it. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo took a deep breath, then forcefully yanked the pendant from his chest, severing it. He then carefully retrieved the ancient golden ring he held. This ring was inscribed with dense Latin characters that now radiated with a strange, mesmerizing light, emanating an invisible yet terrifying pressure. Yet, in the face of such a situation, Athena, standing opposite him, appeared remarkably composed. She made no move to initiate an attack, merely observing the unfolding events with an air of indifference, as if this scene was all too familiar to her. It was as if, throughout the long river of time, she had witnessed countless epochs, seeing similar occurrences repeat until her heart remained undisturbed. Resolute, Yi Wuyo steeled himself, his fierce battle intent evident. With a cold declaration, he proclaimed, "Divine power, unseal." He donned the resplendent supreme divine ring upon the middle finger of his left hand. Instantly, his hair lengthened until it cascaded to his waist, and the brown hue of his eyes transformed into a striking silver gray, exuding an alluring and mysterious aura. The atmosphere around him became intensely oppressive, shrouding the sky in dark clouds and crackling thunder, as if an ancient deity had fully awakened. Yi Wuyo solemnly extended his right index finger, lightly touching the ring of the Terrarian king of the underworld. A faint light shot forth from the ring and vanished into the void. Following this, a deep and resonant hum reverberated through the air, and a massive, sinister black sword slowly emerged. The blade of the king of the underworld sword was extraordinarily wide, broad enough to rival a human face. Its blood groove resembled a fearsome beast with a gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs and exuding an unsettling, chilling aura imbued with an air of slaughter. The thick blade glimmered with a strange cold light, akin to lightning in the night. Upon closer inspection, the hilt was crafted from the heads of a three-headed canine of the underworld. These grotesque heads were tightly clenched, spewing forth flames, saturating the surroundings with a bloodthirsty atmosphere. Each head radiated an indescribable ferocity, inducing dread in those who beheld it. Even more striking were the ancient divine patterns intricately engraved upon the blade, weaving an elaborate tapestry that resembled serpents slithering along its surface, flickering with a faint light as if they possessed life, ready to consume the souls of the living nearby. The king of the underworld sword symbolized the supreme authority of the ruler of the underworld, holding an extraordinary position in both the underworld and the celestial realm. However, its uniqueness lay not merely in its representation of power, but in the materials and origins from which it was forged. It was said that this sword was not crafted by ordinary divine artisans, but emerged from a dark star that had undergone relentless forging. This dark star harbored unfathomable evil power, ranking it among the most exceptional weapons, second only to the primordial artifacts. Legend has it that this sword was initially forged by Hera, the wife of Zeus, the king of the gods. Yet for reasons unknown, Zeus ultimately gifted it to his brother Hades. From that time forth, the king of the underworld sword became Hades' weapon of choice, aiding him in ruling over the realm of the dead, invincible in battle. Upon seeing this weapon, Zibara Green seemed to drift into a reverie. She spoke with a hint of nostalgia. This sword was crafted by Hera, though it may not compare to the primordial artifacts created at the dawn of existence. Yet it was still barely sufficient, adequate enough for the divine battle. Before her words had fully dissipated, Night Wuyo, like a specter, lunged forward with her sword in hand. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she was upon them. Meanwhile, Sabella Green maintained her composure. She had merely summoned a legendary artifact, yet had not truly mastered it until this moment, when she firmly grasped the resplendent statue of Liberty staff. As she clutched the staff, a miraculous transformation began. Her originally golden hair gradually morphed, shifting from gold to a deep purple, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Simultaneously, her enchanting amber eyes underwent a remarkable change, evolving into an elegant shade of purple, resembling rare gemstones set within her eye sockets. At that moment, Sabella Green radiated a profound and expansive power. As the echoes of war and the sounds of battle resonated in the air, reminiscent of ancient deities descending upon the mortal realm. In an instant, a resounding clang reverberated as the sword of Hades collided fiercely with the statue of Liberty's staff, unleashing a myriad of sparks and dazzling light. The force of this impact was immense, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. However, just as everyone anticipated the cataclysmic collapse of the world, Athena softly uttered, "Divine Oracle, Spatial Lock." As her words resonated, an overwhelming psychic force erupted, swiftly expanding outward at an astonishing speed, enveloping a radius of several miles in mere moments. Subsequently, this space, shrouded in divine awareness, seemed to be forcibly transposed to another dimension. Consequently, regardless of the extent of destruction that might ensue, once the war concluded and the spatial lock was lifted, everything would revert to its original state, sparing the surrounding environment from extensive devastation. Yet even with Athena's divine oracle of spatial locking in effect, the ferocity of the confrontation still unleashed a terrifying impact. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, fissures splitting the ground open, wide enough to rival a canyon and stretching for miles on end, with no visible end in sight. It was this cataclysmic potential for destruction that led to the subsequent covenant established among the gods. According to this accord, unless in the case of an official divine battle or in exceedingly rare circumstances, the sealing of the supreme divine ring's powers must remain intact, so as to prevent the world from enduring insurmountable calamities. Should one forsake this oath and forcibly unseal the divine powers, the Terraria divine ring would succumb to slumber, rendered incapable of activation. Chapter 59. The invisibility helmet. Yi Wuyo felt an intense tremor coursing through his arms, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, which rendered his limbs numb. Simultaneously, a surging force surged through his arms into his body, violently colliding with his internal organs, resulting in considerable internal injuries. Subtle cracks began to appear in his arm bones, resembling sinister serpents that spread slowly yet relentlessly. If not halted in time, his entire arm might shatter completely. Fortunately, his indestructible divine body allowed him to continuously heal his wounds. Otherwise, this battle would have long concluded. Ultimately, I am not the true progenitor, merely a product of serendipity, transformed into a divine body by that enigmatic divine stone. In the past, I destroyed the Noah's Ark laboratory to take revenge on the United States, inadvertently acquiring the Terrarian Death King's ring. Fortuitously chosen by the Supreme Divine Ring, I became the heir to the Death King's divine position. Yet, even so, I do not possess a genuine divine soul. I merely harness the divine power of the Supreme Divine Ring through my divine body. Numerous formidable and taboo divine incantations remain beyond my grasp. Yi Wuyo pondered inwardly, feeling a sense of trepidation. However, from Sibra's perspective, he appeared as indifferent and cold as ever, seemingly capable of enduring for months without exhaustion, even amidst the fierce battle. As both sides clashed from the heavens to the underworld, in Sibera and Apos' beautiful eyes, this man radiating an ominous aura and handsome visage seemed like the supreme adjudicator of existence, evoking awe. At this moment, Yi Wuyo gripped the eternally entwined Death King's sword tightly, engaging fiercely with Sibera's statue of Liberty scepter. Each collision produced a deafening roar, as if to rend the very heavens asunder. Boom! The continuous explosions soared into the sky, echoing in all directions. Suddenly, Yi Wuyo bellowed, "The woe of Damocles!" With this furious shout, the Death King's sword unleashed a chilling wave of frosty air, its frigid essence seeming capable of freezing the boundless expanse of the heavens. In that fleeting moment, as Sibera was momentarily distracted by the sudden turn of events, the sword's soul rapidly coalesced in midair, forming a colossal blade shadow brimming with murderous intent and icy brilliance. This immense sword, bearing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, descended with tremendous force towards Sibera and Apos' position. Should this strike find its mark, the surrounding area for hundreds of miles would be reduced to desolate ruins. However, at this critical juncture, Sibera and Apos' lips curled into a slight, sardonic smile, as if perceiving the unfolding events as nothing more than a trivial farce. At last, the hand that had tightly clutched the war holy shield finally moved. With a sweep of her arm, the shield soared above her head, colliding with the rapidly descending colossal sword shadow. In that instant, sparks exploded, resembling countless brilliant fireworks blooming in the air. Yet, as the deafening blast and obscuring dust gradually dissipated, Yi Wuyo was astonished to find Sibera utterly unscathed. The chilling giant sword shadow above had vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Sibera swung the gleaming, rune-etched war holy shield with a force akin to thunder, striking down towards Yi Wuyo with tremendous might. Faced with this sudden and fierce assault, Yi Wuyo reacted swiftly, raising the frost-laden Death King's sword to cross in front of him, attempting to withstand the overwhelming impact. When the two artifacts clashed, the clouds above were cleaved asunder by the shockwave. An irresistible force, like surging ocean waves, swept towards Yi Wuyo, launching him into the air. With a resounding thud, it felt as if the very earth had collapsed beneath him. Yi Wuyo plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater several meters deep. At that moment, he was deeply embedded within, leaving only a clearly defined human-shaped cavity. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Remarkably, he possessed an indomitable body, yet he still suffered significantly against the initial divine artifact. Struggling to rise from the depths of the crater, Yi Wuyo brushed away the blood from his lips. His once profound silver eyes now filled with disbelief. He silently marveled. I have nearly exhausted all my means, yet in the end, I have failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon her, not even tearing her garment a bit truly. She is the progenitor, the prophet of Olympus, the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. Resolutely, Yi Wuyo emerged from the pit, pushing aside the boulder obstructing his path. He declared proudly, Athena, I offer you an opportunity. If you kneel and serve as my concubine for 10,000 years, I shall let this matter pass. Otherwise, if you are defeated today, I shall imprint my divine soul upon you, making you my divine slave. At that time, high above in the sky, Sibera resembled a resplendent star. However, upon hearing Yi Wuyo and Apos' teasing words, her breathtakingly beautiful visage did not display the anticipated anger. Instead, a faint smile crept upon her lips. As if Yi Wuyo's words had amused her, she tilted her head slightly, her melodious laughter ringing like silver bells across the heavens. Ha ha ha. Such audacious arrogance. Do you know that I am an existence born at the dawn of creation? I have witnessed countless epics and transformations. And you? A mere successor of this era's divine position, daring to fantasize about becoming my husband? Utterly deluded and presumptuous. As she spoke, Sibera and Apos' gaze suddenly turned icy, filled with the murderous intent forged from countless epics of divine warfare. Humph. This shall be your burial ground, indeed fitting. Soon, I will reclaim the Terrarian Death King and Apos' ring from your grasp. Such a divine artifact is not for an insect like you to possess. When I return it to Olympus, it shall be entrusted to the Council of Elders for safekeeping. Yi Wuyo ceased his words, stealing his resolve. His eyes glimmered with an ever-brightening silver light, akin to two radiant stars. He whispered, Divine Oracle, Underworld Flame. As his voice fell, a tremendous force erupted from within him. In an instant, a sea of purple-black flames blazed to life around Yi Wuyo, rapidly spreading outward with ferocity. Everything the searing flames touched was reduced to nothingness. The once solid ground melted away in an instant, transforming into a pool of molten rock, while surrounding flora and structures crumbled under the onslaught. Swiftly reduced to ashes carried away by the wind, endless waves of fire surged forward like a roaring beast, charging towards Sibera. Even the clouds above were consumed by the terrifying underworld flame, reduced to mere void. In legend, the infernal flames from the underworld possess a terrifying power capable of incinerating all things in existence. Their dread is such that it can rival the world-ending thunderbolts of Zeus, the god-king of the celestial realm. Yet, in the face of such formidable divine authority, Athena, ensnared by these infernal flames, remains remarkably composed. Her eyes, reminiscent of exquisite purple gemstones, reveal not the slightest hint of panic. The Greek-style deep V gown has vanished, leaving her lithe form partially concealed. At the very moment when the spring light is about to unveil her entirely, she gently parts her crimson lips, and her violet gaze flickers slightly. In a melodious voice, she commands, "Pantheon, holy armor." With this invocation, a magnificent golden armor materializes from thin air, adorned with mysterious sacred inscriptions and exuding a formidable aura that sends shivers down one's spine. This armor resembles a masterfully crafted work of art, perfectly embracing Athena's form, accentuating her graceful silhouette with an air of valor and elegance. Coupled with a flowing white robe, Athena presently resembles a Valkyrie descending from the heavens. Night Uyo, filled with indignation, laments that just as the spring beauty is about to be fully appreciated, it is obscured, akin to being abruptly yanked away from a lavish feast. He has long resolved that a fierce battle holds no promise of victory. Only through cunning can he find a glimmer of hope. Employing a divine-level oracle, he merely seeks to stall Cybra for a moment. Night Uyo and Apos' resolve intensifies as he lightly taps the Terraria underworld ring, whispering, "Invisibility helmet." In an instant, an artifact imbued with ancient essence materializes from the void, its surface marked by the passage of time and intricate patterns. Yet it emanates an unsettling aura of terrifying pressure, rippling outward as if capable of transcending the barriers of time and space. According to legend, this invisibility helmet was born in the distant era of Adam and Eve. Crafted from invaluable creation materials, the divine artisans of the Pantheon, utilizing their unparalleled skills, infused the dragon crystal and soul of the Black Dragon King Niathon into this helmet, granting it the wondrous ability to render its wearer invisible, though its other functions remain a mystery. Night Uyo swiftly dons the helmet, instantly becoming transparent and merging with the world around him, imperceptible even to true deities. He tears open a rift in space and teleports directly in front of the armored Cybra, executing a swift maneuver akin to a monkey reaching for the moon, stealing away the goddess and Apos' undergarments. The details of what transpired during that moment remain shrouded in secrecy, known only to him, as Night Uyo hastily escapes, shattering Cybra's spatial confinement and vanishing from the scene. Meanwhile, Cybra feels a burning heat on her cheeks, mortified at the theft of her undergarments, especially with the jade rabbit also involved. At this thought, she stomps her foot in fury, exclaiming, "How dare you profane the divine, lustful thief! I shall slay you and seal you forever in my divine furnace." Elsewhere in Haitianshire, Ning Qingyi is conducting a board meeting. She senses an unusual sensation in her body, as if something precious has been surreptitiously taken. Her cheeks flush crimson, akin to a kettle on the verge of boiling, her alluring eyes sparkling. The executives around her mistakenly assume the president is suffering from a fever, promptly inquiring, "Ning, would you like to take a break?" Ning Qingyi waves her hand, replying, "I am fine. I may have caught a chill last night." The discussion resumes, and after a while, her flushed appearance gradually recedes. According to legend, the original deities were born as twins in the land of promise. Chapter 60. The spring poison of the god of love. Uyo exerted every ounce of his strength to shatter the impenetrable spatial barriers surrounding this place. In an instant, he darted away like lightning, covering several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. As he landed heavily on the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. It turned out that he had sustained grave injuries during the harrowing battle with Athena. Nevertheless, in his desperate bid for escape, he disregarded his own safety and forcefully activated the enigmatic primordial artifact, the invisibility helmet. Throughout his flight, he gritted his teeth, determined to conceal any sign of weakness. Now, with the immediate danger temporarily averted, Uyo relinquished the use of his divine power to suppress his injuries. The accumulated wounds within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. He felt the world spin around him, and dizziness overtook him. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed. Gasping for breath, he murmured in a trembling voice, "Divine power. Seal?" Fortunately, he had fled swiftly. Had he lingered any longer with Athena, he would have surely revealed his vulnerabilities. At that point, escape would have been a mere fantasy. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly stowed the invisibility helmet into the Terrarian underworld ring. Activating it had drained him both physically and mentally. He watched as the once vibrant silver-gray glow in his eyes gradually faded, returning to their normal hue. His flowing long hair also shortened in an instant, reverting to his original neat short hairstyle. Now, devoid of divine support, Yuio's formidable divine body began to function on its own, tirelessly repairing the damage sustained. Visible golden light flickered around him, resembling countless agile serpents diligently working to mend the hideous wounds. Despite the cold sweat covering his face, a smile crept onto his lips, signaling the conclusion of this divine battle. He had even pilfered Athena and Apos' undergarments and had indulged in the act. A mischievous grin lingered on his face, which surprisingly lasted quite some time. Just as he was reveling in his mischief, the once harrowing injuries on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. As if a mysterious force was nurturing him, Yi Wuyo cautiously ventured forward, each step taken with wary glances around him, fearful of any lurking dangers. After all, this was his most vulnerable moment. Weary from the fierce battle, his current combat prowess barely amounted to a mere 20% of his peak condition. In such a state, should he encounter an unforeseen circumstance, even with his legendary immortality, recovering to his former self would demand an immense expenditure of energy and time. Contemplating this, Yi Wuyo furrowed his brow, pondering, where has the primordial underworld king gone? Has he been reincarnated, or is he residing within some sacred artifact? Could he have met with misfortune, his body and soul separated? Yet, if that were the case, how did the Terrarian underworld ring end up in my possession? Recognizing me as its master, Yi Wuyo could not discern any logical explanation for this dilemma. With a resigned shake of his head, he abandoned further contemplation. The notion of immortality might ultimately be nothing more than a beautiful illusion. Meanwhile, Athena Sibella had dispelled her word spell, restoring the surroundings to their original state before the battle. After brooding for a while, a thought struck her, and she suddenly burst into a melodious, silver bell-like laughter. She mused to herself, "It seems that my sheer veil undergarment was a gift from the god of love, filled with silver lotus flowers that ignite male vigor. It is said that even the god king, upon catching a whiff, would be restless as a bull. I had completely forgotten about that. That lecherous rogue wouldn't he dare seek out a wild sow, would he? There must be plenty of wild animals around." With that thought, a smirk of deserved fate crossed her face. On the other side, Yi Wuyo delicately picked up the gossamer veil, cautiously bringing it to his nose and inhaling gently. Instantly, a serene and enchanting fragrance enveloped him, reminiscent of a blooming flower garden. He couldn't and Apos' help but exclaim, "Sibella, the scent you exude is truly delightful. This fiery little woman has an exceptional taste in perfumes. If I encounter her again, I must inquire about the brand she uses, so I can procure a few bottles for my icy cold CEO, Qingyi, ensuring she smells divine every night. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." However, before he could finish his thoughts, Yi Wuyo suddenly sensed something amiss. His right hand, clutching the veil, began to tremble uncontrollably. Soon after, his eyes ignited with a fiery red hue, transforming into a fierce and frenzied gaze, akin to a bull on the brink of madness. Simultaneously, crimson veins rapidly spread across his irises like a terrifying spider web. Moreover, the muscles in his arms and neck began to twitch uncontrollably, as the veins hidden beneath his skin bulged grotesquely like writhing earthworms. Yi Wuyo and Apos' heart sank, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Damn. I never expected her to have laid a spring poison upon me. I had thought her a lofty goddess. Yet it seems she is a sorceress with a heart as venomous as a serpent. At that moment, his heart raced wildly, like a runaway stallion, pounding fiercely as if yearning to break free from his chest. If he did not swiftly find a means to alleviate the toxins within, it would not be long before his body became completely paralyzed and ultimately succumbed to the depths of poison, leading to his demise. This dreadful spring poison was no ordinary toxin. It originated from the rare silver lotus flower found in the Eden of the divine realm. This flower possessed potent venom specifically designed to combat deities. Given the infinite lifespans of the gods, the passage of time often left them feeling unbearably bored and empty. Thus, the god of love concocted the idea to cultivate these poisons that would add a touch of excitement to life. Recalling the past, she had gifted Athena the sheer veil she had crafted with her own hands after they had hit it off in the heavenly realm. Initially, Athena had been reluctant to accept it, as she was one of the few virgin goddesses sworn not to partake in the forbidden fruit of Adam and Eve. As a prophet of the pantheon, she bore the obligation and responsibility to uphold the ancient covenant. However, upon laying eyes on the exquisitely beautiful garment, she ultimately succumbed and accepted it. She had vowed never to allow any man to touch her intimate belongings, yet today, She had been defiled by Yi Wuyo, a truly unpredictable twist of fate. Was this a destined encounter, or the beginning of divine calamity? At this moment, Yi Wuyo began to writhe on the ground, his blood surging excessively, threatening to spill over. Blood trickled slowly from his eyes, as if no remedy could alter his current predicament. Meanwhile, the beast within him stirred, resembling a mighty pillar. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The saintly Amain Lania appeared, having been waiting for the underworld king to exit together. The fire worshippers are staunch supporters of the Lord of the Underworld, bound to share both fortune and misfortune. Moreover, she has long been captivated and enchanted by the extraordinary handsomeness of Yi Wuyo. One must ponder, which youthful maiden does not harbor dreams and desires? Especially when this man not only possesses an alluring appearance, but also bravely intervened to save her at a critical moment. At this instant, she is adorned in an exquisitely splendid wedding gown of the Sandong princess. The intricate tailoring and resplendent embellishments unmistakably highlight her noble status. The cleverly designed high slit of the gown reveals a glimpse of her snow-white, slender legs, swaying gracefully with her light steps, like a mesmerizing landscape that quickens Yi Wuyo's heart and stirs his desires. Suddenly, she notices that the Lord of the Underworld bears wounds. Her complexion pales, and she rushes towards him in a frenzy. Upon reaching him, she does not hesitate to kneel, gently resting his head upon her long, fair thighs, treating him as if he were a rare treasure. She urges him to rest and regain his senses. The saintess inquires, "My lord, what has happened? Has someone harmed you? Why does your heart race so violently? Are you poisoned?" With great difficulty, Yi Wuyo responds, "Girl, I have been poisoned. Quickly carry me away from here, to rendezvous with the main forces outside the city. There may yet be a chance for salvation." Though Amain Lanaya feels an overwhelming urgency, she finds herself helpless. With no immediate solution, she manages to lift Yi Wuyo onto her back and heads toward the city and Appos' exit. Along the way, she distinctly senses his body temperature rising sharply, as if some ferocious force were stirring within him. Although Amain Lanaya is inexperienced, she can still intuitively grasp the gravity of the situation. In her heart, she becomes flustered, her delicate, flower-like visage radiating an alluring fragrance akin to that of a ripe peach. She ponders, the Lord of the Underworld must have succumbed to a potent spring poison. It seems this is the only way to repay his life-saving grace. Resolutely, she bites her silver teeth, as if having made a significant decision. The two arrive at a hot spring, where she gently lowers Yi Wuyo into the water before leaping in herself, though he is on the brink of losing his senses. As the mightiest soldier of the Dragon Kingdom and a world-class operative, he possesses a modicum of endurance. He hastily exclaims, "Saintess, do not act foolishly." Before he can finish, petals are pressed against his lips, leading him to relinquish his resistance. In his heart, he silently recites a modified version of the timeless poem by Chancellor Chao. To the east, I ascend Mount Jiesher to behold the vast sea. The waters are tranquil, losing their tumultuous roar. For 3,000 years, I know not of romantic affairs, yet I drunkenly recline at the knees of a beauty for 9,000 miles. Chapter 61. Restless night outside the sacred city of Ekbatana. In the region of Bashan, the night rains had poured relentlessly for an entire day and night. During this time, the Chu River endured tumultuous assaults. By the time the sun rose high in the sky, casting its fierce rays upon the earth, Yi Wuyo finally stirred from his slumber. His eyes, which had been tightly shut, gradually opened, though they still bore the remnants of sleep, appearing hazy and unfocused. After a considerable while, he fully awakened. Mustering the strength to rise from the humble bed upon which he lay, he staggered to the floor, donning his clothes while still disoriented. With faltering steps, he made his way towards the slightly dilapidated wooden door and gently pushed it open. Outside, sunlight surged in like a tidal wave, instantly illuminating the dim room. Yi Wuyo squinted, adjusting to the brilliance of the light before stepping out of the makeshift hut by the hot springs. Having been afflicted by a potent poison and losing control of his senses, compounded by a day and night of unceasing treatment, he felt utterly enervated. His legs, akin to those of a feeble shrimp, lacked the strength to support him. Each step demanded an immense expenditure of both mental and physical energy. Yi Wuyo pondered to himself, this must be the after effects of the poisoning. At this moment, a figure unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, the priestess of the fire worshippers who had saved his life. His emotions towards her were a tangled web of gratitude and guilt. On one hand, he felt profound appreciation. Without her timely intervention, he might have perished. On the other hand, due to certain peculiar circumstances, He harbored an ineffable sense of remorse. His behavior had been utterly unbecoming just days prior, leaving him restless and tormented, a far cry from his usual self. The exotic woman who had once been by his side had long since vanished, leaving behind only faint traces of blood from the antidote administered to him. Suppressing his feelings of guilt, he continued on his path. He assumed that the priestess had already joined the main forces outside the sacred city. Remaining in place would only lead to an awkward situation for both of them. The seemingly boundless vitality within him surged forth like a torrential river, revitalizing his weary body. Gradually, he regained his strength, no longer stumbling or gasping for breath, but instead moving with a renewed vigor, as robust as a bull. With each step quickening, he resembled a streak of lightning cleaving through the night sky, drawing closer to the city gates, victory within reach. In that moment, he swiftly retrieved his satellite phone from his pocket and dialed a mysterious, encrypted number with haste. The call connected to the commander of the fleet stationed at Boronai's Blackwater Bay, Eugen Albert. Almost instantaneously, the line was answered, and an eager male voice erupted from the receiver. "My lord, has the mission been successfully completed? Shall I lead the fleet to obliterate the sacred city of Ecbatana?" Hearing this, Yi Wuyo was engulfed in fury. "Eugen, you insufferable fool! Who granted you the audacity to raise an entire city? Are you not aware of the innocent civilians here?" He commanded, "I order you to execute precise strikes against the rebels entrenched here. Ensure not a single one escapes. But do not harm any innocents." The response from the other end was swift and resolute, as if the speaker were standing at attention. "Yes, my lord. Your orders shall be executed without fail. I will issue the command to fire as soon as you are safely out of the city." With that, the call ended abruptly. Yi Wuyo hurriedly continued on his way, carefully avoiding the scrutiny of several patrols along his route. After a prolonged, intense journey, evading multiple rebel pursuers, he finally arrived at the towering, heavily guarded city gates. The atmosphere was tense, with armed rebels scrutinizing every individual attempting to pass. They wielded various weapons, their expressions grim as they meticulously checked the identification of all passers-by. Perhaps due to a recent upheaval within the city, following the demise of a rebel leader, the inspections had grown particularly stringent. Any hint of suspicion would result in immediate detainment. Just as Yi Wuyo furrowed his brow, contemplating how to navigate the gates, he suddenly spotted a dilapidated military truck loaded with supplies slowly approaching the exit. Without a moment in Apos' hesitation, he darted towards the truck, slipping beneath it with the agility of a phantom. He clung tightly to the chassis, pressing himself against the ground to avoid detection. As time ticked by, the guards commenced a thorough inspection of the truck. They meticulously verified the driver and Apos' documentation and the identification of the other passengers. They circled the vehicle repeatedly, even crouching down to scrutinize the underside for any hidden individuals. Fortunately, Yi Wuyo and Apos' concealment was impeccable, and he remained undetected. Finally, after a long and meticulous examination, the guards confirmed everything was in order and signaled for the truck to pass. As it slowly rolled out of the city, Yi Wuyo knew that discretion was the better part of valor. His mission in Shandong had been successfully accomplished. He had rescued those in peril, and now all that remained was to exit the city safely. After approximately 10 minutes, having distanced himself several kilometers from the sacred city of Ecbatana, Yi Wuyo's heart finally settled. He carefully crawled out from beneath the truck and immediately sent the order to fire to the invincible fleet at Blackwater Bay. Eugen Albert sat gravely in the command chair, firmly gripping the communicator. With a tone both resolute and decisive, he issued the command. "All ship command rooms, pay attention. Immediately prepare to open your respective launch silos." This order echoed like thunder, resonating across every vessel. The commanders sprang into action, their focus sharpened. They operated the consoles with urgency, slowly opening the launch silos. Eugen Albert then gave another command: "Prepare to launch precision-guided missiles. Target information will be relayed to you shortly. Remember, do not be stingy with the ammunition. Until our ammunition depot is completely depleted, strike the enemy with all your might." Upon hearing this command, the subordinates erupted with fervor, responding in unison, "Acknowledged." They rolled up their sleeves, their eyes shimmering with excitement and determination. In an instant, the ammunition depots of various warships became bustling hubs of activity. Soldiers skillfully loaded missile after missile into the launch systems, accompanied by the thunderous roar of machinery and the crisp sound of metal colliding. The entire fleet was enveloped in a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere of battle. Finally, when all was prepared, Eugen Albert commanded, "Fire." In that split second, Dozens of warships unleashed a torrent of flames from their launch silos. Blazing streaks of fire shot skyward with the force of thunder, the piercing whistling of missiles creating a thunderous symphony. The dense barrage of missiles tore through the sky like a torrential downpour. Their sheer number obscured the sun, resembling a dark cloud that blotted out the light. They traced long arcs across the heavens, presenting a chilling spectacle. Meanwhile, within the radar station located in the holy city of Ecbatana, the atmosphere grew tense. A communications officer stared intently at the radar screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, he gasped in horror as he spotted a multitude of bright dots on the screen. An unquantifiable number of missiles were rapidly approaching their position. "My lords, it's bad," the communications officer frantically reported to the rebel headquarters. "The radar indicates thousands of long-range missiles are heading straight for us. Moreover, there are far too many to intercept." Upon learning this, the bearded rebel leader and Amp. Apos' expression changed dramatically. His eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets. The situation before him filled him with unprecedented fear and despair. Before he could issue a retreat order, a dense swarm of missiles appeared on the horizon, cascading down like a torrential storm. The earth-shattering explosions resounded, echoing throughout the skies. Under the relentless onslaught, all the rebel positions were instantly reduced to scorched earth. Even the seemingly indestructible command center was not spared, obliterated in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, just beyond this battlefield shrouded in smoke and fire, the civilian residential area remained untouched, as if it were a paradise. Not a single innocent soul was harmed, nor was there any damage to the houses. Knight Wuyo stood high above, gazing at the scene with a slight smile of satisfaction. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? General Eugenie Albert? Your invincible fleet has performed exceptionally well this time. Well done." Laughter and modest responses echoed from the other end. After hanging up, Knight Wuyo turned and walked with firm, purposeful strides toward the designated rest area for the Dragon Kingdom's main forces. All the while, his spirits soared. For this battle not only resulted in a resounding victory, but also maximized the safety of the local civilians. Soon after, Knight Wuyo and his comrades boarded a special aircraft, embarking on their journey home. As the plane ascended, they looked down at the land that had just endured the ravages of war, filled with emotions. Yet, at this moment, their hearts swelled more with longing for their loved ones and the joy of returning home. Chapter 62. The hero returns home. Wuyo gracefully lifted the cup of freshly brewed Colombian coffee in his hand. After taking a delicate sip, he turned his gaze to the window, admiring the soft, white clouds that resembled cotton candy. Leaning back in his comfortable seat, a gentle smile graced his lips, filled with a sense of ease and contentment. After so many days of arduous travel, nearly risking his own life, this long and challenging journey had finally come to an end. All the troublesome matters had been resolved one by one. He could finally set down the heavy burdens on his shoulders, and the thought of returning home to the icy yet captivating beauty of his wife, the cold yet enchanting CEO, filled him with joy. His heart swelled with delight, and a mischievous grin appeared on his face. Though his wife often bore the demeanor of an ice queen, Wuyo firmly believed that with his persistent charm and playful antics, he would one day melt her seemingly frosty heart, akin to the warm sun of spring. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wuyo raised his hand and gently tapped Zhang Dishing, who was seated in the row ahead. At that moment, Zhang Dishing was savoring a cup of fragrant, rich liquor, his previously haggard complexion now glowing with the warmth of alcohol. Having survived the harrowing ordeal, he was now filled with excitement as they journeyed home. Turning around, he wore a radiant smile and enthusiastically inquired, "Young Master Yi, did you summon me to discuss something? I assure you, I'm an open book." With a chuckle, he added, "How about this? While we are still on the plane, let us swear brotherhood, shall we? Once we return to our homeland, if you ever need assistance, just give me a call." Upon hearing this, a warm smile spread across Wuyo and Apos' face, reminiscent of a gentle breeze on a spring day. Their hands met, strong and firm, and their eyes locked in a moment that required no further words. The sincerity of their brotherly and camaraderie bond was conveyed through this simple gesture. After a brief pause, Wuyo broke the silence, asking, "Brother Zhang, may I inquire about the current situation of the royal members we rescued, particularly that princess? After all, she is but a delicate woman, and I find it hard to fully set my mind at ease." Zhang Dishing, observing the concern etched on Wuyo and Apos' face, understood the weight of his inquiry. Without hesitation, he replied, The royal members of the Shandong Emirate have all been transported to a hospital in Tatasai province for treatment. There, they have access to advanced medical facilities and professional healthcare personnel, alongside the royal guards ensuring their safety. Pausing momentarily, Zhang Duxing continued, "As for Princess Aman Rania, she did appear to be in a troubling state upon her return. It seems she may have injured her ankle, limping slightly, but overall, she should be fine." It felt as though she was waiting for someone to appear, yet ultimately chose to leave with the royal family. Shifting his tone to a more somber note, Zhang Duxing added, "However, the prince of the Shandong Emirate was not so fortunate. He endured cruel treatment at the hands of the rebels and was barely clinging to life on the way back. I sincerely hope he can withstand this calamity." Yu Wuyo felt a jolt at the thought that the saintly figure had been waiting for him. Such a beautiful grace was indeed a heavy burden to bear. Nevertheless, upon hearing that Princess Aman Rania was stable, Yu Wuyo and Apos' anxious heart finally found peace. As for the prince of the Shandong Emirate, he cared little for his fate. His own woman was not to be tainted by others. If he were to perish, it would spare Yu Wuyo the trouble of seeking out his former subordinates. With a smile, Yu Wuyo nodded gently, saying, "Brother Zhang, you have truly endured much on this journey. Our successful return to the Dragon Kingdom is thanks to your courageous efforts and selfless sacrifices. Upon our return, I shall faithfully report the details of this mission to the higher-ups. I am certain that the remarkable achievements of your unit will be met with accolades from the entire army of the Dragon Kingdom." Hearing this, Zhang Duxing gazed at Yu Wuyo with heartfelt gratitude, his eyes slightly moist. He hastily waved his hand, his voice trembling with emotion as he replied, "Young Master Yi, you flatter me. Completing the mission and returning alive is already a stroke of immense luck. As for accolades, I dare not hope for such things." Despite his words, deep within Zhang Duxing's heart, a flicker of excitement could not be concealed. For a soldier, honor eclipsed even life itself. The two shared a knowing smile, indicating that certain matters had been settled before they both sat back, quietly awaiting the safe landing of the plane. As time passed, hours slipped away unnoticed. Looking out the window, they could clearly see that the aircraft had arrived over the airport of the Dragon Kingdom. Below, the broad and straight runway came into view. Finally, accompanied by a gentle bump, the aircraft, carrying the dreams of many heroes returning home, landed steadily at the exclusive airport in the capital. The cabin door slowly opened, and hundreds of soldiers streamed out in an orderly fashion. Among them, the injured soldiers were particularly emotional, tears of joy glistening on their faces as they stepped onto the familiar land. The indescribable feeling of returning alive was overwhelming. Some embraced tightly, weeping tears of joy, while others shouted in excitement, releasing pent-up emotions. In an instant, the airport was enveloped in a blend of joy and heartfelt emotion. Waiting to greet them was Yu Wuyo and Apos' father, the commander of the Kyoto garrison, Yi Tianming. Upon seeing the esteemed figure adorned with numerous medals, Zhang Duxing stood at attention, his body rigid as a spear. He quickly raised his right hand, saluting crisply, and exclaimed, "Commander Yi, could it be that you are the father of my little brother Yu Wuyo? What a coincidence that you both share the surname Yi." As he spoke, Zhang Duxing felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing as if he could scarcely breathe. Yi Tianming, in turn, returned the salute with solemnity, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Commander Zhang, as you surmise, I am indeed Yu Wuyo and Apos' father. Since you two have sworn brotherhood, you may call me Uncle Yi in private." Upon hearing this, Zhang Duxing and Apos' face flushed with excitement, his entire being seemingly engulfed in disbelief at the unfolding reality before him. Such a dramatic twist of fate could happen to him. He stammered his thanks, his voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, Uncle Yi. It is truly a stroke of fortune for me, Zhang, to be sworn as a brother with your esteemed self." Yu Tianming nodded gently in acknowledgement, a warm and amiable smile gracing his face throughout. He then turned towards the assembly, raising his voice to proclaim, "Valiant and fearless warriors of the Dragon Nation, here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the honor you have brought to our country. You have executed this arduous task with exceptional skill and completeness. As a token of recognition and reward for your efforts, I shall host a grand celebration banquet for you all." As soon as his words fell, applause erupted like a tidal wave, surging forth in a continuous crescendo, resounding and unrelenting. The fervent clapping seemed to transcend the heavens, reflecting the profound joy and pride within the hearts of the soldiers. Subsequently, the unscathed warriors proceeded to their designated camp for rest, while the wounded were taken to the finest hospital for treatment. Before departing, He specifically instructed the accompanying personnel to keep their whereabouts confidential, for he wished to avoid entanglement with that troublesome girl, Huan, who would drain him completely. Once all matters were resolved, the father and son hopped into a military green jeep, urging the guard to drive swiftly as they eagerly returned to their home in Kyoto, where their adoptive mother, Anru, awaited their arrival. As he gently pushed open the door, a wave of warmth and familiarity enveloped him. Mother Anru had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, with an array of exquisite dishes filling the table, each emanating an enticing aroma. It was the essence of home, the fragrance of happiness. The family gathered around the table, laughter and joy filling the air as they savored this rare and precious moment together. After a night of restful slumber, the following morning dawned, sunlight streaming through the curtains into the room. Yuio slowly opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and then quickly rose to freshen up. After tidying himself, he appeared revitalized and radiant. He then stepped outside with a buoyant gait, boarding the vehicle specially prepared by his father, speeding towards the airport. As the car gradually distanced itself, Yuio waved farewell to his parents standing at the door until their figures faded from view. Only then did he retract his gaze, his heart brimming with warmth from home. Before long, he arrived at Kyoto Airport, presenting his identification and ticket. He swiftly passed through security and boarded the flight back to Haishanshire. Several hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Haishanshire Airport. Prior to boarding, Yuio had already placed a call to his secretary. As expected, not long after, a pale blue Mercedes-Benz business vehicle gracefully entered the airport. The door swung open, revealing none other than the renowned beauty of Biwa School, Fu Mingmi. Clad in a chic pink Gucci suit, the impeccably tailored outfit accentuated her graceful figure. She stepped out in sleek black Dior patent leather heels, which not only elongated her already slender legs, but also added an air of nobility and elegance. Notably, the hem of her short skirt featured a cleverly designed slit, subtly revealing her fair skin with each step. Such a sensually captivating ensemble was undeniably magnetic to the male gaze. Amidst the bustling throngs of the airport, with glamorous flight attendants in clusters, Yuio effortlessly spotted the radiant Fu Mingmi amidst the crowd. Chapter 63. Teasing the female secretary, Fu Mingmi stood in the bustling airport hall, akin to a top-tier starlet, drawing all eyes to her. Her large, expressive eyes flitted about, seemingly searching for someone of great significance. Those bright orbs sparkled like a pristine lake, captivating the hearts of onlookers. Passers-by were irresistibly drawn to this statuesque beauty, casting curious and admiring glances her way. Some even halted in their tracks, unabashedly appraising her from head to toe. Fu Mingmi and Appo's figure was tall and slender, her curves elegantly accentuated, resembling a masterpiece of art. Many gentlemen, upon beholding such exquisite beauty, found themselves momentarily speechless, murmuring to themselves, "What an astonishing physique! Could she be a flight attendant?" Their eyes lingered on Fu Mingmi, some even drooling in their unabashed admiration, secretly lamenting the existence of such a celestial beauty, so delicate and enchanting. Even the hurried flight attendants, dragging their suitcases, mistook Fu Mingmi for one of their own. It is worth noting that Fu Mingmi was once the belle of the Kyoto Dance Academy, where every graduate embodied grace and poise. With her unparalleled beauty, should she enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly become a leading actress, drawing the attention of many affluent suitors who longed to possess her. At that moment, a shadow stealthily approached Fu Mingmi from behind. It was Yuio, who cautiously drew near, striving to make no sound so as not to alert her. Once he reached her rear, he swiftly extended his hand and gently flicked away a stray hair that clung to her skirt. The soft sound of the contact caught Fu Mingmi and Appo's attention, causing her to turn, her delicate face flushed with indignation, ready to slap the impudent rogue. However, in a blink, a shadow darted like lightning through the air, accurately grasping her porcelain, slender arm. The sensation was intoxicatingly soft, reminiscent of cotton candy on clouds, inciting a desire to linger in that moment. Although Fu Mingmi had been filled with wrath, her expression softened upon recognizing Yuio, especially feeling the warmth of his broad hand clasping her own. Her heart raced, and a blush crept up to her ears. Yuio's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he teased, "Well, Mingmi, it seems that after just a few days apart, you're ready to lay hands on your boss? That's rather improper. My wife might become jealous. I merely noticed a hair on your skirt and was helping you remove it, not indulging in any lascivious intentions. I, Yuio, am a man of integrity." He waved the strand of hair in his hand for emphasis. At that moment, Fu Mingmi and Apos' hand remained ensnared in his warm grasp, and time seemed to freeze as their gazes intertwined, akin to electric currents colliding and igniting sparks. The atmosphere around them grew charged with an indescribable tension. Fu Mingni playfully chided, "You rogue, ye just returned and you're already picking on me. If you must bully someone, choose your secretary Chiu instead. By the way, did you just say you have a wife?" A hint of disappointment flickered in her beautiful eyes as she withdrew her hand from his. Yi Wuyo scratched his head and suggested, "Let us get in the car. We can talk there." They walked side by side. Their steps light as they approached a nearby light blue Mercedes. Yi Wuyo skillfully lifted his suitcase and placed it carefully in the spacious trunk before gracefully sliding into the back seat. Meanwhile, Fu Mingni smiled as she opened the driver and Apos' door, elegantly entering and shutting it behind her. As the engine purred to life, the car smoothly departed the airport parking lot. Yet the atmosphere inside felt somewhat peculiar, thick with an unexplainable tension. Yi Wuyo casually remarked, "Take me to the villa area in the East District." His deep, magnetic voice resonated clearly in the quiet space. Fu Mingni, momentarily lost in thought, turned in surprise, her expression revealing her astonishment. "Isn't Mr. Ning also residing there? Could it be?" Her words trailed off, but the glimmer in her eyes suggested she had pieced together some clues. Yi Wuyo met her curious gaze with calmness, responding with a smile, "Indeed. My employment at the company was arranged by my wife. And, as you surmised, Qingqi is my wife. However, it's merely a contractual marriage. I serve as her personal bodyguard and protector." Upon hearing this, Fu Mingni's previously tense demeanor relaxed, her enchanting eyes sparkling anew like the stars in a night sky. It felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart, allowing joy to swell within her. She contemplated the implications. Since it was just a contractual arrangement, she still had a chance to ascend in the future. This little rogue was indeed a flirt. It would be surprising if he remained faithful. A sly and charming smile graced Fu Mingni and Apos' lips as she softly remarked, "Yi, this is quite unexpected. I didn't realize your relationship with Mr. Ning was so intricate. It seems my competition extends beyond just the stunning Xiao Yinong." She spoke without reservation, seemingly indifferent to how Yi Wuyo might react. At her words, Yi Wuyo choked, as though caught off guard by his own saliva, a fit of coughing interrupting the previously awkward atmosphere. He had merely intended to jest with Fu Mingni, never considering any inappropriate actions. Sensing the increasing tension, Yi Wuyo swiftly shifted the topic to alleviate the discomfort, asking, "By the way, how are things at Tianyin Group? I trust you haven't led her astray?" He cast a skeptical glance at Fu Mingni, feigning distrust. Fu Mingni let out a soft hum, playfully retorting, "Oh dear. Young Master Yi, you truly underestimate me. Am I really that incompetent? Since I took over, I have poured every ounce of effort into my work. I not only established and implemented a series of effective incentive systems, but also adopted various methods to significantly enhance work efficiency. It is no exaggeration to say that our productivity has at least doubled compared to before. Consequently, our performance growth this year has undoubtedly exceeded 30%. Even General Ning praised me profusely at the group conference, and according to the standards set by the board secretary, I received a substantial salary, several tens of thousands, each month. I indulge in luxury goods until my hands grow weary from shopping." As she spoke, pride radiated from Fu Mingni's face. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging her achievements. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter, their laughter filling the air. Before they knew it, the car had gently glided into the upscale villa district of Haitian City. At last, they arrived at the familiar yet unfamiliar entrance to home. Yi Wuyo gracefully opened the car door and stepped out. He turned towards the rear of the vehicle, gently lifting the neatly arranged luggage from the trunk. Once he stood firm, he glanced at the enchanting Fu Mingni beside him and smiled. "Miss Fu, would you care to join me for a moment?" His words conveyed a hint of anticipation and warmth. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh, by the way, Miss Fu might not know much about Qingyi. Despite her seemingly frosty demeanor towards outsiders, she actually possesses an incredibly charming side deep within her heart." As he spoke, Yi Wuyo and Apos' gaze shimmered with tenderness, as if he could already envision the playful and lovely woman behind that cool exterior. Upon hearing Yi Wuyo and Apos' invitation, Fu Mingni couldn't and Apos' help but smile. Her delicate features appeared particularly radiant under the sun, resembling a blooming flower, vibrant and alluring. She slightly parted her lips and replied softly, "Perhaps not, young Master Yi. I wouldn't want to intrude on your long-awaited reunion. I shall take my leave now. Let us catch up at the office next week." Her words carried a hint of playful jealousy. With a graceful turn, Fu Mengni waved her hand and opened the door of the Mercedes, elegantly settling into the car. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a cloud of dust swirling in the air. Yi Wuyo shook his head with a wry smile, dragging his suitcase into the villa. It was the weekend, and Ning Qingyi was in the garden watering the flowers. Dressed in a delicate light blue silk nightgown, she appeared wonderfully languid, her graceful figure shimmering in the sunlight. Like a blue enchantress, her beauty captivated anyone who approached. The sight of Yi Wuyo disrupted Ning Qingyi's tranquil thoughts, causing her to forget the watering can in her hand, resulting in water spilling everywhere. Her beautiful eyes seemed fixed on him, and her gaze grew misty. Attempting to maintain her composure, she said, "You rascal, you actually remember to come back. Soon. I might have to file a missing person report with the embassy." Her voice quivered slightly. Without uttering a word, Yi Wuyo stepped forward and enveloped her in a tender embrace. The two held each other tightly, unwilling to part for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 64. Soft embrace of fragrant jade. Ning Qingyi nestled against the muscular frame of Yi Wuyo, her delicate figure seeming to melt into his embrace. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. Her eyes, rimmed in red, reflected a hint of grievance and sorrow, rendering her already enchanting visage all the more pitiable and endearing. Yet, in his fervor, Yi Wuyo held her tightly, causing her to gasp for breath, nearly choking in his grasp. At this moment, his heart overflowed with indescribable joy and satisfaction, akin to soaring amidst the clouds, feeling utterly euphoric. He finally comprehended the essence of holding soft jade in one's arms. Ning Qingyi's supple body pressed against him like the most exquisite white jade, cool and tender, intoxicating him with its allure. Furthermore, an inexplicable, delightful sensation emanated from their close embrace, reminiscent of the jade rabbit in the celestial palace, gently squeezing him. This enchanting feeling entranced Yi Wuyo, as if a host of charming angels danced joyfully above him. Suddenly, Ning Qingyi, overwhelmed by shyness, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Unable to endure Yi Wuyo's possessive hold any longer, she raised her petite, pale fists and playfully struck his sturdy chest, exclaiming in feigned anger, "You lecher! Release me at once. I can hardly breathe, you rogue. You come home just to bully me." Despite her words, her tone lacked any real reproach, revealing instead a delightful mix of shyness and playful annoyance. Yi Wuyo, reluctant to part from the ethereal beauty resembling an ice mountain snow lotus, contemplated how rare such an opportunity was, wondering when he might experience it again. However, just as he hesitated, a sudden, melodious ring-tone pierced the air, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Reluctantly, filled with longing and reluctance, he gradually released the enchanting woman who bore a subtle fragrance of violet. Ning Qingyi, like a startled fawn, swiftly extricated herself from his warm embrace and fled to a distance beyond his reach. Once positioned, her beautiful eyes brimmed with wariness as she fixed her gaze upon him, as if fearing he might devour her. Her blushing, flustered demeanor evoked a deep sense of affection. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo calmly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Glancing at the screen, upon seeing the name Li Jiado, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, and a smile graced his lips, reminiscent of carefree days in university years past. He gently swiped the screen, and with a faint chime, the call connected. A voice, laced with playful teasing, emerged from the receiver. "Hey, young Master Yi, long time no see. Where are you hiding and striking it rich these days? It's been years since we last spoke. You haven't forgotten about your old buddy, have you? And what's this? No calls from you means you've been out chasing girls without me. That's quite inconsiderate." Yi Wuyo chuckled at the remark, retorting, "Oh, you chubby rascal. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Remember back in university when you had your sights set on that girl? I ended up delivering roses for you, and she mistook them as my gesture. I was the one who was laughed at by our friends for days. I've kept that score in mind, and haven't had the chance to settle it with you yet. Now get to the point. I'm currently enjoying a sweet reunion with my wife." On the other end, the voice continued, "Let us not dwell on old stories. Wait, what? You're married? My goodness. Did you inadvertently sweep some innocent girl off her feet while reveling in the nightlife? You better confess thoroughly to earn a chance for leniency. But on a serious note, I called to let you know that our class monitor has organized a reunion. I thought since I have nothing to do, I might as well invite you along. It'd be nice to have someone to watch my back, especially since I'm a lonely soul without a wife." Yi Wuyo, feigning anger, replied, "You scoundrel. You can't bring a date to the reunion and expect me to be your backup. That's utterly outrageous. But fine, fine. I have nothing on today, so catching up with old classmates sounds lovely. Just tell me the time and place. Li Jiado responded eagerly. It's set for noon at the renowned Prince Bar on the second floor in Haitianshire. The ambience is delightful, and I'm sure everyone will have a great time. Yi Wuyo sighed in relief. That sounds splendid. As luck would have it, I'm in Haitianshire right now. It's just a short drive away. All right. It's settled then. See you at noon, chubby buddy. We'll have a good chat later with that. He hung up without hesitation. Li Jiado, hearing the abrupt disconnection, grumbled. This is what happens when one gets married and forgets their friends. All he cares about is being close to his wife, neglecting our camaraderie. My life is truly unfortunate. Why does that rogue have a wife while I, the devoted Li Jiado, remain a diamond bachelor? Unbeknownst to Yi Wuyo, his roommate remained the same lively spirit years later. Ning Qingyi's blush had faded, restoring her former icy elegance. She softly spoke. I'll come to fetch you once your reunion is over. You know I don't enjoy overly lively gatherings. They're a bit overwhelming for me unless there's important business to discuss. Otherwise, I usually prefer to avoid such occasions. Yi Wuyo nodded slightly, understanding her nature. Her agreement to pick him up after the reunion was already a significant gesture of kindness. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, pondering how their recent separation had deepened her affection for him. A mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he teased. Looks like my dear Qingyi is putting in extra effort for me. At that moment, Ning Qingyi, feigning annoyance, tightened her delicate little fists, playfully mimicking a fierce demeanor. In that instant, she appeared a world apart from the cold, assertive woman she often displayed at work, her playful charm eliciting a warm smile. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Wuyo hastily feigned an expression of utmost terror. He swiftly extended his hands in a gesture of surrender. Subsequently, he turned on his heel and departed the villa and Apos' garden with a light-hearted gait. Upon exiting the villa, he did not, as was his custom, elegantly drive the Ferrari SF90 parked in the garage. Instead, he casually unlocked a nearby shared bicycle. After all, attending a class reunion was best approached with a modicum of discretion to avoid attracting undue attention and speculation. He was but a humble vendor, grilling lamb skewers at a street stall, fortunate enough to be supported by a female CEO. The gentle midday breeze caressed Yi Wuyo and Apos' face as he cheerfully hummed an unknown tune. With a sense of serenity, he pedaled the shared bicycle, its wheels spinning merrily. Time drifted away in the joyful melody, and after approximately 20 minutes, Yi Wuyo finally arrived at his destination, the Prince Bar. This establishment, a masterpiece of Western architecture, was constructed by skilled artisans who had participated in the development of Barcelona. It exuded a unique charm, embodying Baroque, Rococo, and Gothic styles. The bar was divided into two levels. The first floor buzzed with life and vibrancy, where colorful lights flickered incessantly as night descended. It was a place of opulence and indulgence, capable of dispelling many sorrows. In contrast, the second floor offered a more tranquil lounge, providing guests with a private and comfortable environment. The first floor typically operated only in the evening, its doors firmly closed during the day. Yet one could glimpse the carefully arranged interior through the windows. The lounge on the second floor, however, welcomed guests at all hours. Yi Wuyo adeptly secured the bicycle, locking it in the designated area, and then strode confidently toward the bar. Two burly security guards stood at the entrance, their sharp gazes ever vigilant for any suspicious individuals. Initially, they intended to stop Yi Wuyo, as he had not changed his attire and appeared somewhat disheveled. However, in that fleeting moment, one of the guards suddenly widened his eyes, seemingly recognizing a person of significance. Isn't this the infamous Knight Wuyo, who caused quite a stir here last time? He exclaimed softly. The other guard paused, and upon confirming that it indeed was Yi Wuyo, the unfriendly expressions on their faces vanished without a trace, replaced by obsequious smiles, reminiscent of a performer skillfully changing masks. The two guards promptly raised their hands in a synchronized salute, their voices carrying a tone of respect mixed with flattery. Good day. Young Master Yi, are you here for the gathering? Please, do come inside. It was no jest. This young man held a reputation so formidable that even the most powerful tycoons of Haitian City regarded him with caution. Having emerged unscathed from previous altercations, he remained vibrantly alive. Such a young man, with such a formidable background, was a presence that could not be underestimated or dismissed lightly. Yi Wuyo chose not to dwell on their change in demeanor, simply waving his hand as he continued into the bar.